In this world, the strong prey on the weak, strength is respected, and the weak can only be treated as grass. In order to become stronger, I decided to go out and gain experience. Just as I was about to leave, a mechanical reminder sounded. Ding! It is detected that the host is going out for training, which meets the system binding conditions. The system starts binding. I was stunned, and suddenly a voice sounded in my mind. What's going on? Is this an auditory hallucination? After all, I have been in this world for 18 years and have never heard such a sound. Could it be that I will finally have a wall-mounted system? If that is the case, it would be a godsend. After all, having a system is a symbol of omnipotence. Ding, congratulations to the host. The branching system has been bound, and the novice gift package is drawn. Do you want to draw it? I was stunned, confirming that the voice was not an illusion, with mixed feelings. Dog system, you are finally here. These 18 years have not been easy for me. Draw a newbie gift pack. I calmed down and said softly. After a while, the system sent the skill gift packages to me one by one. The series of rewards brought a smile to my face. The invisibility charm, 10 years of cultivation, and the highest level of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, these skills were impressive in the martial arts world. System, integrate cultivation with the art of divination. I said in a deep voice. The system prompts, ding, received, integration begins. The next moment, a stream of pure energy surged into my body, and my cultivation level also rose rapidly. The second, third, and fourth levels of the foundation building realm. Finally, it stopped at the fourth level of the foundation building realm. In the past 10 years, my cultivation has advanced by 3 small realms. This is indeed the power of the system reward. As my cultivation level improves, I have gained more knowledge about music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and divination. It seems that this novice gift pack is really worth the money. Well, that's great. There's a lot of potential in the future. I murmured, but I still need to figure out the functions of the system first. System, what functions do you have? I continued to ask. Ding. Reporting to the host, the function of this system is that as long as the host marries a Taoist partner and has a child, or makes a beautiful woman surrender, he will receive a reward. The higher the quality of the Taoist partner or offspring, the richer the reward the host will receive. This is a childbearing system? I suddenly realized. It turns out that this system wants me to have children. This task is quite unique. It seems like there is still a long way to go. I have to find a partner before I can have a baby. I couldn't help but frown. After all, I am still alone at the moment. System, will I get a reward if I marry any woman and have a baby? I asked further. The host needs to be recognized by the system. Only women who meet the requirements in terms of appearance, talent, and cultivation can bring rewards. Otherwise, it will not take effect. Of course, the host can also freely choose a Taoist partner to express his feelings. I understand. I nodded. Looking into the distance, I have set a goal in my heart and set out on the journey to find a beautiful Taoist partner. In this world of cultivation, the wonderful adventure has just begun. I have come to this world, no matter how stormy it may be. I hum my favorite lyrics from my previous life, walking in the wilderness with confident steps, feeling extremely good. After all, I am now a handsome guy with a system, and the whole world seems to have become my playground. Just when I was thinking about how to find a Taoist partner and start a family, a graceful figure suddenly appeared in front of me. She was a veiled beauty with long legs. She had an extraordinary temperament, and her star-like eyes revealed a seductive glow. But I could tell at a glance that she was not in good condition. Her steps were a little unsteady, and there was a hint of dangerous temptation in her eyes. Damn it, the aphrodisiac poison has taken effect. Only the combination of yin and yang can detoxify it. She gritted her teeth, but her eyes showed determination. It was clear that she was unwilling to give in, even in this deserted place. Just when I was stunned, she had already seen me, and her eyes flashed for a moment. Then, she walked straight towards me, with an overwhelming aura. Even before she came close, I could feel her incomparable beauty and oppression. Miss, is there something you want to talk to me about? I asked, a little nervous but pretending to be calm. I've been poisoned by the yin-yang Hawan poison. Please help me. She spoke, her voice as soft as silk with a softening taste. I was stunned. Yin-yang poison? No wonder she looked at me with such a strange look. But before I could react, she rushed to me and hugged me. This day is truly unforgettable. I, Yi Xian, a pure young man, was forced to become a real man. After this encounter, I sat on the ground, gasping for breath helplessly, while the veiled beauty with long legs had fallen asleep exhausted. I looked up at her and discovered that her veil had slipped off at some point, revealing her pure and beautiful face, like a fairy from heaven. I couldn't help but be stunned. The appearance of this beauty was beyond my imagination in the mortal world. It's unbelievable that I encountered such an adventure just after I went out to gain experience. Is this the charm of the system? I murmured to myself. Ding! It is detected that the host has started to eat meat, and a complete collection of formations will be rewarded. The system's voice sounded suddenly, and a large amount of formation knowledge appeared in his mind. I couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect there would be such a benefit. Just as I was thinking about whether to sneak away, the system's reward made me excited again. Besides, how could Yi Xian, escape from the battlefield? What's more, I save her life. I closed my eyes and used divination to try to find out the identity of this woman. After a moment, when I figured out her identity, I couldn't help but be shocked. Chaos Saint, Li Xiao. No wonder she has such a beautiful appearance and extraordinary temperament. It turns out she is actually a saint-level existence. An hour later, Li Xiao finally woke up. She was stunned for a moment. Then she remembered what happened before, and her cheeks blushed. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be filled with infinite shyness and murderous intent. I hope you can keep this a secret, otherwise I will kill you without mercy. She clenched her teeth, her eyes as sharp as knives. But I just smiled indifferently. Don't worry, girl, I will be responsible. I, Yi Xian, have always been worthy of myself and others. She sneered, seemingly unconvinced. Responsible? I'm afraid you don't know my identity yet. Of course I know that Chaos Saintly Xiao is on the fairy list. I said frankly with a smile on my face. Her expression suddenly changed, and she took 2 steps back, her face full of astonishment. You actually know my identity? Who are you? I replied calmly. Yi Xian, the son of the Yi family in Xuanqing. Although the Yi family is not as prominent as the Chaos Holy Land, I have no ill will towards you, otherwise you would have died long ago. At this moment, a cold voice came from a distance. Li Xiao, you're really good at hiding, but today you can't escape even if you have wings. Before he finished speaking, 6 figures had surrounded us. The leader was a woman in red holding a red umbrella. She had an extremely cold aura and was obviously not a simple character. Li Xiao asked in a cold voice. Who are you? I have no grudge against you. Why do you want to kill me? Aren't you afraid of the retaliation of the Chaos Holy Land? The red-dressed woman just sneered. If you die here today, no one will know. What can the Chaos Holy Land do to me? You just need to know that you will die today. Seeing Li Xiao's angry and helpless expression, I snorted and said calmly, I have seen many arrogant people, but this is the first time I have seen people like you who don't know how to live or die. To tell you the truth, today is probably the day of your burial. The red-dressed woman sneered, her eyes full of disdain. How dare a brat like you who is still wet behind the ears say such nonsense? Do you know who we are? I smiled calmly. I'm just a member of the dark web. What's there to hide? When the woman in red heard what I said, her face changed drastically. Not only her, but Li Xiao was also shocked. Obviously, she didn't expect that the boy in front of her knew about such a secretive organization as the dark web. The red-dressed woman sneered, restraining her sarcasm. Her eyes were as cold as ice. Boy, I originally thought you were pleasing to the eye and was planning to take you back to be a servant. Now it seems that you must die. Do it. As soon as the woman in red finished speaking, 6 killers launched an attack instantly. She turned the red umbrella in her hand, and countless poisonous needles as thin as pear blossoms broke through the air and attacked Li Xiao and me. Clang clang. Li Xiao held a 3-foot green sword in her hand and swung it lightly. The sword energy flew towards the flying needles and blocked them all. However, before she could come to her senses, the other 5 killers had already sacrificed their treasures, and the surroundings were quickly shrouded in thick black fog and plunged into darkness. Only Li Xiao and I were left. Illusion array? It's so mysterious. Li Xiao frowned slightly, realizing the complexity of the array. I noticed her slight uneasiness and smiled. Don't worry. Don't I still have you? She looked at me with a little doubt, and there was an inexplicable trust in her eyes. I smiled calmly. Next, just listen to me. Several flying needles penetrated the illusion array again and attacked, and Li Xiao immediately blocked them. The red-clothed woman's voice sounded. Don't struggle in vain. This dragnet is the trump card of our dark web. Even a Yuaniing stage cultivator can be trapped, let alone you. I smiled softly, glanced around, and caught a glimpse of the flaw in the formation. Don't listen to her. The center of the formation is in the front left attack. Li Xiao was slightly startled, but seeing that I was calm, she stabbed in the direction I pointed without hesitation. She used all her strength to mobilize the power of the third level of the golden elixir, and the sword shot out and pierced the center of the formation. With a dull sound, her sword had pierced into the killer's forehead, and the opponent died instantly. With a scream, the illusion of the net of heaven and earth collapsed instantly. Seeing that she had broken the formation with one sword, Li Xiao was stunned and looked at me in surprise. You can actually break the formation? Are you surprised? As for formations, I know a thing or two. I answered casually. I never thought someone could break through our trap. The red-dressed woman gritted her teeth and angrily said. She glanced at me and said coldly, "This kid is a little weird. The four of you take care of Li Xiao, and I will deal with him myself." One killer approached me, and the other four quickly surrounded Li Xiao. Li Xiao frowned. A trace of worry flashed in her eyes, and she asked me in a low voice, "Can you do it?" I grinned and said confidently, "A man can't say no. Don't worry, I'm sure I can handle him." She looked at me deeply and finally nodded. "Okay, I believe you." Before she finished speaking, she raised her sword and rushed towards the four killers. I slowly looked at the dark web assassin walking towards me, with a hint of coldness in my eyes. The killer from the dark web stared at me coldly, with a cruel smile on his face. "Boy, you actually dared to break the formation. You will die miserably next." "Really? You are not worthy of my life." I snorted coldly and quietly activated the invisibility talisman in my hand. The dark web assassin was stunned and immediately swung the golden hook knife in his hand and stabbed me directly. However, he didn't know that this was just a shadow of me. "Ha, kid, you're dead under my knife." He laughed loudly, completely unaware that what he had just stabbed was just a shadow. "You think too much." My cold voice came from behind him. The dark web killer's expression suddenly changed, and he searched everywhere for me, but couldn't find me at all. He finally realized that I was using an invisibility charm and immediately prepared to retreat, but it was too late. I set up a formation to block his retreat. His eyes were shocked, and he suddenly realized, "Formation?" I took advantage of his surprise, emerged from the darkness, and slashed his throat with the dagger in my hand. Blood splattered. He covered his neck with both hands, his eyes full of reluctance and shock, and uttered with difficulty, "You actually have such an invisibility talisman. Who are you? It has nothing to do with you. Go on your way with peace of mind. This time next year will be the anniversary of your death." I said calmly, and without hesitation, I stabbed him 2 more times until he fell to the ground. His pupils dilated, and he died unwillingly. After dealing with this dark web killer, I looked to the other side. Li Xiao is trying her best to fight off the remaining 4 killers. She was originally worried about my safety, but when she turned around and saw that I had easily dealt with an enemy, she couldn't help but look shocked. "This kid is actually unfathomable," she thought to herself, with a hint of admiration in her eyes. I nodded, watching the golden elixir aura bursting out of her body. The 3-foot green sword carried a sharp sword energy, and as it was swung with unparalleled murderous intent, it rushed straight towards the 4 dark web killers. The red umbrella girl's face was gloomy. She retreated dozens of meters and stabilized herself in a panic. She was covered in blood, and her eyes were full of resentment. She cursed in a low voice. "It's all this kid's fault. If it weren't for him, Li Xiao would have died in my hands long ago." She gritted her teeth, as if she had made up her mind, and suddenly rushed towards me like a madman, obviously intending to die together with me. However, I sneered and disappeared in a flash. Thanks to the system's invisibility symbol, I disappeared silently and avoided her fatal attack. The woman with the red umbrella was stunned. She lost her target and searched around unwillingly, her expression becoming increasingly uglier. Just as she was looking around anxiously, Li Xiao, holding a 3-foot-long sword in her hand, approached her in an instant and pierced her heart with the sword. The red umbrella girl opened her eyes wide in pain, staring at my smug expression after I lifted my invisibility and almost gritted her teeth. "Little bastard, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Before she finished her words, she kicked her legs and died unwillingly. I clapped my hands and smiled at Li Xiao. Finally done. "Wait, I have to search to see if there is anything good." "Search the body." Li Xiao frowned slightly, with a complicated expression. "I'm poor, there's nothing I can do. I shrugged with a smile and started searching the woman with the red umbrella. After a while, I took out a storage bag from her waist, which was full of spiritual stones. I was so happy that I stuffed the storage bag into my own waist bag. After searching these people, Xiao and I destroyed the bodies to ensure that no traces would be left. She looked at me with a hint of curiosity and vigilance in her beautiful eyes. "Tell me, how many tricks do you have hidden?" she asked suddenly. "Haven't you experienced this?" I laughed half-jokingly. Her pretty face turned red, and she glared at me coquettishly. "If you keep talking nonsense, I will chop you up." I smiled and said seriously, "Let's not talk about this anymore. By the way, what are your plans next? Why don't you stay with me? I'll support you." Xiao in front of me has unparalleled looks and extraordinary temperament. She is truly an absolute beauty. I was secretly delighted in my heart. Wouldn't it be wonderful to be able to travel with a woman like her? However, she shook her head and said, "I have to go back. The dark web is hunting me down at all costs this time. There must be a reason. I have to find out who wants to kill me. Since you don't plan to stay with me, just come to the Yi family in Xuanqing to find me if you need anything. Don't worry. I will be responsible to the end," I said with a smile, with a joking tone in my voice. The saint of the Holy Land naturally has her responsibilities, but these words show my attitude. Since I have taken advantage, I am not the kind of person who will distance myself from it. Xiao nodded, turned around, and turned into a long rainbow, disappearing into the sky. I watched her back, feeling quite emotional. This saintly lady is indeed extraordinary, and really makes people linger. If she can get pregnant and give birth to a baby, the system reward will be huge. Regaining my composure, I began to think about my next plan. Although the system is attractive, this world is extremely dangerous. With my current level of cultivation, I am simply not capable of dealing with enemies at a higher level. The invisibility talisman has been used up. Next time I encounter a cultivator at the Jinan level, or even a higher level, it will not be so easy to escape. I have to pick up girls. After all, the system is a system of branching out. But I will inevitably get beaten in the process, so I have to find a strong umbrella of protection. As I thought about it, I began to calculate silently, and the result made me see the light. The hexagram shows that the candidate is a casual cultivator named Yao Yi. His cultivation has reached the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. Although it is nothing to a large sect, it is definitely the best for me. The problem is that Yao Yi is known as the King of Go. His whereabouts are uncertain, and he rarely appears in public. It is said that he was extremely cautious, and no one knew where he was hiding, and he rarely went out. But it was not difficult for me to find him. I figured out that he loved calligraphy and painting, which was my strong point. With an idea in mind, I bought some brushes and ink, painted an exquisite landscape painting, and then set off for his retreat. After walking for 5 hours, I finally arrived at a secluded valley surrounded by mountains. The place is filled with fairy mist, abundant spiritual energy, and a quiet environment, which is very suitable for cultivation. Looking at this valley, I secretly sighed that if there were a few beauties around me, this life would be so beautiful. But soon, I gathered my thoughts because today's mission is to persuade King Go Yao Yi to be my bodyguard, a cultivator at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, who is not easy to deal with. As expected, the surroundings were filled with various hidden formations and killing formations. But for me, although these arrangements are complicated, they are not difficult for me. I carefully passed through these formations and continued to move forward. After walking a short distance, a huge pressure suddenly came from all directions, as if it was going to crush me. My breathing suddenly became heavy, and the space around me seemed to collapse. At this moment, a cold shout came from a distance. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into my territory? Is this the existence of the 9th level of the Golden Core realm? It is indeed so terrifying. With my current level of cultivation, the other party can destroy me with just a thought." Sensing the powerful pressure coming, I couldn't help but tremble in my heart. But I still mustered up my courage and said loudly, "Senior, I am Yi Xian, the junior, and I have no ill will towards you. I hope you can remove your pressure, otherwise I can't stand it." The other party snorted coldly, and the pressure was slightly restrained, revealing a hint of doubt in his tone. "How did you find this place?" I smiled and responded in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. "If I am looking for someone, I will find a way to find him. I came to see you today because I have something important to discuss." Really, there was a hint of curiosity in the other person's voice, and he was obviously attracted by my calm tone. I continued. Since this is an important matter, I need to meet with the senior to explain in detail. The other party was silent for a moment and finally spoke. Okay, since you want to see me, then try to come in. I have arranged the art of Chimin Duenjia. If you can come in, I will give you a chance to speak. Otherwise, you will die here. Hearing this, I laughed inwardly. Although these Chimin Duenjia formations are exquisite, they are not difficult for me. So, I smiled and said, Senior, you are so straightforward. I will come then. I stepped forward, and soon I successfully passed through his arrangements and arrived in the valley unharmed. I looked up and saw a middle-aged man in front of me. He was wearing armor and had complete protection all over his body. There was a hint of caution between his brows. I couldn't help but secretly admire that King Go Yao, he was indeed as cautious as the rumors said. However, while I was looking at him, he was also looking at me carefully with a look of disbelief. He seemed unable to understand why I could easily break his formation. Boy, this really surprises me. You are so young, but you are so proficient in the art of escape. But I don't like to be involved with others. Wait until you finish what you need to say, and then leave immediately. His voice was low and cold. I smiled calmly and said in a harmless manner, Senior Yao, I came here to make a deal with you. Transaction? He sneered, obviously disdaining such talk. I don't interact with people. If this is all you have to say, you can leave. I raised the scroll in my hand without any hurry and said calmly, Senior Yao, if you don't agree this time, you will suffer a great loss. I heard that you like calligraphy and painting, and I happen to have a painting here, and I want to give it to you. As I said this, I slowly unfolded a corner of the painting. Yao Yi's attention was instantly attracted, and a hint of desire flashed in his eyes. I could sense his interest in the painting, especially his vague sense of the subtleties contained in the painting, which might be the key to his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. But I didn't show the whole painting, I just flashed it and then closed it. I smiled and said, How is it? Does this painting impress you, Senior? Yao Yi's eyes flickered slightly, and a malicious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Boy, aren't you afraid that I will kill you now and take the painting directly? I couldn't help but laugh out loud, and my laughter echoed through the valley. Ha! Senior, what you said is really interesting. Since I dare to come here, why would I be afraid of you, Senior? Yao Yi stared at me for a moment and smiled coldly. What courage! So tell me, what exactly do you want me to do here? The corners of my mouth slightly raised, and I said lightly, I want you. I'll give you this painting, and I want you to protect me for 3 years. I said in a deep voice. 3 years? Yao Yi's face changed slightly, and he frowned. It was obvious that this condition made him extremely unhappy. His principle is to live low-key and survive as long as possible, but I asked him to protect me at any time for 3 years, which is almost contrary to his way of survival. That's right, I said calmly with a smile on my face. Don't worry, you will get a lot of benefits if you follow me. No, the world outside is too dangerous. I won't go out. Yao Yi shook his head, his eyes slightly cold. You should seek help from someone else. I shook the scroll in my hand slightly and said lightly, You don't want this painting anymore? Yao Yi's eyes were immediately attracted by the painting, and he showed a wavering look, but still shook his head and said, Although the painting is precious, I cannot meet your conditions. I could see his inner struggle, so I continued, What if I could help you enter the nascent soul stage in 1 day? What? Entering the nascent soul stage? Yao, he looked shocked, his eyes revealing an unconcealable desire. His cultivation had stagnated at the 9th level of the golden core for a long time, and he was stuck at the last layer of this realm, unable to break through. A strong person in the nascent soul realm can crush a golden core cultivator with just a wave of his hand. Who wouldn't want to cross this gap? Boy, Yao Yi took a deep breath, his eyes flickering, and finally gritted his teeth and said, If you can help me break through the nascent soul realm, Yao Yi, promise to protect you for 3 years. Although I am not a good person, I will keep my word. I smiled and threw the scroll to him. Okay, that's great. The secret to your nascent soul breakthrough is in this painting. Take a good look. Yao Yi took the scroll carefully and unfolded it slowly. He stared at the dawn painting with bated breath. In the painting, the sun was rising, and a beam of light was shining on 2 flower buds. One flower was born from the light and blossomed with dazzling beauty, while the other was closely protected and eventually withered. Yao, he was in a daze, as if touched by something. He was silent for a long time and finally murmured, So that's it. I'm like a protected flower bud. I've been blindly sealing myself up, which has hindered my progress. A truly strong person should brave the wind and waves and go through baptisms. After saying this, he laughed loudly, as if the dust in his heart had been washed away. He sat down, cross-legged, and sank into enlightenment. Time passed slowly in silence. 2 hours later, a loud roar was suddenly heard. Xiao opened his eyes. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, and a new aura emanated from his body. He had broken through and finally entered the nascent soul realm. At this moment, his strength was no longer comparable to the past. When he put away the scroll, his eyes fell on the signature on the painting. He was slightly shocked and looked up at me in astonishment. "This painting was painted by you?" I smiled faintly. "Yes, how about it? Do you believe it now?" Yao Yi's expression became extremely respectful. He bowed and said, "So you are actually a master. I apologize for my offense just now. From now on, Yao Yi is willing to serve you and stay by your side." I stood with my hands behind my back and smiled. "No need to call me senior. From now on, just call me master." "Okay, then I'll call you Master Yi from now on." Yao Yi nodded in agreement, his expression full of respect. It seemed that this painting had completely conquered him, and now he only wanted to protect me with all his heart. I was secretly happy in my heart. This painting was really worth it. Now that I have a protector at the nascent soul stage by my side, my safety is finally guaranteed. As long as I focus on expanding my business, my cultivation will be able to reach a higher level sooner or later. Looking at Yao Yi's face full of loyalty at this moment, I couldn't help but sigh inwardly that in this world, only those with great courage can achieve great success. Old Yao, you just need to follow me secretly and take action when you encounter a strong enemy who wants to kill me. You can just focus on your practice on weekdays," I said casually. "Yes, sir." Yao Yi nodded, his eyes extremely determined. After we got ready, we set off together into the distance. After several days of trekking, I finally arrived at a huge city, Lan City. Looking at this magnificent city, I couldn't help but feel emotional. After several days of traveling, I can finally have a good rest. Just as I was about to enter the city, a group of cultivators nearby hurried towards the city with excitement on their faces. "Hurry up! Fairy Luo-chun is giving a sermon this time, so hurry up and grab a good seat. Yes, this is a once-in-a-millennium event. I missed it 3 years ago, and I can't miss it again this time." Fairy Luo-chun? I couldn't help but become curious. She sounded like a very remarkable person. Since I started practicing, I have never seen such a famous beauty. A hint of anticipation rose in my heart. Could this Fairy Luo-chun be a peerless beauty? At this moment, the system's voice came from my mind. "Ding! It is detected that the peerless Fairy Luo Ningxue meets the criteria for branching out. Host, please go and conquer her." When I heard the system's prompt, my heart moved. This Fairy Luo-chun is indeed extraordinary. It seems that I must not miss this trip. As I walked forward, I thought since the system reminded me, it must be an extremely beautiful woman, and maybe I can carry out my plan at the same time. The city was filled with people, all running in one direction. I stopped a passerby and asked, "Brother, are you going to listen to the Fairy Luo-chun's sermon?" "Of course. If you miss Fairy Luo-chun's preaching, it will be a lifelong regret." The man's face was full of excitement, with fanatical light flashing in his eyes. "Excuse me, big brother. Who is this Fairy Luo-chun and why is she so popular?" I asked curiously. The man widened his eyes and stared at me in disbelief. "No way, brother. You don't even know Fairy Luo-chun?" I scratched my head, looking a little embarrassed. "This is my first time in Lan City. I don't know the reputation of Fairy Luo-chun." Seeing my sincerity, the man's expression softened a little, and he explained with a bit of pride. "Well, I'll tell you. Fairy Luo-chun is the #1 fairy of Xianyan sect and the most beautiful woman in Lan City. It is said that no one has ever seen her true face, but it is rumored that she is as beautiful as a flower. It is said that this Fairy Luo-chun is extremely beautiful. When she was born, there were many strange phenomena, including the cry of a divine phoenix and the dancing of fairies. She was so stunningly beautiful, just like a fairy who had descended from heaven. That's why she was called Fairy Luo-chun." The middle-aged man next to him talked incessantly, his eyes full of admiration. I was amazed in my heart. The reputation of this Fairy Luo-chun was so great that she could attract so many cultivators to flock to her. The corners of my mouth slightly raised, and I thought to myself, "Interesting, this Fairy Luo-chun. I must make her give birth to a baby for me." I clenched my fists, quickened my pace, and followed the crowd towards the sermon place. Half an hour later, They finally squeezed to the square. There were already huge crowds of people, at least hundreds of thousands. Such a scene really makes me curious about the extent of the beauty of this fairy Luochen. The fairy Luochen hadn't arrived yet, so I leisurely bought a sausage and 2 eggs from a roadside stall. This was my favorite in my previous life, and this hobby has not changed after reincarnation. I took a few bites and then found an open space to sit down. While enjoying the food, I thought about how to attract the fairy's attention later. This peerless fairy must be arrogant, and ordinary means will not work. And I want her to give birth to a baby for me? It's not easy, but no matter how proud a woman is, she will always have her weaknesses. As long as I find them, everything will be easy. No matter what, I have to make her remember me later. I thought to myself, other people's systems can easily help improve one's cultivation level, but my broken system requires me to have a baby to upgrade. It's really speechless. But then I thought, maybe this is destined. As a human being, one should be content with what he has in order to enjoy happiness. At this moment, an excited voice suddenly came to my ears. Fairy Luochen is here. The crowd suddenly became quiet, and one could hear a pin drop among the hundreds of thousands of people. I raised my head and looked into the distance, only to see a light blue figure slowly appearing. She had a slender figure and graceful movements, like a fairy. Her every move caused petals to fall everywhere. I couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. Sure enough, her temperament and appearance were in no way inferior to the Chaos Saint. Her clear eyes were like the brightest stars in the night sky. The cultivators nearby were already dancing with excitement and couldn't help shouting, "Wow, Fairy Luochen is here, so beautiful! Fairy Luochen, I love you, just like a mouse loves rice. Fairy Luochen, you are my rose, you are my flower." Amidst the warm cheers, Fairy Luochen walked to the center and said in a gentle and clear voice, "Next, I will preach to everyone." As she spoke, she gently plucked the strings of the zither, intending to play a song first. Her voice is so beautiful that it makes people intoxicated. Listening to this voice, my heart moved and a thought flashed through my mind. With such a beautiful voice, if I can give birth to a child in the future, the bloodline power will probably be very strong. If the cultivators present knew what I was thinking, they would probably beat me up right there. They worship the goddess, but I just want her to give birth to a baby for me. I was sleeping soundly when I was suddenly awakened by a burst of angry noise. I opened my eyes and found that everyone around me was staring at me. Their eyes were like knives stabbing at me, as if they wanted to tear me into pieces. What's even worse is that Fairy Luochen was also staring at me with a cold and majestic look. I was stunned for a moment, straightened my clothes, glanced around, smiled lightly, and said innocently, "Hey, why are you all looking at me like that? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before?" Before I could continue speaking, a group of cultivators were already shouting indignantly, "Boy, how dare you sleep while the fairy is preaching? You are simply courting death. Yes, if you don't die today, it will be unforgivable by heaven." The cultivators rubbed their hands together with murderous intent, as if they were going to execute justice for the fairy on the spot. I didn't care. I curled the corner of my mouth and said lightly, "I'm sleeping because the fairy's piano playing is so bad and boring. What does it have to do with you?" After that, I raised my eyebrows towards Fairy Luochen with a hint of provocation in my eyes. As soon as the words fell, there was an uproar all around, and everyone on the field could hardly believe their ears. Angry growls echoed throughout the square, and the looks they gave me became more ferocious. The cultivators around me seemed to want to chop me into pieces and feed me to the wild dogs on the roadside. Some cultivators said, "How dare you say that the fairy's piano skills are not good? How arrogant! Chop him into pieces and let him know the price of offending the fairy." Just as this group of people were ready to rush forward, the voice of Fairy Luochen suddenly rang out, cold and pleasant. "Everyone be quiet," she shouted softly, and everyone suddenly became quiet, as if they were under a spell and couldn't move. The only sound in the field was the footsteps of Fairy Luochen. She slowly looked towards me with deep eyes and a cold smile on her lips. "My lord," she said in a calm but unquestionable tone, "you said there is something wrong with my piano skills? Then please point it out. If you are right, I can reward you, but if you are talking nonsense, I will crush my bones in dust today, and I will not allow you to insult my piano skills." As she finished speaking, a fierce, murderous intent suddenly emanated from her body, and the air around her suddenly became cold, as if murderous intent was lurking everywhere. Everyone stared with wide eyes, waiting for my answer with bated breath. I smiled calmly, not afraid of her pressure at all. I thought to myself, this is an opportunity. If I can get her attention, it will pave the way for my future plans. I bowed to her and said, although the fairy's piano music is beautiful, it is a little flat in some subtle places and fails to fully display the rhythm of heaven and earth. The sound of the piano should be like a clear spring, with tension and relaxation. I wonder if the fairy would like to listen to my advice. Fairy Luochen stood there with a bit of coldness in her eyes, just like the iceberg beauty in the legend, and her eyes fell on me indifferently. The cultivators around me all showed expressions of mockery and pity, and they all obviously thought that I was seeking death. Boy, you dare to be so presumptuous in front of the fairy. Just wait and see how you'll be punished. I was unmoved. With a faint smile on my face, I bowed slightly and said, Fairy Luochen, how about letting me play a song for you, and then I can give you some pointers after I finish playing? She stared at me for a moment, with a hint of surprise between her brows, then nodded slightly and said coldly, Okay, today I will give you this opportunity. With her consent, I walked towards Guqin calmly. I heard mocking whispers in my ears, but I didn't care. I came close to Fairy Luochen and smelled the fragrance on her body. I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She is worthy of being the goddess in everyone's mind. This fragrance is elegant yet refreshing. I sat down gently, placed the Guqin in front of me, and began to tune the strings. Perhaps in the eyes of others, my movements were as clumsy as that of a beginner. Fairy Luochen frowned slightly, as if she had doubts about my piano skills. In fact, this is my first time using a piano in this world, so naturally I need some time to get used to it. But once it's tuned, I close my eyes, raise my hands, and gently run my fingertips over the strings. Zheng, the sound of the zither started, peaceful and calm. The cultivators around me laughed at me, and Fairy Luochen also looked at me coldly, with impatience in her expression. However, I ignored it and continued playing. As my fingers danced on the strings, the melody gradually changed, like the slowly flowing of a spring, or like the wind in pine trees in a mountain stream, as if the natural rhythm between heaven and earth was blended into the sound of the piano. As the voice gradually became higher, even Fairy Luochen's brows relaxed slightly, and a hint of doubt revealed in her eyes. The sound of the piano began to stir up a mood like the sound of flowing water in the mountains, touching the heart. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and a strange force surged between heaven and earth. The originally cloudless sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and then drops of rain fell from the sky, gently sprinkling on everyone. It's raining. Someone looked up at the sky in surprise, reached out to catch a drop of water, put it to his lips, and was surprised to find that the drop of water had a faint sweetness. No, this is not ordinary rain, a cultivator exclaimed, his eyes filled with shock and excitement. At the same time, golden lotuses began to grow on the ground, shining with light, covering the entire lecture hall. This is the golden lotus. Raindrops fell from the sky, and golden lotuses emerged from the ground. Someone exclaimed, "Oh my God, this is the legendary phenomenon of heaven falling." This kind of raindrops are said to improve cultivation and even cleanse the meridians. The scene suddenly became boiling with excitement. The cultivators were ecstatic. Some of them couldn't help but bend down to lick the golden raindrops, as if this one drop could bring a great opportunity. I looked around and couldn't help but smile faintly. Fairy Luochen could not hide her surprise at this moment, and her eyes were staring at me through the veil. She seemed unable to believe that I could actually cause strange phenomena in heaven and earth, and her expression became complicated. People discovered that this nectar was not ordinary rainwater. The cultivators around went completely crazy. They opened their mouths and tried desperately to absorb every drop of nectar falling from the sky, for fear of missing out on this godsend. Luo Ningxue, who was standing in front of me, had an expression of shock that could not be concealed in her eyes. Her clear eyes were fixed on me, and she couldn't look away, as if she was meeting an incredible person for the first time. The music of the piano suddenly stopped, and the celestial phenomenon also dissipated. The practitioners who drank the nectar and bathed in the music of the piano were now immersed in subtle enlightenment. I put down the piano and turned to look at Luo Ningxue, but her eyes did not move away at all, filled with strong curiosity and shock. "This is the end of my sermon today." She calmed down for a moment, then said softly, "Sir, may I have a word with you?" I paused slightly and smiled in my heart. Playing hard to get is the way to pursue a goddess. If you act too enthusiastically, you will lose the mystery. I smiled calmly and nodded. Since Miss Luo has invited me so kindly, I will accompany you. When she heard the words Miss Luo, she was startled, and a flash of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. You know my last name? I laughed and pretended to be mysterious. I know a lot of things. I will tell you slowly later. Luo Ningxue nodded, turned around, and took me to an inn that had already been booked. The room she booked was luxurious and elegant, filled with fragrance and decorated as beautifully as a palace. I looked around and caught a glimpse of a woman's underwear in the corner. It was obviously something she had just changed out of, and she had no time to put it away, so she led me here. Noticing my gaze, her pretty face turned slightly red. She coughed lightly, and with a wave of her delicate jade hand, she quickly put the clothes into the storage ring, then regained her composure and asked, "May I know your name, sir?" Yi Xian. Yi means one of the 4 major surnames, and Xian means majestic and imposing. I responded with a smile. Mr. Yi, just now in front of everyone you mentioned the shortcomings of my piano skills. I wonder if you could give me some pointers? She looked sincere and respectful. I smiled slightly and said seriously, "Okay, then I'll be frank. To be honest, Miss Luo's piano skills are not yet fully developed. Would you consider becoming my disciple?" She sighed softly and replied, "I do have a master, but she is not good at playing the zither, and she only gives me some pointers. I learn a lot by myself." As expected, I nodded and continued, "First, your piano playing posture is wrong. Although playing the piano is to pluck the strings with your fingers, if the posture is incorrect, the tone will be greatly reduced. Secondly, the sound of the piano should be like the rhythm of heaven and earth, with tension and relaxation, so as to move people's hearts. Although your previous piano sound was beautiful, it lacked this charm and seemed stiff." As she listened, she nodded slightly, as if thinking about something. I raised my hand and demonstrated some fingering and posture points. She watched with a strange light in her eyes. "If Miss Luo is sincere in seeking advice, you may wish to practice the art of playing the zither with me more often in the future. You will surely improve," I added with a chuckle. She smiled sweetly with a look of admiration and praise in her eyes. "Mr. Ye's piano skills are truly wonderful. Ningxue is grateful for your instruction. Next, you need to coordinate your hands. Look, if the posture is correct, the sound of the piano will be more coherent." I demonstrated while slowly explaining the key points of piano skills to Luo Ningxue. To me, these musical skills are just minor details. After all, I have already mastered the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. But seeing her focused expression, I couldn't help but smile. I never thought that this fairy, who was so high above, could be so attracted. "Come on, try it again," as I said. "If you get the posture right, not only will the sound be more beautiful, but it will also be easier for you to play." I motioned for her to try again. Luo Ningxue adjusted her posture as I said, and started playing again. The sound of her piano flowed out. The melody was more melodious and moving than before, like the sound of gurgling water, refreshing the heart. A look of joy appeared on her face, and I felt secretly proud of myself. "Come on, I'll sing with you," I said with a smile. To pursue a goddess, you have to make her feel special. Otherwise, why would she be moved? There was a glimmer of anticipation in Luo Ningxue's eyes, and she was actually a little excited. Although she is a fairy in the eyes of the world, she is still a woman with desires. In the past, she had always been treated as a superior being, and few people treated her sincerely, let alone talked about the art of playing the zither with her all night long. At this moment, Luo Ningxue seemed to have taken off the cold mask and sang the melody with me softly. That night, Luo Ningxue and I discussed the art of playing the zither all night long. The sound of the zither accompanied our conversation and spread out of the room all night long. Those cultivators outside who regarded her as their dream lover were naturally very angry. Some complained, and some lamented. My goddess actually spent the whole night with this boy. At the same time, in another inn, Chun Jinxiong of Xianyan sect had a dark face and clenched fists. He was furious that the fairy he had been thinking about had become so close to me just because of my few instructions on playing the zither. "Yi Xian, I will make you pay the price," he said with a cold look and murderous intent. At this moment, I was immersed in a conversation with Luo Ningxue. She carefully considered every word I gave her and even asked me to demonstrate my painting skills. The more she got to know me, the more she admired me. Over the past few days, our relationship has gradually become close. That morning, Luo Ningxue suddenly came to me and slowly took off her veil. I looked at her beautiful face and marveled in my heart. Her beauty is not only pure and refined, but also carries a hint of indescribable tenderness, which makes her even more gentle than the Chaos Saint. I couldn't help but admire in my heart. She is really as beautiful as a fairy. Ningxue, I smiled. Didn't you say that you wouldn't let others see your true face easily? Why did you take off your veil today? She lowered her head and smiled, her cheeks slightly red, and whispered, because I trust you. I looked at her with her eyes slightly lowered and smiled secretly in my heart. This kind of trust is exactly what I want. I joked, aren't you afraid that I'm a bad guy? She shook her head gently, her eyes firm. The bad guy's eyes are full of cruelty. You are not like that. Thank you for your trust, I said with a smile. Why don't we go for a walk on the street tonight and enjoy the night view of Lan City? I thought that since our relationship was gradually heating up, I could take the opportunity tonight to get closer to each other. As night fell, Luo Ningxue and I strolled on the streets of Lan City. People on both sides of the street cast curious or envious glances from time to time, but no one dared to approach. After all, she is the #1 prodigy of the Xianyan sect, and I am also rumored to be some kind of reincarnation of a peerless power from heaven who came specifically for her. Despite being watched, we continued to walk freely. Luo Ningxue seemed amused by me, especially when I picked out a hairpin from a street stall and put it on her. Her smile was as bright and moving as the stars at night. She probably had never experienced this kind of ordinary joy before. Ningxue, you look so beautiful wearing this hairpin, I said to her with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Yi, she said softly, with gratitude in her eyes. We continued on our way, feeling happy, until I became acutely aware of a murderous gaze staring at me from a distance. Faintly, I could sense that it was the guy who had been waiting for an opportunity, Chen Jianxiu. This guy has wanted to attack me for a long time, but unfortunately, Luo Ningxue and I were almost inseparable until tonight. Ningxue, wait for me for a moment. I'll go. Run some water, I said to her with a smile. She blinked, a puzzled look on her face. Let go? What does that mean? I couldn't help but chuckle and said, just going to pee. She suddenly realized and smiled softly. Go ahead, I'll wait for you here. Using this as an excuse, I walked towards a quiet alley, waiting leisurely for the stalker to appear. You've been following me for so long. Isn't it time for you to come out? I smiled slightly and turned into the darkness. Sure enough, a figure wearing a bamboo hat walked out from the shadows with a cold, murderous look on his face. He said coldly, Boy, it seems that you have discovered me a long time ago. Chen Jinxiong, you don't have to hide your true colors. I've known for a long time that you were jealous of Ningxue and me, but you know that such jealousy is not a good thing. I smiled, but my tone was unquestionable. He sneered, furious. You shouldn't be with the woman I like. Tonight you must die. Before he finished speaking, the long sword in his hand flashed with a cold light and attacked me directly. I was neither alarmed nor panicked. Since he chose to take action at this time, I would help him, let him understand that some things were beyond his control. Chapter 19. Drinking to liven up the fun. Old Yao, get rid of him. Seeing Chen Jinxiong about to attack him, Yi Xian said lightly into the void. As Yi Xian finished speaking, the next moment, King Go Yao Yi appeared in front of Yi Xian in an instant. Then he intercepted Chen Jinxiong. When Yao Yi appeared, the sword light that Chen Jinxiong just slashed out directly collapsed. After sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Yao Yi, Chen Jinxiong's expression changed. Because Chen Jinxiong's cultivation is at the first level of the Golden Core realm. Yao Yi's cultivation level is at the nascent soul stage, which is a heaven-defying existence. Chen Jinxiong is not someone he can afford to provoke. But Yao Yi would not waste any time talking to Chen Jinxiong. To slap it out with one palm. After Yao Yi slapped out with his palm, the next moment, an extremely huge palm print instantly appeared in front of Chen Jinxiong. Facing this huge palm print, Chen Jinxiong felt unwell all over. An extremely strong pressure pressed down. This moment, Chen Jinxiong's heart was filled with fear and regret. But it's a pity. You can have anything in this world. But the only thing that is not available is a regret pill. Puff! The next moment, when this huge palm print hit Chen Jinxiong exploded. It turned into a cloud of blood mist. After beheading Chen Jinxiong, Yao Yi disappeared into the darkness. And Yi Xian. Then he took out his own magic weapon. After slowly releasing the water, he returned to where Luo Ningxue was waiting. After seeing Yi Xian coming, Luo Ningxue couldn't help but angrily asked, "What are you doing? Why did you take so long to come?" "Sorry, there are too few places to drain water here, so it took me a while to find it." Yi Xian said, "Nonsense. You men can't do whatever you want." Luo Ningxue joked, although Luo Ningxue is the fairy in other people's minds. But in front of Yi Xian, she's just a quirky young lady. We could talk about anything. There is no need to avoid anything. "No, that won't work. I'm a very particular person." Yi Xian shook his head. And then next, Yi Xian and Luo Ningxue continued shopping. After walking around, Luo Ningxue suggested, "Mr. Yi, do you want to buy some good wine and find a quiet place to have a couple of drinks?" "Of course." Yi Xian nodded quickly. Yi Xian has been waiting for Luo Ningxue to say this for a long time. How would I have a chance if you weren't drunk? This is the truth summarized by countless sages. Yi Xian had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Next, Yi Xian and Luo Ningxue bought some fine wine and beef on the street. Then they came to a wilderness. The environment here is beautiful. There are no outsiders. There are only Yi Xian and Luo Ningxue. Luo Ningxue was no longer shy about it. She took off her veil directly. Yi Xian took out a small table from his storage bag. After arranging everything, the two of them started drinking. "Come on, let's have a drink," Yi Xian said to Luo Ningxue. "Cheers." Luo Ningxue nodded. Then he drank the glass of wine in one gulp. After a glass of wine, Luo Ningxue's delicate and beautiful face instantly turned red like a little apple. Infinitely shy, under the moonlight, charming and beautiful. I'm afraid a fairy is no more than this. This was Yi Xian's evaluation of Luo Ningxue at the moment. After drinking some, the two of them lay side by side on the grass, looking at the moonlight in the sky. Everything is so beautiful. "Yi Xian, do you think there are really fairies in this world?" Luo Ningxue asked. At this moment, Luo Ningxue's head was leaning closely against Yi Xian. Yi Xian could even smell the virgin body fragrance of Luo Ningxue. "Yes, aren't you?" Yi Xian answered without thinking. "You are so bad." Luo Ningxue couldn't help but say angrily when she heard Yi Xian say that. But in that angry tone, but it was full of pride. "Can I hug you?" Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. "Okay, but you are not allowed to act like a hooligan." Luo Ningxue nodded. After spending some time together, in fact, Luo Ningxue has a strong affection for Yi Xian in her heart. But isn't Yi Xian the same? "No, I'm a very honest person," Yi Xian said affirmatively. And then next, things became ambiguous between the two. Luo Ningxue came to terms with it. Yi Xian figured it out. This night, for Yi Xian and Luo Ningxue, it was an unforgettable and wonderful night. Although Yi Xian just said that but in the end he broke his promise. After breaking your promise, the voice of the system came into Yi Xian's mind. Ding, the host is detected to be in cultivation, rewarding the host. Chapter 20 Meeting you is my destiny. Ding, it is detected that the host has begun to practice. Reward the host with 50 years of cultivation. Reward the host for having a clear sword heart. Reward the host with the lower grade heavenly sword technique. 10,000 swords return to the origin. At this moment, the system's voices came one after another in Yi Xian's mind. After hearing the system sound, a gleam of light appeared in Yi Xian's eyes. Because the rewards this time are really rich. Not only does he have cultivation, but he also has a clear sword heart, and all swords returning to their origin. According to Yi Xian's understanding, now that I have a clear understanding of swordsmanship, I will probably be able to learn sword skills at a glance in the future. There is also the Wanjian Guizong, which is a heavenly level martial art. The skills in this world are ranked from low to high in order of yellow level, mysterious level, earth level, and heaven level. Yi Xian didn't know what happened in the future, because Yi Xian knew it based on what he knew. The highest level of martial arts in this world is the heaven level. Perhaps with Yi Xian's ability, he cannot understand what is above that. Each stage is divided into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. And now, he already possessed a set of heavenly level skills. This is a real stunt. It is estimated that there are not many heaven-level skills in the entire Eastern Wilderness. Based on Yi Xian's understanding of the Yi family, the most precious martial arts book in the entire Yi family is only of the lower earth grade. Many of them are yellow level and black level skills, which shows how precious and rare these heavenly level skills are. It's really different after having the system. Although my spiritual roots are still relatively weak right now, with the system, I will become awesome sooner or later. Yi Xian couldn't help but say secretly. Then Yi Xian said to the system, "System, The cultivation rewarded by fusion. Ding, host received, the system replied. As the system's words fell, suddenly, an extremely huge amount of energy poured into Yi Xian's body. It began to wander around in Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. He began to control this extremely turbulent energy, impacting his limbs and meridians. Not much time, Yi Xian's cultivation began to break through. The 5th level of foundation building. The 6th level of foundation building realm. The 7th level of foundation building. The 8th level of foundation building realm. Finally, Yi Xian's cultivation level reached the 8th level of the foundation establishment realm, and then stopped. After a breakthrough in cultivation, Yi Xian began to practice Wanjian Guizhong. If it were before, it is not easy to practice Wanjian Guizhong, because Wanjian Guizhong is a heavenly level martial art. But for Yi Xian, who should have a clear mind of swordsmanship, there is no difficulty at all. Time passes slowly. Soon, the night passed like this. Yi Xian has also reached the entry level in terms of Wanjian Guizhong. It is worthy of being a heaven-level technique. If it were a mysterious level technique, with my swordsmanship clear, I would have learned it long ago, Yi Xian murmured. Then Yi Xian stopped practicing. But just at this moment, Luo Ningxue beside her has woken up. Are you awake? Yi Xian said with a charming smile on his face. Yi Xian, you bastard, didn't you say you just wanted a hug? Luo Ningxue said angrily. I admit that I made a mistake that every man would make, but don't worry, I will be responsible for you to the end, Yi Xian said sincerely. Then he sat next to Luo Ningxue. When Luo Ningxuang sensed Yi Xian's cultivation level, she was shocked, because Yi Xian's cultivation has become so much stronger. This made Luo Ningxuang feel incredible. Yi Xian, your cultivation has become so much stronger? Luo Ningxuang asked in surprise. It's just luck, Yi Xian said modestly. Yi Xian, I want to hear you sing, Luo Ningxuang said with some anticipation. Okay, Yi Xian nodded. Then he began to sing his favorite song from his previous life for Luo Ningxuang. Meeting you is my destiny. Watching you is my song. Dear, 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 I love you. Like the snow lotus in the mountains. Like the snow lotus in the mountains. The love song under the mountain is this winding river. My heart is swimming in that river. The longing under the blue sky is this winding road. My dreams are packed in my bag. All waiting is no longer waiting. I chose you for my life. Meeting you is my destiny. Watching you is my song. Dear, 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 I love you. Like the snow lotus in the mountains. Like the snow lotus in the mountains. Listening to Yi Xian singing Meeting You is My Destiny, Luo Ningxuang just felt that it sounded so good. I have to say, happy times are always short-lived. Soon, more than a month has passed. This month, Yi Xian is getting stronger rapidly. Tell stories and sing songs during leisure time. Luo Ningxuang felt that it was wonderful to have Yi Xian by her side. But just this morning, Luo Ningxue said with a depressed look on her face, Yi Xian, you bastard, I'm pregnant. Ah, she got pregnant so soon? Yi Xian couldn't help but said excitedly. Because Yi Xian did not expect this scene. But now Yi Xian is very excited. Because if a peerless beauty like Luo Ningxue gave birth to a baby, the quality would definitely be incredibly high. You are such a smooth talker. How will others look at me if they find out? Luo Ning gave Yi Xian a white look. Ningxue, you have to remember that your life is your own. We can't live in someone else's world forever. It's best to live out your true self, Yi Xian said patiently. But Yi Xian didn't want Luo Ningxue to abort the child. Because I really need a child. In the previous life, he died before he had the chance to experience the life of a man and a woman. This life, Yi Xian also wanted to experience the pain and joy of being a father. Well, you bastard, I'm going back to Xinyan's sect to go into seclusion. I'll come to find you after the baby is born, Luo Ningxue said after thinking for a moment. Chapter 21. Farewell, the savage princess gets into trouble. That's great. I'll wait for you to come back after I finish my training. Yi Xian nodded happily. The Luo Ningxue in front of him has already been confirmed to be his Taoist partner. However, Yi Xian was not quite sure about Chaos Saint Li Xiao. After all, Li Xiao and Yi Xian have no feelings for each other. Yi Xian simply used an injection to remove the aphrodisiac poison from the other party. After the aphrodisiac poison was resolved, Li Xiao went back. Yi Xian also didn't have the chance to communicate in depth with the other party. After the two agreed, Yi Xian also embarked on a new journey. However, Luo Ningxue followed behind Yi Xian. It took a long, long time to deliver. After all, after so many days, Luo Ningxue has completely fallen in love with Yixian. To be honest, Yixian also likes Luo Ningxue very much. This is perhaps what is called love that grows over time. It started with beauty and ended with love. What? You can't bear to leave me? Yixian said half-jokingly as he looked at Luo Ningxue, who was reluctant to leave. Who's reluctant? I just want to take a walk, Luo Ningxue said stubbornly. But when she said this, tears glistened in the corners of Luo Ningxue's eyes. Silly girl, I'm not abandoning you. Don't cry. In fact, I want to stay with you forever. But you should know that when you have a child, it's best if I can't be with you. Otherwise, it will be bad for our child. Yixian hugged Luo Ningxue and said. Then he wiped away the tears from the corners of Luo Ningxue's eyes. Okay, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. If you need anything, send someone to Xuanqing to inform me. Yixian said. I understand, Yixian. I can allow you to have other women. But if you forget me, be careful or I will chop off your head. Luo Ningxue warned. Luo Ningxue knew. A man like Yixian who is so handsome and good at kung fu. There will definitely be countless women coveting him. In this world, it is normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. After all, the fantasy world is extremely cruel. Faced with such an environment, monogamy and the policy of having fewer but better children are definitely not acceptable. So Luo Ningxue didn't mind that Yixian had other women. But Luo Ningxue also has a bottom line. Yixian must have her in his heart. After Luo Ningxue finished speaking, it turned into a long rainbow and went towards the direction of the Xianyan sect. Don't worry, you are all in my eyes. No matter where I go, I will miss you. Yixian shouted loudly as he looked at Luo Ningxue's departing back. After Yixian finished speaking, also walking towards the distance, Yixian needs to gain experience outside for 3 years this time. And now, Yixian has only stayed outside for a few months. So more experience is needed. Yixian set a small goal for himself, which was to return home after 3 years of training. One's own cultivation must break through to the spirit transformation stage or above. As for practicing with fellow practitioners, the more the better. After all, that's what my system is like. Without a cultivation partner, you cannot become powerful. At the same time, in a place thousands of miles away from Yixian, at this moment, 2 figures came here. These 2 figures are obviously women, but they are wearing men's clothes. Obviously, they are all women dressed as men. Although they were wearing men's clothing, the leading woman looked beautiful and pure, and even gave people a somewhat silly feeling. It was quite cute indeed. The world outside is so good. It is indeed very different from the palace. The leading woman couldn't help but sigh. Princess, you escaped with me, but if His Majesty finds out, he will break my legs, said another woman with lingering fear. Xiao Lan, haven't I told you many times? From now on, you have to call me Big Brother. I'm not a princess. The leading woman glared at the woman next to her and said, Yes, I understand, brother, said the woman next to him helplessly. Let's go. I'll take you on a journey through the world. When you see injustice, you'll stand up for it. From now on, you'll have the best food and the best drinks, and you'll live the life of your dreams. If I were in the palace, I would still have to marry that fat ball. I don't want to do that. I read in a book that if you marry a man, you must not marry a fat man, said the woman called the princess carelessly. Hey, brother, I think we'd better be careful. After all, I've heard that the world outside is extremely dangerous. But princess, I don't think Mr. Chu is as bad as you say. Apart from being a little fat, there's nothing wrong with him. He cares about the princess every day, has a high status, and is very powerful. Why doesn't the princess like fat men? Asked the maid named Xiao Lan with a helpless look. Xiao Lan, you don't understand. He is so fat. That thing must be pitifully small. Princess Qingyan said, rolling her eyes. Princess, you said dirty words again. If His Majesty knew about this, he would punish you by keeping your mouth shut for 3 days. Xiao Lan really didn't know what to say. Xiao Lan knows. No matter what the princess wanted to do, she couldn't stop her. After all, the princess has been used to being willful since she was a child, when in the palace. But it caused chaos in the imperial palace. But because the princess is the little princess of His Majesty, Your Majesty loves you immensely. Therefore, Your Majesty also turn a blind eye. Princess Qingyan hates things like cultivation the most. When in the palace, Your Majesty did not hire a training master for Princess Qingyan. However, a few days later, the teacher came to His Majesty in tears, saying that he could not teach the princess and hoped to find someone else. At first, your majesty did not give up. However, after inviting several masters in succession, his majesty gave up on persuading Princess Qingyin to practice. Recent. After Princess Qingyin turned 18, his majesty found a husband for her. However, it was strongly opposed by Princess Qingyin at that time, because the other person's name is Zhu Luxiu. Princess Qingyin was originally against this kind of arranged marriage. After seeing Zhu Luxiu, she directly and righteously rejected him. The result caused his majesty to become very angry. He directly ordered people to put Princess Qingyin under house arrest. But I never expected that Qingyin would come disguised as a man. Then he escaped from the palace. Princess Qingyin felt that her Prince Charming should be an extremely handsome man. She has a good figure, good looks, and is strong at her age. One day, he will come to marry her on a colorful cloud. Xiao is gone. Big brother will take you to explore the world, no matter how strong the wind is, Princess Qingyin said. Then he prepared to move forward with Xiao. But just at this moment, a scene occurred that surprised Qingyin and Xiao. Because at this moment, there was suddenly a heavy dust storm ahead. Countless fierce men on horses galloped over from a distance. After arriving beside Princess Qingyin and Xiao, these fierce men on horseback stopped. Chapter 22. In broad daylight. Hey there's actually a beautiful lady out here in the wilderness. Third brother, this one is also a woman. You are so encouraged. When this group of fierce men on horseback surrounded Princess Qingyin and Xiao, he couldn't help but say excitedly. At first, everyone thought that Princess Qingyin, who was dressed as a man, was actually a man. But there were still some sharp-eyed people who noticed it. This Qingyin turns out to be a woman. Because of the pair of plump breasts in front of her, they were about to burst through her clothes and pop out. Wow. Haha, if you hadn't told me, I really wouldn't have noticed. It's big, it's really big. And it looks so good if hee. Third brother, we are so lucky. Maybe God thought that we haven't tasted meat for a long time. So he sent these two exquisite girls to save us. Third brother, after 18 years of studying women, I can still tell that these two girls are still virgins. Are you sure? It's for sure. I'm an expert in this area. Yo, this is so cool. When this group of fierce men on horseback confirmed that Princess Qingyin and Xiao in front of them were still virgins, everyone shouted excitedly. Some even couldn't help whistling. Because this fierce man on horseback is a famous bandit in a nearby mountain. He usually makes a living by robbing and looting. In the past, this group of bandits could have robbed many women to satisfy their cravings. But in the past 2 years, the nearby villages have been guarded by some strong men. Therefore, these bandits were forced to hide everywhere. It's hard to meet women. This also made this group of ferocious bandits extremely hungry. Today, this group of thieves originally wanted to go out of the mountains to look for prey. But I never expected to meet two such exquisite women. Anyone would be extremely excited by this. Third brother, what do you say? Should we capture them and let the eldest and second brothers taste them first, or should we? One of the subordinates asked impatiently. The man called third brother is an extremely ferocious-looking man. Those eyes were like those of an eagle. It's a bit scary just looking at it. You are a pig. Your brothers have been widows for 2 years, so naturally you should enjoy them first. But I'll go first. The fierce man called the third brother cursed. Then of course third brother will try it first. Brothers, we're going to have meat today. After hearing the words of the third in command, the thieves present became extremely excited. I couldn't even help but shout. After all, Princess Qingyin and Xiao in front of them both have delicate skin and tender flesh. The best of the best. Who wouldn't love a beauty like this? What do you want to do? If you don't want to die, get out of here now, otherwise you will die. Seeing the arrogant look of this group of men, Xiao couldn't help but scold them. What are we going to do? You probably know it better than anyone else. Of course we have to do it in broad daylight. Catch them and tie them up first. The fierce man in the third in command waved his hand. Yes, third brother. All the younger brothers beside the third boss nodded. Then they surrounded Xiao and Princess Qingyin. Stop, I tell you, our young lady is a princess. If you dare to disrespect the princess, be careful that your entire clan will be exterminated, Xiao said as she stood in front of Princess Qingyin. Although Xiao was very scared at the moment, but it was still extremely brave. After all, what Xiao has learned since she was a child is that the princess's safety is above all else. Princess? Princess is more fun. We brothers are going to do that to you here and then kill you. Who knows? Why are you standing there? Tie you up. After hearing Xiao words, The third in command said disapprovingly. Princess, what should we do now? Xiaolan said worriedly at this moment. I don't know either, Qin Yin said with some fear. For Qin Yin, I have lived in the palace since I was a child. Never went out at all. Just go out. It also means accepting others kneeling. No one had ever dared to do this to her. Princess Qin Yin never dreamed that she would encounter such trouble just after escaping from home. Miss, let's run, Xiaolan couldn't help but suggest. Okay, Princess Qin Yin nodded. But he didn't even wait for Princess Qin Yin and Xiaolan to run out 2 steps. It was intercepted. He still want to run? Dreaming? At this moment, a fierce man sneered. Then he stretched out a hand and grabbed Princess Qin Yin. After seeing this scene, Xiaolan suddenly blocked Princess Qin Yin's way. After this hand grabbed Xiaolan, Xiaolan said to Princess Qin Yin, Princess, run. After Xiaolan finished speaking, she bit the vicious man's arm directly. Xiaolan, after seeing this scene, Qin Yin didn't know what to do. Princess, go, Xiaolan shouted vaguely. At this moment, Xiaolan showed her determination to fight until death. Xiaolan, Princess Qin Yin was helpless at this moment and could only run. Ah, are you born in the year of the dog? Let me go, shouted the vicious man whose arm was bitten by Xiaolan. But no matter how this vicious man threatened, Xiaolan just refused to give in. In the end, the vicious man was completely enraged. The fierce man chopped down with a knife in his hand. Xiaolan had no time to dodge. His head was chopped off with a single blow. Damn it, I asked you to catch her, but you chopped her off? How are we going to play now? The third in command couldn't help but curse when he saw Xiaolan's head being chopped off by a knife. Third brother, I didn't mean it. I thought you would hide for a while, but I didn't expect. The fierce man said helplessly. Forget it. Luckily, there's still one left. Otherwise, I would kill you. The third in command shook his head. Then he looked at Princess Qin Yin, who was running away. At this moment, Princess Qin Yin was running out with all her might. But after hearing the conversation between the two, Qin Yin turned around and looked. After seeing what happened here, Princess Qin Yin almost lost her balance and fell to the ground. Because at this moment, Xiaolan's head and body were separated, and she was lying in a pool of blood. Xiaolan, I'm sorry, it's my fault that I hurt you, Princess Qin Yin said sadly. Princess Qin Yin knew it clearly. If she hadn't taken Xiaolan away, Xiaolan wouldn't have died here. But Princess Qin Yin knew. I absolutely cannot die now. She had to escape. Otherwise, Xiaolan's death would have been in vain. After thinking about this, Princess Qin Yin ran forward like crazy. However, Princess Qin Yin didn't run away for long. Then my foot slipped. Then the whole person fell directly to the ground. This fall, but Princess Qin Yin was badly injured. By the time Princess Qin Yin reacted, the third in command has brought his younger brothers and surrounded Princess Qin Yin. Chapter 23, Let That Girl Go. You're running pretty fast, little bitch, but do you think you can run away under my nose? Take off your clothes and serve me well. Just serve me until I'm satisfied. Maybe if I soften my heart, I will let you stay by my side and make you my wife. Otherwise, I can only play with you first and then destroy your body and get rid of all traces. The third in command said with a sinister arc at the corner of his mouth. You're dreaming, Princess Qin Yin said, gritting her teeth. I just like women like this. Many women hated me when they were conquered by me at the beginning, but after they succeeded, they could no longer leave me. The third in command said with a sly smile on his face. As the words fell, the third in command jumped directly off the horse. Then he came towards Princess Qin Yin. I will never let you succeed, even if I die, Qin Yin said fiercely, prepared to commit suicide. But at this moment, the third in command was quick-witted and quick-handed. The true energy immediately surged out of his body. Then Princess Qin Yin was imprisoned in the spot. After being imprisoned by the true essence, Qin Yin found that she couldn't move at all. From now on, you just have to be conquered by me, the third in command said with a teasing look on his face. Then a hand reached out to grab Qin Yin's body. At this moment, tears flowed from Qin Yin's eyes. Princess Qin Yin felt filled with despair. At the same time, Yi Xian came to a place. But when Yi Xian came here, at this moment, a shrill scream was heard here. Huh? What's going on? Why does it sound so noisy in the wilderness? Yi Xian couldn't help but wonder. At first, Yi Xian thought he was hallucinating. But after Yi Xian carefully identified it, Yi Xian heard it. This sound comes from human voice. There are more men's voices and women's voices. They should be not far ahead. I'll go and take a look, Yi Xian murmured. Then Yi Xian quickened his pace and headed towards the direction where the sound came from. Not long after, Yi Xian arrived at his destination. At this moment, it can only be seen not far away. More than 20 men were surrounding a girl, although this girl is wearing men's clothes. But that figure is extremely beautiful. Her looks are also first-rate. But what surprised Yi Xian was, the girl was directly imprisoned. There was a man next to him who looked very fierce, tearing the girl's clothes. At this moment, the girl's outer clothes were torn off. Only the underwear was still intact. After seeing this scene, Yi Xian was naturally extremely angry. Because under the bright and clear sky, in broad daylight, is there still any law? Are there any laws left? The world is really going downhill. One look at these men. Each one of them is ferocious and brutal. They are not good people. So Yi Xian said directly, "Let go of that girl." As the words fell, Yi Xian quickly moved towards a group of people. Just a moment. Yi Xian arrived at the scene of the incident. At this moment, the third-in-command's hormones are being secreted rapidly. After hearing these words, the third-in-command stopped what he was doing. He and his men all looked over here. At this moment, I don't know what time it is. A young man stood in front of them. This young man has an extraordinary appearance, extraordinary temperament, infinitely handsome. Stand there. It gives people the feeling of a banished immortal descending to earth. Huh? Who are you? The third-in-command frowned. The third-in-command is very depressed at the moment. In this wilderness, not even a bird could be seen. How come a living person suddenly appeared? This is really strange. I'm your grandfather. How dare you bully a girl here? Today I will teach you two good-for-nothing grandsons a lesson, Yi Xian said in a cold voice. Yi Xian doesn't think he is a good person. But Yi Xian hates men doing two things. 1. Bullying a girl. 2. Bullying the defenseless people. You are looking for death, brothers. Kill him for me. After hearing Yi Xian's arrogant words, the third-in-command gave a direct order. Yes. As the third-in-command finished speaking, these fierce men, they all held long swords in their hands, slashed directly towards Yi Xian. You don't know what life and death are. Since you want to die, I'll send you to heaven, Yi Xian said in a cold voice. Yi Xian just predicted these people and found out that they are a group of bandits who kill people without blinking an eye. Their hands are filled with the blood of innocent people. Therefore, today Yi Xian will eliminate the harm for the people. As Yi Xian finished speaking, Yi Xian picked a few leaves from a nearby tree. Then circulate the true energy. Just split the leaves in half and threw them out. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After the leaves are thrown out, transformed into rays of clear light. Then it slashed across the necks of the bandits who were surrounding Yi Xian. The next moment, these bandits were all stuck in place. Eyes wide open, blood gushed out from the neck. Soon, the thieves fell to the ground and died. Quiet. The whole space was extremely quiet. After seeing this scene, the third-in-command felt it was not real. The opponent killed all his men with one move. Isn't this incredible? The key is that the other party did not use any weapons at all. I just picked a few leaves from the tree. This is fucking outrageous to think about. Not only the third-in-command was shocked, even Yi Xian himself found it a little unbelievable. Originally, Yi Xian just wanted to test the power of his 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Because one day, Wanjian Guizong used all things as swords to attack. Just now Yi Xian just wanted to try it. But I didn't expect it to be so powerful. At this moment, Yi Xian finally understood what the heavenly level technique was. This heavenly level technique is simply incomparable to any ordinary technique. The power is terrifying. Isn't this a dream? There is actually such a handsome and powerful man in the world. Is he really here to save me? Princess Qingyin also had a feeling that it was not real at this moment. I was amazed by Yi Xian's domineering move just now. What are you waiting for? Come here and die. Seeing the third-in-command standing there in a daze, Yi Xian said indifferently. Yi Xian had already sensed this guy's cultivation level when he arrived. The 9th level of the foundation building realm. Although this level of cultivation is already pretty good, but for Yi Xian, just like an ant, young man, please spare my life. If you spare my life, I will give you this woman to enjoy. The third-in-command said with some fear at this moment. Spare your life? Even if I agree, I guess God won't agree, Yi Xian said. As Yi Xian finished speaking, Yi Xian picked up a branch from the ground. The whole person is extremely fast. He went straight to assassinate the third-in-command. You want to live despite all your sins? I'm just overthinking it. Chapter 24 Grandsons, come out and die. It's not that easy to kill me." He looked at Yi Xian, who was actually coming towards him with a branch. The third in command said with a cold expression. Then he drew out the long sword from his waist and slashed it out directly. The attack was extremely ruthless. However, for Yi Xian, who has a clear sword mind, this knife is so ordinary. Just as the knife was about to cut Yi Xian's arm, Yi Xian dodged. He dodged the knife directly. Then the branch hit the third in command hard on the shoulder. Bang! The force of his pull was quite strong. He knocked the three in command to the ground. "Ah, spare me, young man, I was wrong. If you kill me, our eldest and second in command will definitely not let you go." At this moment, the third in command was knocked to the ground and shouted without caring about the pain. Because the third in command knew it at this moment. The Yi Xian in front of him was definitely someone he couldn't afford to offend. "Spare my life? You think too much." Yi Xian shook his head. Then he stepped down hard. Crack! Yi Xian's kick was quite powerful. Facing this kick, the third in command only felt as if a dome of sky was pressing down on his head. But the third in command had no time to think too much. The next moment, the head of the third in command was crushed into a meat patty by Yi Xian. It can be said that he cannot die anymore. The third in command never thought of this until his death. He was the third in command of Qingfeng village, but he ended up dying so miserably. However, Yi Xian did not show any sympathy. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. This is a fantasy world. For bad guys, there must be absolutely no mercy. Princess Qingyan, who was imprisoned by Zheng Yuan at the side, was also stunned. Yi Xian in front of him looked harmless, with a faint smile on his lips. But there was no ambiguity in his actions. After Yi Xian killed the third in command, he quickly came to Princess Qingyan. Then the restraints were released. Huff! When the true energy restraints were released, Princess Qingyan was unsteady on her feet. He collapsed directly onto the ground. Because it's only half a day, Princess Qingyan experienced the separation of life and death in her life. Princess Qingyan found this experience difficult to accept. Princess Qingyan only felt a little weak all over. It's like the body has been hollowed out. "Are you okay?" Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Only then did Yi Xian look at Jiang Qingyan in front of him. "I found that this girl is really good looking, especially the pair of treasures in front of him. They are very rich and generous." "Woo-woo. I'm sorry, Xiaolan." After being stunned for a moment, Jiang Qingyan couldn't help but burst into tears helplessly. "Please accept my condolences," Yi Xian said. Yi Xian is not a person who is good at comforting others. So after saying this, he sat aside and waited. Jiang Qingyan cried for a while. Only then did she stop crying. "Hey, you are a princess. Why do you have to come out and suffer?" Yi Xian asked in confusion. Regarding the other party's identity, Yi Xian had already figured it out when he sat down just now. "How do you know my identity and name?" Jiang Qingyan was stunned when she heard Yi Xian reveal his identity. At the same time, his eyes looked at Yi Xian in front of him. "Want to see through Yi Xian?" "I calculated it," Yi Xian said lightly. "It's calculated?" Jiang Qingyan didn't believe it at all. "It's not safe in this wilderness. You should go home quickly," Yi Xian said, because the system has no prompt. So Yi Xian didn't think about having any interaction with Jiang Qingyan. "Go back? You want me to go back and marry that fat guy? Then I'd rather die outside." Jiang Qingyan shook her head stubbornly. "The world outside is very dangerous. Wouldn't it be nice to get married and live a peaceful life?" Yi Xian asked, puzzled. "It's good, but it has to be someone you like. If you don't like someone, you'd rather die than live," Jiang Qingyan said. "What you said seems to make some sense. Next, I'm going to wipe out Qingfeng village." "What are your plans?" Yi Xian asked. After all, Yi Xian and Jiang Qingyan are not very familiar with each other. Moreover, Jiang Qingyan has no cultivation at all. So Yi Xian didn't plan to take Jiang Qingyan with him. "I'll follow you and you'll support me," Jiang Qingyan said. "It's too dangerous to follow me," Yi Xian frowned. But just after Yi Xian finished speaking, ding, the host has detected a beautiful woman named Jiang Qingyan who is suitable for the host's Taoist partner. The host asks the host to cultivate feelings with her and conduct a deep attack on her virginity. After hearing the system's words, Yi Xian couldn't help but be stunned. Because Yi Xian originally thought that the beauties suitable for him were those who were suitable for cultivation. But I didn't expect someone like Jiang Qingyan. That's fine too, since the system said so. Then Yi Xian naturally wouldn't be polite. After all, Jiang Qingyan in front of him is not only a princess. And she is a big beauty with huge breasts. Who doesn't love a beauty like this? Okay then, come with me, Yi Xian said. That's good enough. Jiang Qingyan nodded. Then he came to Yi Xian happily. Change your clothes. You are such a pretty girl. Why do you have to wear men's clothes? Wouldn't it be better to wear women's clothes? Yi Xian said. Yi Xian was also quite helpless. Because Jiang Qingyan is not suitable for wearing men's clothes at all. You're so explosive in front of me. You don't look like you're wearing men's clothes. If a woman dresses up as a man, it depends on the person. Okay, Jiang Qingyan was helpless. I had to find a secluded place. When Jiang Qingyan changed into women's clothes and reappeared in front of Yi Xian couldn't help but stare. Jiang Qingyan's beauty is different from that of Luo Ningxue and Li Xiao mentioned above. Jiang Qingyan's beauty is of great magnitude. As expected, she is the beauty chosen by the system. Great! Yi Xian couldn't help but think secretly in his heart. And then next, Yi Xian helped Jiang Qingyan bury Xiaolan here. Jiang Qingyan said to Xiaolan, Xiaolan, I'm really sorry, it's my fault. I hope that in your next life you can be reborn as a lady of a noble family, or something like that. After finishing all this, Yi Xian brought Jiang Qingyan to Qingfeng village. Originally, Yi Xian wanted Yao Yi to directly wipe out Qingfeng village. But Yi Xian changed his mind. It's better to go there yourself. After all, he had just broken through to the 8th level of the Foundation establishment realm not long ago, so it still requires some experience. The Qingfeng village in front of us is a place suitable for training. After walking for 2 hours, Yi Xian and Jiang Qingyan came to a big mountain. This mountain looks very majestic. This mountain is called Qingfeng Mountain. This group of thieves lives on this mountain. It's quite dangerous up there, so don't go. I'll go and take care of them, and then I'll come down to find you, Yi Xian said to Jiang Qingyan. Yeah, Jiang Qingyan nodded. Jiang Qingyan knew. I have never practiced formally, so following Yi Xian would only hold Yi Xian back. I simply nodded and agreed to wait here. And Yi Xian. Then he came towards Qingfeng Mountain. When he reached halfway up the mountain, Yi Xian saw several bandits guarding there. Yi Xian simply picked a few leaves, then threw it out. Ah! Accompanied by several screams. The bandits who were guarding halfway up the mountain simply rolled down. Not long after, Yi Xian arrived at the top of the mountain. Then Yi Xian shouted, Your grandfather is here. Come out and die. Thank you Feng Changyu for the stunning call and the reward. Thank you Guhong Fan Ming for generating power for love. Thank you Robot 002 for the flowers and the reward. The young lady bows to express her gratitude. Chapter 25. If you can't beat them, call for help. At this moment, a group of strong men in Qingfeng village are playing games. After hearing this voice, suddenly, a group of younger brothers ran out. At this moment, a very handsome young man was standing in front. There was a strong smell of blood emanating from his body. Boy, who are you? How dare you come to my Qingfeng village to cause trouble? A younger brother asked loudly. I'm here to send you to hell, Yi Xian said bluntly. You bastard who doesn't know how to live or die. Kill him for me? After hearing Yi Xian's words, suddenly, these little brothers from Qingfeng village. He rushed towards Yi Xian, and one of the younger brothers went to report to the chief and second in command of Qingfeng village. The eldest master was once an abandoned disciple of a sect, but he was afraid that the sect would find him and take revenge on him. That's why he became a bandit in Qingfeng village and became the boss. As for the second in command, he was a middle-aged man with an extremely hideous scar on his face. This is what was left over from the battle. But just when the big boss and the second in command were having fun, a little brother suddenly rushed in and reported, Big brother, second brother, there is a kid who doesn't know how to live or die and broke into our mountain and killed many of our brothers. What? You came to our mountain? This is outrageous. Second brother, let's go and take a look, the boss said angrily. Then the first and second in command came out of a cave. When it comes out, at this moment, they saw more than half of their brothers in Qingfeng village lying in a pool of blood. Where did you come from, you bastard? You actually killed my brothers from Qingfeng village. Today I will make you pay with blood. After seeing this scene, the second in command said in a cold voice. As the words fell, the second in command came directly to Yi Xian with a long alloy stick. Go straight to Huang Long. The second in command didn't want to talk any nonsense at all. He swung the long alloy stick in his hand and smashed it hard towards Yi Xian. This stick is quite powerful. A stick hit down with great force. The shadows of the sticks were flying. Facing this second in command, Yi Xian did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. because this guy's cultivation has reached the second level of the golden core realm, much taller than Yi Xian. Just as the stick was about to hit Yi Xian stepped back with his feet while sweeping out with a wooden stick in his hand. Crack! When the wooden stick and the stick shadow collided, the wooden stick broke with a sound. Yi Xian's expression changed involuntarily. Because of this moment, Yi Xian just discovered the fighting ability of this powerful Jindan realm master. It is much higher than Yi Xian imagined. This made Yi Xian realize completely that there is really a new world for each level. But Yi Xian didn't have time to think about it. The next moment, this long alloy stick has already reached Yi Xian's head. A little further down, it was about to hit Yi Xian's head. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. At this moment, the smile on Yi Xian's lips disappeared. It was as if he had become a completely different person. The extremely powerful true energy emanated from his body. Then they turned into extremely sharp swords. Directly attacked the second in command. This scene happened too quickly. Originally, the second in command felt that he was the one who struck with his stick. Yi Xian is definitely going to die. But he didn't expect Yi Xian to suddenly do this. Second brother, be careful. After feeling the horror of these sword energies, the boss couldn't help but shout. But the boss wanted to rescue the second in command. It was obviously too late. But these reminders are ultimately in vain. Moreover, the second in command greatly underestimated the power of this heavenly level martial arts. Squeak! The next moment, these sword energies were used to break through the second in command's defense layer. Then it sank into the body of the second in command. Bang! When all the sword energy was absorbed into the second in command's body, the second in command couldn't withstand this terrifying sword energy at all. The whole body banged and then exploded. It turned into a cloud of blood mist. Second brother. After seeing this scene, the boss' eyes were bloodshot. Although thieves are ruthless. But anyway, they have lived together for more than 20 years. The two of them did handicrafts together and robbed nearby women together. But I didn't expect that the second brother would die so tragically today. Not even a corpse was left. Don't worry, I'll take you to accompany him next, Yi Xian said lightly. As Yi Xian spoke, he picked up the long alloy stick on the ground. Just move your body, sweeping towards the boss. Kid, today I'm going to cut you into pieces, the boss said with an extremely fierce and cold light in his eyes. As the words fell, a 1-meter-long knife suddenly appeared in the boss's hand. Then cut it down hard. Clang! In a split second, the alloy stick collided with the long sword. Sparks and lightning all the way. But when they collided, Yi Xian only felt his palms going numb. The alloy stick in his hand was completely out of his control. At the same time, an extremely powerful force gushed out. Face this force. Yi Xian had no power to resist at all. The whole person groaned. Then it flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Bang! In the end, Yi Xian fell heavily to the ground. A deep hole was smashed into the ground. But Yi Xian was lucky this time. Yi Xian did not suffer any internal injuries. However, the powerful impact still caused Yi Xian to spit out blood. That's powerful enough, worthy of being a person at the 7th level of the Golden Core realm. Yi Xian was secretly shocked. This moment, Yi Xian realized, it seems that I can't beat the guy in front of me. But Yi Xian was not too worried, because Yi Xian still has a trump card. Boy, hand over the set of skills you just performed, and I can let you suffer less pain. Otherwise, you will die miserably today, said the boss. The boss is not in a hurry to kill Yi Xian now. Instead, he wanted to learn the set of skills that Yi Xian had just performed, because the martial arts technique that Yi Xian just displayed really looked very powerful. Want my martial arts? Do you think you were worthy of it? Yi Xian sneered after hearing the other party's words. Ha! You have to pay it whether you want to or not, said the boss with a sinister smile. The implication was obvious, that Yi Xian would be defeated today. However, Yi Xian was not worried at all, and just said to the void, Old Xiao, it's your turn. Chapter 26, Give You Food. Yi Xian is not a pretentious man. When he made the move just now, Yi Xian had naturally experienced the strength of this boss. There is an existence that Yi Xian cannot defeat at the moment. Since we can't beat him, Yi Xian didn't want to waste his energy. Yi Xian would never live on the edge of a knife. If you can't beat them, ask for help. This is Yi Xian's code of conduct. Hi, you shaking me? I'm dying of laughter. After hearing Yi Xian's words, the boss couldn't help but sneer. In the boss's opinion, Yi Xian wants to call someone now. It's obviously too late. Little did they know, Yao has always been following Yi Xian. It's just that Yao Yi is hiding now, so the boss didn't sense it. After the boss finished speaking, the next moment, Yao Yi broke through the air, came directly in front of Yi Xian. Nascent soul realm cultivation? After sensing Yao Yi's cultivation level, the boss's face changed drastically, because the boss knows it very well in his heart. Nascent soul realm. That was something he couldn't afford to offend. Little brother, this is a misunderstanding, the boss said to Yi Xian with a smile that was uglier than crying. Yi Xian ignored it completely. Instead, he said directly to Yao Yi, Old Yao, kill them all. Leave no one alive. After Yi Xian finished speaking, then go down the mountain. After walking a long distance, Yi Xian heard a series of shrill screams. Old Yao took action. There is definitely no escape. But these guys asked for it. If only there wasn't so much innocent blood on my hands. These guys won't die. Not much time. Yi Xian came to the foot of the mountain. After seeing Yi Xian, Jiang Qingyan came forward. Are you okay? Jiang Qingyan asked while looking at Yi Xian in front of her. It's okay. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Yi Xian shook his head. I'm fine. I just got a little hungry all of a sudden. Gudong. As Jiang Qingyan was speaking, her stomach began to growl. Hungry? This is a suburban area. It should be far away from the city. Can you cook? Yi Xian asked. Jiang Qingyan shook her head. Then can you cook barbecue? Yi Xian asked again. What is barbecue? Jiang Qingyan said that as a princess of a country, she had never heard of what barbecue is. Yi Xian said he had a headache. Although Jiang Qingyan is a princess, she doesn't know anything. But Yi Xian thinks that giving birth to a child should be possible. Okay, I know your situation. Let me get you something to eat. Please wait for me. Yi Xian said. As Yi Xian spoke, his spiritual consciousness emanated out. Start observing whether there is any game around. But I observed it for a long time. Yi Xian found that there was nothing here. There wasn't even a wild rabbit or anything like that. This made Yi Xian speechless. But the next moment, Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but light up, because Yi Xian discovered that it was in the air. There are a lot of big birds flying around. Yi Xian thought it would be nice to roast a bird. So Yi Xian picked up 2 stones on the ground. Then 2 birds were shot down. Watching Yi Xian's series of actions, Jiang Qingyan's face was full of question marks, because Jiang Qingyan had no idea what Yi Xian wanted to do. But Jiang Qingyan didn't ask, but just keep watching. At this moment, Yi Xian was seen removing the bird's feathers and internal organs. Then they built a fire and started roasting. No way. You don't want me to eat this thing? Jiang Qingyan couldn't help but ask. If I'm not going to eat it, why am I doing this? Yi Xian rolled his eyes. But can this be eaten? Although Jiang Qingyan was very hungry, she said that she couldn't accept it. You used to live in the palace, with fine clothes and delicious food. So naturally you have never eaten this thing. Let me tell you, birds are delicious, Yi Xian said. I don't believe it. Even if I die of hunger or thirst or die here, I would rather not eat this stuff, Jiang Qingyan said harshly. The birds are so cute. How can you eat birds? Yi Xian was too lazy to waste time talking to the other party. Roast the bird right in front of you. Not much time. An enticing fragrance wafted out. When she smelled the tempting fragrance, Jiang Qingyan swallowed hard. But at this time, Jiang Qingyan was still very resistant. I would never eat a bird. Time just passes by like this. After continuing for a while, the bird meat has already turned golden brown. The fragrance is more intense. Yi Xian directly tore off a piece of meat. Put it in your mouth. It tastes really delicious. Do you want to eat it? It's delicious, Yi Xian asked. I don't want to eat. Gurgle, gurgle. Although Jiang Qingyan protested that she would not eat it, but her hunger and stomach betrayed her. Okay, stop being pretentious. Eat it. This big bird is for you, Yi Xian said. As Yi Xian spoke, he gave one of the largest birds to Jiang Qingyan. Because Yi Xian knew, girls generally like big ones. After all, it tastes better when it's bigger. Eat it, try it. If it doesn't taste good, give it to me. Yevuan Injuragit. Yi Xian could also understand Jiang Qingyan's inner thoughts. After all, Jiang Qingyan had never eaten it before. The food in the palace is all delicacies from land and sea. This is not being pretentious. Let me try it. Jiang Qingyan tore off a small piece and put it into her cherry mouth, then tasted it. This moment, Jiang Qingyan only felt an extremely rich fragrance flowing through her lips. It immediately whetted Jiang Qingyan's taste buds. It smells so good. After eating a little, Jiang Qingyin couldn't bear it anymore. He just took the bird and started eating it. Not much time. Jiang Qingyin was seen eating with oil dripping from her mouth. She no longer looks like a princess. Eat slowly. No one is trying to snatch it from you. This big bird is definitely enough for you. Yi Xian couldn't help but say as he looked at Jiang Qingyin wolfing down the food. Yi Xian felt that the law of true fragrance was absolutely suitable for Jiang Qingyin. Half an hour later, Jiang Qingyin ate a big bird completely. Belch! After eating, Jiang Qingyin couldn't help but burp. A pair of extremely clear eyes were full of admiration when they looked at Yi Xian. I didn't expect your craftsmanship is so good. Jiang Qingyin couldn't help but praise. Of course, after being single for 18 years, your craftsmanship shouldn't be bad. Yi Xian said directly with a double meaning. You are not humble at all. It's good to follow you. Jiang Qingyin couldn't help but say happily. But at this moment, Yi Xian had a headache. After all, Jiang Qingyin has no cultivation. Follow him. It's not a big deal. So Yi Xian asked the system directly for help. System, is there any treasure that can protect her? Ding, no. But if it's the host? The story of Meng Jiangnu crying at the Great Wall. Meng Jiangnu was the wife of Qi Liang, a brave warrior of the state of Qi during the spring and autumn period. Qi Liang followed Duke Zhuang of Qi to attack the state of Zhu and died in battle. When his body was transported back to his country, his wife Meng Jiang carried her husband's coffin and was about to bury him outside the city. She slept outdoors for 3 days. He stroked the coffin and wept bitterly, then shed tears and blood. The city of Qi suddenly collapsed several feet, which was caused by his urgent grief and sincerity. Later generations said that Fan Shiliang, a Qin general, died when he was assigned to build the Great Wall. His wife Meng Jiangnu sent winter clothes to the city. She cried bitterly when she heard her husband's death, and the city collapsed. This was probably the story of Qi General Qi Liang, but it was a misunderstanding. Qi Liang's loyalty and bravery will be remembered for thousands of years, and the grief over the dilapidated city is also extraordinary. It became a custom in Qi state for widows to learn from Meng Jiang's sorrow. They vied with each other to admire the 5 guests, who looked like bears and tigers and had great strength. Who would have thought that the one who died in battle was a cyclist who martyred the country? After reading it, I was really moved. Some people in ancient times were really affectionate and righteous. Chapter 27. You are very smart. After Yi Xian chatted with the system for a while, it was already late. Let's just sleep here tonight and set off tomorrow, Yi Xian suggested. It would be fine if Jiang Qingyin had some cultivation. But Jiang Qingyin has no cultivation at all, so it was a bit difficult to travel at night. Okay, I'll listen to you. Jiang Qingyin nodded. Soon, the night passed like this. The next morning, Yi Xian and Jiang Qingyin embarked on their journey. As for where to go specifically, Yi Xian didn't. The purpose of coming out this time is to gain experience and become stronger. Time just passed slowly like this. 2 days later, Yi Xian and Jiang Qingyin came to a city. This city is called Qingyun City. It is a fairly prosperous city. After entering the city, various shouting sounds. The sounds of hawking were endless. The streets were also bustling with people. After Yi Xian came to this city, after some inquiries, Yi Xian finally knew. There is something particularly famous in Qingyun City. That is the tofu made by Miss Shishir. According to inquiries, Yi Xian and Jiang Qingyin came to the place where Miss Shishir sold tofu. There are a lot of people here. Many people wanted to have a taste of Miss Shishir's tofu. There was a long queue at this moment. Yi Xian was also stunned. Finally, Yi Xian also lined up. After half an hour, a bowl of tofu soup that looked very appetizing was placed in front of Yi Xian and Jiang Qingyin. Sprinkle a few chopped green onions on top. Don't even mention eating. Just looking at it makes one's appetite full. Eat it. This is the most delicious snack in Qingyun City, Yi Xian said to Jiang Qingyin. Yeah, Jiang Qingyin nodded, started picking it up with chopsticks. But what made Jiang Qingyin feel helpless was, this tofu looks very appetizing. It can't be clamped at all. After seeing Jiang Qingyin like this, Yi Xian showed a profound look like a mentor and said, just eat it with a spoon. Yi Xian demonstrated as he spoke. After Yi Xian's demonstration, Jiang Qingyin learned the trick. Then I started eating beside it. Very good, very good. You are very smart, and you can learn it quickly. Why don't you like to practice, princess, who is so smart? Yi Xian asked with some confusion. Yi Xian could feel it. Jiang Qingyin has a good foundation. As a princess of a country, her spiritual roots must be very powerful. If he were to practice, he would definitely be much faster than ordinary disciples. But this guy doesn't have any cultivation at all. This made Yi Xian a little confused. Practicing is too complicated. I have to remember all those rules and regulations. It's so troublesome, Jiang Qingyan said, when the two of them were talking. Tofu in 2 bowls. It has been eaten up completely. After eating and drinking, Yi Xian and Jiang Qingyan came outside. The two of them prepared to go for a walk. But just at this moment, Jiang Qingyan's expression changed. Because at this moment, I can only see what is ahead. There were several figures standing there. After seeing these figures, Jiang Qingyan quickly hid behind Yi Xian. What's wrong? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Someone from the palace is looking for me, Yi Xian. Take me away from here quickly, Jiang Qingyan said in a low voice. Ah, you don't want to go back with them? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Why would I go back? If I go back this time, I will be forced to marry someone I don't like. I won't do that. Jiang Qingyan shook her head. After hearing Jiang Qingyan's words, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel compassion. After all, for a girl as beautiful as Jiang Qingyan, Yi Xian naturally doesn't want to marry someone he doesn't like. And this is the girl that Yi Xian likes. So Yi Xian quickly took Jiang Qingyan away from here. Finally, we arrived at an inn. Out of consideration for Jiang Qingyan's safety, Yi Xian booked a superior guest room. After entering the room, Jiang Qingyan still looked unhappy. What's wrong? You look very unhappy. Yi Xian couldn't help but joked. Since they found this place, they will definitely find me, Jiang Qingyan said somewhat uncomfortably. Be happy. I'll protect you. Don't think too much. Just take a good rest first. Yvonne comforted. But in terms of comforting people, Yi Xian was a little blank. I don't know how to comfort her at all. Yi Xian, what do you think and help me not marry that fat guy? Jiang Qingyan asked in a pleading tone. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Yi Xian, full of anticipation. If you don't want to marry someone you don't like, you can either resist violently, but as a princess, this is unrealistic. Another way is to form a Taoist couple with another man. Of course, the man who becomes your Taoist partner may be in danger of his life. Yi Xian said after thinking about it. Now that you mention it, I suddenly have an idea. After being reminded by Yi Xian, Jiang Qingyan said with a gleam of light in her beautiful eyes. Then she looked at Yi Xian in front of her with affection. Chapter 28. Yi Xian was confessed by the princess. Being watched by Jiang Qingyan, Yi Xian couldn't help but say embarrassedly, Why are you looking at me like that? I know I'm very handsome. What? You men are still shy. Yi Xian, listen carefully. I want to give birth to a baby for you, Jiang Qingyan said firmly. Although Jiang Qingyan was too lazy to practice. But Jiang Qingyan is definitely a girl who dares to love and hate. Jiang Qingyan feels that if you don't love someone, you don't love them. Love is love. The Yi Xian in front of him is definitely the best choice to be the princess consort. No way? You have a fever? You want to give birth to a baby for me? Do you know who you are? You are the little princess of the Violet Kingdom, and I am a poor little man. Yi Xian couldn't help but shook his head. Although Yi Xian said this, but I was very happy inside. After all, every man would like a princess as beautiful as Jiang Qingyan. But you can't say it too obviously. Otherwise, it would be too much. I don't care what your identity is. I just want you to be my husband, Yi Xian. Let's get married tonight. Because only if I have a child, my father will not force me to marry that fat guy, Jiang Qingyan said. In fact, Jiang Qingyan has been thinking about this question for a long time. It was not until Jiang Qingyan saw her master looking for her in the palace today that she made the decision. She wants to have Yi Xian's child. She, Jiang Qingyan, must pursue her own happiness. I will never marry a fat guy and spend my life with him. Because Jiang Qingyan feels that her life is her own. You have to pursue your own life. Have you really thought it through? Yi Xian asked. Yes, I am yours tonight, Jiang Qingyan said. Jiang Qingyan didn't feel shy when she said this. Because Jiang Qingyan felt, a girl? Sooner or later, one day you will be on top of a man, and I will be on top of him. There is no hiding from this. She is 18 years old now. It's time for the buds to bloom. After Jiang Qingyan nodded in agreement, Yi Xian directly hugged Jiang Qingyan, then put it on the bed. This night, for Yi Xian, it is destined to be a wonderful and happy night. Although it was a little discordant at the beginning, but after some slow communication, Jiang Qingyan also knew how to cooperate. The following days, Jiang Qingyan and Yi Xian have always been together. No matter day or night, almost all of them never leave the inn. especially Jiang Qingyan. He keeps asking for food every day. Yi Xian had no choice. Certainly, Yi Xian did not stop practicing. Although without a system, Yi Xian's practice was slow. But Yi Xian was still very serious. That's it. Soon, 2 months pass like this. These 2 months, Yi Xian has been working hard. Jiang Qingyan's physique is not as good as Luo Ningxue's. It is a physique that makes it difficult to get pregnant because Luo Ningxue became pregnant in just over a month. But more than 2 months have passed, and Jiang Qingyan still hasn't shown any reaction. But Yi Xian is not in a hurry. This kind of thing can't be rushed. Just do it anyway. And Yi Xian also quite enjoyed this feeling. As for Jiang Qingyan, I am so excited every day. He won't give up until he has tortured Yi Xian several times. Until one morning more than 5 months later, Jiang Qingyan said mysteriously, Yi Xian, I have good news to tell you. What's the matter? Seeing Jiang Qingyan's mysterious look, Yi Xian asked curiously, I may not be able to bother you today because I have your child. Jiang Qingyan said, Ah, finally here it is? Yi Xian said happily. After all, Yi Xian has been working hard for more than 5 months. More than 5 months. It's also quite tiring. Besides, Jiang Qingyan is a very open-minded person. Therefore, Yi Xian is more tired than Jiang Qingyan every day. Okay, let's put it this way. I'll go back in a month or so. Even if I tell my father the truth, he won't be able to do anything about it. He won't kill me, will he? Jiang Qingyan said with a smile. To be honest, after having children, Jiang Qingyan seemed even more excited than Yi Xian. After all, this is the case. Jiang Qingyan wouldn't have to marry Zhu Luqiu, that fat and annoying guy. Okay, I'll listen to you. Let's take it easy from now on. Ye Vuan nodded. No, then I can't help it. Jiang Qingyan said with some anticipation. You have to hold back, otherwise it will be bad for the child. If our child is hurt, both of us will be to blame. Yi Xian said sternly. What Yi Xian said was also true. Just after I got pregnant, you can't do that anymore. Otherwise it will hurt the child. Although Yi Xian was a single man in his previous life. But Yi Xian understood the principles. Well, I feel like the fun has been reduced by a lot, Jiang Qingyan said a little depressed. The next month, Yi Xian practiced while taking care of Jiang Qingyan. One morning, 1 month later, Jiang Qingyan came to the street. After seeing Jiang Qingyan, several experts who were looking for Jiang Qingyan surrounded them. Greetings to the princess. Please come back with us, said the masters. Okay, I'll go back with you. Jiang Qingyan nodded calmly. Then she gave a sweet smile to Yi Xian, who was looking at her on the side. After laughing, Jiang Qingyan followed these experts back. Looking at Jiang Qingyan's departing back, Yi Xian suddenly felt a little empty inside. To be honest, Yi Xian had somewhat gotten used to having Jiang Qingyan around. This girl is quirky, although it chirps every day. But Yi Xian didn't find it annoying. What's more important is that Jiang Qingyan is open-minded, dare to love and hate. Who wouldn't like a girl like this? Certainly. After Yi Xian slept with Jiang Qingyan, Yi Xian naturally received an extraordinary reward. The reward is 100 years of cultivation and a piece of golden silk armor. Yi Xian gave this golden armor to Jiang Qingyan. And Yi Xian, during this period of time, there was no rush to integrate the 100 years of cultivation. After Jiang Qingyan left completely, Yi Xian came to the inn. Then he said to the system, integrate 100 years of cultivation. Because Yi Xian felt, I have this 100 years of cultivation. I should be able to make a breakthrough to the golden core realm. Ding, host received, the system replied. As the system's words fell, the next moment, an extremely violent energy ripple surged into Yi Xian's body. Faced with such huge energy, Yi Xian couldn't help but shiver. System, can't you be a little gentler? Yi Xian couldn't help but curse. Then Yi Xian began to guide this energy. Start to temper your body. After some tempering, Yi Xian began to break through. Chapter 29, Entering the Golden Core Realm. The 9th level of Foundation Building Realm. After breaking through to the 9th level of the Foundation Building Realm, Yi Xian could clearly feel that his breakthrough seemed to have stalled. Stay calm and keep a positive attitude. This 100 years of cultivation will definitely allow me to break through to the Golden Core Realm. After feeling the lag, Yi Xian immediately cheered. Ye vuan naturally understood. Cultivation is cruel. It is also difficult. For many practitioners, you will never be able to break through to the Golden Core Realm in your entire life. After all, The Jindan realm is a watershed for cultivators. If it were before, Yi Xian felt that it would be extremely difficult for him to break through the Jindan realm. But now, Yi Xian is a man who has a system. Even with the system, it is impossible to break through to the Golden Core realm. Then Yi Xian is too weak. So, after Yi Xian calmed down, I couldn't help but cheer myself up. Get hard! After finishing his words, he began to guide the true energy in his body to reach the Golden Core realm. But this time, Yi Xian still failed. What's the problem? Is it because I've been with Jiang Qingyan for too long and have done it too much recently that I'm not strong enough? But that's impossible. Is it because my posture is wrong? That's impossible. I have 5 study materials from my previous life. I have basically mastered all the theoretical knowledge. I just don't believe it. Come on. Failure is the mother of success. Yi Xian clenched his fists and said, then try to calm yourself down. He began to guide the true energy in his body and tried to reach the Golden Core realm again. This time, Ye Vuan Sujidit, accompanied by a sharp roar erupting from Yi Xian's body. At the location of Yi Xian's dantian, a golden elixir appeared. This golden elixir is as big as an adult's fist. There is a golden glow on it. Ah, I finally succeeded. And as far as I know, my golden elixir is probably beyond the golden elixir of countless people. It was very big at the beginning, and it will be even bigger when I reach the 9th level of the golden elixir realm. Yi Xian couldn't help but said excitedly. Then Yi Xian opened his eyes. Buzz! When Yi Xian opened his eyes. At this moment, the space where Yi Xian was located began to shake violently. After breaking through to the Golden Core realm, there is indeed a huge gap between it and the Foundation Establishment realm. I feel that my combat capability, spiritual awareness, and perception have become unprecedentedly powerful. Yi Xian couldn't help but said excitedly. Then Yi Xian walked out. But when you walk outside, one child shouted, shocking secret, shocking secret. A spiritual stone won't buy you any loss or deception, but it will allow you to witness shocking news for the first time. After seeing this scene, Ye Vuan understood. In this fantasy world, there are newspapers too. However, Yi Xian had read these newspapers and periodicals before. It's all about things in the world of immortal cultivation. Many of them are gossips about the world of immortal cultivation. There are also some things about cultivation in the world of immortals. It's quite interesting to read, but Yi Xian is a little hungry now. I don't want to read the newspaper at all. So Yi Xian prepared to move forward. But the next moment, Yi Xian couldn't help but be stunned. Because at this moment Yi Xian heard a cultivator who was reading a newspaper nearby exclaimed loudly, "What? The Chaos Saint is pregnant? And no one knows who made the Chaos Saint pregnant. Oh my goddess, that bastard did this? I feel so bad. My goddess is not clean. She got pregnant without my knowledge? Woo-woo." After hearing the conversation and crying of these people, Yi Xian couldn't help but stop. Because of the Chaos Saint, Yi Xian is the most familiar with it. Little brother, give me a newspaper too, Yi Xian said. Yes. The little brother selling newspapers gave Yi Xian a newspaper. After Yi Xian took the newspaper, Yi Xian was stunned. Because what was written in this newspaper was actually all about the Chaos Saint's pregnancy. Some titles even look extremely eye-catching. For example, this title reads, "Is it the loss of humanity or the decline of morality? The Chaos Saint actually..." Then the main content is that the Chaos Saint is pregnant, but no one knows who made her pregnant. Below are some excerpts from the comments. These comments are hilarious. For example, my heart is broken, the Chaos Saint is pregnant, and my youth is gone. Chaos Saint, I treated you as my goddess, but you got pregnant with someone else's child. I fainted in the toilet from crying. Chaos Saint, tell me, who did this? I'll beat the shit out of him. Looking at this entire page, it's all about the Chaos Saint. Yi Xian also fell into deep thought. The Chaos Saint is pregnant? There is only one possibility. It was when I cured her of the aphrodisiac poison last time. The time also matches. So, when these people curse me, aren't they actually cursing me? This is outrageous. The more Yi Xian thought about it, the angrier he became. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. So, Yi Xian went straight over and gave the guy who had just cursed him a bastard a big slap in the face. Hey, why are you hitting me? The man was heartbroken because the Chaos Saint was pregnant. But he was caught off guard and slapped in the face. No one would be able to accept this. You deserve a beating. Yvonne responded. Then he went away cursing. The man was puzzled. It seems that I didn't do anything wrong just now. He just cursed the bastard who made the Chaos Saint pregnant. The result was a slap in the face. Didn't he scold you? Why are you hitting me? After the man realized what was happening, he wanted to respond to Yi Xian with a slap in the face. But I found out. No one knows where Yi Xian has gone. I think you are a son of a bitch, the man cursed. And Yi Xian. Then we came to Shisher Tofu Beach. Yi Xian was eating the white, big, soft, and tender tofu. The corners of his mouth curled up unnaturally. Li Xiao is pregnant? That's great. If the baby is mine, I'll make a fortune. Currently, I already have 3 women. The system said that as long as I find 10 beauties and give birth to children, I will get a critical hit reward. I'm so looking forward to it. Yi Xian thought happily in his heart. But some cultivators around. There was also talk about the Chaos Saint. Speaking of the Chaos Saint's pregnancy, everyone feels extremely uncomfortable and depressed. He wished he could replace the man who made the Chaos Saint pregnant. How I wish that man was them. Yi Xian took advantage of her naturally, and it didn't take long. The bowl of tofu also began to slowly go down my stomach. At the same time, when Yi Xian was thinking about life, at this moment, they were in the back mountain of a mansion near Qingyan City. Something major happened that shocked Qingyan City. Chapter 30. Divine light soars to the sky. A treasure must appear. At this moment, countless divine lights shot up into the sky from the back mountain. The roar continued. Although this place is some distance away from Qingyan City. But when this divine light appeared, all the cultivators in Qingyan were alarmed. Everyone looked towards the place where the divine light was rising into the sky. After seeing this divine light, these cultivators couldn't help but ask excitedly, "Look, isn't it the back mountain where the Tian family is located?" Now that you put it that way, it's true. The divine light is so dazzling. There must be a treasure coming out. Let's go and take a look. Suddenly, these cultivators came towards the mansion where the Tian family was located. When Yi Xian saw this scene, I also became a little curious, because the light is so dazzling. Yi Xian felt that there should indeed be something good. Although Yi Xian's cultivation has now entered the golden core realm, and there is a wall-hanging system, but the function of this system almost requires the presence of women. What if the Tian family attracts a peerless beauty? Then Yi Xian will have something to do again. So, Yi Xian also followed the footsteps of these cultivators, coming towards the mansion of the Tian family. After a few hours, Yi Xian came to the location of the Tian family mansion. At a glance at this moment, there is still divine light here. In the location of the Tian family mansion, there were countless cultivators standing there. These practitioners are both male and female. There was a gleam in each of their eyes. However, these cultivators were blocked by the cultivators of the Tian family. Haven't gone in yet, Master Tian. Although your Tian family owns a part of this mountain behind, shouldn't all the treasures in the world be monopolized by your Tian family? At this moment, a cultivator couldn't help but ask indignantly. Yes, Master Tian, you're going too far. Although your Tian family is very powerful, you can't stop the people of the world. If we charge hard, you can't stop us either. Brothers, please be patient. Our Tian family has no intention of occupying the place where the divine light burst out. Instead, we want to cooperate with you to develop it. Next, let me tell you the conditions of our Tian family, said a middle-aged man who looked elegant, wearing a long gown and holding a sword. What are the conditions? Tell me quickly, a cultivator asked impatiently. I have to say, many cultivators are still looking forward to places where treasures are born. What if you get a tremendous opportunity from it? Then you can turn your life around and rise to fame overnight. From then on, you are the best among people. This time, only cultivators who want to enter the back mountain of my Tian family must be no older than 30 years old, said the head of the Tian family. What? No older than 30? Isn't that too much? Damn it, I'm just 31 years old this year. This is too much. After hearing the words of the head of the Tian family, a cultivator said angrily, because this condition is too high. Basically, most of the men here are excluded. Everyone, please be patient and listen to what I have to say. There is another condition, which is that the cultivation level of a male cultivator cannot be lower than the 4th level of the foundation establishment realm, continued the patriarch of the Tian family. Fuck you, Patriarch Tian. Are you trying to keep the treasure for yourself? Yeah, damn it, Patriarch Tian, you are full of discrimination against women. After hearing the words of Patriarch Tian, all the cultivators present said angrily, What? Are you not convinced? If you're not convinced, you can come over and try. If you defeat me, then go in and ask my Tian family ancestor if he agrees. The head of the Tian family was scolded and suddenly said with a cold expression. The sword in his hand suddenly flew out of his body, with a touch of overwhelming chill, facing the powerful pressure from the head of the Tian family. The cultivators present, who were originally extremely angry, could only shut up. There is no way. The Tian family is the largest family in Lan City. The Tian family is very powerful. More importantly, the Tian family also has an ancestor who is hundreds of years old. No one knows exactly how high this ancestor's cultivation level is. Anyway, the ancestor of the Tian family had already reached the Golden Core realm 300 years ago. A person at the Jindan realm is definitely a master in the secular world. No one can be easily provoked. Now another 100 years have passed. Only a god knows how terrifying the ancestor of the Tian family is. Come here, cultivators who meet the requirements. As long as you find treasures wherever you enter, we can share half of the treasures. You can also enter the Lingxi cave in the back mountain of my Tian family. When the time is up, you can also enter my Tian family if you are willing, said the ancestor of the Tian family. What? We can also enter the Lingxi cave, the Tian family's treasure? After hearing the words of the Tian family, the cultivators present were all extremely excited. After all, it is the Lingxi cave of the Tian family. Many practitioners have heard of it. This Lingxi cave is a dark and deep cave. It is said that there is a spiritual spring pool inside. As long as you practice in it, you can achieve twice the result with half the effort. The reason why the Tian family became the largest family within 100 miles of Lan City. This is also because the Tian family was the first to have this spiritual spring pool. And now, the Tian family actually gives this treatment to the cultivators who enter. I'm so damn envious of this. However, no matter how many cultivators there are, they can only envy. Under everyone's envious gaze, a group of practitioners who met the requirements came out automatically. This group of cultivators, there are probably only about 50 people. Yixian was also quite curious, so he also joined this group of cultivators. Well, not bad. After seeing that there were more than 50 cultivators, the head of the Tian family couldn't help but show a hint of excitement on his face. To be honest, the head of the Tian family did not expect that this strange phenomenon of divine light would attract so many cultivators. The ancestor is saved. This was the first thought of the ancestor of the Tian family at this moment. Then the head of the Tian family said to the qualified disciples, "Everyone follow me." After the head of the Tian family finished speaking, he led Yixian and others who met the requirements to the back mountain. And a group of cultivators were blocked outside the Tian family mansion, looking at the backs of Yixian and others leaving. Everyone was envious, jealous, and hateful to the extreme. But envy is envy. There is nothing we can do. After all, the strength of the Tian family is there. And Yixian and other young disciples. Not much time. He was taken to the back mountain. Everyone, this is where the divine light burst out. If there is a treasure, it should be here. There is a passage here, everyone can go in, said the head of the Tian family. Thank you, Patriarch Tian, for giving us this opportunity. All the qualified young disciples present expressed their gratitude. Then one by one they walked into the passage in front of them. Yixian also followed him in. Not much time. All these disciples entered the passage. Looking at the backs of these disciples entering, the head of the Tian family couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. With so many walking kidneys, the ancestor must be saved. From now on, the ancestor will rely on you. Someone, activate the formation at the entrance of this passage. Don't let anyone escape. Chapter 31, Shocking Scam. Yes. As the head of the Tian family finished speaking, suddenly, several elders of the Tian family took action at the same time. Directly activated the formation where the cave in the back mountain was located. This formation is a killing formation. These disciples who entered wanted to come out. It's as difficult as climbing to the sky. Master, you have a really good plan. With the kidneys of these 56 young cultivators as medicine, it shouldn't be a problem for our ancestor to regain his youth. An elder couldn't help but say with a grin. This is mainly because the ancestors have many ways of doing things. We are just contributing a little bit of effort at most. But this matter must be kept secret by everyone, and no information can leak out at all. Otherwise, the reputation of our Tian family will be ruined, warned the head of the Tian family. Don't worry, Patriarch. We the elders will guard here. No one will come out alive. Several elders nodded. Yeah, the head of the Tian family nodded. Then left here. At the same time, after Yixian and others entered the cave. You can see that this cave has many branches. Some young practitioners began to walk inside excitedly. As for Yixian, he couldn't help but frown. Yixian always felt something was strange. But what's strange about that? Yixian couldn't say anything. Anyway, it's a little strange. Yixian originally wanted to tell his own fortune. But fortune-telling is only suitable for others and does not work for yourself. Forget it. Now that I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. According to the head of the Tian family, there should be the Tian family's spiritual pool here. I'll find that thing first and practice with it. I'm not interested in any treasures or anything like that. Yixian couldn't help but shook his head. Then Yixian acted according to his own feelings. Walk straight ahead from a passage. This cave is indeed very deep and long, and it seems as if there is no bottom to it. It was very similar to what was described in an ancient prose that Yixian studied in his previous life. Enter from the entrance. It is very narrow at first, but only passable. After walking a few dozen steps, it suddenly becomes open. Then it becomes extremely narrow, and it goes on and on. Yixian felt that Senior Tao's words were the most appropriate to describe this place. The spiritual energy here is becoming more and more abundant. This must be the place, there's no doubt about it. Yixian confirmed after walking for a distance. Then keep moving forward. At the same time, a place 1 mile away from Yixian, several young disciples came here. Take a look here at this moment. There's a lake. Next to this lake, there was a figure sitting there. When I saw these young men coming, this figure has his back to these young men. Suddenly turned around. The moment the back turned around, the young man couldn't help but look stern. Because these young people discovered. The figure turned out to be an old man. The old man looked scary at the moment. He looked lifeless, as if he would die at any moment. But those somewhat cloudy eyes revealed a gleam of brilliance. It was like a terrifying monster that chose its prey for its prey. Are you a human or a ghost? The young men couldn't help but frown. Hee, of course it's a human. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. You came at the right time. The old man licked his lips. In the eyes of the old man, these young men are the most tender walking kidneys. If I eat one, it is definitely a great tonic. What do you want to do? Asked the young man. These young people always have a feeling at this moment. That is the old man in front of you. It seems that he has no good intentions towards them. I want your kidneys, the old man said. You want kidneys? Who are you? What do you want our kidneys for? After hearing the old man's words, the faces of these young disciples changed drastically. As for me, of course they are useful. Your kidneys can bring me countless benefits. Of course, you are so young and energetic. In addition to your kidneys, I also want your hearts, the old man said lightly. As the old man finished speaking, the next moment, the old man disappeared from the spot. Wait until the figure reappears. The old man came in front of these young men. The faces of these young men changed drastically. Want to escape. But what made these young men collapse was, these young people discovered they have been restrained by this old man. Just want to escape. It's too late. You are a person with the 6th level of Golden Core Realm cultivation. You are the ancestor of the Tian family? At this moment, a young man finally reacted and said, You are quite smart. I am indeed the ancestor of the Tian family. Ha! The old man laughed. But that laughter sounded creepy and horrifying. So that's what's going on. You made such a big fuss this time, but it was actually a lie. There was no treasure coming out of the Tian family's back mountain. It was just a trick you used to deceive people. A young man said with sudden enlightenment. You are extremely smart, but it's too late. Give me the kidney. The ancestor of the Tian family spoke. Then terrifying true energy began to flow in his hands, inserted directly into a young man's back where his waist is. Not much time. An extremely tender kidney went directly into the hands of the Tian family's ancestor. Ha! So tender, so full of vitality. Eating this can not only make up for my manly strength, but also help me cultivate that magical skill. Ha! The ancestor of the Tian family laughed. Then he swallowed the steaming, hot kidney into his mouth and started chewing it. Not much time. A kidney was swallowed by the ancestor of the Tian family. Ah! At this moment, the young man who was hit in the waist let out a piercing scream. His face was extremely pale. As for the other young man, at this moment his face turned pale with fright. Because these young disciples never dreamed that the Tian family would be so despicable and shameless. And the ancestor of the Tian family is actually a monster. The more you shout, the more excited I get. The ancestor of the Tian family laughed. Then he took out the young man's other kidney and swallowed it. But after the 2 kidneys were cut off, The young man is still alive, but some of them don't work. The ancestor of the Tian family has no mercy at all. After eating the kidneys, they simply dug out the young man's heart and swallowed it alive. Mercy? No, don't. When I saw a young man next to me die like this, at this moment, the lips of several other imprisoned young men began to tremble. Scream as loud as you can. The more you scream, the stronger the life force of your kidneys and heart will be. Wow, huh? The ancestor of the Tian family laughed strangely. Then he walked towards another young man. At the same time, Yi Xian sighed. Yi Xian came to a place. Chapter 32. You guys are here to practice. Here's a glance. The spiritual energy is abundant and rich. On the ground, there is a pool that can accommodate one person. Yi Xian naturally knew. This is the Tian family's spiritual energy pool. Yes, I finally found you after all the hardships. Yi Xian couldn't help but look excited. Although without the assistance of the system, Yi Xian's breakthrough in cultivation was relatively poor. But as long as the conditions are met, your cultivation will slowly increase. So Yi Xian took off his clothes directly. Then he jumped into the spiritual spring pool. Yi Xian always felt that the Tian family must have ulterior motives in recruiting so many talented disciples this time. But Yi Xian had nothing to worry about. Let's practice while here first. After jumping into the Lingquan pool, suddenly, an extremely abundant spiritual energy flowed into Yi Xian's body through his skin. So comfortable, Yi Xian couldn't help but stretch. Then he began to allow the spiritual energy to cleanse his body and meridians. Even after practicing for a while, Yi Xian rubbed his indestructible bird. This thing is very powerful, although Yi Xian already has 3 Taoist companions. Of course, the Chaos Saint is still uncertain at the moment. After all, whether the child that Chaos Saint was carrying was Yi Xian's or not was still to be confirmed by the system. If the child is born, you will get system rewards. That is 100% Yi Xian's child. That's it. Time passes quickly. After the 10th day, a sharp roar came from Yi Xian's body. Then Yi Xian's cultivation level directly broke through from the first level of the Golden Core Realm to the second level of the Golden Core Realm. At this moment, the Lingquan pool also became sticky and black. Obviously, the essence in this spiritual spring pool has been completely absorbed by Yi Xian. If this scene was known by the Tian family, I will definitely not be able to hold back the painful tears, because Yi Xian is really wasting resources. This spiritual spring pool is extremely precious. These days, Yi Xian not only took a bath but also practiced in it. It also absorbed the essence of the entire Lingquan pool. It's simply not something a human can do. Alas, what a pity! The essence of the entire spiritual spring pool has only allowed me to break through a small realm, Yi Xian said with some regret. But Yi Xian was still very satisfied. As long as it can improve your cultivation. It's nothing actually. This trip was not in vain. It's worthwhile. Yi Xian couldn't help but murmured. Then Yi Xian started walking outside. This Lingquan pool is actually quite mysterious. Want to pass through this spiritual spring pool? You have to go through countless formations. However, for those who have mastered the formation at the maximum level, these are not difficult at all. Not much time. Yi Xian left the Lingquan pool, then walked away. But the further Yi Xian walked, the more he felt something was wrong. Because Yi Xian clearly remembered that there were more than 50 companions who came in with him. As a result, he practiced in Lingquan pool for half a month. No one fucking person is missing? Anyone would find this extremely strange. Could it be that they have all found incredible treasures? Well, the treasures all belong to you. I, Yi Xian, have no interest in them, Yi Xian said indifferently. Then Yi Xian followed the same path he came from and walked towards the exit. After walking for some distance, Yi Xian couldn't help but frown, because right before our eyes, there were several corpses lying there. Yi Xian came to the corpses and took a look. Then Yi Xian's expression became extremely sharp, because Yi Xian recognized these corpses. They were some of the companions who came in with him, but they're all dead now, and the death makeup is very miserable. Yi Xian examined the wound carefully. Yi Xian finally discovered a common point among these corpses. That is, these corpses are all missing hearts and kidneys. Damn it, all other parts are there except the kidneys and the heart. Are there kidneys in this world? Yi Xian couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. Yi Xian in the previous life. Yi Xian knew there was a place where kidneys were made. That place is a place that everyone fears. As long as you dare to go, then your kidneys will definitely be broken. In this life, Yi Xian also encountered the existence of this kidney. What on earth did this? Why does it look like it was forcibly taken out while it was still alive? Otherwise, the expression wouldn't be so hideous. It seems that there is something strange here. I'd better be careful as a man who relies on my kidneys to become strong. Yi Xian couldn't help but mutter. Yi Xian at this moment started to become cautious. In this fantasy world where people eat each other, it is always better to be careful. You only have one life. If it's scrapped, then there is nothing. Yi Xian continued walking for a while. Yi Xian saw some scattered corpses on the ground again. The appearance of these corpses was the same as the ones Yi Xian had seen before. The kidneys and heart were also injured. It's really unpleasant to watch. As Yi Xian slowly walked forward. At this moment, he was at a place several thousand meters away from Yi Xian. The ancestor of the Tian family couldn't help but reveal a hint of coldness in his eyes. I won't make a mistake. This time, 56 young disciples were sent in, but only the kidneys and hearts of 55 of them were eaten. There must be one fish that slipped through the net. If I can eat one more person's heart and kidney, I can regain my youth and live a second life. Boy, where are you? You can't escape. I'm going to find you. I'm going to find you. Waha! The ancestor of the Tian family let out a strange and sinister laugh while starting to look for it. Actually, it was based on time. The current ancestor of the Tian family could have died long ago. But the ancestor of the Tian family did not want to die. The ancestor of the Tian family wants to live. But few people can defy fate in their second life. But one time, when the ancestor of the Tian family was out, accidentally obtained a book of cult secrets. This secret technique records a horrifying technique. That means just eating the kidneys of 100 young disciples. Then practice this technique. You can regain your youth. For longevity, the ancestor of the Tian family took a desperate risk. Fabricate news about the birth of a treasure. Then it attracted countless disciples. Finally, allow those disciples who meet the requirements to enter here. Today, the ancestor of the Tian family has eaten the kidneys and hearts of 99 young men. As long as Yi Xian's kidney and heart are cut, the ancestor of the Tian family may really be able to live a second life against the will of heaven. The ancestor of the Tian family started searching quickly. After searching for 2 hours, the ancestor of the Tian family couldn't help but reveal an excited smile on his face. Because of the traces of the Holy Spirit of Yi Xian, who escaped the net. Finally, he was captured by the ancestor of the Tian family. When the ancestor of the Tian family discovered Yi Xian's footprints, Yi Xian, at this moment, he naturally discovered the ancestor of the Tian family. Boy, you gave me a hard time looking for you. Chapter 33. Damn, you actually know formations? Who are you? Yi Xian asked in a deep voice, looking at the guy in front of him with bloodshot eyes, as if he came out of hell. It doesn't matter who I am to you. You just need to remember that you play a vital role to me today. Because only you can make me regain my youth, the old man said lightly. A pair of devilish eyes swept over Yi Xian. After observing for a while, the ancestor of the Tian family was extremely shocked. Because the ancestor of the Tian family could clearly sense that Yi Xian's life force was extremely strong. Whether it's the kidneys or the heart, they are both super powerful. This made the Tian family's ancestor extremely excited. Even if you don't tell me, I can know your identity. Aren't you the ancestor of the Tian family? It turns out that the dazzling divine light was created by you in order to practice an evil magic skill that can make you rejuvenate. Yi Xian said coldly. Yi Xian's divination skill is a bit useless. That is to predict everything that happened. You have to see me in person. Now, the moment Yi Xian saw the ancestor of the Tian family, naturally, everything came to light. Boy, you are much smarter than the guys I met before. It seems that you are really the most important trigger for my rejuvenation. Thank you for appearing here. After hearing Yi Xian's words, the ancestor of the Tian family couldn't help but nodded excitedly. Birth, aging, and death are the inevitable consequences. This is the law of nature. Why go to so much trouble? You have lived for hundreds of years. Are you living like a dog? Yi Xian's voice suddenly became extremely cold. According to Yi Xian's understanding, the average lifespan of a person at the Jindan stage is about 500 years. The nascent soul is about 1,000 years old. The old fellow in front of him seemed to be at the 6th level of the Golden Core realm, so wanting immortality really felt like a fool's dream. Hey kid, you're still laughing. There are some things you don't understand. Do you have any last words? If not, then just become an important nutrient for me to regain youth. The ancestor of the Tian family said with a sinister smile on his face. Because this place isn't a cave. The ancestor of the Tian family always had disheveled hair. At this moment, the ancestor of the Tian family looked extremely terrifying and ferocious. As the Tian family ancestor's words fell, the vast true energy of the Tian family ancestor surged out from his body. Yi Xian was wrapped up in an instant. Yi Xian at this moment. He was directly wrapped by the true essence and could not move. After wrapping Yi Xian, the ancestor of the Tian family came in front of Yi Xian. Boy, don't blame me. Wish me success. Your efforts will bring you infinite merits, said the ancestor of the Tian family. Then a hand came towards Yi Xian's kidney. At this moment, Yi Xian finally understood. Those people died of the pain after their hearts and kidneys were removed while they were still alive. This old guy is worse than an animal in his pursuit of immortality. But I want to bite Yi Xian's kidney. It's not that easy. Yi Xian was imprisoned just now. It's just to confuse the other party. Because Yi Xian deliberately concealed his cultivation level. The ancestor of the Tian family felt that Yi Xian was just a person at the foundation establishment stage. Just as the Tian family ancestor's hand was about to reach Yi Xian's waist. Boom! Suddenly, Yi Xian released his second-level golden core realm cultivation without reservation. The terrifying flow of true energy. Crack, crack. When Yi Xian's cultivation was fully released, the true energy that the Tian family ancestor had used to imprison Yi Xian suddenly exploded. Then it disappeared. After the true essence exploded, Yi Xian punched out directly. Hit the abdomen of the ancestor of the Tian family. I'll kill you when you're least prepared. This is what Yi Xian wants to do. This scene happened too quickly. The ancestor of the Tian family never dreamed that Yi Xian would hide his cultivation. And he didn't sense it at all. After the ancestor of the Tian family reacted, the ancestor of the Tian family only felt as if his chest was hit heavily by a hammer. Then the whole person groaned. It flew backwards like a broken sack. Bang! Finally, the ancestor of the Tian family hit the wall heavily and fell to the ground. Puff! After the ancestor of the Tian family stood up from his original position, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. At this moment, the ancestor of the Tian family was still in shock. If he didn't have a piece of golden armor to protect him, the punch Yi Xian delivered just now must have crippled him. You actually hid your cultivation? At such a young age, your cultivation has reached the second level of the golden core realm? I really underestimated you. The ancestor of the Tian family looked at Yi Xian in front of him with an expression of disbelief. Old man, you are very smart. You actually have a golden armor to protect your body. But you are dead today. I can't control the affairs of this world for now, but if anyone dares to set his sights on me, I will grind him to ashes, Yi Xian said in a cold voice. Yi Xian was originally a man with a relatively easygoing personality. But Yi Xian also has his own bottom line. That is, I will not offend others unless they offend me, but if someone dares to infringe upon my bottom line, there is only one ending: death without a burial place. Humph, kid, I admit that I underestimated you, but your cultivation is still inferior to mine. Dragon trapping formation, the Tian family ancestor said in an icy voice. A formation appeared in his hand, and he used it directly on Yi Xian. This dragon trapping formation was also brought out by the ancestor of the Tian family from a secret realm. It's a bit incomplete now. If there is no defect, that means even the dragons in the sky can be trapped. As the dragon trapping formation was performed, it's foggy here. Yi Xian was trapped in the formation in an instant. Boy, you can't escape this time. After looking at Yi Xian trapped in the formation, the ancestor of the Tian family sneered. In the eyes of the Tian family ancestor, this time, no matter how high Yi Xian's cultivation level is, it will be difficult to get rid of the trouble caused by this formation. Really? It's just a broken formation, and you think you can trap me? Are you dreaming? Yi Xian said with a sneer on his face. As Yi Xian finished speaking, Yi Xian walked out directly from the dragon trapping formation. After seeing Yi Xian's figure, the ancestor of the Tian family was knowledgeable. At this moment, he couldn't help but swear. Fuck you. You can actually break the formation? Very good. It seems that only I can do it myself. As the Tian family ancestor spoke, a sword appeared in his hand. This sword is red. It exudes a biting chill. Obviously, it is a sword of high level. Breaking the sky technique, slash. The ancestor of the Tian family shouted loudly. He swung the sword in his hand fiercely. A sword slashed out. The endless sword light, with a terrifying aura that could destroy the world, came directly towards Yixian. Wherever the sword light passes, the void was cut into countless pieces by the sword energy. It looks extremely terrifying. Chapter 34 today is a good day. The cultivation level of the 6th level of the Golden Core realm is just this. 10,000 swords return to their origin, looking at the monstrous sword energy coming towards him. Yixian said with a sneer on his face. Yixian could naturally sense it. Although the ancestor of the Tian family has reached the 6th level of the Golden Core realm. But in fact, the real combat capability of the Tian family ancestor is only around the 4th level of the Golden Core realm. After breaking through to the Golden Core realm, it was obvious that all subsequent cultivation levels were built up with the help of elixirs. As Yixian finished speaking, the true energy circulates in Yixian's body. Then it transformed into sword energy that reached the sky. It gushes out directly. For a moment, tens of thousands of sword energies were released here at the same time, facing the terrifying sword light of the ancestor of the Tian family. Boom, boom. In an instant, countless sword energies collided with each other in the void. There was a deafening roar. After a collision, the terrifying sword energy slashed out by the ancestor of the Tian family. It will collapse directly. But there was no time for the Tian family's ancestor to react. The next moment, the monstrous sword energy slashed out by the ancestor of the Tian family was directly destroyed. Then, countless sword energies all bombarded the ancestor of the Tian family. Accompanied by a scream, the ancestor of the Tian family was directly hit by the sword energy. Then he flew backwards. After the ancestor of the Tian family stabilized his body. At this moment, the ancestor of the Tian family looked extremely embarrassed. The golden armor on his body was directly pierced through by the sword energy. At the same time, blood was flowing from the thigh of the ancestor of the Tian family. If it weren't for the golden silk armor this time, the life of the ancestor of the Tian family is certainly in danger. Damn it, I will remember this grudge, said the ancestor of the Tian family, gritting his teeth. The ancestor of the Tian family originally thought that his rejuvenation was a foregone conclusion this time. But I never expected that I would run into big trouble at the last moment. Yixian's strength is much more terrifying than the Tian family's ancestor had imagined. After the ancestor of the Tian family said those harsh words, then his body moved, disappeared directly from the spot. Because the ancestor of the Tian family knows. He is no match for Yixian now. So the best thing to do is to escape from here quickly. He will take revenge after he regains his youth. You want to escape right under my nose? Is it possible? Seeing the figure of the ancestor of the Tian family disappear from the spot, Yixian said with a cruel arc at the corner of his mouth. As Yixian finished speaking, Yixian's figure also disappeared from the spot. After Yixian disappeared, the other side, a figure reappeared in a place. This figure is naturally the ancestor of the Tian family. Fuck you. Fortunately, this is my Tian family's cave. I am familiar with it. Otherwise, I would have died here. I don't know where this little beast came from to stop me from doing good things. I'd better get out of here right away and wait until this little bastard dies here. The Tian family's ancestor said with lingering fear. When the ancestor of the Tian family thought of the battle just now, he felt sweat on his back. Because the move Yixian just used, 10,000 swords returning to the origin, was so damn outrageous and terrifying. As the Tian family ancestor's words fell, the ancestor of the Tian family was preparing to leave. But the next moment, the ancestor of the Tian family almost screamed out of fright. Because at this moment, it is only not far away. A figure was standing there. Excellent temperament. It gives people a feeling as if a banished immortal has come to Earth. Isn't this young man Yixian? How is this possible? Are you a human or a ghost? The Tian family's ancestor couldn't help but clamp his legs together. The ancestor of the Tian family was a little scared at this moment, because this guy feels like a shadow following me everywhere. Yixian didn't want to waste any more time. The cultivation level of the 2nd level of the Golden Core realm was released without any reservation. An overwhelming murderous intent was flowing. 10,000 swords returned to the sect and perform. Suddenly, this place turned into a sea of sword energy. Facing this overwhelming sword energy, the ancestor of the Tian family hurriedly used his true energy to wrap his body up. But this sword energy is really terrifying. Not much time. The protective shield around the ancestor of the Tian family was directly pierced through by the sword energy. Then, The ancestor of the Tian family was pierced through by the sword energy. Blood splattered. Oh no! Why? God doesn't help me? The moment the ancestor of the Tian family sensed that he was about to die, there were roars of unwillingness. The ancestor of the Tian family couldn't figure it out until his death. Why did I fail at the most critical moment? It's really just a little bit away from success. He really felt unwilling. But there's no use being unwilling. Misfortunes sent by heaven can be forgiven, but misfortunes brought upon oneself cannot be forgiven. Taking the wrong path is doomed to death. After the death of the ancestor of the Tian family, Yi Xian came before the ancestor of the Tian family. Take the storage ring. There is also a sword of high level in it. There is also a pile of spirit stones. There is also a magical book on rejuvenation. Yi Xian directly destroyed this evil magic. Yi Xian didn't believe in rejuvenation. After doing all this, Yi Xian walked outside. At the same time, outside the cave of the Tian family's ancestor, for elders of the Tian family. At this moment, he was smiling excitedly. It's been half a month. Do you think the old ancestor's rejuvenation should have been successful? Of course, those young men should have become the nourishment for our ancestor to regain his youth. Haha, as long as our ancestor regains his youth, the strength of our Tian family will be further improved. Yes, we have to watch out. Otherwise, we won't recognize the ancestor after he rejuvenates himself. The four elders discussed. Everyone felt in a very good mood. Because the ancestor regained his youth. That means the ancestor can continue to practice. As long as the ancestor's strength becomes stronger, then the strength of their Tian family will become even stronger. When I think of this, one elder couldn't help but humming. Today is a good day. Everything you dream of can come true. Today is a good day. We open the door to welcome the spring breeze. Beautiful songs convey deep affection, and the watercolor of moonlight brightens tomorrow's day. The beautiful world is in our hearts. After being sung by the elder, the other three elders couldn't help but sing as well. When the three elders were in a good mood. Now, in the cave, suddenly there was a loud roar. As the roar spread, the next moment, a figure walked out of the formation in the cave safely. After seeing this figure, the four elders did not hesitate at all. They knelt on the ground and said in unison. Several elders immediately knelt down and said, "Welcome the old ancestor to come out of retreat. The old ancestor is invincible and has regained his life. My grandchildren are so filial. Please stand up." Seeing these four guys kneeling down to him so respectfully, Yi Xian said lightly, That's not right." Did the old man's voice change after he regained his youth? After hearing these words, the four elders were all puzzled. Then they stood up together and looked towards the ancestor. Then, after seeing the ancestor's face, the four elders' faces changed drastically. Chapter 35. The scholar is useless. Aren't you the ancestor? When the four elders saw Yi Xian's face, the faces of the four elders changed drastically, because the four elders recognized him at a glance. The boy in front of them was the young man named Yi Xian who entered with them. Because Yi Xian is so handsome. So when entering the cave, several elders deliberately discussed it. Everyone said that Yi Xian was so handsome. What a pity for this skin. But today, I never expected that Yi Xian would actually come out from here. No. Could it be that the ancestor has taken over another's body? Suddenly, an elder couldn't help but pat his head and said. After the elder said this, the other three elders also thought it made sense. Because now there is only one explanation. But the way the old ancestor looked at them seemed wrong. When he looked at them, it was as if he was looking at fools. Grandchildren, the ancestor is happy today. So I'm here to give you some candy, Yi Xian said with a smile. You are not the ancestor. After Yi Xian said this, the four elders finally realized it. The handsome young man in front of them was not their ancestor at all. But how is this possible? There are not only ancestors inside, but also countless formations. How did this guy get out so easily? When these four elders were in shock, Yi Xian's mind moved. The blood-red sword appeared in his hand. This jade blood sword is exactly the sword used by the ancestor of the Tian family. Now it is held by Yi Xian. You actually took the ancestor's jade blood sword? How is that possible? Originally, the four elders found it hard to believe the reality of the scene before them. But now, the four elders had a bad feeling in their hearts. Because this jade blood sword is the ancestor's personal belongings. Now that he is being taken away by Yi Xian, it is obvious that the old ancestor is in great danger. To tell you the truth, your ancestor has been killed by me. From now on, you will go and accompany your ancestor, Yi Xian said indifferently. As Yi Xian finished speaking, Yi Quan's Drutavation Budosomit, the blood-red sword in his hand, drew a strange arc. The entire figure disappeared from the spot. Wait until you reappear. Then he came before the four elders. Not good. When seeing Yi Xian's figure appear, the four elders' faces changed drastically. Prepare to back out. But the four elders didn't even have time to react. The blood-green sword in Yi Xian's hand emitted a cold red light. Then it passed through the necks of the four elders. As the blood-red sword slashed across, 4 lines of blood shot out. Ahem! This scene happened too quickly. By the time the four elders reacted, I was felt a chill on my neck. Then blood spurted out uncontrollably. The four elders covered their necks tightly with their hands. When his eyes looked at Yi Xian, full of horror and dismay. Not much time. The four elders fell directly to the ground and died. The four elders opened their eyes wide. Obviously, he died with his eyes open. Don't look at me. You asked for this, Yi Xian said coldly. Directly destroy the bodies of the four elders. Then Yi Xian came towards the Tian family mansion. At the same time, in the entire Tian family mansion, full of laughter. At this moment, Tian Hua, the head of the Tian family, and 3 other elders were discussing important matters. Great elder, if we calculate the time, our ancestor should be about to regain his youth and come out of seclusion. After the ancestor comes out of seclusion, we have to celebrate and host a banquet for all the heroes in the world. What do you think? I agree with the head of the family. If our ancestor can regain his youth, this is definitely a great thing for our Tian family. Yes, as long as the ancestor succeeds, the strength of our Tian family will be further improved. Several elders nodded. Advice for homeowners. I fully agree. You are ugly, but you have beautiful thoughts, just as the head of the family was talking to several elders. At this moment, a lazy voice came. Hear the sound. The head of the Tian family, Tian Hua, and the 3 elders all changed their expressions. Look towards the door. Then Tian Hua and others were stunned, because at this moment I can only see it at the gate. There stood a young man holding a sword. Blood was slowly dripping from the sword, and the young man looks very handsome. It's like a banished immortal descending to the earth. The moment I saw this young man, Tian Hua and the 3 elders couldn't help but feel a pang in their hearts. Because of this young man, Tian Hua had a little impression that this young man was the one who entered the cave this time. Because he is handsome, so Tian Hua was deeply impressed. Also, why does the sword in this young man's hand look so familiar? Didn't our ancestor also have a sword like this? Who are you? Tian Hua asked in a deep voice. At the same time, he clenched the sword in his hand. The one who wants to kill you. Your Tian family's ancestor has killed countless innocent people. Today, that old man has confessed his crime and was sentenced to death. Next is your doomsday, Yi Xian said in a deep voice. You actually killed the ancestor. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Tian Hua and the 3 elders felt extremely angry. Originally, Tian Hua had to make preparations to welcome the ancestor. But he didn't expect that the person who greeted him was Yi Xian. 3 elders, kill him together, Tian Hua said in an icy voice. As Tian Hua finished speaking, Tian Hua came to kill with 3 elders. Humph, you overestimate your own abilities. D. Yi Xian said in a cold tone. Even the ancestors in their prime were no match for Yi Xian, not to mention Tian Hua and the 3 elders in front of him. Wrong time. Tian Hua and the 3 elders fell in a pool of blood. Each one died with his eyes open. After killing Tian Hua, Yi Xian simply decided to stop playing the arrow. The entire Tian family was wiped out directly. Yi Xian is well aware of the principle of cutting the grass at its roots. Certainly, things like the Tian family's spiritual stones. Yi Xian accepted them all with a smile. After destroying the Tian family, Yi Xian embarked on a journey of further training. And the other cultivators in Lan City, after seeing the tragic incident of the Tian family being wiped out, they were all greatly shocked. But no one knows what exactly happened to the Tian family. At the same time, in a small mountain village tens of thousands of miles away from Lan City, a white-faced scholar in tattered clothes. At this moment, he was standing in front of a cliff, his face full of frustration and despair. Failed again? Am I, Ma Wenkai, destined to achieve nothing in my life? I feel so sad, cried the pale-faced scholar named Ma Wenkai. Ma Wenkai originally wanted to enter Taoism through literature. But no matter how hard Ma Wenkai tried, I failed the exam every time. This made Ma Wenkai completely desperate and gave up. When I think of my own miserable situation, Ma Wenkai immediately thought of committing suicide and prepared to jump from here. But just at this moment, an incredible scene happened to Ma Wenkai. Chapter 36, Flying on the Wind, free and unfettered between heaven and earth. You want to commit suicide at such a young age? Young man, have you been living a dog's life all these years? You have read so many books by sages, but you are still so ignorant. At this moment, a vague voice was heard. Who? After hearing the voice, Marvin felt his scalp tingling. Because of this sound, it feels like it comes from another world on this continent. Don't worry about who I am. Just answer my question. Have you ever slept with a woman? The disembodied voice continued. Ma Wenkai said with a sad face. Which girl is willing to sleep with him? He grew up in a poor family and his grandparents died when he was 3 years old. My parents died when I was 13. From then on, he was left alone. Ma Wenkai originally thought that as long as he studied hard, he could pass the imperial examination and bring honor to their Ma family. But it started when I was 15. Ma Wenkai takes the exam every year. But in 10 years, he never passed the imperial examination. During these 10 years, Ma Wenkai had mostly been spending time with his five fingers girl, living a drowsy life. So since you haven't even slept with a girl, you want to die? The disembodied voice continued to ask. Although it's a pity, I have no other choice. I don't want to be a joke in the eyes of everyone. My life is worse than death. Ma Wenkai replied, because I haven't talked to anyone in a long, long time. That's why Ma Wenkai has gone from being shocked to being calm. The worst that can happen is death. Let's fly a bird towards the sky. I'm not afraid of anything, not even afraid of death. Are you afraid of individual hammers? Then let me ask you, do you want endless wealth and beauties all over the world? Do you want to be the best in the world? Asked the ethereal voice. Of course I do. Who doesn't want to be embraced by countless beauties? Who doesn't want to be embraced by endless wealth? Who doesn't want to have unrivaled strength? But I don't deserve them. These are just thoughts for me. Ma Wenkai murmured. The despair in his eyes became even more intense. No, don't you just think about it? As long as you are willing, you can achieve these things, believe it or not. The illusory voice continued to ask. How can it be realized? In a dream? Ma Wenkai shook his head. No, it's in reality. I'm asking you. Do you want to realize it? The ethereal voice said in a gentle and persuasive manner. Who are you? You have to let me know your identity, right? Ma Wenkai asked. Ma Wenkai said this while looking around. But how to find it? I just can't find where exactly this sound is coming from. You want to ask who I am? I'll show you who I am, the disembodied voice replied. As the words fell, suddenly, an illusory shadow appeared in front of Ma Wenkai. This shadow is a person, but this shadow has no arms or legs. There is only a head that looks ferocious. You are a ghost. Ma Wenkai was so scared that he took a few steps back. Wrong. I am an ancient god, born into the world specifically to save all living beings, said the illusory voice. Ancient gods. Ma Wenkai was a little unconvinced, although Ma Wenkai has never seen a god. But Ma Wenkai is not stupid. Then what will it take for you to believe that I am an ancient god? Asked the illusory figure. I heard that the ancient gods have the ability to change the world. If you can flatten this mountain, then I will believe you, Ma Wenkai said after thinking about it. For Ma Wenkai, I haven't seen many cultivators. That's why Ma Wen felt that as long as the other party could flatten the mountain in front of him, that is a terrifying, godlike existence. Okay, then you go down, said the illusory figure. As the illusory figure spoke, Ma Wenkai nodded, then retreated to a safe place. The next moment, Ma Wenkai only saw a bright glow all around the illusory figure. At the same time, the illusory figure could only be heard muttering, "Hurry up and follow the command. Break the mountain and split the rock." As this spell appeared, suddenly, a blue light appeared. Then it bombarded the mountain in front of it. Boom! When the green light hit the mountain, suddenly, this mountain emits countless roaring sounds. Then, under Ma Wentsai's incredible gaze, the mountain peak turned directly into a flat land. After seeing this scene, Ma Wenkai opened his mouth, shocked to the extreme, because Ma Wenkai really never dreamed that the ugly-looking illusory figure in front of him would be so terrifying. It's so terrifying. Do you believe me now? Asked the illusory figure. I believe it. Ma Wenkai nodded hurriedly. Then do you want to become as powerful as me? I tell you, as long as you become powerful, those beauties will automatically come into your arms and wait for you to favor them. You can play with them however you want. If you are strong and play with women, others will think you have the ability. If you are weak and play with women, they will think you are a scumbag, said the illusory figure. Then how can I become as strong as you? Ma Wenkai asked with some anticipation. Be my disciple, said the illusory figure. Disciple Ma Wenkai greets the master. Ma Wenkai immediately knelt down and said, My dear disciple, get up. From now on, I will take you to explore the world, embrace all the beauties in the world, and achieve a one-of-a-kind existence. But in order to test your sincerity, I need you to do something, said the illusory figure. Master, please tell me. As long as it can make me stronger and stop being bullied and laughed at, I am willing to do anything, Ma Wenkai said with clenched fists. These years, Ma Wenkai was really fed up with this shitty life. I'm tired of the numb life with calloused hands. Ma Wenkai felt that he was really lucky. Surprisingly, I encountered the help of the ancient gods. Now, your master will take you to find an opportunity. That opportunity is called the Tianyuan Ruins, which was left by a powerful person in the god transformation stage. As long as you seize the opportunity inside, you will soar into the sky, and from then on, you will ride on the wind and sword, and roam freely between heaven and earth. When the ruins are opened, there will be countless beauties. When you become stronger, you can play with them however you want, said the illusory figure. That's great. Let's go, master, Ma Wenkai said excitedly after hearing the master's words. Ma Wenkai had even started to think about what to do after meeting a beautiful woman. Let alone taking action, just thinking about it is so exciting. The more Ma Wenkai thought about it, the more excited he became. The more I think about it, the more I wish I could go to the Tianyuan ruins right now, then become the brightest one among them. Ma Wenkai even wrote a poem for himself. Watch today. I am the only one. Countless beauties bowed down. He idiot. Feeling that Ma Wenkai was too excited to control himself, the illusory figure couldn't help but curse. Then the illusory figure leaned directly over Ma Wenkai and came towards the location of the Tianyuan ruins. Chapter 37. All men are pigs. When Ma Wenkai came towards the Tianyuan ruins, at this moment, he's in a place 100,000 miles away from the Tianyuan ruins. Here's a quick look. Countless buildings stand, and these buildings are different from the buildings outside. They are all built with flower petals. The air is filled with the fragrance of flowers. Various flowers are in bloom. It looks absolutely stunning. If there were any cultivators here, they would be able to recognize him. This is Hualuo Palace, the paradise for men that countless men yearn for. Hualuo Palace is different from other holy places and sects. There are only female disciples in Hualuo Palace. It would be fine if it were just female disciples. The most awesome thing about Hualuo Palace is every disciple of it. Just step out of the secular world. They are all peerless beauties who have attracted countless men. On the list of fairies in the Eastern Wasteland, 3 of the top 10 beauties in Hualuo Palace are from this group. You can imagine how extraordinary Hualuo Palace is. However, the only thing that makes men in the world regretful is that the disciples of Hualuo Palace rarely go out. Moreover, the location of Hualuo Palace is mysterious. Few men know their exact location. Therefore, men in the world talk about Hualuo Palace. Each one was filled with awe and regret. At this moment, he was in a flower palace in Hualuo Palace. A beautiful lady dressed in gauze and with a graceful figure was lazily lying on a bed made of flower petals. The posture is graceful and moving. There is no sign of aging at all. This great beauty. It was Hua Shiren, the palace master of Hualuo Palace. Hua Shiren rubbed her extremely fair and tender skin. At the same time, she couldn't help but sigh. Alas, the road to immortality is long. People say that I, Hua Shiren, have high standards and look down on men in the world. But how can people know that the stinky men in the world are like dog shit? Ugly dogs hide away when they see them. How can they enter the eyes of me? Hua Shiren? Never mind, living happily here is also a kind of life. Be content with what you have. I have a group of lovely female disciples who can accompany me when I need them. This palace lady is content. Hua Shiren couldn't help but murmur. But just at this moment Hua Shiren was sighing. A figure appeared in the flower palace. The figure was a 29-year-old beauty. Her name is Hua Shiren. He is one of Hua Shiren's 3 disciples. At the same time, Hua Shiren's beauty ranks 3rd on the fairy list. He is known by the world as the reincarnation of the flower god. It can be seen how extraordinary Hua Shimon's beauty is. Disciple, why are you here? Hua Shiren asked curiously. Master, can I come and see you? What are you doing? Hua Shiren asked with her clear eyes wide open. Ahem, I just feel a little feverish on my forehead. You came in without even knocking on the door. How disrespectful. Hua Shiren couldn't help but said angrily. But anyone can hear it. The palace master of Hualuo Palace who looks down on men. He is extremely doting on his beloved disciple. Master, didn't you say that I don't need to knock when I come to your room in the future? Master, can you please wear your clothes properly in the future? It really looks a bit weird to your disciple like this. What if it gets out that the palace master of Hualuo Palace doesn't like to wear clothes? How embarrassing would that be? Hua Shiren couldn't help but said helplessly. Hua Shiren felt that her master was good in every way. I just don't like wearing clothes. Sometimes she would even run around in Hualuo Palace wearing only a gauze. Hua Shiren felt that if outsiders knew that the palace master of Hualuo Palace, who was like a fairy in the eyes of the world, had such a hobby, that would surely make your jaw drop in shock. My disciple, you are the only ones in Hualuo Palace. What are you afraid of? You have what I have, and you are even younger than me. There is nothing to be ashamed of. As long as we, the disciples of Hualuo Palace, don't go out, who would know? Tell me, what is it that you want to see your master about? Hua Shiren said disapprovingly. Master, aren't the Tianyuan ruins about to open? I've been stuck at the 7th level of the Golden Core realm for too long. I want to go out and try my luck. Hua Shiren said, Tianyuan ruins? If you hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten about this matter. Hua Shiren couldn't help but say after hearing her apprentice's words. Tianyuan ruins. That was left behind by a powerful person in the spirit transformation realm. The opportunities inside are pretty good. It opens once every 100 years. If you can get some opportunities inside, there might actually be a possibility of a breakthrough. Well, now you are 18 years old, you can go out for a walk. But before you leave the palace, I have some instructions for you to remember. You have to remember that this time you have only one goal, which is to find the opportunity inside. Don't have any intersection with any man, understand? Men are all big pigs, and they love to deceive people. If you fall for their tricks, not only will you grow old and dark quickly, but you will also live in pain for the rest of your life. Without a man in your heart, playing the ancient flute will be natural and magical. Hua Shiren couldn't help but say, Master, how do you know that all men are pigs? You don't have a Taoist partner? Hua Shiren couldn't help but ask curiously. To tell you the truth, my mother was angered to death by a man. When she died, she told me that she was deceived when she was young and then got pregnant with her. But after she got pregnant with her, the man abandoned her. If you take a look around the secular world, you'll find that many children are fatherless because the men are one way before they take off their clothes and another way after they put them on. Disciple, you must remember this. Hua Shiren said seriously. Disciple, remember this. I will never talk to a man at that time. Hua Shiren nodded. Go, disciple. Your master has protected you for 18 years. You should also go out and explore the world and learn how to grow on your own. Take this communication talisman. If you encounter any trouble that is difficult to solve, call your master and he will be crushed to ashes. My disciple, Hua Shiren, is my darling and sweetheart. No one can bully him, said Hua Shiren. Thank you, master. Hua Shiren nodded. Then he took the communication talisman from his master, transformed into a graceful rainbow, and began to move towards the direction of the Tianyuan ruins. Chapter 38 Tonight, I'm the brightest kid in Tianyuan City. Tianyuan City has been extremely lively recently because of the Tianyuan ruins. Throughout the city, various hawking sounds could be heard. Come and take a look at this heirloom bowl. The ancient treasure, the heaven-swallowing jar, was passed down from my grandfather's grandfather's grandfather. As long as it is activated, it can be used for defense and to capture demons and monsters. Fuck, you call this a treasure? Why does it smell so good to me? Are you using your chamber pot at home to deceive everyone? Based on my many years of experience, it really is a chamber pot. Fuck you, break his leg for me? When Yi Xian entered Tianyuan City, all of a sudden, various hawking sounds were heard from all around. Tianyuan City seems to be more lively than Qingyan City and Luoyan City that I have been to. Yi Xian couldn't help but said in surprise. Just when Yi Xian was thinking so, at this moment, a middle-aged man with an extremely wretched appearance came up to Yi Xian in a mysterious manner and said, Little brother, I have an ancestral treasure book. Do you want it? It has been passed down for 18 generations. What precious book? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask curiously. Yi Xian thought it would be some kind of cultivation technique. You could take a quick look. It's this book, and it only costs 10 top-grade spirit stones. After hearing Yi Xian's words, the wretched middle-aged man took out a yellowed book from his crotch. This book does look a bit old, because the pages of the book were already in tatters. It seems like I don't know how many times it has been turned over. More importantly, it emits a fishy smell. When Yi Xian saw the words on the book cover, Yi Xian almost fainted, because there were only a few big words written on the cover of the book. Although they were a little blurry, Yi Xian could still see them at a glance. What is it called? 18. Forbidden? Yi Xian thought with his, but naturally knew that this book was definitely not a good one. How is it? Look at the illustrations. They are so lifelike. Do you want one, little brother? Seeing Yi Xian staring at the book in his hand, the wretched middle-aged man said. At the same time, he deliberately turned a page. Yi Xian naturally saw it clearly. This book is a hand illustration one. It doesn't look as realistic as the learning materials in the previous life. Go away. Yi Xian kicked this guy directly on the butt. Then he disappeared into the crowd. At the beginning, this guy was very mysterious and talked about something like an ancestral book. Yi Xian thought it was some kind of martial arts book. The result is a book like this. If it was in his previous life when Yi Xian was in his teens and just beginning to fall in love, perhaps she could have attracted Yi Xian. But now Yi Xian. I've lost interest in these things a long time ago. After all, when I was in college in my previous life. If nothing else, it's high-quality learning material. Yi Xian saved 5 of them. It's just a pity. Yi Xian did not delete it before traveling to this world. Even now, Yi Xian still feels bad when he thinks about it. After Yi Xian left, then we came to a dumpling shop selling wontons. Yi Xian ordered himself a bowl of willow leaf dumplings stuffed with ear mushrooms according to his favorite taste. This dumpling shop has many shapes. What is a thin line of dumplings? Butterfly glue, willow leaf dumplings. While eating dumplings, the cultivators around started talking about recent major events. Hey, have you heard? I heard that many talented disciples have come out recently. Yes, I have heard that many of the Tianyuan ruins are opening this time, and they want to try their luck. After all, the Tianyuan ruins only open once every 100 years, and it is not easy to do so. I have another piece of gossip, which is that it seems that there is a peerless fairy from Hualuo Palace who is also coming to the Tianyuan ruins. What? Hualuo Palace? Is that true? Hualuo Palace is a man's paradise. It is said that any disciple is a top-notch beauty who can beat fairies from other sects. It's just hearsay, not too sure, but some cultivators said they saw Hua Sherman, who ranks 3rd on our East Wasteland fairy list. Oh my god, is the flower fairy about to be born? I'm so excited. It is said that anyone who can make it to the fairy list is so beautiful that she can make fish sink to the bottom of the water, geese fall to the ground, and the moon hide in shame. I'm determined to go to the Tianyuan ruins this time. For no other reason than that I just like exploring ruins. These cultivators mentioned Hua Sherman. Each of their eyebrows was fluttering. I was so excited that I couldn't control myself. Hualuo Palace? I've heard of this sect. It seems that this sect only accepts female disciples. Every disciple is a beauty. And the palace master of Hualuo Palace is also an icy old beauty who is never married. I wonder how many cultivators have dreamed of entering Hualuo Palace to see the fairies' faces. Yi Xian was eating willow leaf dumplings when he heard the discussions of these cultivators. Yi Xian couldn't help but think secretly in his heart. At the same time, Yi Xian was also preparing to inquire about it. Where is the Tianyuan ruins? After eating the dumplings, Yi Xian came to the street, asked a cultivator. Then Yi Xian knew. The Tianyuan ruins are thousands of miles away from Tianyuan City. The journey is not very far. So Yi Xian decided, tomorrow time, then head to the Tianyuan ruins. Yi Xian's life principle is to find beautiful women wherever they are. Just go there. Next, Yi Xian came to an inn. When Yi Xian was about to enter the inn, Yi Xian saw a woman walking towards him. The woman was veiled. But when it appears there, everything seemed to be ashamed of itself. The body is graceful. That slender waist that can be held in one hand. It's too tempting for men. What's more important is that this woman exudes an extremely tempting fragrance. The fragrance is intoxicating. Ding! It is detected that the peerless fairy Hua Sherman is suitable for the host. Please start pursuing her. Just when Yi Xian was amazed at how stunningly beautiful this beauty was, the voice of the system came into Yi Xian's mind. It's actually her? No wonder she looks so stunning. Yi Xian couldn't help but think secretly. Master is right. It turns out that all men are lechers. However, the way he looks at people is different from other men. He doesn't have that lewd feeling. and he is so handsome. At this moment, Hua Sherman couldn't help but exclaimed inwardly after seeing Yi Xian. However, Hua Sherman soon left Yi Xian. Then he entered a house next to Yi Xian. It's quite interesting. Yi Xian couldn't help but murmur. Then he also entered the inn, although the system already has a prompt. However, Yi Xian was not in a hurry to have any interaction with Hua Sherman. After all, he is not familiar with the other party. If you act rashly, you will offend the beauty. If you want to pursue beauty, you must take it step by step and take it slow. After Yi Xian entered the room, it had already darkened. At the same time, a figure entered Tianyuan City. Each of these figures was wearing a black robe with only a pair of eyes showing. But those eyes were extremely terrifying, like a devil that chooses its prey. He in Tianyuan City, I Li Wuji, am the brightest one tonight. Chapter 39 Children, take action. That huffing sound, echoing in the night sky. Sounds creepy. This young man was none other than Li Wuji, the young master of the Li Gui sect. The Li Gui sect is originally a demonic sect. Because of the skills practiced by the evil ghost sect, most of them use human soul and blood essence as the main source of energy for practice. Therefore, it was sneered at by the righteous practitioners, and the righteous practitioners tried many times to completely destroy this sect. However, many practitioners still embarked on the path of cultivation of the Li Gui sect. The main reason is still because of the practice of the Li Gui sect. Although the practice is quite cruel, but it can handle the speed. If there are two identical cultivators, practitioners who practice authentic techniques may still be at the foundation building stage. But those who practice magic skills, it is possible that his cultivation had already broken through to the golden core realm. This is also the real reason why many practitioners are willing to take risks, and why the devil sects are generally impossible to destroy. This time Li Wuji went down the mountain. The most important reason is that Li Wuji wants to use the blood, essence, and soul of the cultivators to refine a treasure for himself. This time the Tianyuan ruins are opened. Li Wuji believed it. There will be many young geniuses coming to Tianyuan City. For Li Wuji, tonight is the biggest opportunity and feast. Kids, go and find the footprints of the young cultivator for me, Li Wuji said softly after arriving on the street. Then take a big sip and spit gently. Suddenly, countless black smoke floated out of Li Wuji's mouth. Oh! When the black smoke appeared in the air, suddenly, from this black smoke, the shadows of dozens of babies appeared in the void. These dozens of babies made whimpering sounds. Then he disappeared into the darkness of Tianyuan city streets. These babies. It was the newborn baby that Li Wuji had once devoured. After devouring it, all the essence, blood, bones, and flesh were absorbed by Li Wuji. But the soul was preserved by Li Wuji. Li Wuji wanted to train these souls to become his own spies and thugs. You're not even to mention, these babies have a lot of abilities. After Li Wuji's training, it can not only help Li Wuji find fresh prey, it can also help Li Wuji in battle. And the fighting ability is not weak. Time passes slowly. Li Wuji sat cross-legged and began to wait. An hour later, Li Wuji suddenly opened his eyes. The moment Li Wuji opened his eyes, at this moment, the space where Li Wuji was located was shaking. At the same time, a black light appeared. Because of this moment, all the babies that were sent out have come back. Oh my! After these babies came back, she made a whimpering sound beside Li Wuji. It seemed as if he was communicating with Li Wuji. After crying for a while, Li Wuji couldn't help but reveal a gleam of light in his eyes. Good job, kids. I didn't expect so many outstanding young cultivators to come to Tianyuan City. As long as I can refine the souls and blood essence of all of them, the power of my soul-grabbing banner will definitely reach a higher level. Eh? Li Wuji made a spooky, hair-raising sound. As Li Wuji's words fell, Li Wuji walked towards the first destination. Not much time. Countless screams were heard in an inn. However, these screams were obscured by countless black fogs, so it didn't spread out. This scream, naturally, these were created by Li Wuji after he took away their souls and blood essence. After taking away the target's soul and blood, Li Wuji walked out of the inn. Such tender blood, it's my favorite taste, and this soul is also awesome. The night gave me black eyes, but I used them to search for essence, blood, and soul. After Li Wuji had seized the essence, blood, and soul of the young cultivator in this inn, he couldn't help but recite. Then, Li Wuji quickened his pace, started heading towards another inn. Among those staying at this inn are Yi Xian and Hua Sherman. The first target the kids set was right here. This room smells so good. It looks like it's a woman. Otherwise, a stinky man wouldn't smell so good at the door. Li Wuji couldn't help but mutter after arriving in front of a room. If Yi Xian were here, we'll recognize it. The owner of this room. It belongs to the peerless beauty Hua Sherman. At this moment, Hua Sherman was taking a leisurely bath. Use water to moisturize your incredibly smooth skin. Hua Sherman only felt that life was full of comfort. But in the next moment, Hua Sherman couldn't help but frown. He leaped out of the bathtub with a leap. He simply put on the clothes in front of him. The water droplets on the body were also evaporated instantly. The veil on her face also reappeared on her face. Because the master once warned Hua Sherman, don't take off your veil easily when you are outside. Because Hua Sherman's appearance is so stunning. If you show your true face to others, I don't know how many men will be heartbroken by this. Who? Hua Sherman asked in a deep voice after she had done all this. But Hua Sherman's voice is so beautiful, so that it sounds to outsiders. The sound is like the sound of nature. Not bad. You're very alert. Just after Hua Sherman finished speaking, a sinister voice sounded. Then a figure appeared in the room. After seeing this figure, Hua Sherman frowned. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at the black-robed man in front of her. He looked somewhat solemn, because Hua Sherman could sense it clearly. The aura of cultivation on the other person, extremely terrifying. It has overshadowed her. This made Hua Sherman extremely alert. Sir, I'm afraid you have come to the wrong door. I am not familiar with you at all, Hua Sherman said. Of course not. I came here just to find you. Sizzle, it looks really good and smells so good. The man in black robe couldn't help but sniff. Then he stretched out his arm directly. Suddenly, the bath water in the bathtub directly turned into a stream. It was sucked into the mouth of the man in black robe. You are worthy of being the bath water of a peerless beauty. I am really reluctant to kill you, Li Wuji said lightly. After drinking Hua Sherman's bath water, Li Wuji didn't forget to smack his lips. He looked as if he was still unsatisfied. Get out, you pervert, Hua Sherman said in a deep voice. As Hua Sherman finished speaking, an ancient flute appeared in Hua Sherman's hand. Hua Sherman knew. The other party is just looking for trouble. So Hua Sherman is ready for battle. Interesting, Li Wuji said excitedly when he saw the ancient flute in Hua Sherman's mouth. Chapter 40 Lao Yao, I want to eat fish. Are you a demon cultivator? Hua Sherman said in a cold voice. To be honest, if the other party hadn't said he, just now, Hua Sherman would not be sure of the identity of the person in front of her. But after the other party inadvertently said the 3 words GGG, Hua Sherman had basically confirmed that the black-robed man in front of her was the demon cultivator. Because, generally speaking, GGG is the catchphrase of demonic cultivators. You are very smart. You guessed my identity in one go. That's right. But the more so, the more I can't keep you. I will let you blow me away first, and then take away your soul and blood essence. Huh? Li Wuji said coldly. Humph, it's not that I'm smart, but you're so stupid and cute. A demon cultivator actually came to the territory of righteous cultivators to cause trouble. Hua Sherman said in a deep voice. As Hua Sherman finished speaking, Hua Sherman then started to play the ancient flute in her mouth. The moment when the ancient flute sounded, invisible waves of flute sounds swept out. With terrible murderous intent, anyone can kill the evil cultivators. Therefore, Hua Sherman's first move was naturally an extremely sharp killing move. You are still so young, but you have already reached the 7th level of the Golden Core realm. Not bad. If I can refine your soul, it will be of great benefit to the refining of my treasures. Feeling the horror of the flute sound wave, Li Wuji couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Then Li Wuji directly offered a treasure. Isolate this place, because if the sound of fighting gets out, that Li Wuji knew, it's still very disadvantageous to him. At the same time, Li Wuji stretched out his arm and pinched lightly. Bang! The next moment, the sweeping wave of flute sounds exploded with a bang. Disappeared into the air. A cultivator at the nascent soul stage? Hua Sherman's face changed drastically when she saw Li Wuji crush the wave of her flute sound so easily. Hua Sherman originally thought that the other party's cultivation was on par with her own, but he never expected that the other party was at a much higher level than him. The gap between the nascent soul realm and the Golden Core realm is still extremely huge. As the saying goes, there is a new world at each level. That's right, so don't even think about resisting. In the face of absolute power, all resistance is futile. Come on, I'll give you a chance tonight. After I blow your trumpet, I'll take your soul and let you enjoy life when you die. Now that I think about it, I'm really good to you, Li Wuji said. Li Wuji was not in a hurry at the moment, because the people Li Wuji asked the children to look for were all at the golden core stage. For cultivators in the nascent soul stage, the Jindan realm is like an ant. Don't even think about it. Even if I, Hua Sherman, die, I will never let you succeed, Hua Sherman said in a cold voice. Continue to attack towards Li Wuji. You're really not willing to accept my toast, but I just like this kind of personality, Li Wuji said lightly. He walked directly towards Hua Sherman. At the same time, in the room next door, where Yi Xian is, at this moment Yi Xian was sitting on the bed. He is entering into a state of cultivation, forgetting to eat and sleep. But the next moment, Yi Xian couldn't help but frown, because Yi Xian only felt a cold chill blowing towards him, although the chill is relatively weak. But Yi Xian is a time traveler. The power of that soul is much stronger than that of anyone in this world. Therefore, Yi Xian still sensed it. The murderous intent just now made me feel cold. What's going on? My perception can't be wrong. Could it be Hua Sherman? The moment I saw her today, I saw some dark energy on her forehead. She must be in trouble. Yi Xian couldn't help but think. Then Yi Xian stood up directly from where he was, came outside. When Yi Xian looked towards the room where Hua Sherman was, Yi Xian's expression changed involuntarily, because Yi Xian could see it clearly at this moment. In the room where Hua Sherman was, there was black mist. Sure enough, something happened. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. Then Yi Xian said nothing. Go straight to the room where Hua Sherman was. Yi Xian is very fast. When Yi Xian opened the door. At this moment, the room was covered with extremely thick black fog. However, the black fog did not block Yi Xian's vision. Yi Xian looked inside. At this moment, only a man in black robe was seen uttering a strange and eerie laugh, while preparing to unbuckle his belt. As for Hua Sherman, was imprisoned. Obviously, he couldn't move at all. Damn it, you beast, how dare you act like a hooligan to the girl I care about? I'll chop you into pieces, Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Then all the swords around Yi Xian returned to their origin and started to circulate. Directly broke through the black fog defense here. Damn you, a demon cultivator like you. How dare you come here to harm the girl? Today I will make you pay with blood, Yi Xian shouted coldly. Then he quickly came to Hua Sherman. He intercepted Hua Sherman behind him. Hua Sherman was originally filled with despair, because Hua Sherman never dreamed that she would be targeted by the demon cultivators as soon as she left Hualuo Palace. What made Hua Sherman collapse at this moment was that this place was completely closed. She just wanted to pass on the message to her master. That is also impossible. The moment Yi Xian stood in front of him, Hua Sherman was deeply moved. Hua Sherman only felt that Yi Xian was so tall and powerful. After seeing Yi Xian appear, Li Wuji couldn't help but frown, because I had clearly set up an isolation formation here just now. But Yi Xian actually broke through these formations and came in. The key point is that you didn't come early or late, and you came in just when people were about to get down to business. This is simply unbearable. Where did you come from, you little brat? How dare you ruin my good thing? I'll kill you, Li Wuji shouted. Then he opened his mouth wide. Several crying babies rushed towards Yi Xian. A little devil made from a baby? Damn it. After seeing these babies, Yi Xian couldn't help but say in a deep voice. Obviously, these babies were the apple of their mother's eyes when they were alive. But he didn't expect to be turned into a little ghost by the guy in front of him. And according to Yi Xian's understanding, refining this kind of little ghost is extremely cruel. It is said that it must be taken out on the 10th day before the mother gives birth. And once the baby is taken out, it will definitely die. Old Xiao, I want to eat fish, Yi Xian said to the void. Yi Xian, the black-robed man in front of him, naturally sensed it. His cultivation reached the nascent soul stage. Yi Xian doesn't want to be cannon fodder anymore. Beat them if you can. If you can't beat him, just call Lao Yao. Here it comes. As Yi Xian finished speaking, Yao Yi appeared in front of Yi Xian. Kill. After Yao Yi arrived, he took action directly. Chapter 41. This man is a little different. Yi Xian said to Hua Sherman. Girl, are you okay? Don't worry. I'm here, no one will hurt you. Woo woo. Hua Sherman was unable to speak at all at this moment because her whole body was restrained by Li Wuji. Huh? Even your mouth is restricted? That's too much. Do you mean I should untie you? Yi Xian asked as he looked at Hua Sherman, who was unable to speak. Yeah, Hua Man nodded. Okay. Yi Xian nodded. Then he began to remove the restrictions on Hua Man. Not much time. The restrictions on Hua Shiman's body were lifted. But at this moment, Hua Man was still unable to move or speak. Hua Man couldn't help but hum. There is also a restriction in your special position. This is a bit difficult to deal with, Yi Xian said with some difficulty. The main reason is that Yi Xian and Hua Man are not very familiar with each other. If you don't do it well, it won't be explained clearly. Although Yi Xian loves beautiful women, but Yi Xian always does things step by step. I won't do anything rash. Hua Man was also a little embarrassed. But Hua Man knew. If Yi Xian didn't free himself from the restraints, then I will be unable to move for a long time. This is what Hua Man doesn't want to see. So after thinking for a while, Hua Man couldn't help but signal Yi Xian with her eyes. I hope Yi Xian can untie the shackles for me. I'm fine. Okay. After getting Hua Shiman's consent, Yi Xian came to Hua Shiman's side. The confinement just now is easy to remove. But now, only at close range and with your hands. After feeling Yi Xian's breath, Hua Man couldn't help but feel extremely shy. Because from childhood to adulthood, Hua Man had never been so close to a man before. Although I have seen men before. But Hua Man has always followed the instructions of her master. Never have any interaction with men. Because the master said, men are all pigs. Once you are with a man, you will become black. Although Hua Man doesn't quite understand why she would become darker when being with a man. But Hua Man felt that it would be absolutely right to listen to her master. Because the master loves her, his last disciple, very much. Just like her own daughter. At this moment, Hua Man only felt that the atmosphere was very strange. This has never happened before when facing my master and fellow apprentices. Even if the master has no clothes on. But Hua Man didn't think it was a big deal. Just bear with it, I'll be fine soon. Yi Xian couldn't help but remind him. Then true energy flows on the right hand. He pressed directly towards a place where Hua Man was. Bing! The next moment, Hua Man couldn't help but let out a whimper. Because Hua Man only felt as if a current flashed past. But only for a moment. The restrictions on Hua Shiman's body were lifted. Yi Xian retracted his arm with some lingering feeling. That feeling just now. Yi Xian only felt that he could savor it for a long time. It's really great. In the moment when the restrictions on the whole body were lifted, Hua Man at this moment. Her face was flushed. Keep your head down. I don't know what to say. After being shy for a long time, Hua Man finally mustered up the courage to say, thank you. You're welcome. When we go out, we should help each other. Yi Xian said casually. As for Hua Man, I just feel weird at this moment. Because Hua Man thinks, the man is not as scary as the master said. Especially Yi Xian in front of him. Looks really handsome up close. That handsome face. Those eyes seem to reflect the sun, moon, and stars. He is really a handsome man. Just when Yi Xian was talking to Hua Man. At this moment, Xiao had already dealt with these babies. The little ghosts created from these babies were beaten into pieces. Damn it. I'll remember you. Li Wuji was extremely angry when he saw the little ghost he had worked so hard to refine was beaten to pieces. Li Wuji knew he won't get any benefit today. After simply making a harsh statement, he just fled out directly. Want to escape? No way. After seeing Li Wuji running away, Yao Yi chased after him. Do you want to go and take a look? Yi Xian asked Hua Man. Okay, I'll go take a look. If it doesn't work, I'll call my master. Hua Man nodded helplessly. The sound sounds like heavenly music. Don't worry, it won't be a big problem for old Yao to kill a demon cultivator. Yi Xian couldn't help but say. Then he came outside with Hua Man. After coming outside, at this moment, Yao Yi and Li Wuji were seen fighting fiercely. The two are equally strong. But Yi Xian had nothing to worry about. As the saying goes, evil cannot defeat good. Yi Xian still believes in Yao Yi's strength. Yi Xian took out a handful of melon seeds. He said to Hua Man, come, eat some melon seeds and watch the show. Puff! After seeing what Yi Xian had done, Hua Man burst into laughter. Because Hua Man felt that Yi Xian was different from the men she had met before. When Yi Xian looked at her, he didn't have that naked feeling of wanting to swallow her up. Instead, it's more of an easygoing feeling. Hua Man did not refuse. Just take the melon seeds. Then the two of them just became spectators. The battle below at this moment. The fighting became more and more intense. However, after Yao Yi destroyed the opponent's soul-stealing banner, Li Wuji is no longer able to do it at this moment. Li Wuji's main strength lies in his treasure, the soul-snatching banner. It was directly destroyed by Xiao Yi during the battle just now. Ah! With a scream, Li Wuji flew backwards. Finally, it fell heavily to the ground. This moment, Li Wuji was seriously injured. After hitting the ground, Xiao Yi came directly in front of Li Wuji with a sharp, murderous intent. You can't kill me, but I'm the young master of the ghost sect. If you kill me, my ghost sect will not let you go. Feeling the murderous intent from Xiao Yi at this moment, Li Wuji couldn't help but speak. The ghost sect. Xiao Yi couldn't help but frown after hearing Li Wuji's words. Xiao Yi naturally knew about the evil ghost sect. That is a very scary evil sect. The disciples are spread all over the eastern wilderness. Moreover, Xiao Yi did not expect that the guy in front of him was the young master of the Li Gui sect. If I kill the other person today, there will definitely be revenge from the ghost sect in the future. This made Xiao Yi feel a little embarrassed. To kill or not to kill? If it were any other demon cultivator, Xiao Yi was not ambiguous at all. But the guy in front of him is the young sect leader. That's a little different. Old Xiao, just destroy it. I'll hold up the sky if it falls. Don't worry. Yi Xian, who was eating melon seeds, put a melon seed in his mouth and said lightly. Okay. Xiao Yi nodded after hearing Yi Xian say this. Chapter 42. That night, Hua Sherman suffered from insomnia. No, you can't kill me. At this moment, Li Wuji was extremely frightened. To be honest, Li Wuji went down the mountain secretly this time. The purpose is to make his treasure, the soul-grabbing banner, even more powerful. But I never dreamed that I would meet such a pervert. It's really hard to guard against. You talk too much nonsense. Go to hell? Xiao Yi said in a cold voice. As Xiao Yi finished speaking, Xiao Yi just punched him hard. Crack! When the punch landed, Li Wuji's entire chest caved in. Then Li Wuji fell straight to the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices. It was obviously about to fail. Mr. Yi, let me destroy the body and all traces? Xiao Yi looked at Yi Xian and said, Xiao Yi was originally an extremely cautious king. Therefore, we must be extremely careful in doing things. Give it to me. I have more questions to ask him. Yi Xian fed the last melon seed into his mouth, clapped his hands, and said. As Yi Xian finished speaking, Yi Xian just jumped up. He came in front of Li Wuji. Don't kill me, please, cough cough. Li Wuji begged at this moment. Although Li Wuji is a demon cultivator, but Li Wuji still hopes that he can survive. After all, cultivation is really not easy. I'm going to ask you some questions now. If you answer my questions well, I can spare your life. Yi Xian said lightly. Certainly, although Yi Xian said so, but it is simply impossible to spare the other person's life. After all, evil cultivators are the public enemies of righteous cultivators. As long as it can be killed, they will basically be wiped out. Just ask. Li Wuji replied painfully. Take out the storage ring. Yi Xian said coldly. Yi Xian is not rich now. Therefore, as long as it is an enemy, we have to search it out. I heard Yi Xian wanted his storage ring. Li Wuji's mind moved. He quickly took out his storage ring. Yi Xian took the storage ring and took a look at it. I found that this guy's storage ring was very poor. There was nothing Yi Xian wanted at all. Fuck it. Yi Xian cursed. Then he asked fiercely, where is your ghost sect? This question is a very important one. Yi Xian knew. If I can kill Li Wuji this time, then in the future the evil ghost sect will definitely be immortal with him. Yi Xian. Therefore, we should now find out the location of the evil ghost sect. Wait until he becomes strong. He personally destroyed the evil ghost sect. It saves you the trouble later. The location of the Li Gui sect? I don't know. When Li Wuji heard the other party asking him about the location of the Li Gui sect, he naturally would not tell him. Well, you can go die, Yi Xian said indifferently. As Yi Xian finished speaking, Yi Xian took direct action to kill the opponent. Even Li Wuji's 3 souls and 7 spirits were destroyed. For the enemy, Yi Xian will not be polite at all. Hua Sherman was originally a spectator. After seeing the scene of Yi Xian killing Li Wuji, Hua Sherman couldn't help but be stunned, because Hua Sherman really can't tell. Yi Xian, who looks approachable with a faint smile on his lips, actually has such a terrifying side. It is true that the ocean is immeasurable. So terrifying. After destroying Li Wuji's body, Yi Xian came to Hua Sherman. Miss Hua, you can rest assured now, Yi Xian said. Thank you so much for tonight, Hua Sherman said gratefully. although the master repeatedly warned Hua Sherman not to talk to men casually. But tonight Hua Sherman broke her rules, because Hua Sherman felt that Yi Xian was different from other men. What's more, Yi Xian saved her life tonight. This is a great favor. Hua Sherman couldn't be that ungrateful person. You're welcome, Yi Xian said. Then the two of them returned to their respective inns. When Yi Xian returned to the inn, the scene of releasing Hua Sherman from the ban appeared in his mind. That scene, it really feels so good. She is worthy of being the third most beautiful woman on the fairy list. Although I haven't seen her real face, her figure and temperament are enough to make people unable to stop. Yi Xian couldn't help but murmured. As Yi Xian thought this, he fell into a deep sleep. At the same time, in the inn next door to where Yi Xian is, in the room where Hua Sherman is, Hua Sherman was suffering from insomnia at this moment, because there is always a picture playing in Hua Sherman's mind. That scene was naturally when Yi Xian placed his hand on his heart. It's a feeling that's hard to explain. That feeling. Hua Sherman felt that she was not only not disgusted, but was actually looking forward to it. Master said that all men are pigs, but why do I still have such thoughts? No, I must forget him. Men are all bad guys. Master said that I must never have any contact with men, otherwise I will become darker. But Master didn't say where I will become darker. The simple Hua Sherman couldn't help but think. Time passes slowly. Soon, the next day passed. Early the next morning, when Yi Xian got up and prepared to go to the Tianyuan ruins, Yi Xian found that the door of Hua Sherman's room was open. It was obvious that Hua Sherman had left the inn. Yi Xian couldn't help but shook his head. Then, after completing the inn procedures, they came towards the place where the Tianyuan ruins were located. Because next, the Tianyuan ruins are about to open. When Yi Xian came towards the Tianyuan ruins, at this moment, they were in an extremely luxurious and majestic palace hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from Tianyuan City. At this moment, a man wearing a yellow robe with 9 dragons on it was sitting on the throne. Look forward. Here. Naturally, it is the royal palace of the Violet Kingdom. This majestic man, wearing a yellow robe with 9 dragons, sitting on the dragon throne. It was Jiang Xinrui, the king of Violet Country. Below, there was an extremely fat man kneeling on the ground. This fat guy has no length at all. The length, width, and height are the same. It weighs over 1,000 pounds. This fat man is the fiancé that Jiang Qingyan mentioned, and he is also a very fat man. The weight is enough to reach over 1,000 kilograms. Your humble servant Zhu Luciu pays homage to the emperor. Zhu Luciu knelt down and said, Luciu, get up. Huang Zhu Jiang Xinrui said lightly. Thank you, Lord Huang. Zhu Luciu nodded, then stood up from the ground. When Zhu Luciu stood up, he looked like a mountain. His fat was trembling all over. It looks a bit greasy. But if you look at Zhu Luciu in this way, you are totally wrong. Although Zhu Luciu is fat, he is definitely a fierce general. He is the guardian general of the Violet Kingdom. The strength is unfathomable. Chapter 43. Rebellious Girl? You are pregnant with someone else's child? Your Majesty, I heard that Qingyan is back. Can you let me see her? I haven't seen her for a long time. I really want to see Qingyan. Zhu Luciu requested. This rebellious girl has been out for half a year and is finally back. Someone bring Yen'er to me, Jiang Xinrui said after hearing Zhu Luciu's request. Yes, and eunuch nodded. Then he went downstairs to summon Jiang Qingyan. Not long after, Jiang Qingyan came to the main hall. Qingyan greets father. Jiang Qingyan couldn't help but kneel down. You still know that I'm your father, right? Jiang Xinrui couldn't help but get angry after seeing Jiang Qingyan. Your Majesty, Qingyan is ignorant. Please forgive her, Zhu Luciu requested. Forget it. Considering Lu Chu's plea, I'll spare you this time. Get up, Jiang Xinrui said. In fact, Jiang Xinrui loves Jiang Qingyan very much. But this time, Jiang Qingyan secretly ran away for more than half a year. It really made Jiang Xinrui worried and angry. Now I see my daughter has returned unharmed. Jiang Xinrui's anger naturally subsided. However, as the ruler of a country, he still appears to be extremely majestic on the surface. Thank you, father, for your grace. Jiang Qingyan stood up and said, Qingyan, where have you been for the past 6 months? We are all very worried about you. We are relieved to see that you come back safe and sound. Zhu Luciu came over and asked with concern, when his eyes turned to Jiang Qingyan, full of love. Fatty, I hope you stay away from me, Jiang Qingyan said with disgust. To be honest, Jiang Qingyan didn't like Zhu Luciu from the bottom of her heart. Qingyan, I really like you, Your Majesty. Lu Chu requests Your Majesty to show your grace and let us get married. At this moment, Zhu Luchu suddenly knelt down and asked Jiang Xinrui. Well, that's fine. Qingyan is over 18 years old now, and it's time for her to get married. Besides, you like her very much. I feel relieved if Qingyan marries you. Jiang Xinrui nodded. Although Zhu Luqiu is a little fat, his strength is there. Therefore, Jiang Xinrui felt that marrying his daughter to Zhu Luqiu was a very good choice. Their royal daughter. You have to make some sacrifices for politics. Father, I won't marry, Jiang Qingyan said loudly. Yeah, you are rebellious. I could obey you in everything before, but you must listen to me in this matter. You have to marry me this time, whether you want to or not. After hearing Jiang Qingyan's words, Jiang Xinrui became extremely angry. Then just kill me, Jiang Qingyan said fiercely. Jiang Qingyan also has a very stubborn personality. Once the words are spoken, even 10 oxen can't pull it back. You are so stubborn. Do you really think that your father wouldn't dare to do anything to you? Jiang Xinrui was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. Jiang Xinrui felt that this was because he loved his daughter too much. If he hadn't been spoiled since childhood, then there wouldn't be the current situation. But Jiang Xinrui also understood. Feelings are something that can be cultivated. Although my daughter doesn't like Zhu Luciu now. But what if he forced his daughter to marry Zhu Luciu? Over time, the two of them will probably develop feelings for each other. After all, love grows over time. Someone tie up Yinner for me, and then prepare for the wedding in a month. She must be kept under strict supervision during this period. Jiang Xinrui ordered. Yes. As Jiang Xinrui finished speaking, 2 guards came directly into the hall. Prepare to tie up Jiang Qingyan. But just at this moment, Jiang Qingyan sneered and said, Father, I am already pregnant with the child of the person I like. Do you want to kill 2 people with one body? Jiang Qingyan's words. It can be said that 1 stone can cause 1,000 ripples. At first, Zhu Luciu and Jiang Xinrui didn't react. But after a while, Jiang Xinrui couldn't help but be shocked and said, What? You are pregnant with someone else's child? You. Jiang Xinrui's tone was full of disbelief. And all the Lu Chu. I was also shocked. The girl you like is pregnant with someone else's child? This statement sounds so ironic. That's right. If you don't believe it, you can ask an imperial physician to take a look. Jiang Qingyan said indifferently. Anyway, Jiang Qingyan just doesn't like Zhu Luciu. As long as she doesn't marry Zhu Luciu, she is willing to do anything. Yi Xian is the person she likes. She is willing to have a child for Yi Xian. I don't believe it. Someone, please call Imperial Physician Zhang. Jiang Xinrui said. Not much time. Imperial Physician Zhang hurried into the hall. Greetings to the Emperor. Long live the Emperor. Imperial Physician Zhang knelt down and said. No need to be polite, Imperial Physician Zhang. Can you please take a look at Qingyan's condition? She said she is pregnant. Jiang Xinrui said. Yes, Your Majesty. Imperial Physician Zhang nodded. He came in front of Jiang Qingyan, taking Jiang Qingyan's pulse. After a while, Imperial Physician Zhang reported to Jiang Xinrui. Your Majesty, Princess Qingyan is indeed pregnant, and she has been pregnant for 3 months. Imperial Physician Zhang, are you sure? Jiang Xinrui asked in disbelief. Yes, that's right. Imperial Physician Zhang nodded. Rebellious girl, do you want to piss off our father to death? When Jiang Xinrui confirmed that his daughter was really 3 months pregnant, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. And all the Lu Chu. His eyes are red. Clench your fists. It was so uncomfortable that I felt like I was dying. This situation at this moment is countless times more painful than having one's heart dug out. It's really uncomfortable. Imperial Physician Zhang, please leave. Jiang Xinrui waved his hand. After Imperial Physician Zhang left, Zhu Luciu shouted angrily. Princess Qingyan, tell me, who is that man? I will kill him. Zhu Luciu is really cruel. The guy who made Jiang Qingyan pregnant. It has nothing to do with you. Jiang Qingyan said indifferently. Rebellious daughter, Lu Chu, now that Qingyan is pregnant, your marriage can only be done. If you like those princesses, I will marry her to you. You can leave first. I'm a little tired today. Jiang Xinrui said. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhu Luqiu nodded. Then he retreated with an unwilling look. After walking out of the palace, Zhu Luqiu whistled softly. Suddenly, several dark figures came to Zhu Luqiu and asked, General, What do you want me to do? Be smart for now. I want to find the man who made Jiang Qingyan pregnant. Once I find him, report immediately. Also, keep a close eye on the situation in the palace. Who did the emperor meet? What did he say? I want to know everything. Don't worry, General. The dark shadows nodded, then disappeared on the spot. Zhu Lutu turned around and looked in the direction of the imperial palace. There was a fierce look in his eyes, but it was fleeting. The next moment, Zhu Lutu left here. Chapter 44. Tianyuan ruins opened. Prodigies from all sides arrived. After Zhu Lutu left the palace, Jiang Xinrui looked at his daughter Jiang Qingyan in front of him with some disappointment. Yinner, you are such a good-for-nothing. Your father asked you to marry Zhu Luqiu, but you ran away secretly and got pregnant with someone else's child. You don't care about the Jiang family's reputation, do you? How do you want the people of Violet Country to view our Jiang family? You really pissed off my father to death. To be honest, Jiang Xinrui was very angry. Jiang Qingyan is pregnant with someone else's child before she gets married. What is this? Father, I would rather marry someone else than that fat guy, Jiang Qingyan said stubbornly. For Jiang Qingyan, happiness is everything. Zhu Lutu has become so fat. There will definitely be no happy sex life in the future. Fat people are short, and Zhu Lutu became so fat. I guess it's not even as good as a bird. Moreover, it is said that Zhu Lutu crushed to death several maids who served him. She, Jiang Qingyan, did not want to become a political victim. But Yinner, do you know? Actually, your father married you to Zhu Luqiu in order to check and balance him. Now the power of the Zhu family has surpassed our Jiang family, and it will be a great disaster in the future. Now that the ancestor is still alive, he can suppress all the other families. If the ancestor dies, then our Jiang family will be in danger. Oh, Jiang Xinrui said with a headache. Everyone envies being an emperor. But little do people know, the emperor has too many things to consider. First of all, we must consider the millions of ordinary people. Secondly, be careful of the people around you. I live in fear every day. Father, I'm sorry, but if this is the case, there is no way I will marry him. Jiang Qingyan shook her head. Okay, your father won't blame you. But you have to tell me what kind of person is that you like. What kind of person is he? And what about his family talents? Tell your father. At this moment, Jiang Xinrui changed his serious tone and asked gently. I don't know what his family is like, and I don't know what his specific cultivation level is. Jiang Qingyan shook her head. You, rebellious girl, you got pregnant with his child without knowing anything? Jiang Xinrui was so angry that he wanted to beat his good-for-nothing daughter when he heard that his daughter knew everything about the other party and yet got pregnant with his child. From childhood to adulthood, Jiang Xinrui loved his daughter the most. But Jiang Xinrui discovered that the more you love, the more the other party does things against your wishes. In the world of martial arts, people ask about one's conduct, not one's heart. I love that person, not his family. I don't care about those things, Jiang Qingyan said calmly. Where is he now? Father, send someone to pick him up, Jiang Xinrui asked. No need, he is not at home now. He is out for training. Jiang Qingyan shook her head. Rebellious girl, go back and have a rest. Otherwise you will make me mad to death. Jiang Xinrui waved his hand. Jiang Xinrui really didn't want to chat with his daughter anymore, because Jiang Xinrui felt that if they continued chatting, I'm so angry that my lungs will explode. Thank you for your grace, father. I will leave now. Jiang Qingyan nodded. Then he quickly left the palace. After Jiang Qingyan left, Jiang Xinrui couldn't help but curse. I am really pissed off to death. How could I have such a daughter? She doesn't practice cultivation, but just plays crazy every day. They asked you to marry someone, and then you ran away and got pregnant with someone else's child. The key is that you don't even know what the other person is like, and you just... Oh, Jiang Xinrui was really angry, but it's okay to curse. After scolding for a while, Jiang Xinrui said, Come here, tell them to take good care of Princess Qingyan, and let her take good care of the baby. Yes, my lord. At the same time, at this moment, in front of a big mountain, countless practitioners came here, staring at the majestic mountain in front of you. Each of them showed a look of anticipation. Because here, it is the Tianyuan ruins. These disciples are all talented disciples from many nearby sects. Everyone is ready to go. His expression was full of expectation, because everyone knows it very well. There are still many opportunities in the Tianyuan ruins. If you can get the opportunity inside, then you can basically soar into the sky and calculate the time. The Tianyuan ruins are about to open. No matter what, I must get the opportunity this time. I want to prove it to my cousin. She has always looked down on me and said that I am an impotent man. When my cultivation level improves, I will naturally become stronger. Tianyuan ruins, I must get a good opportunity. Many disciples clenched their fists and swore secretly. When these disciples took the vow, at this moment, a young man dressed as a scholar with ragged clothes and stained face came here. The young man looked a little embarrassed. The clothes were torn in several pieces, but the young man's eyes were unusually bright. This young man, it was the scholar Ma Wenkai. Master, this should be the place called Tianyuan Ruins that you mentioned, right? Ma Wenkai looked at what was in front of him and couldn't help but said with anticipation. But Ma Wenkai was a little worried at this moment. Because of these disciples in front of me, they all have very powerful cultivation. Only he is an ordinary person. This made Ma Wenkai look very humble. However, after Ma Wenkai glanced over, Ma Wenkai began to feel somewhat excited again. Because of Marvin, I saw a lot of beautiful women. These beauties look more elegant than ordinary people. Ma Wenkai felt that if he had a beauty like this to play with, he would be able to take off. That's right, it's here. You don't have to be humble. After the Tianyuan ruins are opened, your master will take you to find an opportunity. By then, your strength will be higher than theirs, said the illusory figure. In fact, what Ma Wenkai didn't know was that this illusory figure was just a remnant soul, not an ancient god at all. If he were an ancient god, there would be no need to possess him. Okay, master. Ma Wenkai nodded, his eyes gleaming. He never expected that he had already fallen into the trap set by the remnant spirit. Shortly after Marvin arrived, a figure descended here. This figure looks extremely graceful. This figure, naturally, it is the charming and irresistible Hua Sherman. But because Hua Sherman was wearing a veil, the angle of the station is quite remote, so it didn't cause much of a stir. Not long after Hua Sherman arrived, Yi Xian also came here. After seeing so many cultivators in front of him, Yi Xian was also shocked. Based on the number of people, it looks like there are tens of thousands of disciples. This Tianyuan ruins actually attracted so many disciples. It seems that this Tianyuan ruins is really not simple. Yi Xian exclaimed secretly. Boom! Just as Yi Xian was expressing his emotion, a deafening roar suddenly came from the mountain ahead. Chapter 45, what kind of style is this? It's quite unique. The roar was deafening and shook the sky, accompanied by the roaring sound. Immediately afterwards, countless divine lights appeared from the hillside ahead. After seeing the divine light, all the disciples present looked towards the middle of the mountain. Yi Xian is no exception. At this moment, it is only halfway up the mountain. As the divine light rushed out, a dark cave entrance appeared. This cave entrance, at a glance, there's no bottom to be seen at all. Obviously, it is dark and deep. It is a dark and deep place with no bottom. It should be due to the baptism of time. Haha, the Tianyuan ruins are open. My spring is here. Yeah, I'm so excited. After seeing this scene, countless disciples were excited. When these disciples were excited, at this moment, the divine light slowly dissipated. Then a piece of information appeared in front of the Tianyuan ruins at the same time. This information is naturally the requirements for disciples to enter the Tianyuan ruins. This requirement is that cultivators at the nascent soul stage and above are not allowed to enter. Disciples over 30 years old are not allowed to enter. However, this request is of little significance to the disciples present, because the Tianyuan ruins have existed for a long time. The disciples present naturally knew this rule. You can go in now. Go ahead. All the opportunities inside are mine. Humph. You idiot woman. You looked down on me in the past, but after I come out of the Tianyuan ruins, I will be someone you can't even dream of. After the divine light completely dissipated, countless disciples shouted and screamed while rushing towards here. When these disciples stepped into the dark cave, it will soon disappear. Obviously, there is a teleportation formation at the entrance of this cave. After most of the disciples entered, Yi Xian also entered the cave. After seeing this scene, Ma Wenkai couldn't help but look forward to it and asked, Master, are we going in too? Ma Wenkai has now set his sights on many beautiful disciples. Ma Wenkai has already thought about it. When he becomes powerful enough, he will pursue these female disciples. Let them become his cultivation partners. It's exciting to think about this kind of thing. Go in, but don't run around after you enter. According to my hint, I have been to this Tianyuan ruins before, and I know where the opportunities are. Ling said to Ma Wenkai. Okay, master. Ma Wenkai nodded. Then he stepped onto the teleportation formation of the Tianyuan ruins. Ma Wenkai only felt a dizziness. It was only then that Marvin reacted. Ma Wen then realized that he had been teleported to a place. Here's a quick look. It looks like coming to another world. There are blue sky and white clouds, as well as streams and high mountains here. Obviously, this is a small world. Master, what should we do next? Ma Wenkai asked. Now Ma Wenkai has only one goal. That is to become stronger. He wants to be the most awesome person. He wants to own all the beauties in the world. Let me see. Well, keep moving forward. Your goal this time is to find an opportunity. Once you find it, your strength will be able to reach the nascent soul stage. Once your cultivation breaks through to the nascent soul stage, you will be the most powerful being here. If you want to sleep with a beautiful woman, it will be easy. He, said the remnant spirit. Next, Ma Wenkai followed the guidance of the remnant spirit. Start walking forward. After walking for about 2 hours. At this moment, I can only see it in front. There is a palace. This is the palace. We are here. When Canling saw the palace in front of him, he looked extremely excited. This palace is in front of me now. Some cultivators have already entered. When the cultivator next to him felt the aura of Ma Wencai's cultivation, each and every one of them showed a look of pity, because no one would have dreamed that an ordinary person could not practice. I actually came to the Tianyuan ruins. Don't you really know how to write the word death? You underestimate me. I must prove it to you. Ma Wenkai clenched his fists. This look made Ma Wenkai extremely angry, because every time he took an exam in the past, the scholars around him looked at him in this way. Disciple, let's go in, said the remnant spirit. Okay, master, Ma Wenkai nodded. Then we came to this hall. After entering this hall, at this moment, I can only see it in the main hall. There were many disciples fighting fiercely. The purpose is to seize the opportunities here. There are already several bodies lying on the ground. The deaths of these corpses were extremely tragic. After seeing this scene, Ma Wenkai couldn't help but instinctively reveal a hint of fear. After all, Ma Wenkai had never seen such a tragic situation before. The most common thing you see is others slaughtering pigs and ducks. But the person in front of me is a living person. As a result, he died here. This moment, Ma Wen finally understood. It turned out that the world of cultivating immortals was not as beautiful as he had imagined. But it's cruel. Don't worry about them. Go to the sculpture in front. Your opportunity is inside the sculpture. Canling felt the fear in Ma Wencai's heart and couldn't help but say, Okay, master. Ma Wenkai nodded. He walked straight towards a sculpture in a hall in front of him. Not much time. Ma Wenkai came to the front of this sculpture. This sculpture is a bronze sculpture. Looks lifelike. And he's a man. Disciple, your chance is right there with this sculpture. Give the sculpture a kiss. The spiritual fluid will flow out automatically, commanded the remnant spirit. After hearing the words of his master, Ma Wenkai couldn't help but look embarrassed. After all, there are still many cultivators in this hall. It would be so embarrassing to be seen by so many people. Although Ma Wenkai really wants to become stronger. But what the master said sounds so embarrassing. He is really embarrassed as a man. What? Can't do it? Disciple, you have to know that this is the only way for you to become stronger. Once you become stronger, everything else is nothing. Don't you want to be the best in the world? And own all the beauties in the world? There is a super beauty here. When you become strong, make her yours, said the remnant spirit. I want to become stronger. I don't want to be a waste in everyone's eyes anymore. After being told this by Canling, there was a hint of determination in Ma Wencai's eyes. After Ma Wenkai made the decision, Ma Wenkai went straight towards the sculpture's mouth. At first, the cultivators present did not notice Ma Wencai's action. But not much time, all the cultivators present noticed Ma Wencai's unusual behavior. Then one of the disciples exclaimed, What kind of style is this? It's quite unique. Chapter 46. The remnant soul transforms and starts a killing spree. The disciple shouted. The other disciples also came to their senses. Look towards where the sculpture is located. After seeing this scene, these disciples couldn't help but show expressions of shock. It's really embarrassing. As for Ma Wenkai, he simply ignored the strange looks from people around him, according to the master's instructions. Then he began to refine the energy. When this energy enters the body, Ma Wenkai only felt these energies flowing through his body. Not much time. Ma Wencai's cultivation level quickly improved. First level of Qi training. The second level of Qi training. The third level of Qi training. The first level of foundation building. The second level of foundation building. The first level of golden elixir. The second level of golden elixir. The first level of nascent soul realm. Finally, Ma Wensai's cultivation level broke through to the first level of nascent soul realm under the impact of this tremendous energy and then stopped. After seeing this scene, all the cultivators present were stunned. Everyone couldn't believe it was true. This opportunity is really incredible and heaven-defying. This is really something I have never seen before. It turns out that the best opportunity here is in this sculpture. I never thought of it. Yes, I never thought of it in my dreams. It's so enviable. The disciples present were extremely envious. How loud was the laughter just now? How intense is the envy and jealousy now? Master, I did it. My cultivation has really broken through to the nascent soul stage. Ma Wenkai said excitedly. Ma Wen could feel that at this moment, he would have no problem splitting mountains and splitting rocks. Of course, but disciple, it's too early for you to be happy. In fact, the reason why your master asked you to do this is for me. The remnant spirit suddenly laughed strangely. Master, what do you mean by this? Ma Wenkai asked, somewhat confused, but only Marvin could feel it. It seems that the master's words were a little unfriendly. When your master asks you to do this, it means he wants you to be my puppet. The remnant spirit laughed strangely. As the remnant soul's words fell, the spiritual power of the remnant soul directly pierced Ma Wensai's eyebrows. Then it entered Ma Wensai's mind. Master, what are you doing? I haven't done anything to let you down, Master. Ma Wenkai only felt a splitting headache at this moment. Because he had just broken through, Ma Wenkai didn't know how to use his strength to defend himself at this moment. You fool, have you read books in vain? You should know that there is no free lunch in the world. I made you stronger, naturally, in order to possess you. But don't worry, my disciple. From now on I will be you, and you will be me. I will help you fulfill your unfulfilled wish. The remnant spirit laughed strangely. After the remnant soul finished speaking, he began to use his power to take over the body. No. At the moment when the remnant soul took over the body, Ma Wenkai only felt pain all over his body. It feels like this body doesn't belong to me. This moment, Ma Wenkai was in great pain. Ma Wenkai really wanted to shout for help. But then Ma Wen discovered that he couldn't make any sound. Even consciousness is becoming blurred. What's going on? What happened to him suddenly? When he saw Ma Wenkai suddenly fall to the ground and roll around after his cultivation level broke through, the disciples present were also extremely shocked. As for the situation of the residual spirit taking over another's body, the disciples present naturally didn't know. Otherwise, he would have run away long ago. It's possible that his cultivation level has broken through too much, and he simply can't bear it all at once. That's a possibility. Some disciples who thought they were smart couldn't help but guess. Then he looked towards Ma Wenkai. At this moment, Ma Wenkai was seen holding his head in his hands. The body is bent like a shrimp. It looks extremely painful. Little did they know, Ma Wenkai was possessed by a madman at this moment. It was so uncomfortable that I felt like I was dying. This kind of pain cannot be described in words. Anyway, the whole person felt like he was in the 18th level of hell. No, only Ma Wen could perceive it clearly. My consciousness is blurring rapidly. This moment, Ma Wenkai couldn't help but recall everything about his childhood. When I was a child, my grandparents were still alive. He was really happy at that time, carefree. But these memories are short and vague. But after the age of 3, there were sudden changes in the family. After the age of 13, his life changed dramatically. All the relatives in the family have passed away. He is alone. Those days were dark, painful, and dreary. I thought this was an opportunity, but I didn't expect to be cheated. This made Ma Wen realize that his previous life was not that bad. He just felt bad. Being alive is a kind of happiness. But this time, he is really leaving this world. It's true that a hemp rope breaks at the thinnest part. Fate is so torturous. Finally, Ma Wenkai lost consciousness. I finally succeeded in taking over someone else's body. Although my previous body was just that of a pale-faced scholar, the spiritual roots of this body are still pretty good. From now on, the world is as vast as the sea for fish to leap, and as high as the sky for birds to fly. I am the best. Ma Wenkai, don't worry. I will do what you haven't completed yet. The remnant soul couldn't help but murmured after successfully taking over the body. Then Marvin sat up from the ground. He looked at the disciples around him. The moment Ma Wenkai glanced at the disciples around him, the disciples present felt as if their entire bodies did not belong to them. Ma Wen-sai's eyes are so cold. So scary. I just succeeded in taking over someone else's body. From now on, you guys will lend me a helping hand and help me stabilize my soul. Ma Wen-kai said with a sinister smile. I heard Ma Wen-kai say this. These disciples reacted immediately. It turned out that Ma Wen-kai had been possessed by another spirit. No, run away. These disciples all shouted. Get ready to escape from here. But Ma Wen-kai was already prepared. Instead, he directly made hand gestures and chanted, Hurry up and obey the command. Seal to heaven and earth. Chapter 47. I like this. As Ma Wen-kai chanted the spell. The next moment, the fleeing disciples made the discovery with horror. A wall appeared in front of them. At this moment, they just wanted to escape. It is simply impossible. You can't escape, so just be a good boy and become the nourishment for me to stabilize my soul. Ma Wen-kai said with a sinister smile on his face. After Ma Wen-kai finished speaking, he came directly in front of a disciple. The terrifying true energy directly enveloped the disciple. After this disciple's true energy was imprisoned, he was frightened to the point of death. Let out a shrill scream. Don't be afraid. The pain will go away after a while. I'll try to go faster. Ma Wen-kai said. Then the green true energy flows directly. The disciple's soul, flesh, and bones were completely absorbed. In a split second, this disciple turned into a pile of bones. Oh, the devil! When the other disciples saw Ma Wen-kai, he turned one of the disciples into a pile of bones in an instant. The other disciples were all terrified. It's your turn next. That's great. I've tasted the flavor of youth, and it tastes wonderful. Ma Wen-kai smacked his lips and said. Then he looked at the other disciples. Please spare my life. I'm still young. My mother is waiting for me to come home for dinner. I grew up in a very poor family. As the saying goes, children from poor families grow up early. These disciples begged for mercy one by one. But Ma Wen-kai didn't pay any attention at all. Just make a gesture with both hands. He was muttering to himself. Not much time. A large green net directly covered the disciples in front of them. When this big net covered these disciples all screamed, because their souls were being stripped away quickly. Not much time. Lines of blood floated out from above the heads of these disciples. Ma Wen-kai opened his mouth directly. Then swallow the blood directly into your mouth. Such pure blood. It's better to be young. Ma Wen-kai couldn't help but admire. And then next, Ma Wen-kai continued to devour the souls of these disciples. Not much time. It ended with the screams of the disciples here. These disciples turned into a pile of bones. Next, Ma Wen-kai began to stabilize his soul. The remnant soul that took over Ma Wen-sai's body. He was an evil cultivator during his lifetime, because he has committed many evil things. Therefore, the souls of those beaten by righteous practitioners are incomplete. Later, this remnant soul met Ma Wen-kai by chance. Then there was a chance to survive. After absorbing so much nourishment from the soul and blood, Ma Wen-kai only felt that his condition had improved a lot. I remember that Ma Wen-sai's biggest regret before his death was that he had never slept with a woman. In this Tianyuan ruins, there are many female disciples, so I will find a female disciple to play with next. As long as I make up for his regrets, my soul will be able to fit more perfectly with Ma Wen-sai's soul. Ma Wen-kai said lightly. Then Marvin was ready to leave. But in the next moment, Ma Wen-kai looked forward. At this moment, a graceful and unparalleled beautiful figure suddenly appeared before my eyes. The figure in front of me is so beautiful. Even though Cam Ling had seen countless beauties in his lifetime, not only was I stunned, those straight legs are very tight, seductive curves, and those eyes, full of affection. It seems to be able to take away people's souls. What's more important is that this beauty is holding a 30-centimeter long ancient flute in her hand. It is obvious that the way this beautiful lady practices is the way of the flute. A beautiful lady who can play the ancient flute. No man can resist it. This peerless beauty. Of course it is Hua Sherman. Hua Sherman after entering the Tianyuan ruins. I don't know why. I haven't encountered any great opportunities. Aimlessly. Then I saw a palace here. Hua Sherman came here. Because Hua Sherman thinks that there are usually palaces. There will be opportunities. But what Hua Sherman never dreamed of was that she had just arrived here. Just then I encountered a terrible scene. At this moment, all I saw were bones everywhere. There are hundreds of them. There is nothing left on each of these bones. It really looks cruel to the extreme. Did you do all this? Are you an evil cultivator? Hua Sherman asked. When the pair of beautiful eyes looked at Ma Wenkai in front of her, a hint of extremely cold light appeared in them. Hua Sherman was helpless. Because this is the first time I leave the sect. First, he met Li Wuji, the young leader of the Li Gui sect. Now he has encountered another evil cultivator. It's such bad luck. If you say I am, then I am. If you say I am not, then I am not. Beauty, how about spending the night with me? A night of spring is worth 1,000 gold. I see that you are practicing the art of flute, so your flute-playing skills must be amazing, right? Ma Wenkai said with a sinister smile. Get out! Hua Sherman was very angry after hearing the other party's words. Li Wuji made the same request to her last time. The evil cultivator in front of him now has the same request. Why are men in this world like this? It's really perverted and evil. As Hua Sherman finished speaking, Hua Sherman put the ancient flute in her mouth. Then he started playing. When the flute sounded, waves of flute sounds filled with murderous intent rolled up, terrifying hurricanes. It directly hit Ma Wenkai in front of him. You are so young and have already reached the 7th level of the Golden Core realm? Not bad, but today you are facing me. Looking at the wave of flute sounds sweeping over, Ma Wen revealed a sneer and said, Then make a hand gesture. He muttered to himself, Hurry up and destroy it as ordered. Ma Wencai's words seemed to contain immense power. When these words were spoken, centered on Ma Wenkai, an extremely violent green light lit up, then faced the surging wave of flute sound. Bang! The two energies collided with each other. There was a deafening roar, but only for a moment. The wave of flute sound collapsed. Nascent soul realm? After seeing the waves of his flute sound collapse, Hua Sherman's face changed drastically. Hua Sherman felt that she was extremely unlucky this time, because the last time he met Li Wuji, he was at the nascent soul stage. Now he encountered another being in the nascent soul stage. The gap between the Jindan realm and the Yuanying realm is extremely huge. In addition, Hua Sherman herself has experienced few battles. Therefore, he could not possibly be a match for Ma Wenkai in front of him. But Hua Sherman didn't have time to think too much. After crushing the wave of flute sounds, Ma Wencai's attack went straight towards Hua Sherman. Hua Sherman's face changed drastically. The figure retreated rapidly. In the end, Hua Sherman dodged the attack. But a hurricane of attack directly lifted the veil on Hua Sherman's face. The moment the veil is lifted, the whole world seemed to have changed. Chapter 48. Meet Hua Sherman again and face the evil cultivator together. Because after Hua Sherman's veil fell off, she revealed a face that made all men in the world fall in love with her. Ma Wenkai felt that this poem was the most appropriate to describe Hua Sherman in front of him. There is no beauty that can surpass the beauty of the ages, a beauty that pleases the eyes, a beauty that overwhelms the whole country, astonishing everyone in the world. For a moment, Ma Wenkai was also shocked, because Ma Wenkai had never seen such a beautiful woman before. Ma Wenkai felt that the fairies in the sky probably looked like this. Beautiful, so beautiful. A peerless beauty who can play the Xiao. I like her. Ma Wenkai approached Hua Sherman while making a sound of praise. Damn, he's so strong. I'd better escape from here. Hua Sherman thought to herself as she watched Ma Wenkai approaching her. Hua Sherman is not a fool either. Hua Sherman is very clear now. She is no match for Ma Wenkai in front of her. So the best way is to escape. Let's wait until she finds the opportunity here and achieves a breakthrough in her cultivation. After this idea came up, Hua Sherman's body speed was extremely fast. Swoop forward. I have to say, a stunningly beautiful woman. Even if it's just running away, it's still extremely beautiful and intoxicating. Watching Hua Sherman escape, Ma Wenkai moved his useless stuff back to its original place. He sneered, Escape? Can you escape? After Ma Wenkai finished speaking, so they chased after him. In Ma Wencai's eyes, this time Hua Sherman has no way to escape. Sooner or later, it will become his leg whip. The peerless beauty that Ma Wenkai has set his eyes on, don't even think about escaping from his grasp. At the same time, at this moment, it is at a place thousands of meters away from here. A figure is walking slowly forward. This figure has delicate features. He has a tall and straight figure, extraordinarily handsome, unparalleled temperament. This figure, of course it is Yi Xian. After Yi Xian entered here, I haven't encountered any earth-shaking opportunities. There are just a few small opportunities occasionally, but Yi Xian had nothing to worry about. Yi Xian's ambition is to sleep with all the beauties in the world. Let these beauties give birth to a child for you. His cultivation can be improved, so it's a very dangerous place. Yi Xian won't go either. I wonder where Miss Hua is gone? Is there still an unfinished relationship between her and me? Yi Xian couldn't help but murmur. I couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation in my mind. But just when Yi Xian was thinking so, sudden, a figure came into Yi Xian's sight. This figure looks so beautiful. It is so beautiful that one glance at it will make people fantasize and unable to move away. What a nice view. Yi Xian couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. Just when Yi Xian was thinking so, the next moment, this figure was already very close to Yi Xian. This time, Yi Xian recognized the girl in front of him. Isn't this Hua Man? Although the other party is not wearing a veil now. However, the other person's figure and affectionate eyes left a great impression on Yi Xian. But what's going on? It seems that Hua Man looks a little pessimistic. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. Miss Hua, Yi Xian couldn't help but shout. Huh, I heard someone calling me. Hua Man looked up. At this moment, I saw a figure not far away from me. Hua Man naturally recognized the young disciple in front of her at a glance. Mr. Yi, Hua Man couldn't help but call out. For Yi Xian, Hua Man was naturally familiar with it. Yi Xianhua was the first young man who spoke the most in Hua Man's life, and also her savior. Hua Man really didn't expect that she would meet Yi Xian again. Seeing Hua Man panting, her chest heaving, and her waves surging, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask curiously, Miss Hua, what happened? Yi Xian was also a little unbelievable at this moment. Hua Man's cultivation is not weak. But now he looked so miserable. There was blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. It was obvious that they had experienced a bloody battle. I don't know why this time. I have been so unlucky. I met an evil cultivator again. His cultivation is very high. Likely Wuji, he is also in the nascent soul stage. Hua Man said bitterly. What? Nascent soul realm? Yi Xian's face changed after hearing this. He probably wasn't at the nascent soul stage before. He must have found some incredible opportunity here, and then broke through to the nascent soul stage. Master Yi, run quickly. I can't let you get into trouble. He should be catching up soon. I'll stop him first, and you run away. Hua Man said. There was a hint of nervousness on his face. Hua Man is definitely not being coy, but it is a true performance. Because Hua Man knew. Yi Xian's cultivation is not as good as hers. He is definitely no match for Ma Wenkai. And Ma Wenkai coveted her beauty, so I won't kill him. But it would be hard to say what would happen if Ma Wenkai met Yi Xian. Miss Hua, what are you talking about? When you see injustice, you should help. Since I have encountered this incident, we have to face it together. Yi Xian couldn't help but shook his head. Yi Xian is not a man who would escape from the battlefield. But his strength is really high, and none of your protectors can enter here. Now in the Tianyuan ruins, that evil cultivator is probably the most powerful existence. I really hate myself. My fighting ability is still too weak. Otherwise, Hua Man couldn't help but said with some discomfort. Miss Hua, don't worry. When enemies come, we will fight them with our soldiers. When water comes, we will block it with earth. Let's face the evil cultivators together. This way, at least we can take care of each other. If we have to die, then we will die together. In that way, we won't be alone on the road to the underworld. Yi Xian said firmly. As soon as Yi Xian said this, Hua Man was deeply moved. Hua Man almost shed tears. Because Hua Man knew. He and Yi Xian were not familiar with each other at all. But the other party saved her once when she was at Tianyuan City Inn. This time, he met Yi Xian again. This moment, Hua Man suddenly discovered. Not all men are the pigs that Master says they are. For example, Yi Xian in front of him is not one of them. Yi Xian is a young man full of humanity, different from other men. And when the other person looked at her, his eyes were pure. There is not a trace of lewdness. Thank you, let's go, Hua Man said. Yeah, Yi Xian nodded. Then the two prepared to escape. But in the next moment, a spooky voice came from behind. You run pretty fast. It took me a long time to find you. Hey, there's another stinky man around. Interesting. He's here. Hua Man couldn't help but frown after hearing this. Chapter 49. Accidentally entering the spiritual medicine garden. Hearing Hua Man say this, Yi Xian turned around and looked behind him. At this moment, only a figure appeared here. The figure looked like a scholar, but those eyes didn't look like a scholar at all, with a bloodthirsty luster. If ordinary people saw this pair of eyes, I guess he would be paralyzed with fear. He is not the real person, but a remnant spirit that has taken over another person's body. When Yi Xian saw Ma Wencai's appearance, he naturally knew what was going on at a glance. Possessing someone else's body? After hearing Yi Xian's words, Hua Sherman suddenly came to her senses. Yeah, that's right, but he has basically merged with his original body now, so his combat capability is still quite strong. Yi Xian couldn't help but nodded. I see. However, his fighting ability is indeed very strong, a little bit stronger than Li Wuji. We must escape from here quickly and not confront him head-on, Hua Sherman said. Okay, Ye Vuan nodded. Then the two of them quickly rushed forward. After seeing this scene, Ma Wencai showed a cold arc at the corner of his mouth and said, Humph, you want to escape? There's no way this time. As Ma Wencai finished speaking, Ma Wencai then made a hand gesture. He chanted, hurry up and obey the command. Seal the heaven and earth. As this mantra was chanted, a wall appeared in front of us from all directions. Yi Xian and Hua Sherman were directly sealed in here. After seeing this scene, Ma Wencai couldn't help but reveal a hint of sneer and said, Hey, you want to escape right under my nose? Are you dreaming? After Ma Wencai finished speaking, then a figure flashed, came directly into the seal of heaven and earth. But the next moment, Ma Wencai's expression changed involuntarily, because at this moment, we can only see it within the seal of heaven and earth. It was empty. Nothing at all. Huh? Escaped? Ma Wencai couldn't help but asked in surprise. This was something Ma Wencai never dreamed of. This must be because that young man knows the art of escape. Damn it, but you can't escape, Ma Wencai said with an extremely cold expression. Then he continued to chase after her. And when Ma Wencai chased out, Yi Xian and Hua Sherman at this moment. It is a place thousands of kilometers away from here, breathing heavily. However, when Hua Sherman looked at Yi Xian at this moment, there was a bit of disbelief and surprise in her eyes. Master Yi, I didn't expect you to know the art of escape. We've had some brief contact with him, but this evil cultivator is indeed very powerful. With our current strength, we are definitely no match for this guy, so we still have to escape from here quickly and look for an opportunity, Yi Xian said. In fact, Yi Xian also saw it. Hua Sherman's cultivation is quite good, but he lacks combat experience. As a result, the combat capability is greatly reduced. Yi Xian felt that if his cultivation reached the 6th or 7th level of the Golden Core realm, then Yi Xian can definitely kill Ma Wencai. However, Yi Xian's cultivation level is only at the 2nd level of the Golden Core realm. It is still a long way from the 6th or 7th level of the Golden Core realm. Certainly, Yi Xian felt that if he slept with Hua Sherman now, maybe the system will reward me with good cultivation. But Yi Xian definitely can't force a girl to sleep with him, because Yi Xian couldn't do such a thing. Okay, so what should we do next? I will fully cooperate with you, Hua Sherman said. I know some formations. Let me set up some here first. This way I can delay time and help us escape, Yi Xian said. Yi Xian is not a fool. Since we can't beat him, then run away. Yi Xian would not fight to the death with Ma Wencai, because fighting to the death is not only useless. On the contrary, it may backfire. Yi Xian's life principle is to never do anything that he is not sure of. Good. Hua Sherman nodded. Then he retreated to a place. At this moment, Yi Xian's true energy was flowing throughout his body. One formation after another was set up. Flower girl, let's go. After setting up some formations, Yi Xian continued to run away with Hua Sherman. And after Yi Xian and Hua Sherman escaped from here, Ma Wencai also rushed here. After seeing the formation in front of him, Ma Wencai's expression became even colder. This little beast really knows how to use formations to stop me from doing good things. Once I catch you, I will tear you into pieces, Ma Wencai said in a cold voice. Ma Wencai felt that if Yi Xian hadn't appeared out of nowhere, now he might have let Hua Sherman feed him. He is enjoying his life comfortably. They have even started eating meat. Hurry up and follow the command break. Ma Wencai clasped his hands together and said. He was muttering to himself. As the spell is chanted, suddenly, a monstrous aura emanated from Ma Wencai's body. Then he bombarded the formation in front of him. Boom! When the attack collided with the formation, there was a deafening roar, but only for a moment, accompanied by a loud bang. The formation in front of you. It disappeared in an instant. That's the difference in power. In the face of absolute strength, everything is in vain. After the formation was broken, Ma Wencai then chased after him. While chasing, Ma Wencai occasionally meets some disciples. These disciples didn't even have the chance to react. He died after Ma Wenkai sucked his soul, blood, and flesh dry. Not much time. Ma Wenkai saw the figures of Yi Xian and Hua Sherman. You two are really good at escaping, but don't even think about escaping. In the face of absolute strength, all resistance is futile, Ma Wenkai said with a cold expression, especially when he looked at Yi Xian, filled with endless murderous intent. I heard Ma Wenkai's words coming from behind me. Yi Xian and Hua Sherman couldn't help but stop, because Yi Xian didn't expect that Ma Wenkai was so fast. You bastard, you're chasing your grandfather pretty fast. Yi Xian stopped and said lightly, boy, you've ruined my good deeds. Today, I'm going to cut you into pieces. Looking at Yi Xian in front of him, Ma Wenkai was really angry, because Yi Xian delayed the good thing that should have been realized for him long ago. This is from Ma Wenkai. It's unbearable. Miss Hua, did you see that? Follow me closely. There is a formation hidden here. This formation should not be so easy to break. We can go in. Excuse me. I will hold your hand next, because this is an extremely terrifying killing formation. If I don't hold your hand, I might accidentally trigger the killing formation. Yi Xian said to Hua Sherman. Hold hands. Hua Sherman became extremely nervous after hearing Yi Xian's words, because from childhood to adulthood, no man has ever held her hand. Hua Sherman only felt her heart beating faster. Her face was flushed. You little beast, give me your life, Ma Wenkai shouted. Then he made a hand gesture and attacked towards Yi Xian's location. This time, Ma Wenkai will never let Yi Xian go. After seeing this scene, Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. He took Hua Sherman's slender hand and headed into the formation in front of him. Chapter 50 Love Flower Poison. Originally, Hua Sherman was still in a daze. But the next moment, Hua Sherman only felt a strong arm holding her jade hand. This moment, Hua Sherman just felt shocked. A strange feeling spread throughout her body. It was like an electric shock. But Hua Sherman didn't have time to think too much. Hua Sherman was led by Yi Xian and disappeared into the formation in front of them. Boom! Just after Yi Xian and Hua Sherman's bodies disappeared from the spot, Ma Wenkai's attack hit the place where Yi Xian and Hua Sherman had just stood. However, this attack did not hit Yi Xian and Hua Sherman. It just hit the afterimage. Originally, Ma Wenkai was sure to win. I think Yi Xian should be dead this time. But wait until after the attack. Ma Wenkai almost cursed his father out of anger, because of Yi Xian and Hua Sherman at this moment. Disappeared from the spot. I'll fuck your grandma. Fuck your mother. Damn it. I curse your ancestors for 18 generations. Even though Ma Wenkai seldom swore, he did so at this moment. Ma Wenkai couldn't help but utter all kinds of swear words, because Ma Wenkai didn't expect that Yi Xian and Hua Sherman escaped again. There's actually a formation hidden here. This formation should have existed in the Tianyuan ruins before. This damned little beast actually knows how to break all kinds of formations. After Ma Wenkai arrived at the spot and observed it for a while, he couldn't help but said harshly. As Ma Wenkai spoke, he stepped into the formation. But the next moment, suddenly, an extremely terrifying flash of sword and shadow emerged from the formation. After feeling the horror of the swords and sabers, Ma Wen's face changed drastically. He quickly made a hand gesture and launched an attack. Bah! Ah! But what Ma Wenkai never dreamed of was that the murderous intent of this formation was so fierce. Even the extremely powerful Ma Wenkai couldn't withstand it. Then Marvin groaned. The whole person flew out from the formation. Finally, he fell heavily to the ground. Puff! After Ma Wenkai fell to the ground, a mouthful of thick blood spurted out of his mouth. Damn it! Why is this formation so terrifying? It actually made me vomit blood. It seems that there is only one way to sleep with that chick, and that is to wait here. I don't believe they won't come out, Ma Wenkai said fiercely. Just when Ma Wenkai thought so, at this moment, several disciples heard the commotion here. Then he ran over. After seeing these disciples, Ma Wenkai's expression became extremely cold. Hurry up and obey the command. Seal the heaven and earth. Ma Wenkai attacked directly and fiercely. Then he sealed these disciples. Finally, he refined the souls and blood of these disciples. These disciples never figured it out until they died. Why did I meet such a devil? As for Yi Xian and Hua Sherman, Yi Xian took Hua Sherman out of the formation. The moment when your eyes look into the distance, Yi Xian and Hua Sherman both couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise on their faces. because the spiritual energy in front of me is extremely rich. At a glance, they're all spiritual herbs. These magical herbs come in various varieties, and the quality is not low. I didn't expect that this is actually a spiritual medicine garden. It turns out to be a blessing in disguise for us. Yixian couldn't help but said excitedly, because of excitement. At this moment, Yixian even forgot to let go of Hua Shimon's hand. The two were still leaning against each other tightly, holding hands. Yes, there are so many elixirs. We are rich. Even Hua Shiman, a beauty as beautiful as an iceberg, was very excited at this moment. But soon, Hua Shiman reacted and realized that her hand was still being held by Yixian. At this moment, Hua Shiman only felt a strange feeling in the palm of her hand. This feeling made Hua Shiman feel both expectant and shy. So Hua Shiman quickly pulled her delicate hand back. Ahem, sorry, things were too urgent just now, so? Yixian said a little embarrassedly. Ah, Yixian said this. Hua Shiman's pretty face blushed, just like a blooming sunset. It is so beautiful that people linger. The beauty is intoxicating. Miss Hua, I didn't expect you to be so beautiful. Yevuan pide sinjidid. Many people say that girls are all the same. Especially when you turn off the lights and wake up, they look exactly the same. But after Yixian slept with the Chaos Saint, Luochen Fairy, and Princess Qingyan, Yixian said responsibly, every girl is different. Each has its own characteristics. The sound is different, the model is different, the breath is different, and thus the feeling is also different. Mr. Yi, being praised by Yixian, Hua Shiman was so shy that she couldn't even raise her head. All right, I won't say any more. Next, let's look for some elixirs that can help us achieve a breakthrough in our cultivation. Let's try to achieve a breakthrough as soon as possible. The formation we came from is very strong. That guy shouldn't be able to get in for a while, so we can break through here without any worries. Once we get out, that guy will die, Yixian said. Yeah, Hua Shiman nodded. Yixian was telling the truth. Want to kill Ma Wenkai? There is only one way. That is, they should improve their cultivation as quickly as possible. And now, it is a whole garden of spiritual medicine. It's definitely enough for them. Next, the two of them began to walk in the spiritual medicine garden. Let's take a look at the spiritual medicine here first. Yes, each spiritual medicine is 500 years old and has strong medicinal properties. Yixian couldn't help but say happily. Although Yixian is not a master of alchemy at present. However, the Yi family has had their disciples learn the complete collection of spiritual medicine since childhood. Yixian also has a general understanding of the medicinal properties of each elixir. Therefore, the magical herbs in this magical herb garden. Yixian basically knows them all. And Hua Shiman. He also seemed very happy. Hua Shiman's cultivation level had been stuck at the 7th level of the Golden Core realm, and she had been unable to break through. And now, Hua Shiman felt that her chance to break through had come. There are so many elixirs here. It was enough for her to break through 2 small realms. No, Hua Shiman felt that if he refined all the spiritual medicines for breakthrough here, he might be able to break through to the nascent soul stage. As for whether Yixian would kill her and seize the elixir here, Hua Shiman wasn't worried at all, although Hua Shiman and Yixian were not together for a long time. But Hua Shiman has already gained enough trust from Yixian. Yixian is a man worthy of trust. That's it. The two of them walked around in the spiritual medicine garden. The more you walk, the more Hua Shiman was shocked, because this spiritual medicine garden is larger than they imagined. I made a fortune, Yixian also exclaimed in surprise. Mr. Yi, look, what kind of elixir is this? The flowers are so beautiful. Hua Shiman couldn't help but shout. Hearing Hua Shiman shout, Yixian also looked in the direction where Hua Shiman was. But the next moment, when Yixian saw the petals, Yixian's expression changed drastically and he said, Miss Hua, don't move. Chapter 51, Bury the past, bury the present, bury the future, bury all the gods and demons. Miss Hu, don't touch this flower. After hearing Yixian's reminder, Hua Shiman's hands, which were originally holding the flowers, tensed up. Then he directly broke one petal of the flower. Mr. Yi, what's wrong? Hua Shiman couldn't help but raise her beautiful eyes and asked Yixian. Hua Shiman had no idea that she had caused such a huge disaster. Oh, what happened? This flower is so soft, and I broke it. But it smells so good, said Hua Shiman. As Hua Shiman spoke, she did not forget to put her hand between her nose and sniff. Is this the love flower poison? You will be poisoned by the love flower as long as you touch it. At that time, there is only one way to detoxify, which is, Yi Xian said. Yi Xian didn't say anything more when he finished speaking, because Yi Xian felt that Hua Sherman should understand. Why didn't you tell me earlier? What should I do then? After hearing what Yi Xian said, Hua Sherman also became nervous. At the same time, Hua Sherman felt something strange at this moment. That is Yi Xian in front of him, who looks more and more handsome. She just wanted to be with Yi Xian. Then she hoped that Yi Xian could be a little tougher on her. I don't know either. Yi Xian shook his head. First of all, Yi Xian's knowledge of alchemy is very weak. Secondly, according to Yi Xian's understanding, there is only one way to detoxify this love flower poison. Just like the charm poison, it must be a combination of yin and yang. But just as Yi Xian said this, Yi Xian also felt it. The love flower was poisonous because Hua Sherman broke one of its petals. It is spread at this moment. Therefore, Yi Xian also inhaled the love flower poison. Master Yi. Just when Yi Xian was thinking about what to do next, Hua Sherman had already been completely controlled by the love flower poison. The sound is clear and pleasant. There was a hint of I want in his eyes. Then he moved closer to Yi Xian. At the beginning, Yi Xian was still able to remain rational. But soon, Yi Xian's defense line was finally broken, because the love flower poison that Yi Xian inhaled also took effect. That's it. The two of them began to enter into a state of love and affection. 2 hours later, Yi Xian and Hua Sherman finally completed a romantic date. This romance comes from the bottom of the heart. The two of them are really crazy, overwhelmed a large area of spiritual medicine. Look at the miserable situation here. Yi Xian couldn't help but come to a conclusion in his heart. Once a woman goes crazy, there is no place for a man at all. Yi Xian felt very happy. Because of that feeling, if the beast of harmony hadn't been following him, Yi Xian really wanted to give a good sermon. But Yi Xian thought about it and decided to give up. If this feeling must be described in 3 words, Yi Xian thinks these 3 words are beautiful. After completing a romantic date with Hua Sherman, the voice of the system came into Yi Xian's mind. Ding! It is detected that the host and Hua Sherman have completed the most beloved thing in life. Hua Sherman has surrendered to the host. The host is rewarded with 500 years of cultivation. Ding! The host is rewarded with the lower grade heavenly rank skill Transmigrating. Ding! Reward the host with the life-saving magic weapon, the 3-life copper coffin. Note: the 3-life copper coffin is a supreme immortal device that can bury the past, present, and future. It can also bury mortals, god emperors, and immortals. The power of the 3-life copper coffin will increase as the host's cultivation becomes stronger. Ding! The magic weapon and skills have been distributed to the host's storage space. Please practice and integrate them by yourself. After hearing the voice from the system, Yi Xian couldn't help but look extremely excited. You can say that. The rewards this time are extremely generous. Not only was he rewarded for 500 years of cultivation, he was also rewarded with a heavenly level skill and a life-saving magic weapon. Especially this magical weapon. It sounds really good. However, Yi Xian felt that the only drawback was that when he walked around in the world in the future, he would be carrying a huge copper coffin on his shoulders, which might seem a bit strange. But think about it carefully. On the contrary, I find it quite cool. In contrast to Yi Xian is Hua Sherman, after the love flower poison is removed. Hua Sherman then realized that something major had just happened that would affect her life. Wow, I'm done. I'm not pure anymore. Hua Sherman burst into tears. Hua Sherman really didn't expect that she would come out this time. I actually lost my most precious thing. Certainly, on the surface, Hua Sherman was crying loudly. But I still feel happy inside. The feeling just now, it's really wonderful. Even though it was heartbreaking at the beginning. But it's all wonderful enjoyment afterwards. But Hua Sherman is a girl. I definitely wouldn't say that what happened just now was wonderful. She also wants words. Instead, Hua Sherman cried so hard that I felt sorry for her. Because only this way is suitable for girls. Miss Hua, don't cry. I was wrong just now. I should have reminded you in advance. Don't worry, since I have slept with you. Yi Xian, will not let you down. After returning to the family, I will marry you. Of course, if you are very angry or upset, you can hit me or even kill me. Yi Xian, will never frown. Yi Xian said sincerely. What Yi Xian said was also true. Yi Xian, is not an ungrateful person. For the girls you've slept with, I will definitely take responsibility to the end. Yi Xian, is not the kind of man who forgets everything after putting on pants. What's the point of me killing you, Wu? Hua Sherman pretended to be uncomfortable. In fact, Hua Sherman was very touched. Because of Yi Xian in front of him. It's definitely different from other men. Hua Sherman felt that she had not lost out by getting to know Yi Xian and by giving him her most precious thing. Miss Hua, how about we prepare to practice and break through next? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. This time, the system rewarded Yi Xian with 500 years of cultivation. Yi Xian wanted to take a look. There are 500 years of cultivation. To what extent can I break through? No. Are you going to just ignore me after you've bullied me? Hua Sherman shook her head. There was a hint of anger on his face. The beauty was angry. It looks pitiful to me. As long as he's a man, they will be broken by Hua Sherman in front of them. How about we just lie down quietly for a while? Yi Xian said. No, I want to hug. Hua Sherman whispered. Okay. Yivwan nodded. Then he held Hua Sherman in his arms. Time seems to be quiet just like this. Yi Xian just felt that everything was so beautiful. Yi Xian's truth is that it would be nice if life could always be like this. Yi Xian, I still want to, Hua Sherman said in a low voice. That feeling just now. Hua Sherman thought it was wonderful. Okay. I'll grant you your wish. After hearing Hua Sherman's request, Yi Xian nodded. Then, a day and a night passed like this. The next morning, Yi Xian and Hua Sherman picked a large number of spiritual medicines for breakthrough. Placed in front of me. Chapter 52. Practicing the Great Shift of the Universe. Miss Hua, let's work together to break through. Yi Xian said to Hua Sherman. Yeah, let's work hard together. Hua Sherman nodded. Hua Sherman at this moment, after becoming a woman, looks more charming. This moment, Yi Xian finally understood why there were so many Xiao thieves. I have to say, a girl who has just become a woman, just like a ripe peach, looks more beautiful and attractive. Perhaps this was also the main reason why Xiao could not resist the married woman. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he said silently to the system, integrate 500 years of cultivation. Ding, host receive. As the system's words fell, suddenly, an extremely violent energy surged into Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian was unable to resist such violence for a moment. The body shook violently. Dog system. Why are you so violent? Yivwan Jursit. Then the true energy circulates throughout the body. He began to control the flow of this immense amount of true energy. He began to temper his internal organs in golden elixir. Not much time. Yi Xian's cultivation began to break through. The third level of the golden core realm. The fourth level of the golden core realm. The fifth level of the golden core realm. The sixth level of the golden core realm. Yi Xian's cultivation level only stopped after he broke through to the sixth level of the golden core realm. These 500 years of cultivation allowed Yi Xian to break through 4 small realms at once. And Yi Xian's golden elixir. It also looks more rounded and smooth. As expected, the more advanced your cultivation is, the more energy you need to break through. After 500 years of cultivation, I have only broken through 4 small realms. However, with my current cultivation level, plus 2 heavenly level skills and a life-saving magic weapon, it is enough to compete with the strong ones in the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Yi Xian couldn't help but murmured. Yi Xian was not in a hurry for a breakthrough in his cultivation. Gotta take it slow? Although the system rewards 500 years of cultivation. However, there is still a certain gap between the years of cultivation rewarded by the system and the reality. System. Next, we need to fuse our life-saving magic weapon, the 3 lifetimes bronze coffin. Yi Xian said to the system. Ding, receive, the system replied. The next moment, this bronze coffin of 3 lives is integrated with Yi Xian. If you pay attention, at this moment behind Yi Xian, there is a mark of a 3-layer coffin. Certainly, if you look closely, you can't see it at all. Yi Xian, will also be a man with magic weapons in the future. Yivwan murmured. Although this life-saving magic weapon is now integrated with Yi Xian. But if Yi Xian wants to use it, all it takes is a thought. The bronze coffin of 3 lives will be summoned out. It is very easy to use. My cultivation and my natal magic weapon have been integrated. The next step is to practice the Great Shift of the Universe. The Great Shift of the Universe is the same as the 10,000 swords returning to the origin. It is a lower-grade, heavenly technique, Yi Xian said with anticipation. Thinking of this, Yi Xian took out the technique of Great Shift of the Universe. Started reading the introduction. The Great Shift of the Universe is divided into 7 levels. And the main principle is to bring out the potential that everyone has. The potential power hidden in everyone's body is originally very enormous, but it cannot be used under normal circumstances. However, in times of emergency, a weak person who can't even tie a chicken can often carry 1,000 pounds. In simple terms, the great shift of the universe can achieve great results with little effort. Use the opponent's force to counterattack. When practiced to perfection, one can turn back the opponent's attack with 1,000 times the force. This is the greatest benefit of the great shift of the universe. Start practicing. Although there are only 7 levels, it is still difficult to successfully practice the later levels. Moreover, to practice this technique, one must achieve the unity of essence, energy, and spirit. Otherwise, it is easy to go astray. Yevwan murmurit. Then he began to practice. When Yixian was practicing the great shift of the universe. At this moment, not far from Yixian, Huasherman also began to make rapid breakthroughs. The 8th level of the Golden Core Realm. The 9th level of the Golden Core Realm. Huasherman's cultivation. After breaking through to the 9th level of the Golden Core Realm, he stopped breaking through. When Huasherman felt that her cultivation level could no longer improve, she opened her beautiful eyes. The moment Huasherman opened her beautiful eyes, Huasherman took a deep breath. At this moment, I just feel that my thoughts are clear. High-spirited. I finally broke through. I actually broke through 2 small realms this time. My cultivation speed should be unprecedented and will never be surpassed. I didn't expect that I would gain such great benefits from this trip to the Tianyuan ruins. Huasherman couldn't help but reveal a hint of pride at the corner of her mouth. Huasherman felt that she had returned to Hualuo Palace this time. The master will definitely be surprised. However, the only thing that worried Huasherman was that she actually had sex with a man this time. If the master knew this, the master will definitely punish her. Then I can't tell master when I go back, and it seems like master is lying. It's really wonderful to be with a man. Master should have never felt that feeling. Huasherman thought so, and looked at Yixian in front of her. After sensing the aura of cultivation emanating from Yixian, Huasherman couldn't help but open her beautiful eyes wide. It's hard to believe this is true. His cultivation level has actually broken through to the 6th level of the Golden Core Realm. How is this possible? I clearly sensed that he was at the 2nd level of the Golden Core Realm when he first started cultivating. How could he have broken through 4 small realms at once? Huasherman couldn't help but said in disbelief. Huasherman was feeling complacent because she had just broken through 2 small realms. But this moment, Huasherman felt that she was facing Yixian. Those 2 small realms are not attractive at all. Yixian, what secrets are you hiding? I feel you are extraordinary. Huasherman couldn't help but murmur. But Huasherman is also very tactful. No further investigation was made. Huasherman knows anyway. From now on, there will be many interactions between him and Yixian. What secret does Yixian have? She will know what she knows when the time comes. She was being too curious. Instead, it will create a rift between them. Yixian promised to marry her. As for Yixian, at this moment, he entered into a state of cultivation without sleep or food. Regarding Huasherman's inner thoughts, Yixian had no idea. The 3rd level is done. This great shift of the universe doesn't seem to be very difficult for me. Yixian couldn't help but mutter. Then he continued to practice. The 4th level of the great shift of heaven and earth. The 5th level of the great shift of heaven and earth. The 6th level of the great shift of heaven and earth. Half a day, Yixian directly practiced the great shift of the universe to the 6th level. Next is a crucial step. According to the mantra, the 7th level of great shift of the universe is extremely difficult to practice. Yixian couldn't help but mutter. Then he began to practice the mantra of the 7th level of the great shift of heaven and earth. But just after practicing the mantra, Yixian's expression changed. Huasherman on the side. His expression also changed drastically. Chapter 53, You little bastard, you can't escape this time. At this moment, Yixian's face was covered with red and blue spots. The body is shaking. It looks extremely painful. It's as if the body is out of control. What's wrong? After seeing Yixian like this, Huasherman couldn't help but show a look of worry. Huasherman couldn't explain why. Puff! When Huasherman was worried, Yixian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Yixian, what's wrong with you? Huasherman said anxiously after seeing Yixian spit out a mouthful of blood. I'm fine. Don't worry, Sherman. You just need to protect me. Yi Xian said. Okay, then you should be careful. Washerman nodded after hearing Yi Xian say that he was fine. Yeah, Yi Xian said. Then I began to recall the reasons for my failure. What's going on? I was practicing according to the mantra above, but when I was practicing, I felt like my whole body was about to explode. Is it possible that the mantra of the 7th level's technique is wrong? Or is it really difficult for ordinary people to practice to the 7th level? Yi Xian couldn't help but asked in confusion. The core of the great shift of heaven and earth lies in reversing the two chis of heaven and earth, one hard and one soft, one yin and one yang. The blue and red on my face are the signs of the blood settling in my body and the transformation of my chi. According to this statement, my practice just now was correct. I understand. That is, when we reach the 7th level, we must break the shackles of the past and cannot follow the rules. Cultivators like us must go against the will of heaven, fight against people and against heaven. That's how it is. Huh. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian suddenly understood why he failed just now. In fact, the main reason is that the 7th layer must abandon the previous 6 layers. Go against the will of heaven. It goes against the previous 6 levels. After figuring this out, Yi Xian started practicing again. This time, Yi Xian never encountered any major shackles again. He directly practiced the great shift of the universe to the 7th level. Finally succeeded. Although my cultivation base is now at the 6th level of the Golden Core realm, with 2 heavenly grade techniques and my life-saving magic weapon, the 3 lifetimes bronze coffin, I am able to defeat those at the 1st or 2nd level of the nascent soul realm. Yi Xian couldn't help but said happily. Then Yi Xian opened his eyes. How do you feel? Washerman asked worriedly. It's okay. Hey, Sherman, your cultivation has broken through to the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. Yi Xian couldn't help but be surprised when he sensed the aura of Hua Shimon's cultivation. Yeah, but compared to you, I'm still too weak. You broke through 4 small realms at once. Washerman nodded. It might be because of the elixir here, which allowed me to luckily break through 4 small realms. If we meet that guy again, our strength will be enough to fight that evil cultivator, Yi Xian said. Yi Xian did not explain why he broke through 4 small realms. Because I have my own system. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't tell anyone. After all, the system is too mysterious. You must never let anyone know. Otherwise, it will bring him a lot of trouble. Yes, when we get out, it will be the end of the world for that guy. Hua Sherman said fiercely. Sherman, let's divide these unused elixirs here equally. When you return to Hualuo Palace, you can give them to your master. Yi Xian said. Okay. Hua Sherman nodded. Then the 2 of them began to pick the spiritual herbs here. At the same time, Ma Wenkai was sitting cross-legged on the ground practicing at this moment. Then beside Ma Wenkai, filled with countless bones. These bones, they're all disciples who entered the Tianyuan ruins for training. When these disciples passed by Ma Wenkai sucked away his soul, blood, and flesh. Because there are so many disciples who smoke it. Ma Wenkai's cultivation also directly broke through to the 2nd level of the nascent soul realm. But when Ma Wenkai sat down to practice, from time to time, a pair of eyes with a cold light. He looked in the direction of the formation where Yi Xian and Hua Sherman disappeared. The murderous intent was extremely strong. You little bastard, you've been in there for so long. I don't believe you won't come out. When you come out, I will tear you into pieces, and then that girl will be mine. Let her know the consequences of provoking me. Ma Wenkai swore fiercely. You can say that. Ma Wenkai's obsession is particularly strong. Ever since I saw Hua Shimon's face, Ma Wenkai was determined not to give up until he slept with Hua Sherman. Because Marvin discovered it. After you see Hua Shimon's face, no matter how beautiful other girls are, they're like dog shit in your eyes. So this is the main reason why Ma Wenkai has been guarding in front of this formation and is unwilling to leave. Just when Ma Wen was thinking this, the formation in front shook violently. And then the next moment, a scene happened that was unbelievable to Ma Wenkai. At this moment, all I could see was the killing array in front of me. Suddenly disappeared. Then, a big door appeared before my eyes. Above the gate, there are 3 eye-catching large characters, which are a spiritual medicine garden. Ma Wenkai looked through the gate. At this moment, the garden looked bare. There is nothing left. Is this a spiritual medicine garden? Damn it. It turns out there is a spiritual medicine garden hidden behind this formation. Ma Wenkai couldn't help but look stern. Then Marvin jumped up, walking quickly towards the spiritual medicine garden. After entering the spiritual medicine garden, Ma Wenkai saw it at this moment. There is not a single herb left in this herb garden. And not far away, there were two figures dividing the elixir between them. Damn it, it's really hard to find it after searching for a long time, but it's easy to find it. You little beast, I finally found you. This time, you won't be able to escape, Ma Wenkai said in a cold voice. This half-month, it was a torture for Ma Wenkai. He was waiting outside, anxiously. As a result, Yi Xian and Hua Sherman were enjoying themselves very much here. Moreover, Ma Wen understood that this killing formation was mainly used to protect the spiritual medicine garden. Now that all the spiritual herbs have been picked, the killing formation will automatically disappear. Hey, you bastard, you actually came in? You came in just in time. We were just looking for you. After hearing Ma Wen's words, Yi Xian said lightly. While Yi Xian was speaking, Yi Xian and Hua Sherman both packed up the spiritual herbs they had picked. Then both of them looked at Ma Wenkai in front of them. For a moment, the situation here is tense, full of murderous intent. Chapter 54. Fellow Taoist, please ascend to heaven. You little beast, hand over all your elixirs obediently, and I will let you die quickly. Otherwise, I will let you die miserably, Ma Wenkai said. There was a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes when he looked at Yi Xian. Huh? Really? It's still uncertain who will win. Sherman, you just made a breakthrough. Do you want to play with him? Yi Xian said to Hua Sherman beside him. Okay, then I will use it to hone my newly improved skills. Hua Sherman nodded. As Hua Sherman finished speaking, Hua Sherman had an idea. Then the ancient flute appeared in his hand. After the ancient flute appears, Hua Sherman then started to hold it in her mouth and blow it. In the past, Hua Sherman was not very relaxed when playing the Xiao, so the power is not very great. But after Yi Xian did something that both men and women love to do, Hua Sherman's understanding of the art of flute has reached a new level. As the sound of the flute sounded, a wave of flute sound containing infinite power swept towards Ma Wenkai with the power to destroy everything. When you feel the power of the flute sound, Ma Wenkai couldn't help but frown. 9th level of the Golden Core realm? I didn't expect that in just half a month, you actually broke through 2 small realms? It seems that this spiritual medicine garden has brought you too many benefits. But that's useless because my cultivation is now at the 2nd level of the nascent soul realm, Ma Wenkai said in a deep voice. As Ma Wenkai finished speaking, Ma Wenkai put his hands together and chanted a spell. Hurry up and follow the command, destroy it. When Ma Wenkai recited this spell, suddenly, terrifying true energy gushed out from Ma Wen's body. It transformed into countless rays of sword light rain to meet the overwhelming wave of flute sound. Boom, boom, boom. When the flashes of swords and the rain of sabers collide with the waves of flute sounds, there was a deafening roar. It was like 2 ancient sacred mountains colliding with each other. The void where the 2 of them were seemed to be about to explode. It makes a buzzing sound. It's so twisted. After a collision, ding, 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 Ma Wenkai and Hua Sherman both retreated hundreds of meters. After you have stabilized your body, Ma Wenkai couldn't help but be shocked and said, Not bad, little girl. I didn't expect that 2 small realms would add so much to your combat ability. It's really beyond my expectation, but I don't want to hurt you. Otherwise, it won't be fun when we play later. Ma Wen's tone was full of teasing. Hua Sherman was extremely angry after hearing what Ma Wenkai said. He continued to play the ancient flute in his mouth. Then he started fighting with Ma Wenkai. But this time, the collision. Hua Sherman took the lower share. Yi Xian could naturally see it. Hua Sherman's talent is actually super powerful. The reason why he can't defeat Ma Wenkai now, the main reason is the relatively lack of experience. If Hua Sherman were given the experience of fighting life and death a few times, that's absolutely possible. But Yi Xian thinks it is unnecessary for girls. From now on, my only responsibility is to give birth to babies for her. Leave the fighting to him. He didn't want the woman he cared about to get hurt. I've said before that you are no match for me, girl. I hope you'll be more sensible. After I kill him, I'll have some fun with you here, Ma Wenkai said with an obscene expression. Sherman, please step aside. Leave this guy to me. I will see him off for the last time. Yi Xian walked up to Hua Sherman and said, Yi Xian, can you do it? He has reached the 2nd level of the nascent soul realm. Let me help you. Hua Sherman couldn't help but ask when she saw Yi Xian standing in front of her. Don't worry, he's just an evil cultivator. He won't pose much of a threat to me. You just need to watch the show from the side, Yi Xian said confidently. Okay, After hearing Yi Xian's confident words, Hua Sherman nodded. Although Hua Sherman and Yi Xian have not known each other for a particularly long time, but after 2 in-depth exchanges with Yi Xian, Hua Sherman still believes in Yi Xian's ability. Yi Xian is not a person who likes to talk big, but it's where the strength is indeed. You little bastard, you really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. A fellow at the 6th level of the Golden Core realm also wants to kill me? I think you haven't woken up yet. Hurry up and kill with swords and sabers. After hearing the conversation between Yi Xian and Hua Sherman, Ma Wenkai was really furious. Because the actual cultivation level of Yi Xian in front of him was not as high as Hua Sherman's. But she slipped away from under his nose again and again. This time he even threatened to kill him. This is really overestimating one's own abilities. As Ma Wenkai finished speaking, Ma Wenkai simply made a hand gesture with both hands. All the cultivation of the 2nd level of the nascent soul realm was released. Then it turned into countless swords and shadows and came towards Yi Xian to kill him. Obviously, Ma Wen was the one who wanted to kill Yi Xian. Humph, my strength is enough to kill you. Great shift of the universe. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. Looking at the countless swords and sabers coming towards him, Yi Xian did not dare to be careless at all. The great shift of the universe and the return of 10,000 swords were fully utilized. Suddenly, endless sword light also slashed out, facing the overwhelming sword light and shadow. Boom! When the 2 attacks collided, there were bursts of rumbling sounds. At the same time, some terrifying sword shadows were about to reach Yi Xian. Yi Xian directly used the great shift of the universe to resolve all these attacks. Puff! Originally, Ma Wenkai was sure to win, but the next moment, Ma Wenkai's face changed drastically. Because at this moment, a ray of sword energy suddenly pierced through the void, came directly towards Ma Wenkai. Ma Wenkai never dreamed that Yi Xian had such a trick, but this move was too powerful. Ma Wenkai couldn't resist at all. The next moment, Ma Wenkai was directly stabbed by the sword energy. Puff! When the sword energy pierces the body, Ma Wenkai spat out a mouthful of thick blood. You're looking for death. Ma Wenkai, the game's best recommendation, was completely furious at this moment. This sword energy actually caused him to suffer serious injuries. This made Ma Wenkai collapse. As Ma Wenkai finished speaking, an incredible scene happened. At this moment, Ma Wenkai was seen with green light shining all over his body. The clothes on his body were torn apart. Then, a demonized evil cultivator appeared in front of Yi Xian. This evil cultivator was covered in green hair, with exposed veins and ferocious fangs. It looks like a strange creature. You little beast, die. After Ma Wenkai turned into a demon, he rushed towards Yi Xian with an overwhelming wave of murderous intent. Wherever it passed, the ground collapsed. Yi Xian, be careful. He has turned into a demon. After seeing Ma Wenkai become like this, Hua Sherman couldn't help but remind him. At the same time, prepare to take action. Don't worry, I have a way to kill him, Yi Xian said. Then Yi Xian's mind moved. A 3-layer coffin appeared in front of Yi Xian. At the same time, Yi Xian said to the demonized Ma Wenkai, Dao Yu, please ascend to heaven. Do you like it? If you have read this far, please give me an urge to update or a 5-star praise. I'll be very grateful. Chapter 55 The world is going downhill. Open the bronze coffin of 3 generations, Yi Xian said. As Yi Xian finished speaking, the bronze coffin of 3 lives made a roaring sound. Then the lid opens. The moment the coffin lid was opened, streams of black mist spread out like devilish clouds. This evil cloud has an extremely terrifying suction force. It all happened so fast. Even Ma Wenkai, who was as powerful as a demon, couldn't react at all. In fact, Ma Wenkai was still under the influence of Yi Xian's strength just now, because Ma Wenkai really couldn't imagine that Yi Xian in front of him was obviously not very old. But the 2 skills that were just displayed were absolutely incredible. Just when Ma Wenkai was in shock, Ma Wenkai only heard Yi Xian shout, Dao Yu, please ascend to heaven. And then the next moment, an extremely powerful suction force swept over. Not good. This moment, Ma Wen finally reacted. Ma Wenkai hurriedly circulated the true energy in his body and chanted an ancient spell. Prepare to resist. But at this moment, Yi Xian's true energy was also flowing around his body. Then he used his divine consciousness to directly control the 3 lifetimes bronze coffin. The bronze coffin of the 3rd generation came directly in front of Ma Wenkai. This moment, Ma Wenkai faced the power of such a huge bronze coffin of 3 generations. There is no power to resist anymore. Then he was sucked into the bronze coffin of the 3rd generation. Then the lid of the bronze coffin of the 3rd generation was closed tightly. Fits perfectly. Even if Ma Wenkai wanted to escape at this moment, it would be impossible. You little beast, let me go now. Otherwise, when I come out, it will be the end of your world. The demonized Ma Wenkai shouted inside while pounding the 3 lifetimes bronze coffin. Still dreaming? Ascension. A cold light flashed across Yi Xian's lips. Then just move your mind. It triggered the murderous intent in the bronze coffin of 3 generations. No! When the mechanism in the 3 lives bronze coffin was triggered, Ma Wenkai's heart-wrenching scream was heard from the 3 lives bronze coffin. Not much time. The screaming stopped abruptly. There is nothing left. Yi Xian wanted to ensure that he could kill Ma Wenkai 100%. Once again, the murderous intent was triggered. It should be about right this time, right? Yi Xian murmured. Then Yi Xian directly opened the bronze coffin of 3 generations. When the bronze coffin of the 3rd generation was opened, at this moment, Ma Wenkai inside had turned into a pile of ashes. There is nothing left. Yi Xian, just in case, just scatter all the ashes inside. After doing all this, only then did Yi Xian feel at ease and put away the 3 generations bronze coffin. As for Hua Sherman at this moment, a small cherry mouth opened slightly. Shocked to the extreme, Hua Sherman could naturally sense it. The 10,000 swords returning to the origin and great shift of the universe that Yi Xian used just now were not simple. Moreover, the bronze coffin of 3 generations used later was extremely extraordinary. The demonized Ma Wenkai just disappeared like that. This moment, when Hua Sherman looked at Yi Xian with her beautiful eyes, stars twinkled. She was not mistaken about this man. He's a man worth having. Not only is he strong in certain areas, the fighting ability is also extremely powerful and terrifying. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Yi Xian touched his nose embarrassedly when he saw Hua Sherman looking at him like a crazy fan. Yi Xian, although your cultivation is weaker than mine, your fighting ability is too strong, right? You are a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, and the magic weapon you used just now is so special. Hua Sherman said after hearing what Yi Xian said. The 3 lifetimes copper coffin, just now, is my natal magic weapon, Sherman. What are your plans next? Yi Xian asked. As for me, I want to go back to Hualuo Palace. The purpose of my coming out this time is to make a breakthrough. Now that I have made a breakthrough, I have to go back. Hua Sherman said. That's fine, but Sherman, I still need to gain experience outside for a while. When I'm done, I'll come to Hualuo Palace to marry you. Sherman, don't worry. I will be responsible for you to the end. Yi Xian nodded. Yeah, Yi Xian, what are your plans next? Do you still want to stay here? Hua Sherman asked. We have already obtained the greatest opportunity here, so I will send you out. Let's go quickly. I feel many disciples are coming this way. Yi Xian said. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he left here with Hua Sherman. After Hua Sherman and Yi Xian left here, the next moment, hundreds of young disciples came to this spiritual medicine garden. However, when these disciples arrived at the spiritual medicine garden, everyone couldn't help but frown. Nothing? But I clearly felt the presence of a fight here just now. Damn it, all the spiritual herbs here have been picked. There's not a single one left. Yeah, I wonder who did this? It's ridiculous. Hey, there are actually a few magical herbs here. Although they're a little damaged, they look like they can still be used. I'll take them. Wow, what's wrong with this elixir? Why does it have a weird smell? Let me smell it for you. Damn, isn't this the smell of a man and a woman? Is someone having sex here? The world is really going downhill. They actually came to the spiritual medicine garden. I just don't know where that couple is. These disciples couldn't help but curse. At the same time, Yi Xian and Hua Sherman came to the outside of the Tianyuan ruins. Achoo! When Yi Xian and Hua Sherman just came outside, they both sneezed at the same time. Who is scolding us? Don't get caught by me, or I will beat you so hard that even your parents won't recognize you. Yi Xian couldn't help but said fiercely. Yi Xian, you are really different. Hua Sherman couldn't help but laugh after hearing Yi Xian's joke. Hua Sherman suddenly discovered Yi Xian is very cruel to his enemies, but he cannot say anything to the people around him. And with Yi Xian, she doesn't have a big burden either. Very easy. It's just like when I was with my junior sisters in Hualuo Palace. Of course, I'm handsome. Yi Xian joked. Okay, stop talking so smoothly. I've been with you for so long this time. I will definitely be punished by my master when I go back. I'm going back now. Yi Xian, take care of yourself too. Hua Sherman said. Sherman, do you remember? My family lives in Xuanqing. I will return to my family in 2 years, and you can come to see me then. Yi Xian said. I remember. Let's go. Hua Sherman nodded. Then it turned into a long rainbow and disappeared into the sky. Looking at Hua Shimon's departing back, Yi Xian couldn't help but reveal a dazed look. Don't be fooled by Hua Shimon's aloof appearance. But when he was in the spiritual medicine garden, after he came to his senses, he acted very crazy. Chapter 56. Dare to follow me? I'll scatter my ashes for you. Although Yi Xian and Hua Sherman were together at a negative distance for only one night. But Hua Sherman figured it out. Very bold performance. He blew Yi Xian and took the initiative. It can be said to be very powerful. Yi Xian likes this kind of ice beauty. It's really good, awesome. I just wonder how Shimon's other sisters and junior sisters are like. I heard that everyone in Hualuo Palace is top-notch. Yi Xian couldn't help but look forward to it. But soon, Yi Xian put this thought behind him. Yi Xian felt that if Hua Sherman knew his idea, Hua Sherman would definitely not let him go, because Yi Xian was too greedy. Not only did he sleep with her, but he also set his sights on her senior and junior sisters. Not a human being at all. According to the time, I can return to the family in less than 2 years. Now I already have 4 Taoist companions, so I am still some distance away from the critical hit reward mentioned by the system. I hope that good luck will be with me in the next 2 years. According to the schedule, Li Xiao should be giving birth soon, right? Yi Xian couldn't help but think secretly. But Yi Xian also knew. The time when girls get pregnant in this world is somewhat different from the world Yi Xian lived in his previous life. In the previous life, a woman's pregnancy period was usually 9 months and 10 days. But in the fantasy world, there are differences in the time it takes a woman to become pregnant. The better the spiritual roots of the child a woman is carrying, the longer she can be pregnant. Since Li Xiao was able to become the Chaos Saint, that child's spiritual roots must be good. Yi Xian thought so. It's time to embark on a new journey. But just after Yi Xian walked forward for a distance, Yi Xian couldn't help but frown. Because Yi Xian sensed a place 1,000 meters away from him. There are several auras looming. Fuck, you dare to follow me? I'll scatter my ashes for you. Yi Xian couldn't help but say coldly. What Yi Xian didn't know was, there are some cultivators who are unable to enter the Tianyuan ruins, waiting outside specifically, then wait for the disciples inside to come out, and then track them and snatch the treasure. These middle-aged cultivators were waiting in secret. When I saw Yi Xian coming out, naturally, he had the urge to snatch Yi Xian away, because these cultivators felt that Yi Xian came out so early. That must be an extraordinary treasure. As for Yi Xian, was ignored. Keep moving forward boldly. Go forward. After walking a long distance, Yi Xian stopped. Then he said, you have been following me for so long. It's time to show up. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Boy, you are so smart. As Yi Xian finished speaking, these middle-aged cultivators were following Yi Xian. They appeared together. Then he came in front of Yi Xian in an instant, surrounded Yi Xian. Now Yi Xian has made the system hide his cultivation level at the first level of the Golden Core realm. And these middle-aged cultivators are all at the 6th or 7th level of the Golden Core realm. So in the eyes of these cultivators, the Yi Xian in front of him is just an ant-like existence. They can play however they want. Boy, hand over the opportunity obtained from the Tianyuan ruins, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, a fierce-looking middle-aged man spoke, although the following words were not spoken. But as long as you are not a fool, everyone knows. As long as Yi Xian doesn't hand over the treasure today, then Yi Xian will probably die today. To tell you the truth, I don't want to kill anyone. I just want to walk around in this world, see the prosperity of the world, and pursue the girl I like. Financial industry boutique recommendation. Before I kill you, you still have a chance to escape. Yi Xian spoke lightly. Yi Xian said it sincerely. And it's what I really think. Yi Xian doesn't like fighting and killing. Yi Xian now has a branching system. As long as you have a beauty who meets the system requirements, you can sleep with her. Let the other person give birth to your child. Yi Xian can become stronger. So Yi Xian just wants to live happily in this world. I don't really like a life full of swords and gossip. But Yi Xian is also a man with a bottom line. If the other party insists on seeking death, then Yi Xian had no choice but to oblige the other party. Ha, you're so funny, kid. Do you think you can kill us today? You really overestimate your own abilities. That's right, Wow. I'm dying of laughter. Tears are coming out of my eyes. After hearing Yi Xian's words, the middle-aged cultivators who surrounded Yi Xian laughed one by one. Obviously, these cultivators had no idea that they were getting closer to death step by step. It seems that you want to ascend to heaven? Then I will help you. Yi Xian looked at these cultivators who were looking for death and couldn't help but said in a deep voice. As Yi Xian finished speaking, Yi Xian's mind moved. He summoned out his own magical weapon, the three-life bronze coffin. Yi Xian felt that there was nothing that could not be solved by the three-lives bronze coffin. Using his life-saving magic weapon, the three-life bronze coffin, to solve the problem was also a way of giving the opponent the final respect. Hey, you're holding a coffin? How funny. Yeah, if you didn't know, you would think it was a funeral procession. When they saw the coffin in front of Yi Xian, these middle-aged cultivators all laughed. But the next moment, the smiles of these cultivators suddenly stopped, because at this moment, Yi Xian only heard him say, "Dear fellow Taoists, please ascend to heaven." As Yi Xian finished speaking, Yi Xian opened the three-generation bronze coffin in front of him. When the bronze coffin of the three generations was opened, all one could see were countless black devil clouds swirling and thick, deathly energy flowing. It swept directly towards the cultivators who surrounded Yi Xian. This black magic cloud has an extremely terrifying suction force. Not good. When you feel the suction, the faces of these cultivators changed drastically. He hurriedly used his skills to resist. But the suction is too strong. These practitioners couldn't resist at all. Not much time. All these middle-aged cultivators who surrounded Yi Xian were sucked into the three generations bronze coffin. Senior, please let us go. We were wrong. When these cultivators were sucked into the three lifetimes bronze coffin, they all begged for mercy. I've already given you a chance, but you didn't take it. Don't blame me for being cruel. Just leave in a dignified manner, Yi Xian said indifferently. After Yi Xian finished speaking, thoughts flow. It directly triggered the murderous intent inside the bronze coffin of the third generation. When the murderous intent is triggered, an extremely shrill scream came from the bronze coffin of three generations. But soon, the screaming stopped abruptly. After the screams disappeared, Yi Xian opened the coffin again. When the coffin was opened, there was only a pile of ashes left inside. The three souls and seven spirits of these cultivators were all burned to ashes. There is not even a chance to reincarnate. Yi Xian shook the coffin and then scattered the ashes inside. After doing all this, Yi Xian put away his natal magic weapon and continued walking forward. As for Yao Yi, since he was not summoned by Yi Xian, he did not show up this time and followed silently in the dark. As long as Yi Xian needs anything, Yao Yi will show up immediately. At the same time, in a place thousands of miles away from Yi Xian, at this moment, a woman in a red dress was running forward quickly and awkwardly. And behind the woman in the red dress, a group of cultivators followed closely behind, each with a ferocious look on their face. Chapter 57. Shout when you see injustice. The woman in the red dress looked quite embarrassed. His body was covered in blood. The red skirt was torn in several places. His face was covered in dirt. But despite this, it still cannot conceal the beautiful face of the woman in the red dress. This woman in red skirt, tall figure, although in some ways she is much weaker than Luo Ningxue, Hua Shiman, and others. But in terms of temperament, it is definitely not something that ordinary women can compare to. The cultivator following closely behind the woman in red dress. Each of them looked murderous. Lin Wanbai, you should just wait for us to catch you. You can't run away, so why bother? Yes, all resistance is in vain. Look at you. Your family has been implicated because of you. If you had just been a concubine of Master Ji, things wouldn't have turned out this way. That's right, my young master's skill in controlling women is also amazing. If you followed him, you would be happy to death every day. Now your family is broken up. I really feel sorry for you. After hearing what these people said, a woman called Lin Wanbai. At this moment, his fists were clenched. There was an endless cold light flashing in his eyes, especially when it was said that the family was destroyed because of her. Lin Wanbai staggered, almost fell to the ground. Lin Wanbai. She was originally the eldest daughter of the Lin family in Lan City. She is very beautiful, stunning beauty. The Lin family's strength in Lan City is still quite good. But not long ago, when Lin Wanbai was out, she was noticed by Jida, a young master from another family. After seeing that Lin Wanbai was so beautiful, Jita developed a love for Lin Wanbai. He immediately ordered someone to go to the Lin family to propose marriage. Let Lin Wanbai be his concubine. Regarding this marriage proposal, the Lin family naturally refused with righteous indignation. Because the Lin family knows Jita very well. He is an unlearned guy. The most common thing he did every day was hanging out in brothels or bully decent women. The people around here all gnashed their teeth when they talked about Jita, because many women nearby have been flirted with by Ji Kong. But everyone can only curse in their hearts. There's nothing you can do to Ji Kong, because the Ji family can be said to be one of the best families in Lan City. In addition, Ji Kong has an older brother who is now a true disciple of an elder of Linyuan sect, the most powerful sect in the vicinity. Therefore, no one dared to provoke the Ji family easily. The Ji family became the undisputed overlord of Linyuan City. Moreover, the head of the Ji family loves his son Jita very much. Although the head of the Ji family knew that his son had been taking advantage of good girls outside. But the head of the Ji family also turned a blind eye. This time, Jida's request was rejected by the Lin family. The Ji family brought a group of strong men to the Lin family. He threatened that he would take any woman that Master Jita wanted. The Lin family has no choice but to marry her off. The head of the Lin family was furious when he heard this. He said that even if he died, he would never push his daughter into the fire pit. The Ji family cultivator was furious after hearing this, directly engaged in a fierce fight with the Lin family. In the end, Lin Wanbai was able to escape after her parents fought desperately. However, Lin Wanbai's parents and the entire Lin family were buried forever in Linyuan City. Ji family, I will make you pay back 1,000-fold. I must live. Otherwise my parents and others would have died in vain. Lin Wanbai was holding on to her body, clenching her fists, and swore secretly in her heart. Then Lin Wanbai held her breath. Keep running forward, because Lin Wanbai knew it very well. Once she was caught by the Ji family, what awaits her is a life worse than death. You really don't know your place. Seeing Lin Wanbai running away, these Ji family cultivators all showed a hint of coldness in their expressions. Then he continued to chase after her. And on the other side, Yi Xian's speed is also quite fast. Walk forward quickly. After walking for some distance, Yi Xian stopped. The environment here is nice. Let's take a rest here before we set off again. Ye Vuan murmured. Yi Xian stopped talking. He just sat down lazily against a big tree. Yi Xian planned to take a rest here. Then look at the surrounding scenery. For Yi Xian, there is nothing more beautiful than sitting down and enjoying the scenery or exploring life with a beautiful woman. But just when Yi Xian sat down and was about to rest, suddenly, a figure in front quickly came to Yi Xian. This figure is a woman in a red dress. She looks very elegant. Yi Xian felt that this temperament was better than Li Xiao, Luo Ningxue, Princess Qingyan, and Hua Sherman, whom he had slept with before. This woman in red skirt. Naturally, it was the escaped Lin Wanbai. After Lin Wanbai came to Yi Xian, he said directly, "Senior, save me." After Lin Wanbai finished speaking, he fell directly to the ground and fainted. "Hey girl." Seeing Lin Wanbai fainted beside him, Yi Xian couldn't help but frown. He hurried to Lin Wanbai's side, but Lin Wanbai was already unconscious. No matter how Yi Xian called, there was no response. Little did they know, Lin Wanbai was able to run for such a long distance only because of her strong willpower, which was already a miracle. Otherwise, it would be impossible to escape here. What happened? Is the injury serious? But it's not fatal. Yi Xian murmured after roughly checking Lin Wanbai's body. Just when Yi Xian was thinking this, sudden, a whooshing sound was heard. Immediately afterwards, dozens of figures came to Yi Xian. Surun did Yivuan. Yi Xian naturally understood it all at once. The girl's injuries were probably caused by the group of people in front of her. "Boy, who are you?" When the Ji family cultivators saw that there was a young man beside Lin Wanbai, they couldn't help but ask in a deep voice. "Who I am has nothing to do with you," Yi Xian said coldly. Yi Xian doesn't like to cause trouble. I don't like to meddle in other people's affairs either. But the situation of the girl in front of him looked not optimistic. Need prompt treatment. Otherwise, there will be danger to life. Although Yi Xian is cold-blooded, he is not the kind of person who would stand by and watch someone die without helping. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. What's more crucial is the moment when Lin Wanbai fell down. Yi Xian saw the desire in Lin Wanbai's eyes. That look was like a dying person grabbing a life-saving straw. The hope of survival is evident. "Boy, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. You have no right to interfere in the affairs of our G family. Just hand over this girl, and I will save your life. Otherwise, everyone will be killed without mercy, said a leading cultivator of the G family in a deep voice. Stop making noise, Lao Yao. I'll leave them to you. After hearing the other party's threat, Yi Xian frowned. What Yi Xian hates most is being threatened by others. Chapter 58, triggering a new mission. So many people are chasing a woman, and they don't feel any shame. Instead, he threatened Yi Xian. You really don't know how to live or die. As Yi Xian finished speaking, the next moment, King Go Yao Yi appeared in front of Yi Xian in an instant. After a year of practice, Yao Yi's current cultivation level has reached the second level of the nascent soul realm. Therefore, Yao Yi was extremely grateful to Yi Xian, because Yao Yi knows very well. If it weren't for Yi Xian, perhaps his cultivation is still stuck at the 9th level of the golden core realm. Yao Yi obeyed Yi Quan's orders unconditionally. Mr. Yi, what should we do? Destroy the body and cover up all traces? Yao Yi asked Yivwan. Of course, the only way to deal with the enemy is to destroy the body and all traces. Yivwan nodded. Okay, Yao Yi nodded. Then he attacked the cultivators who were chasing Lin Wanbai. Are you a senior at the nascent soul stage? You can't kill me. We are cultivators from the Ji family in Lan City. When they sensed the aura of cultivation emanating from Yao Yi, the faces of the Ji family cultivators who were chasing Lin Wanbai changed. Because of these cultivators of the Ji family, many of them are at the foundation establishment stage, and there are only 2 at the golden core stage. For such existence, Yao Yi can kill a large group of people with just one thought. But unfortunately, Yao Yi would not respond to such a plea for mercy. Yao Yi has only one principle. That is, he will do whatever Yi Xian tells him to do. He doesn't care about anything else. What is Ji family and Yi family? It has nothing to do with him. Soon, a scream was heard here. Yi Xian ignored this side completely. Instead, he directly picked up the unconscious Lin Wanbai, going quickly into the distance. Because Yi Xian couldn't guarantee it. The one chasing Lin Wanbai. Are there any very strong ones? Yi Xian came out this time to gain experience. More depends entirely on yourself. And Yi Xian knew. Saving people in the fantasy world can be life-threatening. An hour later, Yi Xian has moved to another safe place. After arriving here, Yi Xian put Lin Wanbai down. Then Yi Xian took out some elixirs to replenish energy and heal injuries from the storage ring. After making it into juice, he fed it to Lin Wanbai. With these elixir juices, Yi Xian knew that Lin Wanbai should be fine. Next, Yi Xian built a bonfire nearby. After waiting for another hour, bing! At this moment, Lin Wanbai suddenly made a sound of inging. Then she opened her beautiful eyes. When you open your beautiful eyes, at this moment, only a very handsome face appeared in the sight. This face, any woman who sees him will feel excited. At the same time, a gentle voice came. Are you awake? It was you, senior, who saved me? Lin Wanbai couldn't help but said excitedly after making sure that she was safe at the moment. Lin Wanbai's memory was sporadic at the moment. Lin Wanbai only remembered that after she arrived next to a young man, she shouted, "Help me," and then fainted. Now I am safe and sound. It was obvious that it was this handsome senior who saved her. Yeah, you fainted at that time, so I helped you. Yevwan nodded. Lin Wanbai thanks you for saving my life, senior. Please accept me as your disciple. I am willing to serve you in the future. Lin Wanbai knelt down and said. The tone was full of sincerity. Accept you as my disciple? Yi Xian was a little embarrassed. Because Yi Xian's own cultivation level is not very high at present. Ding, the side quest is triggered. I don't agree to let Lin Wanbai accept me as a disciple, but I agree to teach Lin Wanbai a technique to make him stronger and avenge his family. After taking revenge, the host can take her in. After completing the task, the host will be rewarded with the supreme alchemy technique. The system said to Yi Xian. After hearing the system's words, Yivwan understood. The Lin Wanbai in front of him should be the beauty identified by the system as someone who can be his Taoist partner. Lin Wanbai, let me tell you now, first, I am not a senior. You can just call me young Master Yi. And secondly, I will not accept you as my disciple, but Yi Xian said. But what? Lin Wanbai was very nervous at this moment. Because Lin Wanbai knew. I am almost at my wit's end now. The Ji family cultivators must be looking for her everywhere now. The Ji family is absolutely terrifying. And now her only hope is that Yi Xian in front of her can save her. But I can teach you martial arts and make you stronger, but I have a condition, Yi Xian said. Thank you, Mr. Yi. What are the conditions? Lin Wanbai stared at Yi Xian with her beautiful eyes and asked anxiously. Lin Wanbai felt that as long as she could do it, she would definitely do it. As long as she is not caught by the cultivators of the Ji family. I haven't made up my mind yet. Wait until you've taken revenge. There's a waterfall ahead. You can wash up there and change into new clothes. Yi Xian said. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Lin Wanbai nodded. As long as Yi Xian can make her stronger, she will avenge her family. Then she would agree to anything Yi Xian asked. Then he went to wash up. Not long after, Lin Wanbai appeared in front of Yi Xian again. Lin Wanbai at this moment. The blood and dust on his face had been washed away. She revealed the face that had captivated countless men. Wearing a red long dress. Unparalleled temperament. She looks like a female swordsman. Full of a sense of incomparability. What a beautiful temperament. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment when he looked at the beautiful Lin Wanbai. Although Lin Wanbai is compared with Luo Ningxue and others. Maybe fullness isn't super grandiose. But Lin Wanbai's temperament. She is absolutely incomparable to Jiang Qingyan, Luo Ningxue, and others. Yi Xian had to admit it. This kind of girl with beautiful temperament. It is the most fatal temptation for men. This deadly power is like that of a woman who has been married for a short time. Being stared at by Yi Xian like this. Lin Wanbai quickly lowered her head shyly. His fingers were clasping the hem of his clothes. There is a feeling of being at a loss. However, the moment Yi Xian saw Lin Wanbai, naturally, he figured out Lin Wanbai's approximate life experience. Lin Wanbai carries a deep blood feud. Wanbai, from today on, you will practice well with me. I hope you will work hard and kill your enemies with your own hands. Yi Xian said. Master Yi, I will. When talking about the enemy, Lin Wanbai's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Lin Wanbai could not forget the tragic scene of her parents lying in a pool of blood because of her. This vengeance, Lin Wanbai will definitely pay back 1,000-fold. She will make the Ji family pay a heavy price, especially Jida, the culprit who destroyed her family. She wanted to cut Ji Kong into pieces. Your current cultivation level is at the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm, so you should first improve your cultivation level. After you break through to the Golden Core Realm, I will teach you a set of sword techniques. Yi Xian said. Chapter 59, wearing a bandit mask and carrying a huge bronze coffin on his shoulders. Yes, Mr. Yi. Lin Wanbai nodded. Yi Xian took out a bunch of elixirs that could help him break through his cultivation level from his storage ring. When I saw a large pile of elixirs in front of me, there was a gleam of light in Lin Wanbai's eyes. Although the Lin family was considered a good family in Linyuan City before, but Lin Wanbai was sure, it is impossible for my family to come up with so many elixirs at once. After refining and absorbing these elixirs, your cultivation should be able to break through to the Golden Core Realm. Yi Xian said. Yi Xian knew. The Wanjian Guizong technique that he practiced was a heavenly grade technique. If Lin Wanbai were to practice now, it would definitely not work, because the requirements for Wanjian Guizong are very high. The true essence must be extremely rich. Master Yi, this is too valuable, Lin Wanbai said after seeing so many extremely precious elixirs. Although Lin Wanbai really wants to improve his cultivation now, but she had no relationship with Yi Xian in front of her, and we haven't known each other for long. Yi Xian took out so many good things at once. How could Lin Wanbai be so worthy of this? She simply couldn't bear it. Wanbai, you must remember, what you need to do now is to improve your cultivation and then take revenge. I will naturally need you in the future. Now I am teaching you everything I know, and I will naturally repay you in the future. Start practicing, Yi Xian said with a serious face. What Yi Xian said was also true. The reason why he helped Lin Wanbai practice wholeheartedly and without reservation. That also has its own purpose. There is no such thing as a free lunch. And Lin Wanbai, after hearing Yi Xian say this, he knelt on the ground with a plop and said, Thank you, Master Yi. After I have my revenge, as long as you ask me to do something, I will do it with all my strength and will never let you down. Lin Wanbai's words were sonorous and powerful, because Lin Wanbai understood, when someone gives you a drop of kindness, you should repay them with a spring. People will only understand when they are in the most difficult times. How precious are those who help you. Hurry up and get up. Don't kneel down casually in the future, okay? Yi Xian quickly helped Lin Wanbai up. I understand, sir. Lin Wanbai nodded. Then follow Yi Xian's instructions. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to practice. Yiv 1. He also began to enter into a state of cultivation. Although without the assistance of the system, Yi Xian's cultivation progress was very slow. But Yi Xian was not idle either. Because Yi Xian understood, diligence can make up for lack of talent. Time just passes by like this. Soon, half a month passed. Lin Wanbai's cultivation also broke through to the 9th level of the foundation building realm. But Lin Wanbai was very desperate at this moment. Because every time Lin Wanbai felt that she was about to break through to the golden core realm, but it just lacks that little bit of feeling. It feels like a couple playing ball together. The wife clearly felt that she was about to reach that critical point. But to his wife's disappointment, the result came at this critical moment. My husband compromised. This feeling is really uncomfortable and makes people feel like they're dying. Master Yi, I'm a loser. No matter how hard I try, I can't break through to the golden core realm. I'm sorry for giving me so many elixirs. Lin Wanbai couldn't help but say uncomfortably. Wanbai, it's not that you're useless, but you've been thinking about revenge lately, so you can't calm down. You have to understand that it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. The most important thing now is to improve your own cultivation. If you don't have strong strength, it will be useless no matter how much you think. Put aside the matter of revenge for now, and try to combine your spirit, energy, and soul. Ye Vuan Instruchtet. Although Yi Xian is not yet a peerless master, but Yi Xian still has some experience in cultivation, because Yi Xian had once had such confusion. Yeah, after hearing what Yi Xian said, Lin Wanbai nodded heavily. Then according to what Yi Xian said, don't think about revenge for now. In the essence, energy and spirit are united. So, Lin Wanbai finally found the shackles to break through to the golden core realm. Accompanied by a sharp roar, Lin Wanbai's cultivation level directly broke through from the 9th level of the foundation building realm to the golden elixir realm. After Lin Wanbai's breakthrough, Lin Wanbai's body surface, countless sword energies floated out. Lin Wanbai at this moment, it was as if the whole person had turned into a sword that reached the sky. It's actually the Tongtian sword body? It's really not simple because after breaking through to the golden core realm, even the physique has been awakened. After seeing the strange phenomenon on Lin Wanbai's body, Yi Xian couldn't help but be secretly surprised. But Yi Xian thinks that girls are just ordinary people. After I have taken my revenge, I will go home and give birth to her child. He is the one who does the fighting and killing, who makes men stand tall and proud. After a complete breakthrough, Lin Wanbai restrained her aura, eyes open. At this moment, Lin Wanbai looked even more elegant, plus the Tongtian sword body. At this moment, Lin Wanbai, with her red skirt fluttering, has completely transformed into a peerless female swordsman. Master, I have really made a breakthrough. Thank you for your guidance. Lin Wanbai couldn't help but say gratefully. Lin Wanbai knew, if it weren't for meeting Yi Xian this time, she might really have no way out. It is estimated that it has already become Ji Kong's possession by now. This is all the result of your own hard work. Wanbai, pack up and follow me to the nearby city. I'm going to buy some formation tools and the like. Then I'll teach you formations and swordsmanship at the same time. Game feature recommendations. I think after you have mastered the swordsmanship and formations, you can go to Linyuan City for revenge. Yi Xian said. Yi Xian also already knew it. The Ji family patriarch's cultivation level is the 8th level of the golden core realm. The Ji family's greatest support is the eldest son Ji Kong from the Linyuan sect. Ji Kong is not at home now. As long as Lin Wanbai can break through to the 3rd level of the golden core realm, he will teach her some of the 10,000 swords returned to the origin and the killing formation. It is definitely enough to destroy the Ji family. In fact, Yi Xian could have destroyed the Ji family, but this was Lin Wanbai's inner demon. Only if Lin Wanbai solves it herself can she get rid of her inner demons. Otherwise, it will be difficult to get rid of Lin Wanbai's inner demons. Yes, sir. Lin Wanbai nodded. Then I cleaned up. At this moment, Lin Wanbai looked like a country girl. But that unparalleled temperament is still fully revealed. This won't work. Your temperament is too outstanding. You'll be easily recognized on the street. I want to think of a way to hide your temperament. Oh, I got it. I'll make a bandit headgear for both of us. Yi Xian suddenly thought. Because Yi Xian had suffered a lot in TV dramas in his previous life. Just put on the bandit hood. That's something most people can't recognize. Yi Xian started to act as he spoke. Soon home, 2 bandit headgears were made. Put it on and try it out, Yi Xian said. Lin Wanbai nodded. He took the bandit's hood and put it on his face. Looking at the completely transformed Lin Wanbai in front of him, Yi Xian couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise. Chapter 60 Jida, today is your doomsday. It is frightening for others to be bandits. After seeing Lin Wanbai putting on the hood, people had the urge to take this bandit back home to have babies for them. This moment, Yi Xian completely understood that no matter what you wear, the face can be concealed, but a person's temperament cannot be concealed. That's it. Yivwan noted. Then he directly summoned the 3 generations bronze coffin, carried on shoulders. Sir, what's this look of yours? It's quite unique. Seeing that Yi Xian was carrying a bronze coffin on his shoulders, Lin Wanbai was shocked at this moment. Your young master is an expert at weddings and funerals. If he meets someone who is blind, I will send them on their final journey, Yi Xian said. As Yi Xian spoke, he and Lin Wanbai headed towards the near city. 2 hours later, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai have already arrived in the city. After seeing Yi Xian wearing a bandit's mask and carrying a huge bronze coffin on his shoulder, many people stay far away, because Yi Xian does have some of the temperament of a bandit. After arriving in the city, Yi Xian bought a lot of formation equipment. Then Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai ate the most delicious snacks in the city. The snacks made by Fairy Lin are the most beautiful scenery on the street. It tastes absolutely delicious. After eating and drinking, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai found a quiet place. Next, you should prepare to practice the 10,000 swords return to the origin. This Wanjian Guizong is a sword technique that can reach the sky. Once Wanjian Guizong is used, it is like a servant meeting his master. It is like worshipping a god. As soon as the sword moves are made, a sharp and unparalleled sword force is generated from the body. The body can turn into a puff of green smoke, and the energy spreads everywhere. Countless sharp swords fly like a violent storm. They dance all over the sky, and the sword force is like a net, sharp and unparalleled, which is a spectacular sight. The mental method of Wanjian Guizong has 4 main sentences. Wanqi is born by itself. The sword rushes through the useless acupoints and returns to the origin. The martial arts sect is far-reaching, and the skills are long-lasting. When Wanjian Guizong has been practiced to the extreme, every flower and grass can become a sword, Yi Xian explained. Lin Wanbai, who was standing by, listened with great interest. After Yi Xian finished his story, Lin Wanbai started practicing. And Yi Xian, he also began to enter into a state of cultivation. While explaining the sword technique to Lin Wanbai, Yi Xian's understanding of the sword technique also reached a higher level. Then Yi Xian took out a large pile of elixirs, started practicing. A few days later, Yi Xian's cultivation finally broke through to the 7th level of the Golden Core realm with great difficulty. After the breakthrough in cultivation, Yi Xian let out a long breath. Yi Xian was helpless. Without system assistance, Yi Xian's cultivation progress can be said to be very slow. But at this moment, Lin Wanbai, after obtaining the 10,000 swords returned to the origin, the whole person feels like a fish in water. It was as if the Wanjian Guizong was tailor-made for him. Looking at Lin Wanbai, who was filled with sword energy, Yi Xian couldn't help but nodded with relief. I have to say, Lin Wanbai's attainments in swordsmanship are very good. Just a few days, he actually succeeded in cultivating the 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Wanbai, take a rest. I will teach you the formation after you rest, Yi Xian said. Yes, sir. Lin Wanbai nodded. Then he came to Yi Xian. The two of them sat on the ground and began to rest. After resting for a while, Yi Xian began to teach Lin Wanbai the formation. Although Lin Wanbai is very good at kendo, however, when it comes to formations, Lin Wanbai seems to be a little stretched. Wanbai, your posture is wrong. You see, when setting up the formation, you must be fast and use all your energy. Otherwise, when you fight with the enemy, you will be defeated by your opponent before you even set up your formation, Yi Xian said. I understand, sir. After hearing Yi Xian's instructions, Lin Wanbai changed her posture according to what Yi Xian said. After changing posture, Lin Wanbai discovered that he could finally set up some small formations. Well, that's right. At this speed, we can reach Linyuan City in another month. Yi Xian nodded after seeing Lin Wanbai gain some understanding of the formation. After hearing Yi Xian's praise, Lin Wanbai rarely smiled. That smile is so beautiful that it can captivate the whole country. It's touching. However, Lin Wanbai thought of the tragic death of her parents. Lin Wanbai couldn't help but feel uncomfortable again. Wanbai, I can understand your feelings, but the dead cannot be resurrected. All you can do is live well and kill their enemies for them, Yi Xian encouraged. Sir, I understand. Lin Wanbai nodded. The next month, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai continued to practice together. After a month of time and the refining of countless spiritual medicines, Lin Wanbai's cultivation also broke through from the first level of the Golden Core realm to the fourth level of the Golden Core realm. This morning, Lin Wanbai came to Yi Xian early. Young master, do you think that with my current strength, I can defeat a being at the 8th level of the Golden Core realm? Lin Wanbai asked. Of course you can, but it may require some effort. Yi Xian said. That's enough. I'm going to take revenge and destroy the Ji family. After getting Yi Xian's affirmation, Lin Wanbai said fiercely. The murderous intent and hostility on his body were extremely strong. Let's go. I will accompany you on a trip to Lan City. Yi Xian nodded. Next, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai were heading towards Lan City. Lan City is not very far from here. A few hours later, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai arrived at Lan City. Lan City is still prosperous. There was no loss due to the demise of the Lin family. However, when Lin Wanbai arrived at the streets of Lan City, she seemed very lonely. Because when Lin Wanbai returned, everything became strange and no old friends were seen. There are only memories. Memories are painful. Ji family, you never thought that I would come back. Today is the end of the world for you. Lin Wanbai couldn't help but say harshly after arriving in front of the Ji family's mansion. However, the person Lin Wanbai wants to kill the most now is Jida. Because the Lin family was destroyed, it was all because of Jida. So Lin Wanbai jumped. Go straight to the courtyard where Jida was. As for Yi Xian, standing at a distance, Yi Xian didn't want to intervene now, unless a stronger one appears. Not much time, Lin Wanbai came to a courtyard. After entering the courtyard, Lin Wanbai couldn't help but frown, because at this moment from the room in the courtyard, there were strange female voices and popping sounds. Lin Wanbai naturally knew that this should be the sound of Jida bullying another woman again. So Lin Wanbai was not polite at all. After arriving in front of the door, he kicked it open. When the door was kicked open, a blushing scene appeared. Chapter 61, Death by 1,000 Cuts. At this moment, I can only see it in the room. A woman and then a young man were busy working day and night. Obviously, playing. If Yi Xian saw this scene, you would definitely feel familiar. The busy young man was Jida, whom Lin Wanbai dreamed of killing. The executioner who killed his own family. Originally, Ji Kong was having a lot of fun, and I feel like I am enjoying life very much. But the next moment, Jida couldn't help but frown. He was filled with anger. He cursed, that bastard has no eyes. Didn't I tell you not to disturb me when I'm busy? Ji Kong thought it was someone from his own family. When people were busy, they were inexplicably interrupted. But I'm very angry. How could such a thing be disturbed? Jida! Lin Wanbai growled. The tone was filled with endless murderous intent. When I heard it was a woman's voice, Jida's expression changed involuntarily. Then stopped working, looking towards the door. The next moment, Jida couldn't help but reveal a look of disbelief. Lin Wanbai. At the beginning, Jida really had an incredible feeling. Even Jida felt like she was dreaming. Because Ji Kong had recently been interested in Lin Wanbai, he had also sent many people to look for her. But what made Jida speechless was these 2 months. Not only did he fail to find Lin Wanbai, on the contrary, since Lin Wanbai escaped, she seemed to have disappeared from the world. The first group of Ji family cultivators who went out also disappeared without a trace. What Jida never dreamed of today was that Lin Wanbai would come to him on her own initiative. Lin Wanbai, I've been having a hard time finding you lately. I didn't expect you to come to my door on your own. Then I'll let you play with me today. I want to play ice and fire and flying dragon in the sky. Jida said excitedly after confirming that the girl in front of him with unparalleled temperament and fluttering red skirt was Lin Wanbai. Jida at this moment. I could feel my hormones being secreted rapidly. This feeling is like the feeling when two couples who have been separated for a long time meet again for the first time. Anyway, it is very beautiful, very beautiful. After all, Jida has been coveting Lin Wanbai's beauty for a long time. Jida, you have caused my family to be destroyed. Today I will cut you into pieces, Lin Wanbai said in a cold voice. Huh, Lin Wanbai, I thought you had learned something after not seeing you for 2 months. I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. But it doesn't matter. I know you women best. You were desperate at first, but in the end, you're the one who pestered me and asked for what I wanted women. Look at her. When I first caught her, she wanted to die. Now she just cooperates with whatever I want to do. Jida laughed after hearing Lin Wanbai's words. You can say that. After Jidao's in-depth study of women over the years, he knows women's personalities best. Humph, you are still dreaming when death is imminent. Prepare to die, Lin Wanbai said in an icy voice. The hatred of genocide is greater than the sky. As Lin Wanbai finished speaking, a terrifying aura burst out from Lin Wanbai's body, directly blasted towards Jidao in front of him. You ignorant woman, today I want you to be mine. Seeing Lin Wanbai take action, Jidao also took action. Don't think that Jida is indulging in the land of pleasure every day. But Jida's talent is not weak. Now he has reached the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. But for Lin Wanbai now, Jida's current cultivation level is in front of Lin Wanbai. It's just a weakling. When the two attacks collided, Jida's attack, it's like an egg hitting a stone. It collapsed in an instant. You have reached the nascent soul stage? Jida's face changed drastically when he saw his attack being crushed like this. Jida suddenly discovered. It seemed that he had seriously underestimated Lin Wanbai in front of him. Lin Wanbai came this time. It was obvious that he came prepared. You're right. Next, you should prepare to be cut into pieces. Lin Wanbai took 2 steps forward and said. As the words fell, Lin Wanbai directly released the pressure of the Golden Core realm. He grabbed Lin Wanbai, who was oppressed and unable to move, in his hands. Then it was mentioned outside. Someone help? This moment, Jida knew. I'm afraid my life is in danger. So Jida shouted for help. Because Jida was afraid that others would disturb her fun, he simply sent away the cultivators who were protecting him. As Jida's words fell, suddenly, a group of Ji family guards rushed over in a mighty manner. When I came over, at this moment, he saw his own son being held in Lin Wanbai's hands like a dead dog. Lin Wanbai, quickly release my young master, the captain of the guard said in a deep voice. Let him go? Do you think that's possible? This knife was stabbed for my mother. Lin Wanbai sneered. Then the dagger in Lin Wanbai's hand pierced into Jida's chest. Wait until the dagger comes out. A line of blood spurted out. Ah, save me. At this moment, Jida screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Jida at this moment, completely scared. Ms. Lin, let's talk it over. The guards didn't know what to do. Because the young master is in someone else's hands now. If they rushed forward rashly, Lin Wanbai would get angry. Maybe the young master will die faster. Lin Wanbai simply ignored the words of the captain of the guards. He continued to stab Jida with a dagger. This knife was stabbed for my father. This knife was stabbed for second uncle. This knife was stabbed for Aaron Yang. Lin Wanbai stabbed with every blow. Lin Wanbai would say a name. Not much time. Jida's whole body was covered in blood. I don't know how many times Lin Wanbai stabbed me, but every time Lin Wanbai stabbed, he missed a vital point. So at this moment, Jida was not in danger of his life. Miss Lin, I was wrong. Please forgive me this time, and I will turn over a new leaf from now on. Okay? I am. Jida begged for mercy. As Jida spoke, he spat out some blood. Jida was really scared. Jida could feel that her life force was slowly slipping away. Wrong? What's the use of being wrong? Can you resurrect my parents? Lin Wanbai roared. Ms. Lin, you should know my eldest brother's status in Lin Yuan sect, and now there is an elder of Lin Yuan sect in my family. If you let me go, I can plead with them, and they won't do anything to you, Jida said. After hearing Jida's threat, Lin Wanbai laughed, and laughed very loudly. Very presumptuous too. Chapter 62. Go and invite the head of the family. The Ji family's chief guard originally thought he could threaten Lin Wanbai. But little do people know, Lin Wanbai is not the kind of person who can be threatened. Threaten me? You think you can threaten me? Even if the king of heaven comes, it won't work. Next, I'll destroy the root of your evil, so that you won't have the energy to do bad things in your next life. Lin Wanbai said coldly. After Lin Wanbai said this, the dagger went straight for Jida's source of evil. No, stop. After seeing Lin Wanbai's actions, it wasn't just Jida who screamed. Even the chief guard's expression changed. Men live by their roots, trees live by their bark. If it is eradicated, that's being alive. It's worse than death. Crack. But this threat is doomed to be useless. Followed by a click sound. The next moment, Jida lost the thing that a man is most proud of in his life. From then on, he wanted to harm women. That's also impossible. Jida fainted immediately. Go and invite the master of the family. After seeing this scene, the captain of the guards only felt cold sweat all over his body. Because the captain of the guards never dreamed of it. Lin Wanbai is really not afraid of death at all. No sooner said than done. There will be absolutely no dragging of feet. As for Jida, after interrupting the man's thoughts, she fainted. But how could Lin Wanbai let the other party faint so easily? True energy circulates throughout the body, injected into Jida's body. Not much time. Jida woke up, but at this moment, Jida, half dead. Most of the blood in my body has been lost. How is it? It's painful, right? This is how it felt when your G family killed my family. Now you can have a taste of it too, Lin Wanbai said with a cruel smile. Lin Wanbai, my family will not let you go, cough cough. Jida said fiercely. Ah, is that so? Then you go first, Lin Wanbai said coldly. As Lin Wanbai finished speaking, Lin Wanbai slashed directly with the dagger. Stab into Jida's heart. Ahem. After the dagger pierced the heart, Jida fell straight into a pool of blood. After twitching for a while, he remained motionless. It's obvious that he can't die anymore. After Jida dies, Lin Wanbai cut off Jida's head, wrapped in a cloth bag. Lin Wanbai planned to use this head to commemorate his parents. After seeing the young master die, the Ji family's guard captain and others all had their eyes wide open. The key point is that even the head was cut off. Young master, kill her for me, no. Capture her alive first, the captain of the guards ordered. Kill. Suddenly, these guards rushed towards Lin Wanbai. You all should go and accompany your master, Lin Wanbai said coldly as he looked at the guards who were coming to kill him. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. The next moment, Lin Wanbai directly used the heavenly level technique 10,000 swords returned to the origin. After the 10,000 swords returned to the origin was used, suddenly, one after another, terrifying sword energy transformed from true essence. It was directed at the guards in front of him, facing this terrifying sword energy. These guards had no power to resist at all. One by one, they were pierced through by the sword energy. He fell to the ground screaming. After killing these guards, Lin Wanbai carried Jida's head on her back and walked towards the main hall of the Ji family. At the same time, in the main hall of every family, it seems so peaceful here at the moment. There is peace and prosperity. At this moment, Ji Jun, the head of the Lin family, and several elders, including Tang Yuan, an elder of the Lin Yuan sect who came to the Ji family for training, were enjoying the dance of several beauties in front of them. Each mood is extremely beautiful, especially Tang Yuan. He was surrounded by two beautiful women who had just gotten married. This is also Tang Yuan's biggest hobby. Tang Yuan doesn't like young girls. Instead, he prefers mature women who have just been married for a short time. This time Tang Yuan was out on business, just passed by Lin Yuan City. So I came to Ji's house to play for a few days. Haha, Master Ji, I think your Ji family will be very successful in the future. Ji Kong is very outstanding in Lin Yuan sect. According to Ji Kong's training speed, the entire Lin Yuan sect may be handed over to him in the future. Master Lin, you have given birth to a good son, Tang Yuan said as his hands wandered over the two beautiful women beside him. Life seems very comfortable. Tang Yuan felt that this was life. It is more beautiful than practicing in my own Lin Yuan sect. Because in Lin Yuan sect, there is no such good treatment. If you were like this, if you were caught by the leader, you'll be punished. But here, Tang Yuan can then act without restraint. It's all Konger's own hard work. There's nothing wrong with me as his father. Hearing Elder Tang Yuan praising his son, Ji Jun smiled like a chrysanthemum. I feel very benefited from it. Tang Yuan also laughed. The whole lobby was filled with laughter. But just at this moment, a Ji family guard suddenly rushed in a panic and shouted, Master, Master, no, something bad has happened. What's the matter? You're in such a hurry. Can't you see we have guests? Ji Jun frowned when he saw the panicked look of his guard. Ji Jun was really convinced. What big thing could possibly happen to his Ji family? Konger is the most outstanding genius of Lin Yuan sect. Who dares to be rude to their Ji family? Really, this guy in front of me is so flustered that it makes me speechless. He looked as if his parents had died. Master, the second young master has been. At this moment, the guard was oppressed by the master's aura. I really don't know what to say. Even his speech was intermittent. Tell me quickly, what happened to Dar? Ji Jun couldn't help but frown after hearing the guard's words. Ji Jun was well aware that his son was a bit useless. But anyway, he also created that. My son cannot suffer any injustice. He was killed. The Ji family guard finally mustered up the courage to say, What? Daer was killed. After hearing the guard's words, Ji Jun suddenly stood up from his seat. An extremely terrifying aura burst out from his body. The whole room was covered with a shadow. And Tang Yuan. He also withdrew his two dishonest hands. He looked at the guard. At this moment, the guard was pressed to the ground, shivering. It seemed as if my breathing was about to stop. Yes, the guard nodded. Where is Dar now? Who killed him? Jita said with a frosty face. Yes. The guard was so oppressed by the terrible murderous intent that he couldn't even speak. I killed him. At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice was heard. As the sound came, the next moment, a figure appeared at the entrance of the lobby. Chapter 63. You dare to touch the girl I am protecting? Have you had enough of living? The figure was wearing a long red dress. Beautiful appearance. Unparalleled temperament. There was a faint and terrifying sword intent flowing through his body, as if it was born specifically for swords. It looks extremely extraordinary. When Ji Jun saw the figure in front of him, he naturally recognized at a glance that the peerless beauty in front of him, who looked like a female sword fairy in red, was Lin Wanbai. And behind Lin Wanbai, there was a head. The head was dripping with blood. Ji Jun naturally recognized at a glance that the head belonged to his second son Jida. Lin Wanbai, you are the one who killed my son? Ji Jun said in an icy voice. These words were almost uttered through teeth, because Ji Jun was really angry at this moment. If looks could kill, then Lin Wanbai would have died countless times by now. The revenge for the genocide must be avenged. You all must die today, Lin Wanbai said in an icy voice. The terrifying sword energy on his body began to surge violently. He doesn't know whether to live or die. Elders kill him. Ji Jun spoke directly at this moment. Wait! Just after Ji Jun finished speaking, Elder Tang Yuan said lightly. What instructions does Elder Tang have? Ji Jun asked at this moment. She's so beautiful, it would be a pity to kill her all at once. Let's capture her alive, have some fun with her, and then kill her. Otherwise, killing her all at once would be too easy. Tang Yuan said calmly. Okay, then let's listen to Elder Tang. You just need to catch her, and then we can have some fun with her first. Ji Jun nodded. Ji Jun felt that what Elder Tang Yuan said made a lot of sense. As Ji Jun's words fell, the next moment, the four elders of the Ji family took action together, coming directly towards Lin Wanbai. Four elders at the fourth level of the Golden Core realm took action. The fluctuations that were formed were extremely strong. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. Facing the four elders of the Ji family, Lin Wanbai released her cultivation of the fourth level of the Golden Core realm without any reservation. At the same time, used the 10,000 swords returned to origin. The sword energy formed by countless true essences spread out. Then he blasted towards the four elders in front of him. Facing this terrifying sword energy, the attack from the four elders of the Ji family, it collapsed in an instant. Then, this terrifying sword energy came towards the four elders of the Ji family. Not good. Seeing that their attacks were broken by Lin Wanbai, the faces of the four Ji family elders changed. The figure retreated backwards at a very fast speed. At the same time, sensing the crisis here, Ji Jun, the head of the Ji family, also shouted, You dare? Ji Jun's words echoed in the space. But Lin Wanbai ignored him completely, but controlling the sword energy. Without any pause, it directly hit the four elders of the Ji family. Accompanied by several screams. The next moment, the four elders of the Ji family had their bodies pierced by sword energy. They screamed and flew backwards one by one. Finally, it fell heavily to the ground, although the four Ji family elders did not die immediately. But it was obvious that it was almost over. You are looking for death. Ji Jun roared when he saw Lin Wanbai seriously injured for elders with one move. As Ji Jun roared, Ji Jun jumped directly. Then he came in front of Lin Wanbai. He slapped Lin Wanbai hard with his palm. This palm carried extremely terrifying power. Ji Jun is a cultivator at the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. The power of this palm. Nature is extremely powerful. A palm strike out. The whole world was shaking violently. Tongtian sword formation rise. Feel the horror of this palm. Lin Wanbai's Tongtian sword body was running wildly. A series of formation tools appeared in his hands. 10,000 swords returned to the sect and perform. This is also the trump card that Yi Xian taught Lin Wanbai. The formation and swordsmanship are integrated. It can greatly increase the power. Boom! In a split second, this terrifying palm print collided with the Tongtian sword formation. There was a terrible roaring sound. The entire lobby began to shake violently. Countless flowers, plants, and trees around were instantly turned into debris. After a collision, the palm print that Ji-jun slapped out suddenly shattered. Then, this terrifying sword energy was coming towards Ji-jun. Past. Right now. Yuaning powerhouse Tang Yuan snorted coldly. At the same time, the terrifying pressure of the nascent soul realm emanated from his body. Swish, swish. When the pressure of the nascent soul realm spread out, the terrifying sword energy blasted out by Lin Wanbai. It instantly collapsed into the void and disappeared. At the same time, a terrifying pressure swept towards Lin Wanbai. Faced with this pressure, Lin Wanbai had no power to resist at all. The whole person groaned, then back out several hundred meters. Puff! After Lin Wanbai stabilized her body, she spat out a mouthful of blood. And Ji-jun. Cold sweat was dripping down my body, because Ji-jun knew it very well. If Tang Yuan hadn't taken action just now, at this moment, he is probably useless. Elder Tang, thank you so much. This guy is really powerful. His swordsmanship is integrated with the formation. If it weren't for Elder Tang's intervention, I would have been seriously injured just now. Ji-jun said gratefully. It's okay. Your Ji family has always been together with our Lin Yuan sect. We prosper together and suffer together. If I don't take action today, Ji Kong will definitely blame me in the future. Tang Yuan waved his hand. Then he leaped. He walked directly towards Lin Wanbai, whose face was slightly pale. Facing the terrifying pressure emanating from Tang Yuan, Lin Wanbai felt very powerless. This moment, Lin Wanbai finally realized that a huge gap in realm could really make a person collapse. I feel so powerless. I'm really going to die this time. Lin Wanbai couldn't help but murmur. But Lin Wanbai had nothing to fear. She has already cut the culprit, Jida, into pieces. The only thing that made Lin Wanbai unwilling was that she was unable to repay Yi Xian's kindness. She felt very sorry for Yi Xian. Master, Wanbai can only repay your kindness in the next life. Lin Wanbai murmured. But just at this moment, a voice so cold that it seemed as if the world could be frozen was heard. If you touch the woman I'm protecting, have you had enough of living? As these words fell, a figure appeared in front of Lin Wanbai in an instant. This figure is extremely handsome. Where to stand? Just like a walking banished immortal. When this handsome figure appeared in front of Lin Wanbai suddenly felt that her breathing became much easier. This young man is naturally Yi Xian. Yi Xian originally didn't want to interfere in the feud between Lin Wanbai and the Ji family. Let Lin Wanbai solve it himself. But the moment Tang Yuan made his move, Yi Xian took action. How could Yi Xian let someone else kill the woman he cared about? After all, up to now, Yi Xian has not yet completed the task assigned by the system. Wanbai, go and settle your grudges and leave this guy to me, Yi Xian said to Lin Wanbai. Yes, sir, thank you. Lin Wanbai nodded. Then her beautiful eyes became moist. But Lin Wanbai is not a pretentious girl. Wipe away your tears quickly. Then he walked toward Ji-jun. And at this moment, the place centered on Yi Xian and Tang Yuan. An extremely terrifying murderous intent rose up. Chapter 64, Let You Go? Do you think it's possible? This powerful murderous intent caused the void to shake, making crackling sounds. Boy, you are so brave that you dare to go against me? You should know that the area within a few hundred miles is under the jurisdiction of my Lin Yuan sect. Tang Yuan said coldly. Because Yi Xian's cultivation was looming, so Tang Yuan didn't perceive it very clearly for a moment. Tang Yuan clearly sensed that Yi Xian in front of him was only at the golden core stage. But he was able to resist the pressure from his nascent soul stage. This is enough to show that Yi Xian is extraordinary. Does it have anything to do with me? Yi Xian said indifferently after hearing the other party talk about how powerful Lin Yuan's sect was. It has nothing to do with you, but since you provoked me, it has something to do with Lin Yuan's sect. I have no hatred towards you, and I hope you can retreat quickly, otherwise I will kill you, Tang Yuan said lightly. Tang Yuan said it lightly. But when he said the last word, the murderous intent swept out of him. The murderous intent of the nascent soul realm is not to be underestimated. Very scary and terrible. Although I have no hatred towards you, Lin Wanbai is the girl I protect. If you want to kill her, it would be disrespectful to me. I'm also saying this harshly. If you don't want to die, get out now. Otherwise, I will kill you without mercy. Yi Xian also spoke. When Yi Xian mentioned the killing without mercy, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him began to shake violently. The murderous intent is flowing. It collided with the attack launched by Tang Yuan. It seems that you are determined to seek death. Then I will grant your wish. D. After hearing Yi Xian's cruel words, Tang Yuan became angry. In Tang Yuan's understanding, as an elder of Lin Yuan's sect, he is only an elder of the outer courtyard. But he was also an elder of Lin Yuan's sect. So outside, everyone has to give him some face. What a result. The guy in front of him, who was still wet behind the ears and probably didn't even have any hair down there, actually threatened to kill him. This is for Tang Yuan. Is unacceptable. As Tang Yuan's words fell, a spear appeared in Tang Yuan's hand. The spear exudes a majestic aura. He rushed directly towards Yi Xian to kill him. At the same time, at this moment, Lin Wanbai came in front of the head of the Ji family. Ms. Lin, you can't kill me. What happened back then was just a misunderstanding. Now, Dar has been killed by you. Your hatred has been avenged, and the disaster will not affect my family. Ji Jun begged for mercy. Ji Jun now has only one idea. That is to delay as much as possible. Wait until Elder Tang Yuan kills Yi Xian before coming to rescue him. The Lin Wanbai in front of him was really terrifying when he used all his strength. He was no match at all. The disaster doesn't extend to my family? Then why did your Ji family wipe out my entire Lin family? Why? Lin Wanbai asked loudly. When asked by Lin Wanbai, Ji Jun didn't know how to answer. Because this question wants to be answered. It's really difficult. Since you can't explain, then die, Lin Wanbai said in a deep voice. Then he used the Wanjian Guizong and Tongtian sword formation to kill Ji Jun. Soon, Lin Wanbai and Ji Jun fought together. After Lin Wanbai and Ji Jun fought together. At this moment, the battle between Yi Xian and Tang Yuan has reached a fever pitch. At this moment, Tang Yuan was holding a spear. It stabbed directly towards Yi Xian's body. The distance is getting closer. 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters, 1 meter, 10 centimeters. The spear was about to pierce Yi Xian's throat. Haha, kid, you will definitely die this time, Tang Yuan said with a cruel arc on his lips. Game boutique recommendation after a fight with Yi Xian. Tang Yuan realized. The Yi Xian in front of him is very powerful. But this time, Yi Xian couldn't escape. There is only one way out, death. Ha, really? Great shift of the universe. Just as he saw the spear was about to pierce his throat, Yi Xian shouted loudly. The seventh level of the great shift of the universe started to operate frantically. When the great shift of heaven and earth starts to work, Tang Yuan's eyes suddenly changed. Because Tang Yuan felt it. The surrounding environment is changing dramatically. At the same time, the spear he thrust out seemed to be pulled by an extremely powerful force. Unable to move forward at all, what made Tang Yuan even more frightened was that the spear in his hand seemed to be out of his control. What's going on? Tang Yuan said, a little confused at this moment. But Tang Yuan didn't even have time to react. The next moment, an even more powerful force directly hit Tang Yuan. Faced with this force, Tang Yuan couldn't help but let out a scream. Because of Tang Yuan's horrified discovery. This force was not only irresistible to him, and the spear in his hand stabbed towards him. This is too fucking weird. The spear in his hand was completely out of his control. But all this happened too fast. Even Tang Yuan, who was at the nascent soul stage, showed a sense of powerlessness. Puff! The next moment, the spear pierced his chest with even greater force. Bah! Dangzhuan Guduan! Then he flew backwards. Finally, Tang Yuan fell heavily to the ground. Puff! After Tang Yuan fell to the ground, blood spurted out of his mouth. Tang Yuan at this moment looks extremely embarrassed. The body was pierced by a spear. Blood gushed out of his mouth. However, cultivators in the nascent soul stage will not die so easily. When Tang Yuan looked at Yi Xian, his eyes were full of horror. Because the martial arts that Yi Xian just displayed was truly too terrifying. He could actually turn his power into his own power. What kind of heaven-defying skill is this? When Tang Yuan was in shock, Yi Xian slowly and quickly approached Tang Yuan. Since he is an enemy, we should take advantage of his weakness to kill him. Don't give the enemy any chance to breathe. However, Yi Xian also witnessed the horror of his own martial arts. I have to say that the skills the system rewarded him with are really good. Fellow Taoist, please forgive me for the sake of Lin Yuan's sect. I was wrong. At this moment, Tang Yuan was completely scared. Tang Yuan realized it at this moment. This time, he failed to show off and instead hit a wall. I'm sorry, I never forgive any enemy. Yi Xian shook his head. Then his mind moved, summoned the bronze coffin of 3 generations. Fellow Taoist, please ascend to heaven, Yi Xian said. And then the next moment, the bronze coffin of the 3rd generation was opened directly. Then, huge streams of deathly energy flowed out, with tremendous suction force. No, face this suction. Tang Yuan let out an ear-piercing scream. And then very quickly, Tang Yuan was sucked into the 3 generations bronze coffin. Fellow Taoist, please let me out quickly. Lin Yuan's sect will not let you go if you don't. At this moment, Tang Yuan couldn't help but shout anxiously after being sucked into the 3 generations bronze coffin. Thank you all for your support, and I hope you will continue to give this book 5-star reviews. Urge for updates and give me rewards. Chapter 65. What? The Ji family was destroyed? You are about to die, and you still want to scare me with Lin Yuan's sect? How confident are you? Go with peace of mind, Yi Xian said coldly. After Yi Xian finished speaking, it is the flow of thoughts. It directly triggered the murderous intent in the bronze coffin of the 3 generations. When the murderous intent is triggered, suddenly, a shrill scream came from the 3-generation bronze coffin. However, Tang Yuan is at the nascent soul stage. In order to kill the opponent 100%, Yi Xian once again triggered the murderous intent. Only after making sure that Tang Yuan was completely dead did Yi Xian open the 3 generations bronze coffin. Tang Yuan's ashes were scattered, and the storage ring was intact. Yi Xian kept the useful things for himself, such as spirit stones, and destroyed the useless ones. There is only one outcome for going against Yi Xian, and that is death and disappearance into ashes. There is not even a chance to reincarnate. And Yi Xian discovered, there is a phenomenon about this bronze coffin of 3 generations. That is, as long as Yi Xian uses the 3 lives bronze coffin to kill cultivators who have higher cultivation than himself, the deathly aura of the 3 generations bronze coffin will be even more intense. The suction and power will also be stronger. Therefore, this is why Yi Xian likes to use the 3 lives bronze coffin to send enemies who have higher cultivation than himself to heaven. Ji Jun was originally being beaten back by Lin Wanbai. At this moment, after hearing the screams, this look, Ji Jun almost fainted from fright, because he only saw Elder Tang Yuan, who was extremely powerful in his mind. He was directly suppressed by Yi Xian in the coffin. And then very quickly, Elder Tang Yuan was turned into ashes and killed by Yi Xianyang. This time, but Ji Jun was almost scared to death, because Ji Jun never dreamed of it. Elder Tang Yuan actually ended up like this. It was just a moment when Ji Jun was stunned. Countless sword energies swept over. Facing this overwhelming sword energy, Ji Jun had no power to resist at all. The whole person was pierced by the sword energy. Cough, cough. Ji Jun coughed a few times. He fell to the ground and died. His eyes were wide open, full of reluctance. Next, Lin Wanbai killed the rest of the Ji family as well, because the Ji family also killed the Lin family in the same way. Today, Lin Wanbai was just returning to them what the Ji family had done in the past. After destroying the Ji family, following Yi Xian's instructions, Lin Wanbai set a big fire. After doing all this, Lin Wanbai and Yi Xian headed towards the ruins of the mansion where the Lin family once lived. After coming here, Lin Wanbai began to pay tribute to her parents and family members. Use Jidao's head as a sacrifice. Dad, Mom, I have already avenged myself. Rest in peace. Lin Wanbai kowtowed, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. Wanbai, don't be too sad. I think your parents want to see you well. They will definitely be very happy. Yevwan confortet Lin Wanbai. Master, thank you. If it weren't for you, I, Wanbai, might have died. Lin Wanbai said gratefully. You're welcome. I'm just doing my job. Yi Xian shook his head. Master, you asked me to promise you something. As long as you tell me to do it, I will do it even if it means death. Lin Wanbai said at this moment. Let's talk about this later. Let's leave here first. Yi Xian said. Yi Xian knew. There are many people and eyes here, and once encountered by the cultivators of Lin Yuan's sect. That would be a bit troublesome. This time Yi Xian killed Elder Tang Yuan. The Lin Yuan sect will definitely not let this go. After all, an elder was killed. It was a great shame for the Lin Yuan sect. Okay, sir. Lin Wanbai nodded. Next, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai went away. At the same time, in a place thousands of miles away from Lin Yuan City. At this moment, a flying boat was approaching Lin Yuan City. This flying boat looks very extraordinary. Huge. It is obviously a treasure ship, and on this flying boat, there stood dozens of young men and women, especially the young man in the lead. There is a bright luster in the eyes. He exudes a powerful sense of pressure with every gesture. If Lin Wambai were here at this moment, we'll recognize it. The young man in front of me. It was she who killed Ji Kong, the eldest son of the Ji family. Senior brother Ji, are we very close to Linyuan City now? A young man behind him couldn't help but ask Ji Kong Dao with a flattering tone. Because of Ji Kong Dao, he is the most powerful disciple of the younger generation in Linyuan sect. His current strength is enough to be compared with those elders, and everyone knows it very well. The next leader of Linyuan sect. It should be Ji Kong without a doubt, because in recent years, Ji Kong's strength has not only grown very rapidly, he also made many contributions to the Linyuan sect. He is highly regarded by the elders and the headmaster of Linyuan sect. It's almost there. It will be there in another hour. Yikom Knodid. Senior brother Ji suddenly returned to the family this time. I think senior brother Ji's family will be very happy. Of course, senior brother Ji is very powerful, and it won't be long before he becomes our next leader. Hey, speaking of Ji Kong, the young men and women present were all filled with awe. There was a hint of pride in his words, especially female disciples. It is even more beautiful in spring. I wish I could throw myself in a brother Ji Kong's arms and have a passionate love affair with him. Ji Kong was extremely pleased to hear these junior brothers and sisters flattering him. Certainly, Ji Kong didn't show it, but Ji Kong didn't know why. I have a feeling of emptiness inside. Very strange. But what's strange about that? Ji Kong couldn't say anything. An hour later, Ji Kong and others' flying boat arrived at Linyuan City. Then Ji Kong started to move and exert his strength, make the flying boat smaller. Finally, it turned into the size of a palm and was put into the storage ring. It is quite magical. Something that big can become that small. This is the magic of the immortal cultivators in the fantasy world. Next, Ji Kong led these fellow disciples towards Linyuan City. The speed is very fast. Return to hometown again. Ji Kong was very excited. Ji Kong is very curious now. Does my younger brother still like to deflower women? Ji Kong didn't know why either. Anyway, my younger brother has always been super fond of women. Just when Ji Kong was thinking this, Ji Kong took his disciples back to the direction of his family. But when Ji Kong came to the place in his memory, Ji Kong's expression changed involuntarily, because Ji Kong discovered it. There is nothing in front of me. There is nothing left. There are only ruins. Huh? What's going on? I clearly remember that this is where my family is. How come it has turned into a pile of ruins? Ji Kong couldn't help but frown. Ji Kong had a bad feeling in his heart. Did they move somewhere? Ji Kong couldn't help but mutter. Ji Kong was thinking like this. To stretch out your arm. He directly grabbed a cultivator who was passing by and brought him to his side. Tell me what's going on here. The Ji family mansion. Ji Kong asked coldly. Are you asking about the original Ji family here? The cultivator couldn't help but ask. That's right, Ji Kong said coldly, without any emotion in his voice. The Ji family was exterminated, the cultivator replied. What? Ji Kong shouted in disbelief after the cultivator finished speaking. Chapter 66 Mission completed, Wedding Ceremony. At this moment, an extremely powerful pressure emanated from Ji Kong. Senior, please spare my life. I was not the one who destroyed the Ji family. After feeling the tremendous pressure released from Ji Kong, the cultivator was so frightened that he pissed himself and shit himself. Cold sweat instantly soaked all my clothes. The excrement and urine are out of control. Of course I know it wasn't you who destroyed it, but do you know who destroyed it? Ji Kong said coldly. Hurry up and tell me everything you know, or I will kill you. It is said that it was the eldest daughter of the Lin family, Lin Wanbai, who destroyed the family. The Ji family wanted to form an alliance with the Lin family, but was rejected by the Lin family. The Ji family then destroyed the Lin family, and only Lin Wanbai escaped. Not long after that, Lin Wanbai came back and destroyed the Ji family. There was a young man following Lin Wanbai, but I don't know his name. The cultivator answered truthfully. Tell all you know. Do you know what that young man looks like? Have no idea. Get out, Ji Kong said after hearing this. Said directly and coldly. Yes. This cultivator would be pardoned. He fled from here tumbling and crawling, because the pressure from Ji Kong was so terrifying. There was a cold light flashing in Ji Kong's eyes at this moment. Ji Kong is not a fool either. Naturally, I guess what happened. It must be his extremely lustful brother who coveted Lin Wanbai's beauty. Then he forced Lin Wanbai to be his concubine, because Ji Kong had heard about what his younger brother had done before. But so what? That Jida is Ji Kong's biological brother. It's not Lin Wanbai's turn to kill yet. Lin Wanbai, I will tear you into pieces. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry I'm late. At this moment, Ji Kong knelt in front of the ruins and cried bitterly. Ji Kong really blamed himself. Ji Kong felt that if he could get more attention from the cultivators of Lin Yuan's sect, the Ji family will not fall to the point of destruction. Brother Ji, please accept my condolences. Senior Brother Ji, don't be too sad. You are the future of Lin Yuan's sect. I think the sect master and the others will not want to see Senior Brother Ji so sad. Seeing Ji Kong so sad. At this moment, the fellow students around him were all trying to persuade him. Ji Kong knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. Just stood up. When Ji Kong stood up, the sadness in his eyes was gone. Instead, there was endless murderous intent. That look makes people fear and horrify. Pass the order down. No matter what the cost, we must find Lin Wanbai and the young man beside Lin Wanbai. I will personally cut them into pieces, Ji Kong said in an extremely cold voice. Yes, all the disciples present nodded. At the same time, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai had already left Lin Yuan City. Now we have arrived at a place. The environment here is quiet. There are not many people nearby, but there is a sea of flowers here. It looks refreshing. Regarding Ji Kong's harsh words in Lin Yuan City at this moment, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai had no idea. But even if Yi Xian knew, I won't take it to heart. Wanbai, now that your great revenge has been achieved, it's time to fulfill your promise, Yi Xian said, staring at Lin Wanbai, who looked like a peerless female swordsman. Yi Xian had said this in advance. As long as he helps Lin Wanbai get revenge, Lin Wanbai had to promise him to do one thing. After all, there is no free lunch in the world. Master, just tell me, Wanbai will go through fire and water without hesitation, Lin Wanbai said with a look of fearlessness in his face. Who asked you to go through fire and water? I can't bear to let you go. I want you. When Yi Xian said the last part, his eyes turned to Lin Wanbai in front of him. Yi Xian discovered. Lin Wanbai is actually very beautiful, although the moon is a little bit flat. But Lin Wanbai has a beautiful temperament. She's not bad looking either. Being stared at by Yi Xian like this, Lin Wanbai lowered her head shyly. Her face was flushed, extremely shy. But Lin Wanbai was also very curious. What exactly does Yi Xian want her to do? I want you to be my Taoist partner, Yi Xian said. Taoist companion? After Yi Xian said this, Lin Wanbai couldn't believe it was true. What? You don't want to? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask when he saw Lin Wanbai's surprised look. No, I am willing, but how can I? Lin Wanbai, be worthy of you, young master, Lin Wanbai said with some inferiority complex. To put it bluntly, Lin Wanbai is like an orphan now. Besides, her development is not that good. Wanbai, how can you say that? You don't have to feel inferior. In fact, you are very beautiful, Yi Xian said. But I'm very flat, Lin Wanbai said with her head down. It's okay, it's settled. Anyway, in my mind, you are a fairy. Wanbai, we are outside now and can't tell my parents. When I return to the family, I will definitely tell them proudly. I think the environment here is nice. Do you want to get married here first? Yi Xian said expectantly. Yi Xian knew. Lin Wanbai has already taken revenge. But Yi Xian still did not receive any reward from the system. Yi Xian is very much looking forward to this reward. Ido. Lin Wanbai nodded. Lin Wanbai was very excited. Because Lin Wanbai knew. Yi Xian is absolutely extremely powerful. Being able to follow Yi Xian for the rest of my life and be Yi Xian's woman. It is Lin Wanbai's honor. Okay, then let's get married here, Yi Xian said. As Yi Xian spoke, he picked a few red flowers from the sea of flowers. Then he inserted it into Lin Wanbai's head. Lin Wanbai was extremely shy at this moment. Then let's get started. And I, Yi Xian, swear here that I will treat Miss Wanbai well for the rest of my life. I will never let her suffer any humiliation in the future. Yi Xian spoke before the wedding ceremony. What Yi Xian said was also true. Yi Xian, as for his Taoist partner. Naturally, I will take responsibility to the end. Next, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai got married here. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to your parents. Husband and wife bow to each other. Send her to the bridal chamber. Tonight, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai's bridal chamber is right in front of this sea of flowers. Take the sky as your blanket. Flowers as bed. Yi Xian felt that there was nothing more romantic than this. Entering the bridal chamber, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai started to get busy. The moonlight is as bright as water. Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai went to rest. After a day and a night, the sky was getting slightly brighter. Now, the voice of the system came into Yi Xian's mind. Ding! It is detected that the host has completed the task, and the host is rewarded with the supreme alchemy technique. As the system's words fell, a ball of light surged into Yi Xian's mind. Then Yi Xian's mind contained a lot of knowledge that he had never had before. This knowledge includes alchemy and various things that can make girls. Chapter 67. The birth of twins with spiritual roots, a boy and a girl, a great prophet. This knowledge includes various alchemy techniques and various things that can make girls pregnant easily. Some of them are about how to make your wife happier and more joyful when you are with her. What an awesome system. It even has stuff like this. Yi Xian couldn't help but be shocked after slowly digesting this knowledge. You can say that. This system is extremely considerate to me. Oi! Yi Xian said directly. Then he looked at Lin Wanbai in front of him. Since Lin Wanbai figured it out, she now looks even more charming and attractive. Plus, Lin Wanbai herself has an unparalleled temperament. Therefore, it looks more impressive. Wanbai, let's spend a wonderful honeymoon in this sea of flowers today, Yi Xian said. As Yi Xian spoke, he and Lin Wanbai began to spend their honeymoon in the sea of flowers. The entire sea of flowers is Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai's bed. Unscrupulous, very enjoyable, an incredible enjoyment. One day later, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai were both lying in the sea of flowers. With a hint of fatigue, but anyone can see it, the two are very satisfied with their wonderful current situation. No regrets. When Yi Xian was resting, at this moment, a system voice suddenly came into Yi Xian's mind. Ding! It is detected that Chaos Saintly Xiao gave birth to twins with natural spiritual roots for the host, and the host is rewarded with 500 years of cultivation. Reward the host with 5 elements of spiritual roots. Reward the host with the infant building pill. Reward the host with the body-shaped technique Cloud Phantom. Hear the voice coming from the system. Yi Xian suddenly sat up from where he was. The whole person couldn't calm down for a long time. Some time ago, Yi Xian heard the news that the Chaos Saint was pregnant. Yi Xian really didn't expect it. I actually have a child, and the first baby was twins, a boy and a girl. This sounds so exciting. But the only regret was that he was not with Li Xiao when she gave birth to his child. Yi Xian felt very sorry for Li Xiao. I'm a father now, huh? Yi Xian said excitedly. Young master, what's wrong with you? Seeing Yi Xian suddenly laughing, Lin Wanbai was a little confused and puzzled. Still calling me young master? Yi Xian couldn't help but glare at Lin Wanbai. Husband, Lin Wanbai shouted. Lin Wanbai didn't react at first. But soon, Lin Wanbai reacted. Called husband. Well, that's good enough. Wanbai, I'm very happy now. Let's fire some cannons to celebrate. Yi Xian said. Coming again? Husband, can you handle it? Lin Wanbai was stunned. Lin Wanbai really didn't expect Yi Xian to be so awesome. It's really great. When good things happen to you, you feel very happy, Yi Xian said. Then Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai entered their honeymoon life again. After it's done, Yi Xian began to plan his next move. This time, the system rewarded me with 5 elements of spiritual roots. Heavenly spiritual roots are the best spiritual roots in the fantasy world. As long as you have a natural spiritual root, there are endless future achievements. If the 5 elements are added, it means that anything can be practiced. After possessing a natural spiritual root, Yi Xian's cultivation in the future can be said to be even faster. With these 500 years of cultivation, I have enough to break through to the nascent soul stage, plus an infant building pill. But if you want to break through to the nascent soul stage, you must first break through the Dan stage and become a nascent soul. But my golden elixir is so huge and golden in color, I'm afraid it won't be easy to break through to the nascent soul stage. Although other golden elixirs break through to the nascent soul stage without any heavenly tribulations, there are exceptions sometimes. I have to prepare well next. Yivwan murmured. Then Yi Xian said to the void, Old Yao, show yourself. Here I come. After receiving Yi Xian's call, Yao Yi instantly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Sir, what instructions do you have? Yao Yi couldn't help but ask Yi Xian. Old Yao, I may be about to break through to the nascent soul stage. Yi Xian said. What? After hearing Yi Xian's words, Yaoi took several steps back in shock. This news. For Yaoi, it was like the explosion of the nine heavens' divine thunder. Because this was really too unbelievable for Yaoi. Because Yaoi remembers it very clearly. When he first met Yi Xian, at that time, Yi Xian's cultivation was only at the foundation establishment stage. It has only been more than a year and less than 2 years. Yi Xian's cultivation is so incredible and terrifying. This is simply a monster. You know, he wants to break through to the nascent soul stage. It took hundreds of years. It's really hard to survive if you compare yourself to others. Old Yao, it took me 2 years to break through to the nascent soul stage, which is very slow. Can you please stop acting so surprised? Seeing Yao Yi so shocked, Yi Xian couldn't help but try to comfort him. However, what Yi Xian didn't know was that Yi Xian's words dealt a greater blow to Yao Yi. Yi Xian's words were simply heartbreaking. Less than 2 years? I'm sorry for being born as a human being, Yao Yi said with a twitching mouth. Okay, now I have something to tell you. Over the past year, I asked you to protect me out of selfishness. Now you are a free man. If you want to leave, I won't keep you, Yi Xian said. But Yi Xian hadn't finished speaking yet. Yao Yi knelt on the ground and said, Master Yi, do you want me now? I haven't done anything wrong. Old Yao, what did you say? What I mean is that if you don't want to follow me, Yi Xian said, No, if Master Yi doesn't mind, I will follow you forever, even if it means going through fire and water. Yao Yi said, Well, since you are willing to follow me, I sincerely welcome you. Get up quickly, old Yao, Yi Xian said quickly. Then he helped Yao Yi up. Old Yao, take these elixirs and your cultivation will improve rapidly, Yi Xian said. As Yi Xian spoke, he took out a bunch of elixirs and gave them to Yao Yi. These spiritual herbs were originally picked from the spiritual herb garden in the Tianyuan ruins. At that time, I picked a whole garden of magical herbs. Therefore, Yi Xian has a lot of them. Thank you, sir. I will go to practice now. If you need anything, you can call me at any time, Yao Yi said gratefully. Yao Yi is not a fool either. Yao Yi admitted that he followed Yi Xian at the beginning. I do feel a bit unhappy inside. But now, Yao Yi felt that he would be willing to do odd jobs with Yi Xian. According to Yi Xian's cultivation speed, his future achievements will be limitless. And he slept with so many beautiful women. He is simply the man he admires the most. Okay, come on. Ye vuan noted. Then Yi Xian said to Lin Wanbai, Wanbai, do you know if there is any very empty place around here? The kind where even if you make a lot of noise, many cultivators won't notice you. Chapter 68, Beautiful Misunderstanding. A very empty place? Let me think. Oh, I got it. I know a place. It's a snowy mountain. Because of the cold climate there, and because it's covered with ice and snow, no cultivators go there. But if you want to go somewhere, you have to, Lin Wanbai said after thinking about it. What do you want? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask anxiously. When he heard about snow mountains, Yi Xian's heart was filled with excitement. Because in his previous life, Yi Xian lived in a warm area all year round. Even in winter, the temperature is over 20 degrees. There is no such thing as snow. Therefore, watching the snow became Yi Xian's lifelong dream. I originally thought about going to the north to see the snow after graduating from college. As a result, he died while saving someone. So watching the snow will always become a regret in Yi Xian's life. But now, Yi Xian feels that this dream is about to come true. To get there, you need to cross a large forest. It is said that there are many birds and beasts in the forest that can eat people, so it is very dangerous. But I just heard about it. I'm not sure about the details, Lin Wanbai said. It's just right. I need to find a quiet place to break through. I think the snowy mountains are very suitable for me. Next, let's go there, Yi Xian said. Okay, I'll go wherever my husband goes, Lin Wanbai said. For Lin Wanbai, as long as I can follow Yi Xian, she is willing to do anything you ask her to do. Let's go, Yi Xian said. Next, Yi Xian brought Lin Wanbai towards the snow mountain. Time just passes by like this. 2 days later, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai came to a place. Take a look here at this moment. It's all forest. The trees are towering. Obviously, this forest must have existed for a long time. From time to time, one can indeed hear the roar of monsters. But Yi Xian could sense it. This forest is not super big. Therefore, there shouldn't be any particularly scary beasts inside. Next, we'll fly over on our swords, Yi Xian said. Yes, I'll listen to my husband in everything. Lin Wanbai nodded obediently. and Yi Xian then began to prepare. Although there may be no large monsters in the forest before us, but it is better to be careful in everything. In the fantasy world, it is absolutely a good idea to be cautious. Cracking. But just at this moment, suddenly, a shrill cry was heard. Hear this chirping sound. Lin Wambai looked up towards the sky above the forest. After taking a look, Lin Wambai couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. Husband, look, what a big eagle. Lin Wambai reminded him. Yi Xian also looked up into the sky. Then Yi Xian was also shocked, because at this moment, there was an eagle with wings several meters long, like a huge millstone, hovering over the forest. Just like patrolling his own territory. It's indeed a huge eagle. Its cultivation is equivalent to that of a human in the early nascent soul stage. Yi Xian couldn't help but say, Nascent soul realm? What a strong eagle. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Wanbai's cherry lips opened slightly, stunned by shock. I was just thinking about flying over on a sword, but now an eagle is here to send us off, Yi Xian said with a faint smile on his face. After seeing the smile on Yi Xian's lips, Lin Wanbai knew. This eagle, no, it's a falcon eagle, is probably in big trouble. As expected, just after Yi Xian finished speaking, Yi Xian leaped forward. It came towards the void where the eagle was. Cracking. After seeing Yi Xian, the eagle made a screaming sound. Then it waved its huge wings and came towards Yi Xian. The eagle flies very fast. Not long. Then he came in front of Yi Xian. There was a flicker of fire in the eagle's eyes. Brothering, let me ride for a while, otherwise I will have to use force, Yi Xian said, although the eagle in front of me can't speak. But the eagle is smarter than many monsters. Some of what you say can be understood. Cracking. After Yi Xian said this, the eagle was so angry that he almost fainted. It is the king of eagles in this forest. At this moment, there was actually a tiny human who wanted to use it as his mount. This is for the eagle. It's unbearable. Accompanied by a deafening roar from the eagle. He came towards Yi Xian. It was about to eat the tiny human being in front of it. It happened in the blink of an eye. In a split second, the eagle came in front of Yi Xian. The long-pointed beak opened, prepared to swallow Yi Xian. Damn it, calling you Brother Xiao is a sign of respect for you. It seems that you don't need my respect, you idiot. Ye Vuan Drusit. Then Yi Xian leaped forward, directly avoided the eagle's sharp beak. Cracking. Seeing that it failed to swallow Yi Xian in one bite, the eagle let out a long cry. Change angles quickly. A pair of wings that seemed to be cast in steel flapped and swept towards Yi Xian. The wind was whistling, and the void seemed to be cut in two by the wings. You don't know how to live or die. Yevuan Drusit Angrid. He jumped directly onto the eagle's back. Cracking, cracking. The eagle flipped over and over, trying to throw Yi Xian off its back. But how could Yi Xian fall down? The eagle moved more and more. Yi Xian held on tighter. Since you don't agree, I will pluck your hair and turn you into a bald eagle. Let's see if the female eagle will still pay attention to you in the future, Yi Xian said coldly. As Yi Xian spoke, he directly plucked a feather from the eagle. Cracking. After the carding hair is plucked out, the eagle felt pain. Make a shrill sound. Certainly. At this moment, the eagle is suffering more from inner torment. If this kid in front of me really turned himself into a bald eagle, after that, the mother eagle will really ignore it. Do you agree? Yi Xian asked. Cracking. The eagle still didn't want to agree, because it is the king of eagles and eagles. If used as a mount for humans, it really damages the reputation of the eagle. Then I'll continue pulling, Yi Xian said. Yi Xian said as he continued pulling. Cracking. This time, the eagle completely surrendered. Then it landed directly on the ground. He was lying on the ground. There were tears glistening in the corners of eyes. Because the eagle discovered it. This human boy is really vicious. Don't give it any face at all. Since you are willing to let me ride you, then make a contract with me, Yi Xian ordered. This eagle has quite strong cultivation. Only by keeping the other party firmly in your own hands. Then Yi Xian's heart will be at peace. Otherwise Yi Xian would still be worried. After all, the eagle is a monster, rather than a spirit beast. Woo-woo! The eagle was helpless. He could only spit out a mouthful of blood and complete the contract with Yi Xian. In this way, the life and death of the eagle is controlled by Yi Xian. It is impossible for the eagle to resist. My husband, you are so amazing. You subdued a big eagle so quickly. Lin Wanbai couldn't help but admire him. Of course, after leaving Wanbai, We'll go skiing in the snowy mountains, Yi Xian said excitedly. Chapter 69. Awkward and Avalanche. As Yi Xian spoke, he let the eagle fly next to Lin Wanbai. Then he let Lin Wanbai ride on it as well. Yi Xian held Lin Wanbai in his arms. Then Yi Xian said to Eagle, "Brother Eagle, take off and fly across the forest." Woohoo! Whoosh! As Yi Xian finished speaking, the eagle was carrying Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai away into the distance. On the back of an eagle, Yi Xian felt very comfortable. The wind is whistling. The scenery below is also in full view. If the eagle hadn't been so fast, Yi Xian really wanted to fire a cannon at Diaobei to celebrate. Celebrating owning my first phone Dirac. But Yi Xian thought about it and decided to give up. Aerial operations are ultimately dangerous. That's it. An hour later, the eagle took Lin Wanbai and Yi Xian through the forest. Then we arrived at the top of the snow mountain. At a glance at this moment, all I see is white snow. The person who was stabbed could hardly open his eyes. Wow, so beautiful. Yi Xian couldn't help but hug it after jumping off the eagle's back. Yi Xian was very excited. Also very excited. Because Yi Xian had lived 2 lives as a human being, he finally saw snow. And it's a snowy mountain. Spotless. Extremely pure. Looking at Yi Xian's excited expression, Lin Wanbai also seemed very happy. "Wanbai, facing such a beautiful scenery, how about we fire some cannons to celebrate on the highest mountain?" Yi Xian couldn't help but ask Lin Wanbai for her opinion. Because Yi Xian felt, facing such a beautiful snow scene, if you don't do something, you'd be doing yourself a disservice. Okay, Lin Wanbai said happily. After obtaining Lin Wanbai's consent, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai climbed towards the top of the snow mountain. The eagle was left at the bottom. Although the eagle is a beast, it doesn't hurt to follow. But Yi Xian didn't want to be disturbed while making a baby. 2 hours later, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai arrived at the top of the snow mountain. At a glance, the various beautiful scenery is really breathtaking. Ah! Yi Xian couldn't help but shout. Ah! Lin Wanbai also shouted. The echo lingered in the void for a long time. "Wanbai, are you willing to give birth to a fat boy for me?" Yi Xian asked. "I do," Lin Wanbai replied. Lin Wanbai said this and lowered her head shyly. The most touching thing is the gentleness when she lowered her head. It's intoxicating. And then next, Lin Wanbai and Yi Xian took action. It's cold here though, but for practitioners, the chill won't hurt. Even if you don't have any clothes on. The next period of time, the 2 of them were having a great time. And now that Yi Xian has received the reward from the system, I know a lot more. Lin Wanbai also tried her best to cooperate. Time just passes by like this. However, just when Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai were at the most critical moment, boom! Sudden, the entire top of the snow mountain began to tremble violently. Countless roaring sounds were heard. This scene happened too quickly. Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai were unable to react at all. Then the 2 of them slid down the snowy mountain. Finally, he was buried in the snow-capped mountains. Damn it, there's an avalanche. After a long time, a cursing voice came from a place buried in the snow. This sound, of course it belongs to Yi Xian, although it was an avalanche. However, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai still completed the final training. After finishing, the 2 of them walked out from under the snow. After the 2 rested for a while, Yi Xian continued to be busy. A few days later, Lin Wanbai said to Yi Xian, "Husband, I think I'm pregnant." "Ah, it's so fast. I was just thinking about having fun. It's so fun in the snow. I guess even teacher, Sue hasn't played in the snow before." Yi Xian couldn't help but think secretly. You know, teacher Sue was Yi Xian's idol in his previous life. Her signature moves in the air had made countless men envious. Yi Xian said as he examined Lin Wanbai. After some inspection, Yi Xian discovered, Lin Wanbai is really pregnant. Then you just stay here and take care of your pregnancy, and I will break through to the nascent soul stage here. Yi Xian said. Yi Xian knew. When the woman just got pregnant, don't dare to do anything rash. Otherwise, it will cause serious effects on the fetus. Okay, my husband, Lin Wanbai nodded. Next, Yi Xian chose a place. Then set it up. First, many formations were set up nearby. Yi Xian did it this way, just in case. After doing all this, Yi Xian sat down in Panchi. He began to speak to the system. System, integrate 500 years of cultivation. Ding, host received, the system replied. As the system's words fell, the next moment, the 500 years of cultivation began to flow into Yi Xian's body. Then he began to temper Yi Xian's golden elixir. After quenching, Yi Xian discovered that his golden elixir was growing bigger and bigger. It is also becoming harder and harder. This made Yi Xian very helpless. The bigger, the harder. It will be less likely to break afterwards. Because I want to break through to the nascent soul stage. You must break the elixir and become an infant. But Yi Xian shook his head. Put these thoughts behind you. Don't worry about it for now. Wait until your cultivation breaks through to the 9th level of the golden core realm before you talk about it. Next, Yi Xian is the unity of essence, energy, and spirit. Then refine the true essence, beginning to break through the 8th level of the golden core realm. The 9th level of the golden core realm. After his cultivation broke through to the 9th level of the golden core realm. Then he stopped. No matter how hard Yi Xian tried and how far he advanced, there was no sign of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Yi Xian always felt that no matter how hard he tried, there was a strong resistance in front of him stopping him. It seems that if I want to break through to the nascent soul stage, I will have to spend some energy. But I'm not afraid of hardship. In my previous life, I studied very hard for 18 years. It was also very difficult, but I persisted and finally succeeded in getting into a prestigious university. And in this life, Yi Xian is not afraid either. Let's talk about it after I take the infant building pill, Yi Xian murmured. As Yi Xian spoke, he took out the infant building pill rewarded by the system and fed it into his mouth. Then continue looking for signs of a breakthrough. But no matter how hard Yi Xian tried, Yi Xian still found that it didn't work. My golden elixir is simply incomparably hard. It's incredible. I just don't believe it, Yi Xian said with a look of reluctance on his face. Then, continue to break through. Finally, hard work pays off. One day and one night later, Yi Xian refined the golden elixir into pieces. Yi Xian felt that it was really not easy. Pursue the victory. Yi Xian did not dare to be proud at all. Then break through directly. However, just when Yi Xian was about to break through to the nascent soul stage. At this moment, a shocking scene appeared. Chapter 70, You Are Seeking Death. At this moment, all I could see was the sky that was bright white just now. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered. At the same time, there was lightning and thunder. Soon, these thunder forces gathered in the sky above Yi Xian's head. Boom! Accompanied by a sound of thunder. Above the 9 heavens, a bolt of thunder cut through the sky. Then it descended towards the sky. The destination is obvious. That's the direction where Yi Xian is. Obviously, if Yi Xian wants to break through to the nascent soul stage, he must endure the baptism of this thunder tribulation. Fuck you. The moment I saw a thick and long bolt of lightning sliding down from the sky, Yi Xian couldn't help but swear. Because Yi Xian never dreamed that just by breaking through the nascent soul stage, he would attract such a terrifying 9-day thunder tribulation. Can I still have a happy breakthrough? But soon, Yi Xian also understood something. That's because I broke through too quickly. Therefore, it is considered by the heavenly Tao to be going against heaven's will. Boom! But Yi Xian had no time to think too much. The power of thunder descended with a bang. With extremely terrifying destructive power. Blast towards Yi Xian. Break it for me. Faced with the power of the 9-day thunder tribulation, Yi Xian directly used 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Countless true essences transformed into terrifying sword energy. Then bombard the thunder tribulation. In a split second, the monstrous sword energy and Lei Jie's power collided with each other. There was a deafening roar. After seeing this scene, Lin Wanbai couldn't help but said with some worry, "Husband." But Lin Wanbai knew. Facing this thunder tribulation, I can only worry about it. There's nothing you can do. Because this 9-day thunder tribulation is simply too terrifying. Fuck, young master. You have just achieved a nascent soul breakthrough, and yet you have attracted such a horrible 9 heavens thunder tribulation. How jealous are you of heaven? Yao Yi, who was hiding in the dark, was also stunned at this moment. But Yao Yi also knew it. He couldn't help much. If you take action now, it is estimated that he will be reduced to ashes in an instant. Young master is so powerful. He will be fine. Yao Yi prayed secretly in his heart, while Yao Yi and Lin Wanbai were praying silently at this moment. This is the first force of thunder. It was blasted to ashes by Yi Xian using the 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Boom! Immediately following, the second thunder force came crashing down. Obviously, the heavenly Tao was also angry. This is the power of thunder. Just like a thunder dragon, It should be thicker, longer, and stronger than the first one. It looks extremely horrifying. What damn? Heaven, please give your grandfather some face. Otherwise, he will definitely kill you one day. Yi Xian couldn't help but curse. But no matter how Yi Xian cursed, all to no avail. Soon, this thunder dragon landed down. The power of thunder that emanates. It seems as if the heaven and earth can be destroyed. Please put Lei into the coffin. Facing this terrifying thunder dragon formed by the power of thunder, Yi Xian directly summoned the 3 generations bronze coffin and activated the formation arranged around it at the same time. Boom! 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 Soon, the thunder dragon collided with the formation and the 3 generations bronze coffin. There was a deafening roar. The surrounding snow melted quickly, transformed into streams of water. Yi Xian was also hidden under the power of thunder. I could no longer see his figure. At the same time, a place thousands of miles away from here. At this moment, when I sensed the movement here, a group of cultivators suddenly looked over here, as if wanting to see through everything here. What's going on? What a terrifying vision. That means a treasure has been discovered, and it must be on the top of the snowy mountain. Let's go and take a look. Some practitioners discussed while recommending retail products. Then I thought about coming to the top of the snow mountain. Certainly, there are also some practitioners. After seeing this scene, I couldn't help but shake my head. I don't want to get involved in these things. Living is the kingly way, because those cultivators who don't want to join in the fun know. In this world, the ones who live the longest are those who do not fight or compete, do not meddle in other people's affairs, and are not greedy. Soon, these cultivators came to the top of the snow mountain. At this moment, I can only see it on the top of the snow mountain. Infinite power of thunder is lingering. Strange visions are happening. There really is a treasure. Go! These practitioners couldn't help but be moved. Leave quickly. There is no treasure here. Seeing a group of cultivators arriving, Lin Wanbai spoke at this moment. Hey, there's a beautiful girl here. Does she want to keep all these treasures for herself? Beauty, I hope you know better, or you'll die. These cultivators all said this fiercely. Then I thought about rushing to the top of the snow mountain. Then die. Lin Wanbai also said coldly at this moment. Lin Wanbai naturally knew it now. This is her husband's breakthrough, and no one can disturb him. Otherwise, if Yi Xian is disturbed, he might go astray. After Lin Wanbai finished speaking, Lin Wanbai launched an attack. But as time passed slowly, the vision grew brighter and brighter. As a result, more and more strange phenomena are occurring. At this moment, Yao Yi and Ning Jiao also took action. But there are too many of these cultivators. Yao Yi and the eagle, Lin Wanbai could only fight hard. Just at this moment, an old woman appeared under the snow-capped mountains. The old woman looked hunched over. It was as if I was going to be buried. But those eyes were sparkling with brilliance. After sensing this old woman, Yao Yi couldn't help but frown. Because of this old woman's cultivation, it turned out to be the 5th level of nascent soul realm. And Yao Yi is now entangled by other cultivators. Want to fight against this old woman? It's simply too late. Not much time. The old woman flew past the defense lines of Lin Wanbai, Ing Jiao, and Yao Yi, coming directly to the top of the snow mountain. As for Yi Xian at this moment, the whole person is bathed in the power of thunder. At the beginning, Yi Xian was resisting the power of thunder. But now, Yi Xian used a portion of the power of thunder to temper his body. Not much time, accompanied by 2 sharp roars erupting from Yi Xian's body. Inside Yi Xian's body, finally, the nascent soul was formed. However, what shocked Yi Xian was the nascent soul he formed this time. Not only big, and they are 2 yuanying. This gave Yi Xian a big scare. But soon, Yi Xian felt relieved, because Yi Xian discovered it. It seems that these 2 nascent souls do not feel any discomfort. Instead, I am very powerful. Moreover, when he broke through to the nascent soul stage, Yi Xian also successfully practiced the Cloud Phantom footwork. No wonder even the Heavenly Tao can't tolerate me. I can form 2 nascent souls at a time. I guess this is unprecedented and will never be repeated. Yi Xian couldn't help but murmured. Then Yi Xian withdrew the aura of his cultivation. Walk out from the power of thunder. When Yi Xian just walked out of the power of thunder, Yi Xian saw it. There is a big battle going on below at this moment. Lin Wanbai, Ing Jiao, and Yao Yi all fought to the death. Obviously, they are all trying to protect themselves. And there was an old woman who actually came directly to the top of the snow mountain. You are looking for death. After seeing this scene, Yi Xian was angry. Chapter 71, Whoever touches my woman commits suicide. Yi Xian was very angry at the moment. The consequences would naturally be serious. You know, Lin Wanbai is now pregnant with her own child. And these people actually attack their own women. It's like lighting a lamp in a toilet. It's simply seeking death. Boy, hand over the treasure, and I will spare your life, said the old woman at this moment. There was a cold light flashing in his eyes. Obviously, the old woman thought that Yi Xian had found a treasure. Otherwise, the two men and the eagle would not have fought to the death to stop the cultivator from coming up. "I'll fuck you," Yi Xian cursed. "D." Yi Xian said coldly. Then he punched out. Although Yi Xian did not practice boxing, but Yi Xian's punch still seemed to be extremely powerful. This punch, the void was torn apart. Make a huge hole. You're still stubborn. The hunchbacked old woman's eyes flashed with cold light. The hunchback in his back was no longer there. There was a murderous intent on his body. A crutch came down towards Yi Xian. Boom! The fist and the crutch collided in the void. There was a deafening roar. After a collision, the fist light that Yi Xian blasted out collapsed. He saw the light of his fist shatter just like that. Yi Xian's expression became extremely cold. Originally, Yi Xian thought he could kill the old woman in front of him with one punch. However, Yi Xian did not expect that the other party's cultivation level was actually the 5th level of the nascent soul realm. "Let's use our trump card. Dao Yu, please get into the coffin," Yi Xian said coldly. As Yi Xian finished speaking, Yi Xian directly summoned out his lifelong magic weapon, the 3 lifetimes bronze coffin. The current bronze coffin of the 3rd generation. After being tempered by the power of thunder and becoming stronger in cultivation, the power is much stronger than before. After the 3rd generation bronze coffin appeared, he immediately suppressed the old woman. The old woman didn't react at all. The next moment, the old woman was suppressed in the coffin. D. Without even waiting for the old woman to resist, Yi Xian used his divine sense to trigger the murderous intent in the 3 lives bronze coffin. Ah! Accompanied by a shrill scream. The old woman was killed directly, turned into a pile of ashes. This, after hearing the screams here, many practitioners were looking over here. At this moment, Yi Xian was only seen scattering the old woman's ashes. After seeing this scene, these practitioners only felt their scalps tingling. The thought of grabbing the treasure disappeared instantly, because even a strong man at the 5th level of the nascent soul realm, they were all turned into ashes by Yi Xian. Their strength is much weaker than that of the old woman. Wah! These cultivators all stopped fighting. Everyone is ready to escape from here. This is not something they can get involved in at all. This young man is so perverted. It is an existence that they cannot afford to offend. Stay here. I see these cultivators are about to leave now. Yi Xian spoke in a cold voice. Bullied his pregnant daughter-in-law. You want to leave like this? That's too nice to think about. As Yi Xian finished speaking, the pressure of the nascent soul realm spread out directly from Yi Xian's body. Although Yi Xian is now in the early stage of nascent soul stage, but Yi Xian has 2 nascent souls. Therefore, that power is simply not comparable to that of ordinary cultivators. When the nascent soul's pressure was released, these cultivators only felt as if a piece of sky was crushing down on their heads. Even my breathing stopped, not to mention escaping. Such a strong pressure, worthy of being a young master. After Xiao Yi sensed the aura released by Yi Xian at this moment, he couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Xiao Yi was really shocked to the extreme, because Xiao Yi knows very well. More than a year ago, Yi Xian is still a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. In less than 2 years later, Yi Xian's cultivation, it has grown to such a terrifying level. This is simply unprecedented and will never be repeated. It's really terrifying. Xiao Yi felt that if Yi Xian attacked him, I'm afraid he could be killed in an instant. I have to follow him no matter what. I am willing to be his slave. Xiao Yi thought secretly in his heart. Husband, Lin Wanbai couldn't help but smile knowingly. That smile is so beautiful that it captivates the whole country. Absolutely stunning. Cloud Phantom. Yi Xian directly used Cloud Phantom. After the Cloud Phantom is performed, in an instant, Yi Xian arrived in front of Lin Wanbai. Wanbai, are you okay? Yi Xian asked with concern. Husband, I'm fine. Lin Wanbai shook her head, but his face was somewhat pale. You say it's okay, but look at how pale you are. You clearly know you are pregnant, yet you are still moving around. Yi Xian couldn't help but said angrily. But Yi Xian knew. Lin Wanbai was also trying to protect herself. Husband, I was wrong. I won't do it again next time. Lin Wanbai agreed. It's good that you're wrong. Yi Xian kissed Lin Wanbai and said. After saying that, Yi Xian looked at the cultivators in front of him who were suppressed by him. Have mercy. The moment Yi Xian's gaze swept over, these cultivators only felt their souls tremble uncontrollably. One by one they begged for mercy. Whoever attacked my woman just now, go and commit suicide, Yi Xian said coldly. Yi Xian's words. It was as if it came from the nine nether hell. You know, Yi Xian wanted Lin Wanbai to have a child. But it is not easy. Not only has it been working for more than half a year, and they're all playing Avalanche here. Now that I'm pregnant, Yi Xian didn't dare to have any improper thoughts. But you were fine. As soon as he arrived, he attacked Yi Xian's woman. I've really had enough of living. After Yi Xian waited for a long time, it was discovered that these cultivators did not take any action. This made Yi Xian extremely angry. Okay, since you guys don't want to do it, then I'll do it, Yi Xian said in a cold voice. As Yi Xian finished speaking, Yi Xian's mind was flowing. A series of terrifying sword auras condensed from true essence. It burst out. Go towards the cultivator who had just attacked Lin Wanbai. Puff! Puff! Facing this sword energy, these cultivators had no power to resist at all. One by one, they were hit by the sword energy unleashed by Yi Xian. Then it turned into blood mist. He was shot to death by Yi Xian. There was not even a chance to scream. The body dies, and the Tao disappears. Oh! Yi Xian said coldly to the other cultivators. Yes, yes, yes. After hearing Yi Xian's words, the other cultivators all fled away in a hurry. Looks extremely embarrassed, afraid of taking a step slower. Then he stepped into the tragedy of those cultivators just now. After seeing these cultivators fleeing from here, Yi Xian said to Eagle, Brother Eagle, let's go. Next stop is the nearest city. Cracking. The eagle nodded. Then he let Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai ride on him. Today, the eagle witnessed Yi Xian's horror. The eagle no longer felt that he had suffered any loss. Instead, Xiao felt it was his honor to be ridden by Yi Xian. After Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai got on, the eagle turned into a long rainbow and disappeared. At the same time, a major event occurred in the Chaos Holy Land. Happy Goddess Day to all the young girls and Happy Women's Day to all the older sisters. A simple young lady is also asking for a blessing. Can you receive it? Chapter 72, I've been looking for you for a long time. At this moment, on top of a sacred mountain, there are countless buildings and caves here. It looks very impressive, rich in spiritual energy, birds singing and flowers blooming. The brilliance is overwhelming. Here, it is the Chaos Holy Land, one of the 3 holy places in the Eastern Wilderness. It is also one of the holy places that countless practitioners dream of entering. However, the Chaos Holy Land is one of the 3 holy places. It is extremely difficult to enter the Chaos Holy Land to practice, because the Chaos Holy Land has extremely high requirements for the spiritual roots of its disciples. And the fact that Xiao can be the holy maiden of the Chaos Holy Land can be said to be very extraordinary. Now, in a cultivation cave filled with rich spiritual energy, a woman with pure and beautiful appearance, but with a terrifying aura rising from her. In the cave with another older woman. This older woman is just a little older, but on her face, you can't see any signs of aging. Instead, she has a charm that other women don't have. This one is old, and the other is young. There are 2 young women and a beautiful woman. It was Li Xiao and her master Wu Jingxin. Wu Jingxin and her apprentice Li Xiao. Known as the Holy Land of Chaos, the twin beauties of chaos. It was once circulated. If a man were lucky enough to marry one of these master and apprentices, you can definitely fly to the sky happily. But Wu Jingxin has very high standards. I don't know how many men looked at her with envy, but Wu Jingxin was not interested in these men at all. Hence these years, Wu Jingxin is still single. He devoted himself to teaching his only disciple Li Xiao. But Wu Jingxin never expected that her apprentice had gone out. I came back pregnant. Who is the man who made her pregnant? To be honest, when Wu Jingxin first learned that her apprentice was pregnant, she strongly opposed it and made harsh remarks. If you don't get rid of the child, she no longer acknowledged herself as her disciple. He also threatened to disqualify his disciple from becoming a saint, because Wu Jingxin felt that her apprentice had done something unworthy of the title of saint. But now, Wu Jingxin, on the other hand, admired her disciple very much, because Li Xiao was pregnant. But it has no effect on cultivation. Instead, the progress in the past 2 years has been very rapid. More than a year later, a pair of twins, a boy and a girl, were born. Moreover, the twins' spiritual roots are the most powerful natural spiritual roots. You can practice on your own after you are born. More importantly, it will give feedback to the mother. Wu Jingxin at this moment. Instead, I feel a little envious. Because Wu Jingxin knew that there was a man who could make her apprentice give birth to such extraordinary twins. He is definitely a dragon among men. Disciple, haven't you always wanted to avoid seeing me as your master? How come you are free to meet me today? Wu Jingxin asked. Master, didn't you always ask me why I got pregnant? At that time, I didn't want to tell anyone because I was pregnant and didn't want to get myself into endless killing. Today, I will tell Master about my past experiences. 2 years ago, when I went down the mountain, I secretly investigated the murderer of senior brother Qin, but I met a killer from the dark web. I was poisoned during the fight. In the end, I could only have sex with a young man, and this young man was the father of the child. His name was Yi Xian. He not only knows the art of escape, but also knows all kinds of divination techniques. In fact, I know very well that he must know who wants to kill me, but in order to protect me, he did not tell me the truth. Xiao explained. So that's how it is? Food and beverage recommendations. And the dark web actually tried to assassinate my chaos holy land. They really don't know how to live or die. After listening to her apprentice's words, Wu Jingxin nodded. Wu Jingxin only found out at this moment the reason why his apprentice got pregnant. It was indeed an unintentional act. Silly disciple, why didn't you tell me the truth? Wu Jingxin asked in confusion. The Chaos Saint is pregnant, which is a world-shattering event. I don't want anyone to hurt her. Since I am pregnant with this child, I am her Taoist partner, and I should protect him, said Li Xiao. Alas, you let me give you one word. Stupid. So are you planning to go and see Yi Xian? In fact, I'm also very curious about what kind of abilities Yi Xian has. Wu Jingxin asked curiously. He told me before that he needed to gain experience outside for 3 years. Calculating the time, he should still be gaining experience outside. Master, can I ask you a favor? Li Xiao couldn't help but said with a pleading look. Please speak, my disciple. Wu Jingxin nodded. My disciple cannot go out casually now. I want Master to go down the mountain to protect Yi Xian for a while. Can you do that? I'd rather beg you, Li Xiao said with a coquettish look. Forget it, forget it. I have wronged you. To make it up to you, I will go down the mountain now. Of course, if that kid is a good-for-nothing, I will teach him a lesson. If he is a genius with extraordinary talent, I will secretly protect him for a while. Wu Jingxin nodded. Thank you very much, Master. I feel relieved to have your help, Li Xiao said gratefully. Then, disciple, do you want me to investigate for you who is the mastermind behind the dark web members killing you? Wu Jingxin said. Master, the dark web members are not a small organization, so please don't worry about it. When I meet Yi Xian next time, he will naturally tell me the truth. Li Xiao said. Disciple, the mastermind behind this incident is not the Yi Xian you mentioned, right? Wu Jingxin suddenly frowned. Master, what are you talking about? I can guarantee that it is definitely not him. I can still trust him as a person. Li Xiao shook her head. Okay, then I'll be out for a while, and you stay here and take good care of the 2 little ones, Wu Jingxin said. As Wu Jingxin spoke, her figure disappeared from the spot. Watching Master leave, Li Xiao looked into the distance with her beautiful eyes and couldn't help but murmured, Yi Xian, I'm fine here. I hope you're well, and when you return to the family, I'll bring our children to see you. About what happened in the Chaos Holy Land, Yi Xian naturally didn't know. At this moment, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai came to a city called Gaiyanqing. After arriving at the city, Yi Xian bought a house and hired a maid. Then he said to Lin Wanbai, Wanbai, I have something else to do and I have to go out for a while. During this time, you can rest assured and take care of your pregnancy here. When I come back, I will take you back to the family. Okay, my husband. Lin Wanbai nodded obediently. Old Xiao, brother Xiao, Wanbai's safety depends on you too. You must take good care of Wanbai. Otherwise, if anything happens to Wanbai, don't blame me for turning against you. Yiv Wanvanit. Don't worry, sir. Yao Yinodit. The eagle also nodded heavily. Next, after everything is settled, Yi Xian embarked on a new journey. Certainly, Yi Xian did this. I also have my own plans. It is to divert the followers of Lin Yuan's sect disciples. Because Yi Xian has already discovered it. He was caught up by the disciples of Lin Yuan's sect. If he let Lin Wanbai follow him all the time, Yi Xian will be worried. Chapter 73, A Life and Death Agreement. After Yi Xian left Guiyun City, walk forward quickly. As Yi Xian walked forward, at this moment, there was a cultivator secretly following Yi Xian. However, the other party did not have much intention to kill. There was no need for Yi Xian to lure the other party out, because Yi Xian knew the real owner hasn't appeared yet. He has to wait for the real owner to show up. As Yi Xian walked towards his next destination, at this moment he was in an inn called Luokong City. A young man suddenly opened his eyes. If Lin Wanbai were here, she would recognize him. The young man in front of him was none other than Ji Kong, the eldest son of the Ji family. Senior brother Ji, we found the footprints of the young man who was with Lin Wanbai, a young disciple reported. That's great. Where is he now? Ji Kong couldn't help but say with a cold light in his eyes. The family was destroyed. All relatives died tragically. This was undoubtedly an enormous blow to Ji Kong. This matter has even become a demon in Ji Kong's heart. No matter how Ji Kong practices, there is no way to improve one's cultivation level at all. But now hard work pays off. Since Yi Xian has appeared, Lin Wanbai must not be far away. He is coming towards Luokong City, and our people are following him, the disciple replied. Were you not discovered? Very good. Then let's go to the city gate to welcome him, Ji Kong said with a cold expression. Then he brought a group of fellow disciples and sisters to the gate of Luokong City. And Yi Xian. Then they quickly came towards Luokong City. For what's going to happen next? Yi Xian naturally had a premonition. Yi Xian is not afraid of trouble. Moreover, Yi Xian's cultivation is not weak now. As long as there is a system, that means you will not be afraid to travel through all the heavens and worlds. A few hours later, Yi Xian arrived at the gate of Luokong City. Luokong City? This name is quite interesting. After looking at the name of the city in front of him, Yi Xian couldn't help but reveal a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Because Yi Xian felt a strong murderous intent at this moment. Just at this moment, an extremely terrifying pressure permeated. After this pressure spread, a figure instantly appeared in front of Yi Xian. This figure is a young man. Tall figure. He is quite handsome. However, there was a hint of gloom in those eyes. When you look at people, it's as if you owe them a huge amount of money. When he saw this young man, Yi Xian naturally recognized this guy at a glance. This guy should be Ji Kong, the first son of the Ji family who was destroyed by Lin Wanbai, because he looks somewhat similar to Ji Jun, the head of the Ji family. Boy, I've been waiting for you for a long time, Ji Kong said lightly after coming in front of Yi Xian. At the same time, a portrait scroll was opened in his hand. After checking it out, Ji Kong discovered that the young man in front of him was the one he was looking for who participated in the destruction of their Ji family and was also the accomplice of Lin Wanbai. When Ji Kong was speaking, an extremely terrifying aura emanated from Ji Kong's body. Ji Kong's cultivation level is at the 6th level of the nascent soul realm. Therefore, when the pressure spread, the entire void was shaking. Thank you for your hard work. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? Yi Xian said lightly. At the same time, Yi Xian practiced the great shift of the universe. Directly transfer the crushing pressure away. Tell me Lin Wanbai's whereabouts, and I can let you die more easily. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead, Ji Kong said in a cold voice. After hearing Ji Kong's words, some practitioners passing by, everyone looked at Yi Xian in front of them. A look of pity appeared, because these cultivators all know Ji Kong. Ji Kong is the most talented disciple of Lin Yuan sect. Strong strength. Moreover, Ji Kong can also fight against opponents of higher levels. I am the mastermind behind the destruction of your family. I will settle with you, Yi Xian said calmly. Okay, you are still a man. Since you are such a man, I will give you a chance. Come with me to duel in the arena of life and death now, Ji Kong said. The reason why Ji Kong did this. That is also what I want to tell all the cultivators in Luokong City. Ji Kong killed people. Don't bully the weak. It was purely Yi Xian's own will. I'll stick with you to the end. Your life and death are your own responsibility. Ye Vuan noted. Yi Xian knew some things. Now that you're here, then you have to solve it. Otherwise, it will be a headache and trouble. Is this kid crazy? Why did he agree to Ji Kong so easily? Yeah, don't you know that Ji Kong is extremely powerful? How stupid. If he doesn't agree, then even if he enters Luokong City, Ji Kong can't kill him easily. After all, Luokong City has regulations that generally prohibit life and death fights in the city. unless they are on the life and death stage. But once on the life and death stage, no one can provoke her easily. Game Boutique recommendations. After hearing Yi Xian agreed to Ji Kong so readily, many cultivators couldn't help but sweat for Yi Xian. Because these practitioners can feel it. Yi Kuan's motivation. It is much weaker than Ji Kong's. Then let's go. After hearing Yi Xian's agreement, Ji Kong said with a cold light at the corner of his mouth. After the words were spoken, he took the lead and walked towards the city. And Yi Xian, then follow outside, since there is no way to hide. Then face it bravely. Along the way, when I heard that Yi Xian and Ji Kong were going to the life and death stage, many cultivators in Luokong City were excited. Because whether it is the fantasy world or Yi Xian's previous life, there is never a shortage of spectators. Not much time. Yi Xian and Ji Kong came to the life and death stage. This life and death stage was a place specially built by Luokong City for cultivators to resolve grudges and conflicts. As long as you get on the stage of life and death, then someone must lie down. At a glance at this moment, there is a faint trace of blood on this life and death platform. Obviously, every day, countless legends of life and death are played out on this stage of life and death. After coming here, Ji Kong was the first to stand on the stage of life and death. His eyes looked down at all the cultivators present. Looks extremely confident. Come on, boy. Let me kill you here. Ji Kong said. I'll help you. Seeing Ji Kong's impatient look, Yi Xian also jumped. Then they came to the stage of life and death. And below the stage of life and death, it is already filled with countless cultivators. After seeing how handsome Yi Xian was, many women couldn't bear it. But everyone knows it. The rule of the life and death stage is that two people go up. Only one person walked down. Boy, you led Lin Wanbai to destroy my Ji family. Today I will announce to the world that I will cut you into pieces. Ji Kong said in a cold voice. As Ji Kong finished speaking, a 1-meter-long crescent-shaped scimitar appeared in Ji Kong's hand. The crescent-shaped scimitar emitted a terrifying cold light, full of murderous intent. Chapter 74, What's going on? My knife is out of control? After the crescent moon scimitar appeared in his hand, Ji Kong's cultivation aura also became extremely powerful. Boy. The sword breaks the sky. Yi Kong shouted loudly. The crescent-shaped scimitar in his hand turned into a magnificent arc in front of him. Then he slashed at Yi Xian fiercely with his knife, accompanied by a slash of sword. Suddenly, an extremely bright and dazzling blade light pierced through the void, coming towards Yi Xian. The sword light was everywhere. The murderous intent is overwhelming, so strong, worthy of being the #1 prodigy disciple of Lin Yuan sect. Yeah, it's terrible. I feel like if it were me, I would have been weak the moment Ji Kong made his move. After feeling the horror of Ji Kong's sword, many disciples felt their scalps tingling. Then everyone looked at Yi Xian. Want to see what would be Yi Xian's reaction when facing this knife. But what disappointed everyone was Yi Xian at this moment. The expression was exactly the same as before. There was a faint signature smile on the corner of his mouth. What's going on? The sword energy in the sky is almost reaching this young man. Why is he not moving at all? I think I was frightened. Almost. After all, Ji Kong is the #1 prodigy of Lin Yuan sect. This young man is so ignorant that he dared to provoke Ji Kong. Many cultivators saw Yi Xian standing there motionless. They all shook their heads sadly. Obviously, in the understanding of these practitioners, Yi Xian is definitely going to die this time. Not to mention these disciples. Even Ji Kong, after seeing Yi Xian motionless, a cruel curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Because Ji Kong didn't expect it. Yi Xian is so rubbish. It really took him by surprise. When Ji Kong thought so, the next moment, Ji Kong slashed out with a tremendous sword light. It already carries the power to destroy the world. Then he arrived in front of Yi Xian. It hit Yi Xian directly and fiercely. When he saw Yi Xian being slashed by the sword beams in the sky, the cultivators who were watching the excitement couldn't bear to watch it. Because these practitioners discovered Yi Xian was the most pitiful person they had ever seen die on the stage of life and death. At least when facing death, you can still resist. But Yi Xian is different. Facing Ji Kong, the #1 prodigy of Yuan sect, there was no room for resistance. It's really miserable. After these disciples closed their eyes, they waited, waiting for Ji Kong to announce the end. But these practitioners kept waiting. Still no voice was heard from the cultivators present or Ji Kong. What's going on? These practitioners couldn't help but open their eyes, looking towards the stage of life and death. After taking a look, these disciples could not help but be extremely surprised, because at this moment, the only place he could see was where Yi Xian was standing. Empty. There is nothing left. Oh my God, it's so tragic. He was chopped into ashes with one blow, said a cultivator in disbelief. Brother, he is not dead, he is still alive. What? Many practitioners turned their heads and looked to another place on the life and death platform. At this moment, Yi Xian was seen standing in another place, looking calm and composed. He dodged it? That's incredible. Many practitioners found it hard to believe. As for Ji Kong, in fact, he was more shocked than the other cultivators present, because Ji Kong really didn't expect Yi Xian's body movements to be so terrifying. Although he didn't use his full strength in that strike, it was already very powerful. As a result, Yi Xian dodged it easily. This really surprised Ji Kong. Boy, you actually dodged my sword? That really surprised me. But the next sword will not be so easy to dodge. Ji Kong said, Really? Then use all the moves you have, and let me see how powerful you are as the #1 prodigy of Lin Yuan sect. Yi Xian also spoke. In fact, the footwork that Yi Xian just displayed was exactly the Cloud Phantom. Yi Xian did not expect that this Cloud Phantom technique was so good. He could easily dodge an attack from the 6th level of the nascent soul realm. It's really awesome. Full Moon 9 Heaven Slash. Hearing Yi Xian looking down on him like that, Ji Kong shouted angrily. He slashed with a crescent-shaped scimitar in his hand, come directly towards Yi Xian. For the arrogant Ji Kong, the attack did not seriously injure or kill Yi Xian. This really hurts Ji Kong's self-esteem. After all, Ji Kong is the #1 prodigy of Lin Yuan sect. Following Ji Kong's move, suddenly, the moon-like blade beams transformed into a dazzling wave of murderous intent, directly covering the entire life and death stage. Ji Kong felt at this time, Yi Xian just wanted to hide. There is no way to avoid it. Boy, I want to see how you can hide this time, Ji Kong said with a sneer on his face. Then let me show you my footwork. Cloud tracing phantom step. Yi Xian said coldly. As Yi Xian finished speaking, Yi Xian then shuttled back and forth across the stage of life and death. As the footwork is performed, Yi Xian's figure looked like just a shadow. Boom! Whenever the full Moon 9 Sky Slash came to kill him, Yi Xian easily dodged it. Damn, the footwork this kid has practiced is so extraordinary. If I had this footwork, wouldn't it be like adding wings to a tiger? Ji Kong couldn't help but think secretly in his heart when he saw Yi Xian narrowly avoiding his attacks time and time again. When his eyes looked at Yi Xian, filled with a fiery color. Boy, you still have some skills, why don't you hide? Fight me openly. What kind of man is he who hides and dodges? Ji Kong said coldly. Game Boutique recommendation. I'll help you. After hearing the other party's words, Yi Xian stopped and said coldly. Have you been fooled? I'll kill you. After seeing Yi Xian stop dodging, Ji Kong's body moved as fast as possible, coming towards Yi Xian. At the same time, the crescent-shaped scimitar slashed out at an angle. Obviously, if this knife were to hit Yi Xian, then Yi Xian's head and body would be separated. Great shift of the universe. Facing this knife, Yi Xian directly used the heavenly level martial arts technique, Great Shift of the Universe. And on Ji Kong's side, just as the crescent-shaped scimitar was about to cut Yi Xian, Ji Kong couldn't help but reveal a sneer. But the next moment, Ji Kong's expression changed involuntarily, because Ji Kong discovered it. His crescent moon scimitar was out of his control. On the contrary, his crescent-shaped scimitar seemed to be controlled by a huge force. What's going on? I feel like a terrible storm is brewing in front of me, and I can't control my sword. Ji Kong couldn't help but be shocked. When fighting with the enemy, your weapon is out of control. This is the first time for Ji Kong. The disciples present were also somewhat surprised after seeing this scene. What's going on? Ji Kong suddenly decided not to kill Yi Xian? Why did the crescent moon saber stop when it was about to cut Yi Xian? However, the next scene made all the disciples present open their eyes wide. Chapter 75. If you want to accuse someone of a crime, you can always find a pretext. At this moment, not only the crescent-shaped scimitar was stagnant. Instead, the crescent-shaped scimitar began to spin in the air, and it slipped out of Ji Kong's hand. What's going on? Many practitioners are full of confusion. As for Ji Kong, I couldn't tell you how horrified I was inside. His eyeballs were about to pop out because Ji Kong was really confused. Damn it. The power of his crescent moon scimitar was controlled by a huge force. It's totally out of his control. And the crescent moon saber is also out of control? What is going on? Ji Kong really couldn't figure it out. But Ji Kong didn't even have time to react. The next moment, an even more terrifying force came directly towards Ji Kong. Not good. This moment, Ji Kong was shocked to the extreme because Ji Kong discovered it. At this moment, a sword light, even more terrifying than the one he had unleashed, was coming towards him. Suddenly, Ji Kong hurriedly stepped back. But this power, it should be faster than his speed of retreating. The next moment, this force directly hit Ji Kong. At the same time, the crescent-shaped scimitar also pierced into Ji Kong's body. Bang! Finally, Ji Kong groaned. The whole person fell heavily on the edge of the life and death stage. Quiet. There was deathly silence beneath the stage of life and death. All the cultivators present were in disbelief, because Ji Kong was clearly killing Yixian. In the end, it was Ji Kong who got hurt? How fucking outrageous this looks. The key reason why Ji Kong was injured. Or was it because his own crescent moon scimitar slashed at himself? No way. No way. I didn't see it wrong, did I? Ji Kong actually cut himself with a knife. I'm confused too. What happened just now? Is Ji Kong mentally ill? Many practitioners found it hard to believe. What exactly happened just now? These cultivators didn't see it. Anyway, I only saw Ji Kong's crescent-shaped scimitar about to cut Yixian. The crescent-shaped scimitar in Ji Kong's hand suddenly changed direction. Then he chopped himself hard. It really looks too outrageous. Puff! When everyone is in an incredible time, Ji Kong fell on the edge of the life and death stage. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Ji Kong was completely confused at this moment. Who I am? Where am I? What just happened? Ji Kong really couldn't figure it out. What kind of terrifying martial arts did Yixian use? He could actually transfer his attack to him, and it's more powerful. Haha, I thought the #1 prodigy of Lin Yuan sect was so powerful. Now it seems that he is just SOSO. Yixian sneered. You're a demon cultivator? You practice the evil way. Ji Kong roared. His eyes were bloodshot. Senior brother Ji. Seeing Ji Kong injured, a group of disciples of Lin Yuan sect. Everyone's heart was in their throat. I don't want to talk to you. Tell me, do you have any last words? If not, you can go and reunite with your family. Yixian came in front of Ji Kong and said coldly. Ji Kong is now seriously injured. So Yixian was completely confident that he could kill Ji Kong with one blow. Boy, do you think you can kill me? You are a demon cultivator. Anyone can kill you. Ji Kong sneered. You can go see your family now. Yixian said with murderous intent. Yixian naturally understood. The Ji Kong in front of him must not be kept. To cut the grass, you must remove the roots. As Yixian finished speaking, Yixian took action directly. But just at this moment, an extremely cold and indifferent shout came from the void. Stop! As the voice fell. The next moment, a figure appeared above the life and death stage. The figure was wearing a green Taoist robe. The pressure from the whole person was extremely terrifying. When the old man appeared above the stage of life and death, the cultivators present felt as if their breathing was about to stagnate. Who is he? So scary. This is Senior Mu Bai, the headmaster of Lin Yuan sect. What? He is the headmaster of Lin Yuan sect? No wonder he is so scary. I almost stopped breathing when I saw this terrifying figure. After knowing the identity of this figure, everyone was stunned. After all, he's a big shot like the headmaster. That's a dragon that you can't find its head or tail. No one really imagined this. Today, I actually saw this legendary figure. Some practitioners, I couldn't help but kneel down. Stop? Old man, you tell me to stop and I'll stop? Do you want to break the rules of the life and death stage? Yixian sneered. Yixian said this and his mind moved. The red blood sword in his hand pierced Ji Kong's throat. As long as Yixian stabs forward again, then Ji Kong would die without a burial place. Boy, you are so young yet you are practicing magic. Today, I will eliminate the demons and restore peace to the world. I hope you will confess. Otherwise, you will only bring about your own destruction. Mu Bai said coldly. After Mu Bai said this, it can be said that one stone can cause 1,000 ripples. What? So he is a demon cultivator? He used demonic power just now? No wonder Ji Kong was defeated so quickly. The demonic skills are so terrifying. Many practitioners discussed in low voices. In Yixian, there was a hint of coldness on the corner of his mouth. Because of the headmaster of Lin Yuan sect, it is obvious that right and wrong are reversed. Just to kill him. It's so shameless. If you want to accuse someone of something, you can always find a pretext. Yi Xian said indifferently. As Yi Xian finished speaking, the red blood sword in Yi Xian's hand passed across Ji Kong's neck, threatening him with force. That's just a fool's dream. After touching Ji Kong's neck, a nascent soul floated out from Ji Kong's body. Obviously, Ji Kong wanted to escape. A nascent soul cultivator. As long as the nascent soul escapes, it can still be reborn. But how could Yi Xian let the other party escape? A force of thunder appeared in his hand. These thunder forces turned into a thunder sword. Puff! The next moment, the thunder sword slashed at Ji Kong's nascent soul. Then, Ji Kong, the prodigy of Lin Yuan sect. It is a complete fall. Ji Kong never figured it out until his death. Yi Xian actually killed him in front of the headmaster? You're looking for death. When he saw Yi Xian actually killed Ji Kong in front of him. At this moment, Mu Bai was completely furious. Because Mu Bai never dreamed that Yi Xian would not take him, the headmaster, seriously. As Mu Bai's words fell, an extremely terrifying pressure surged from Mu Bai's body, crushed directly towards Yi Xian. When this pressure came crushing down, Yi Xian only felt as if the sky was pressing down on him. My breathing is about to stop. All the functions of the body are rapidly weakening. Is this the pressure of the dragon transformation realm? So scary. Yi Xian couldn't help but said in shock. Only then did Yi Xian understand that there really was a new world for each level. But Yi Xian was not afraid. Instead, he shouted into the void with all his strength. Annie, if you don't take action, I will die. Chapter 76 Annie, if you don't take action, I'll die. Auntie, if you don't take action now, I'm going to die. Yi Xian almost shouted. After this was said, hidden in the void was a figure that looked like a beautiful female teacher or a kind aunt. She almost lost her balance and fell from the void. This graceful figure was filled with disbelief at this moment. Because I never dreamed of such a graceful figure. The other party actually discovered me. Impossible? He must be shouting nonsense. I was hiding very secretly. Even Lin Yuan sect's headmaster Mu Bai didn't notice my existence at all. This figure. Naturally, it is Li Xiao's master Wu Jingxin. He is also an intersect elder of the Chaos Holy Land. Strong strength. He is countless times more powerful than the headmaster of Lin Yuan sect. After all, when Wu Jingxin was young, she was invincible. I don't know how many men have spent the lonely, cold spring, summer, autumn, and winter calling out the name Wu Jingxin in their dreams and nights. I want to see how great your potential is? Wu Jingxin murmured. Wu Jingxin was not in a hurry to take action at this moment. Instead, it was a pair of beautiful eyes looking down. As for Yi Xian at this moment, it feels extremely uncomfortable. The knees are slowly moving towards the ground. It made a crackling sound. It's really about to break. Damn it. Why doesn't the kind ant do anything? If you don't do anything, I'm really going to die. Yi Xian said with a look of pain on his face. Yi Xian at this moment. Finally, I understand it thoroughly. The higher the realm, the more terrifying it is. Moreover, the gap between the nascent soul realm and the dragon transformation realm is really huge. You little bastard, not only did you practice magic, but you also killed Ji Kong, the #1 prodigy of my Lin Yuan sect. You should be chopped into pieces. But God is merciful. Hand over all the magic skills you have practiced, and then I will let you die quickly. Otherwise, you will be unable to live or die. Lin Yuan sect's headmaster Mu Bai said calmly. Today's duel between Yi Xian and Ji Kong. Mu Bai naturally saw it. The steps and body movements that Yi Xian displayed. It's really too mysterious. Mu Bai felt that as long as he could get the martial arts that Yi Xian was practicing from Yi Xian, that can make up for Ji Kong's death. Want my martial arts? Dream on. Yi Xian cursed directly. Yi Xian naturally knew what the other party was thinking. He just wants to seize his martial arts skills. But how is that possible? Yi Xian is not stupid. Moreover, Yi Xian was also certain that someone was secretly protecting him. Yi Xian had a life-and-death duel with Ji Kong here today. Otherwise, even if Yi Xian had 100,000 courages, he would not dare to do it. Yi Xian never does anything without certainty. After all, you only have one life. If you die, there will be nothing. You are so stubborn. Then I will take you back and deal with you using my soul-searching technique. Mu Bai said at this moment. As Mu Bai spoke, A dragon roar sounded from his body. Then he crushed towards Yixian. This time, Mubai's strength increased even more. Mubai's purpose is very clear, which is to destroy Yixian's cultivation first. But just at this moment, a clear and pleasant snort like a copper bell was heard. Mubai passed. As these words fell, countless petals fell between heaven and earth. The fragrance is very nice. When these petals fall, suddenly, the pressure from the dragon transformation realm released by Mubai disappeared without a trace. Who? Mubai's face changed when he heard the voice. Wu Jingxin. A faint voice came. The next moment, the void fluctuated violently. Then a figure appeared above, where everyone was. Everyone looked towards the figure. At this moment, all I saw was a bright light flowing all over this figure. It was as if a fairy from the sky had descended. It is so beautiful that it cannot be described in words. The figure is graceful. What's more important is that this woman, Xiao, has a mature beauty that other women don't have. This kind of mature beauty is also a temptation that countless men cannot resist. It adds more charm to this figure. How beautiful! This is the only voice of all the cultivators present at this moment. Wu Jingxin. At first, Mubai didn't think about the identity of the woman in front of him. But soon, Mubai's face changed drastically. He bowed and said, "Mubai greets you, senior." At this moment, Mubai's figure was full of respect and piety. There is no longer the look of looking down on the world as before. Mubai, it is the younger generation's own will and destiny for them to go on the stage of life and death. You, as the head of a sect, actually got involved. You have seriously crossed the line. What crime should you be charged for? Wu Jingxin said coldly. Senior, he is a demon cultivator. Mubai couldn't help but shudder when he heard Wu Jingxin's words. At the same time, cold sweat spread all over Mubai's body. Demon cultivator? Are you sure you are not after his skills, but because he is a demon cultivator? Wu Jingxin frowned. At the same time, a terrifying aura of pressure emanated from his body. The moment this pressure spread, Mubai was instantly forced to his knees on the ground. The whole person was trembling. My whole body was soaked in cold sweat. That look, it's like a chick seeing an eagle. Fuck, Annie's cultivation is so high. After witnessing this scene, Yixian was also shocked. Because the current situation is just like when he faced Mubai. Senior, I was wrong. I was indeed a little selfish just now. I will never make such a mistake again. And I promise here that from now on, as long as I am the leader of Linyuan sect will close the mountain gate, and our disciples will not go out to participate in the fighting in the world. Mubai answered the tremblingly. Mubai was completely scared at this moment. Because Mubai knew, if the other party wants to kill him, it's like crushing an ant. Mubai had heard of Wu Jingxin's name before. In which era of Wu Jingxin? The peers suppressed by Wu Jingxin couldn't even raise their heads. At this moment, Mubai saw the strength of Wu Jingxin. Only then did I realize that all this was not just empty talk. This woman is really fierce. I believe what you said is true, but this kid is under the protection of my chaos holy land. You just wanted to kill him, so you can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the punishment of living. I'll cut off one of your arms as punishment, Wu Jingxin said calmly. As Wu Jingxin finished speaking, Wu Jingxin pointed it out directly, accompanied by a flash of light. Crack! The next moment, one of Mubai's arms was thrown out. Blood splattered. Get lost! If there is a next time, Linyuan sect will have no reason to exist, Wu Jingxin said coldly after cutting off one of the opponent's arms. Thank you, senior, Mubai nodded awkwardly. Then he fled away like the wind. After witnessing the scene that happened on the spot, the cultivators present were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. Chapter 77 Shut Up. No one had ever dreamed that Yi Xian's backer was actually the holy land of chaos. It's really terrifying. No wonder Yi Xian's cultivation was obviously weaker than Ji Kong's. But killing Ji Kong was as easy as drinking water or eating. Thank you, Annie, for saving my life, Yi Xian said gratefully. To be honest, if Wu Jingxin hadn't taken action this time, Yi Xian really died. This time, Yi Xian finally got to know what a strong person at the dragon transformation realm was like. It's really terrifying. What did you call me? Annie? Am I that old? Wu Jingxin said with a strange look on her face. You are naturally as beautiful as a flower. You don't look old at all. You are like an evergreen tree, loved by everyone, and flowers bloom wherever you see them. So, can I call you Aunt? I like to call female seniors Aunt. Yi Xian answered neither humbly nor arrogantly. The other party has been following me for a long time. No action has been taken so far. But Yixian knew. The other party must be just trying to test him by conducting a postgraduate entrance examination. There is no ill will towards him. You smooth talker, come on, I want to talk to you. Wu Jingxin glared at Yi Xian and said, Yivwan no dit. Not much time. Yi Xian and Wu Jingxin came to a high-end hotel. The two of them booked a secluded private room and sat down. After sitting down, Wu Jingxin restrained the terrifying aura that was as vast as the ocean from her body. Then she revealed the face that countless men fell in love with. Looking at the mature and sexy beauty in front of me, Yi Xian couldn't help but think of a very interesting thing. That is, if the mature beauty in front of me gives birth to a baby, the quality of that doll won't be inferior to Li Xiao's. But Yi Xian quickly shook his head. He quickly put this thought behind him, because Wu Jingxin in front of him was much more advanced than him. It would be bad if the other party saw through my thoughts. After all, this is a mature beauty in front of me. But he is Li Xiao's master. He couldn't think that way for the time being. Otherwise, people in this world will know about it. He must be beaten. It would be fine if he just made the Chaos Saint pregnant. Now you are trying to attract the attention of your master. It's simply not a human being. And when Yi Xian was looking at him like this, at this moment, Wu Jingxin was also observing Yi Xian in front of her. Yi Xian couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed being stared at by such a mature beauty. She was the first to break the silence and said, Aunt, is Xiao okay? She's fine, said Wu Jingxin. Then he continued to observe Yi Xian in front of him, his eyes fixed. And Yi Xian, after hearing Wu Jingxin's words, I couldn't help but feel a lot more at ease. But Yi Xian also knew it. Li Xiao was pregnant with twins, a boy and a girl, and they were both born with natural spiritual roots. A child with natural spiritual roots. It has a feeding effect on the mother herself. 5-element spiritual roots? And he is so handsome. No wonder my disciple is so obsessed with him. Boy, tell me, how did you find out that I was hiding in the void? Wu Jingxin said calmly. Wu Jingxin, after several days of observation. The favorability towards Yi Xian is also increasing greatly. Especially the performance of Yi Xian and Ji Kong in the life and death duel today. This picky, mature beauty completely changed her view of Yi Xian. I can tell fortunes. If it weren't for you, my aunt, I wouldn't dare to have a life and death duel with Ji Kong today. It's not that I'm afraid of Ji Kong, but I'm afraid of the leader of Lin Yuan's sect. Yivwan answered truthfully. It seems like you are really good at it, but I never believe in fortune-telling. Let me tell you, you calculate for me. If you can calculate accurately, I will believe you. Wu Jingxin said with a smile on her face. This smile looks very charming. Full of charm. It's Yi Xian. There was also a brief moment of unconsciousness. And this, I'm a little embarrassed. Yi Xian said somewhat embarrassedly. Be brave enough to calculate. If you are right, I will believe you. Otherwise, if you make my disciple pregnant, I will teach you a lesson today. Wu Jingxin said seriously. In that case then, aunt, I am offended. You are now 342 years old, but in my eyes, you are always 18 years old. You are 173 centimeters tall, with butterfly hair, and you have a buttocks. Before Yi Xian could finish his words, he was interrupted harshly by Wu Jingxin. Shut up. Wu Jingxin frowned. Wu Jingxin was completely confused at this moment. Because Wu Jingxin never dreamed that Yi Xian was really able to predict the future, I was clearly wearing clothes. But how come Yi Xian seems to be able to see through everything about her? Does this guy's eyes have any special functions? If that's the case, doesn't that mean she's wearing nothing? Then Wu Jingxin's beautiful eyes shone with dazzling light. I want to get a clear look at Yi Xian's specialties. But after Wu Jingxin observed for a while, she found that Yi Xian's eyes did not have that special function. But what this guy just said, it's too real. You really know how to tell fortunes? Wu Jingxin said in disbelief. Boy, don't dare to deceive your aunt. Yi Xian said sincerely. Okay, then I believe you. You do have some skills, and you're also good at talking. Wu Jingxin said. Ye Huang. After hearing the last sentence, Yi Xian was stunned. This aunt's words are a bit weird. You haven't tried it. How long will it take for you to return to the family? When the time comes, I'll let Xiao bring the children to see you. The two children must see their father. Wu Jingxin asked. It will take about 9 months for me to return to my family. Yi Xian said. Yeah, I remember it. I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself, said Wu Jingxin. Goodbye, Annie. Ye Vuan love it. But Wu Jingxin was just about to walk out. Suddenly, he stopped and said, "Boy, I want to ask you on behalf of Xiao, who is the mastermind behind the assassination of Xiao. And tell Xiao that I will tell her when we meet. Now she should just focus on her cultivation and not think about other things. I will personally deal with the mastermind behind this when the time comes. Leave the fighting and killing to us men," Yi Xian said. Yi Xian naturally would not let Li Xiao take risks, because this matter involves a lot. Want to find out who is behind this? Very dangerous. Yi Xian couldn't bear to let the person he loved take risks. "Okay, I understand. These are some cultivation resources. Xiao asked me to bring them to you," Wu Jingxin said. After Wu Jingxin finished speaking, she left some resources for cultivation and then disappeared from the spot. Looking at Wu Jingxin's departing back, Yi Xian couldn't help but wipe the saliva from the corner of his mouth. There was a hint of anticipation and contemplation in his eyes. Chapter 78. Something is fishy. There are still a few months left until the 3-year deadline. I hope I can meet another beautiful lady in these few months. At the moment, I'm still some distance away from what the system says about sleeping with 10 beautiful women. Yi Xian couldn't help but mutter. When Yi Xian was thinking this, suddenly, the voice of the system came into Yi Xian's mind. It has been detected that Luo Ningxue has given birth to a little princess with natural spiritual roots for the host. The host is rewarded with the heavenly grade high-level skill Dragon Elephant Prison Suppressing Power. Note, the human body is composed of 840 million particles. Once the Dragon Elephant Prison Suppressing Power is cultivated to perfection, it can transform the 840 million particles in the human body into the power of the Dragon Elephant. When practicing the technique, you can attract a giant elephant from your own countless giant elephant particles to the sky. When the giant dragon elephant spews out, the rivers and seas turn upside down, and the clouds and rain change. With a roar, the stars fall. When it absorbs, everything becomes silent. After receiving this reward, there was no more sound from the system. However, after seeing the annotations of this technique, Yi Xian was very satisfied. Yi Xian naturally knew something about how terrifying this martial art was. Once it is cultivated to perfection, it is really quite powerful. There is no problem at all in blowing up the stars with one punch. The system is awesome. No, it's these beauties who are awesome. I think I'll have to practice this technique next. With this technique, my fighting power will increase exponentially. I must compensate Luo Ningxue and others when I get back. I am an incompetent father. Yivwan murmured. Next, Yi Xian came to an open place. Then he sat cross-legged and began to practice. Time passes slowly. This morning, as the morning light shines, all around Yi Xian, there were roars of divine dragons and loud roars. There was also a spear condensed from true energy floating above Yi Xian's head. This is the sign of the first level of Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Power being completed. Call. I have finally succeeded in cultivating the first level of the Dragon Elephant Prison Power. It is worthy of being a high-level heavenly technique. Even though I have a natural spiritual root now, I cannot cultivate this technique to perfection all at once. I can only take it slowly. Yivwan murmured. Then Yi Xian stood up from where he was. Next, I will try the power of this Dragon Elephant Prison Suppressing Power. Yivwan spoke. Then the true energy circulates throughout the body. Just punch out directly. It blasted towards a mountain hundreds of feet high in front of it. After this punch was thrown, a huge fist light as big as the sky spread out. At the same time, within this fist of light, there was a spear that seemed to be able to pierce through the sky and earth. The dragon and the elephant roared. Extremely extraordinary. Boom! When this punch hit the mountain made a rumbling sound. Then it turned directly into a flat land. Horrible. This is only the first level of the Dragon Elephant Prison Power. If it is cultivated to the 10th level, the power is really unimaginable. Yi Xian couldn't help but said in shock. But Yi Xian was not in a hurry. Things like cultivation, the most difficult thing to do is to rush. Next, Yi Xian embarked on a new journey. Yi Xian now has only one goal, which is to strive to complete the 3-year training. Break through to the Dragon Transformation Realm. As for the fastest way to break through to the Dragon Transformation Realm, it is to sleep with a beautiful woman. Let the other person give birth to your child. Therefore, Yi Xian's next task is long and arduous. One day later, Yi Xian came to the vicinity of an official road. At this moment, Yi Xian released his spiritual consciousness. Then Yi Xian couldn't help but frown, because Yi Xian sensed the presence of cultivators ahead. And if you listen carefully, there was also the sound of a woman crying. Is there something ahead? Go take a look. Yi Xian couldn't help but mutter. Then Yi Xian's figure turned into a shadow. Quickly moved forward. After Yi Xian flew for a distance, Yi Xian saw it. At this moment, it can only be seen on the official road below. A group of cultivators were walking quickly forward. And behind these cultivators, dozens of women were tied up. Each of these women looks very young. They're all about 16 or 17 years old. Anyway, there are no women over the age of 20. Hurry up and leave. If you delay the young master's practice, you will die miserably, these cultivators said fiercely. Then he swung the whip in his hand and hit the last woman walking hard. A whip down. Suddenly, the woman's back was covered in bruises. Blood was gushing out. The girl couldn't help but scream. You're still screaming? I'll beat you to death, a fierce cultivator said fiercely. After being threatened like this, these girls all shut up obediently. Follow these cultivators with all your strength. Something is wrong. These cultivators have captured all women, and they're all girls. There is definitely something wrong. Some of these girls are cultivators, and some are just mortals. Yi Xian couldn't help but think secretly in his heart. Yi Xian was thinking about whether he should rescue these women now. But Yi Xian thought about it. Just observe. Because Yi Xian discovered it. It seems that the young master these cultivators are talking about is not here. So Yi Xian thought about making a decision after finding out the cause of the matter. Next, Yi Xian practiced while secretly following these cultivators. During the time of following, Yi Xian's cultivation level broke through from the first level of the nascent soul realm to the second level of the nascent soul realm. However, Yi Xian's breakthrough was very strange. Because Yi Xian discovered that he had made a breakthrough. There is one more nascent soul in the body. Now there are 3 nascent souls in Yi Xian's body. This surprised Yi Xian extremely. As far as I know, other cultivators only have 1 nascent soul, but I have 3 nascent souls in my body now. This means that when I fight the enemy, there are 3 of me. I wonder if there will be no nascent souls formed after I break through later. Yi Xian couldn't help but think in his heart. Yi Xian attributed this to the fact that he had a system. Certainly, if this matter were to be known by other practitioners, you will be so shocked that your jaw will drop. Because Yi Xian has formed 3 nascent souls in the nascent soul stage, he is absolutely unprecedented and will never be surpassed. Next, Yi Xian continued to follow these cultivators. One day later, Yi Xian and others came to a city. This city is called Yifeng City. After arriving at Vivo City, it's getting dark, but Yi Xian did not leave. Instead, he put his gangster mask directly on his face. Then he followed these cultivators to a mansion. This mansion looks very grand. The estate is huge. But at this moment, it gives people a somewhat eerie feeling. Yi Xian did not enter rashly, but stayed on the outer wall of the mansion. Yi Xian planned to find out the situation here before making a decision. But just after Yi Xian reached the outer wall of the mansion, at this moment, a black figure appeared beside Yi Xian. Chapter 79, I'm fighting with you. Who? Yi Xian showed a hint of alertness. Because the other person was wearing a nightgown and his face was covered. Only a pair of eyes were exposed. After seeing Yi Xian wearing a bandit mask, the man in black didn't say anything at all. A sword appeared in his hand. Suddenly, a sword stabbed towards Yi Xian. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything at all, he stabbed towards himself with a sword. Yi Xian couldn't help but frown. A hand turned into a palm. One hand reached out to grab the sword. This time, when Yi Xian broke through to the nascent soul stage, he used the 9 heavens thunder tribulation to temper his body. Yi Xian wanted to take a look. How powerful is his physical body now? Snort! He saw Yi Xian trying to grab his sword with his bare hands. The other party couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Because the man in black felt that ordinary people could not resist his sword. Yi Xian did this. It's just seeking death. But the next moment, the man in black's expression changed. Because at this moment, when the sword was about to reach Yi Xian's 2 fingers really pinched her sword. When the sword was caught by Yi Xian, the man in black discovered her sword seemed to be imprisoned in the void by an extremely powerful force. I can't move at all. What made the man in black even more frustrated was that the harder she tried, the other party will squeeze tighter. At the same time, the opponent's other hand attacked her. The man in black couldn't help but change his expression. Want to hide, but it was too late. The next moment, Yi Xian's left palm hit the opponent's chest. And then the next moment, not only Yi Xian was shocked, The man in black also let out a scream. Ah! After screaming, the man in black backed away. Yi Xian was also stunned, because at the moment when the palm presses down, it actually bounced back. Only then did Yi Xian know. The person in black in front of me turned out to be a woman, and it's super elastic. Just now, because the other party was wearing black clothes, so Yi Xian didn't notice it. Oh! Just at this moment, an extremely cold voice came from the mansion. At the same time, a powerful spiritual awareness and pressure swept over. Stop shouting. Yi Xian's expression changed involuntarily. He hurriedly used the cloud phantom body technique. He instantly appeared in front of the man in black. He picked up the man in black. Then the figure disappeared from the spot. Wait until it reappears. Yi Xian and the man in black had already arrived at a big tree 1,000 meters away. The man in black was also stunned at this moment, because the man in black didn't expect the man in front of him to be wearing a bandit's mask. His movements were so strange and terrifying. But at this moment he was held in Yi Xian's arms. The man in black suddenly came to his senses. She quickly got out of Yi Xian's arms. You! The man in black was really furious. She's a great beauty. Just now, not only was the Yu Xiong tribe attacked by the guy in front of him, and he was hugged just now. Ah! She is no longer pure. You're so big. No, stop shouting, or you'll be discovered. Yi Xian quickly stopped him using his spiritual sense. But Yi Xian said the wrong thing just now. Because of the moment when Yi Xian hugged the other person and left, I was really shocked. It's really informative. If the woman in front of me is a great beauty, that's simply amazing. But although there is something interesting, but the other person's figure was very light. This means that the other person has an extremely good figure. Just when Yi Xian was in shock and reminiscing. At this moment, the voice of the system came into Yi Xian's mind. Ding! It is detected that the beautiful lady Xiao Mingli is suitable for the host Taoist partner. Please cultivate the relationship and further shun Gongbao. After hearing the system's voice, Yi Xian couldn't help but reveal an amused look. Since the system says so, that means the other party is in the same camp as you. It's one of us. Who are you? What are you doing here? Xiao Mingli seemed to realize that Yi Xian was not targeting her, but was saving her just now. This shows that the man in front of me is not that kind of pervert, and maybe her purpose is the same as hers. My name is Yi Xian. I saw someone forcibly bringing a group of women to this mansion halfway, so I came here to take a look. Yi Xian replied. Yi Xian took off his hood as he spoke. After all, the woman in black in front of him is his future wife. Yi Xian had nothing to hide. The moment Yi Xian took off the bandit's hood, Xiao Mingli couldn't help but reveal a gleam in her eyes. Because of Yi Xian in front of him, it turned out to be the moment when the gangster's mask was taken off. So cool. He is simply the dream relative in the minds of countless women. Moment. Xiao Mingli felt that the Yu Xiong that the other party had just captured her was not so hateful anymore. Instead, you feel like there's nothing wrong with going to Xiao Mingli? She is also a noble and pure goddess. So that's how it is. I'm here to check this out too. I suspect someone in this mansion is practicing the Huan divine art, and they captured these women to use as furnaces for their practice. My two sisters who were away from home are missing, and I suspect it was the Liang family who did it. Xiao Mingli said. Game featured recommendations. Then our goals are the same, but mine is to help those who are in trouble when I see them. Yi Xian said. I didn't expect you to be so compassionate. It's really impressive. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Xiao Mingli couldn't help but look slightly excited. After seeing how handsome Yi Xian was, Xiao Mingli felt that Yi Xian in front of her was not so annoying anymore. Certainly, if other people knew about this scene, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. Because Xiao Mingli is such a beautiful girl. She is the goddess of Liuli's sect. She is the goddess in the hearts of countless people. But goddess Xiao Mingli, that generally doesn't intersect with anyone, especially men, proud as a phoenix. It is said that once, a short-sighted person saw Xiao Mingli taking a bath. Then he was chased by Xiao Mingli for tens of thousands of miles. Finally, Xiao Mingli gave up only after the disciple dug out his own eyes. And now, Xiao Mingli, the legendary beauty. It's amazing that I can talk to a man in such an approachable way. This is fucking outrageous. Do you know any powerful people in the Liang family? Yi Xian asked. Yi Xian would not do anything that he was not sure of. If there is a strong person here, then we can only let the strong man behind Xiao Mingli take action. Now, Yi Xian already knows everything about Xiao Mingli, although Xiao Mingli didn't say it. I've already inquired about it. The most powerful ancestor of the Liang family has a cultivation level of the 6th or 7th level of the nascent soul realm. That is why I did not act rashly. So I think I should still notify my master and wait until he comes. Xiao Mingli said, the 6th or 7th level of the nascent soul realm. That's not necessary. Let's just go in directly. If they really capture those women to use as furnaces, then they will be killed without mercy. I will be responsible for the killing, and you save people. Yi Xian said. When Yi Xian said this, Xiao Mingli was stunned. Chapter 80 Rescue. Going now? That's an old monster at the 7th level of the nascent soul realm. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Xiao Mingli couldn't help but show a hint of hesitation. Do you think we can wait any longer? If we really use those girls as furnaces, by the time your master and others arrive, the flowers will be cold. There's no time to lose. Let's go right away. Don't worry, nothing will happen. It's me, Yi Xian said. Okay. Seeing Yi Xian's determined look, Xiao Mingli nodded. Next, Yi Xian no longer had any disguise. He walked directly towards the Liang family mansion with Xiao Mingli. However, just when Yi Xian and Xiao Mingli were about to step into the gate of the Liang family mansion, at this moment a cold voice came. Who is it? Stop. Shut up. Xiao Mingli snorted coldly. A flying sword was slashed out directly. Accompanied by a muffled groan. The gatekeeper fell to the ground immediately. Died on the spot. Then Yi Xian and Xiao Mingli continued to walk towards the family. But as long as you meet someone from the Liang family, Yi Xian and Xiao Mingli will both be dealt with. Because Yi Xian had already predicted it. This person from the Liang family. None of them are good stuff. Just kill him. That's it. Yi Xian and Xiao Mingli walked and killed at the same time. Soon they arrived at a small courtyard. It's here, let's go. Yi Xian and Xiao Mingli winked at each other. Then he quickly came to the garden. At this moment, Yi Xian released his spiritual sense and swept towards the house in the courtyard. Then, after seeing the scene in the house, Yi Xian couldn't help but be stunned. Because Yi Xian saw it. In the house, there was a young man who looked very ugly. It's confirmed. It's used as a furnace. Yi Xian said. But it's a pity. Your 2 junior sisters are already dead. Damn it. Kill. When Xiao Mingli heard Yi Xian's words, she became angry. Kill directly. Some guards guarding this garden. There is absolutely no power to resist. He was killed by Xiao Mingli. Then Xiao Mingli rushed straight into the house. What a tough girl. In my previous life, I was a tough girl. After witnessing the scene of Xiao Mingli killing someone, Yi Xian couldn't help but mutter. When Yi Xian was in shock. At this moment, Xiao Mingli had already kicked the door open roughly. After kicking open the door, Xiao Mingli saw it. The room was in a mess at the moment. There were 2 bodies on the ground. The 2 bodies were Xiao Mingli's 2 missing sisters. But unfortunately, he died on the spot. The scene looked extremely tragic. You beast, you deserve to die. Xiao Mingli was completely furious after seeing the tragic deaths of her 2 junior sisters. He swung the sword in his hand angrily. Who are you? How dare you come to my training ground and make trouble? D. When Liang Guanyong saw Xiao Mingli in front of him, he also became angry. As Liang Guanyong spoke, an extremely terrifying aura burst out from his body. Then he fought against Xiao Mingli. Boom! For a moment, there is a constant roar here. Fugly guy. Yi Xian couldn't help but sneer when he saw Liang Guanyong in front of him. Yi Xian suddenly discovered, I'm the most handsome man. Who are you? How dare you come to my Liang family and act so rudely? When the news of the fight between Xiao Mingli and Liang Guanyong spread, at this moment, an extremely indifferent voice was heard. Immediately afterwards, an incomparably terrifying nascent soul pressure came crushing down. When this pressure came crushing down, Xiao Mingli couldn't help but pause. This pressure was really terrifying. But just at this moment, Yi Xian couldn't help but snort coldly. The pressure belonging to the 2nd level of the nascent soul realm was also released. When the 2 forces collided, the nascent soul's pressure that came from afar was directly destroyed. Although Yi Xian's current cultivation level is the 2nd level of the nascent soul realm. But Yi Xian is different from others. He is a man with 3 nascent souls. It is absolutely unprecedented and will never be surpassed. After feeling that the pressure of his nascent soul was broken, the next moment, a figure instantly descended over the garden. The figure is an old man with gray hair. There is an aura of death around him. Obviously, you will die soon. This old man. It was Liang Dong, the ancestor of the Liang family. The Liang family was suppressed because of their ancestor Liangdong. It has always been one of the largest families in Vivo City. But Liangdong is now near the end of his life. Moreover, Liang Guanyong's parents died outside while on a mission. Therefore, Liangdong was worried. Once he hung up, then the Liang family would probably fall. But you know what? It's only been a dozen years. Liang Guanyong has broken through from the first level of the Golden Core realm to the second level of the Nascent Soul realm. It can be said that it is very good. Liangdong felt that if things continued like this, even if he passed away, Liang Guanyong would be able to take on the mission of reviving the family. This matter was originally kept secret. No cultivator knows this. Liangdong really never expected that two guys would appear today from nowhere. Humph, two blind people actually came to my Liang family. Since you are here, you don't have to leave. Liangdong, the ancestor of the Liang family, snorted coldly. Then Liangdong slapped out with his palm, killing towards Yixian. Because of Yixian in front of him, what Liangdong couldn't understand the most was this. Come on, it's just right that I can use you to test the first level of the dragon elephant prison suppression power that I have just cultivated, Yixian said with a crazy look of fighting spirit. Chapter 81. Domineering Move Shocking. Yixian felt that the Liang family's ancestor Liangdong was in front of him. But it is a super good object to hone yourself. As Yixian finished speaking, Yixian took action. The third level of nascent soul cultivation in his body was released without reservation. An overwhelming murderous intent was flowing. Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression Power. Yixian used the Dragon Elephant Prison Suppressing Power and punched out. Chant! Roar! When Yixian threw out this punch, there were bursts of dragon roars. At the same time, there was the roar of an ancient giant elephant. Boom! In a split second, Yixian's punch, carrying the power of dragon and elephant, collided with Liangdong's punch. The moment of touch, an extremely terrifying roar was heard. The terrible aftermath rolled. Gives people the feeling of this collision. It was like the collision of two ancient sacred mountains. After hearing the noise here, Xiao and Liang Guanyong both stopped fighting, looking this way. At this moment, the battle between Yixian and Liangdong looked extremely terrifying. Especially Yixian. It looks like a god of death from eternity. Suddenly, it was a mess. After a collision, the attacks launched by Yixian and Liangdong, they all collapsed together. When I saw my attack collapse like this, Liangdong couldn't help but frown at this moment. When his eyes looked at Yixian, Liangdong no longer had the arrogant look he had just had. Instead, caution is used, because Liangdong was very clear about the power of his punch just now. But Liangdong never expected that Yixian could break his attack so easily. This means that the young man in front of him is indeed capable. As for Xiao, there is a gleam in her beautiful eyes, because Yixian's performance really exceeded Xiao expectations. Boy, you really surprised me. It seems that the level of the technique you practice is not weak, Liangdong said in a cold tone. The story of Liang Guanyong using the furnace to practice martial arts. You must never let anyone know. As long as anyone knows about this, then you must die, because only the dead know this secret. As Liangdong spoke, a spear appeared in his hand. This spear exudes a majestic aura. Boy, it's time to end it all. Liangdong shouted. As Liangdong shouted loudly, the spear in his hand exudes a majestic aura. Then he assassinated Yixian. A spear thrust out. The heaven and earth seemed to be pierced through. This was the unique skill that Liangdong practiced. Good job. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. Face this spear. Yixian didn't dare to be arrogant at all. A red blood sword appeared in his hand. Then he chopped it out fiercely. As the sword was slashed out, the mighty sword light floated out like the Milky Way, facing the crushing spear. Boom, boom, boom. The sword light and the spear shadows collided repeatedly in the void. There was a deafening roar. After a collision, Yixian was defeated. The whole person was knocked out by a huge force. Puff! After you have stabilized your body, Yixian spat out a mouthful of blood. Master Yi, seeing Yixian vomiting blood. At this moment, Xiao face changed. Because if Yixian loses this time, then they are in danger. After all, Xiao knew. The Liang family definitely doesn't want this kind of thing to be spread out, and will definitely cut the grass and root it out. After all, what the Liang family did was extremely unscrupulous. Ayufine. Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yi Xian was telling the truth. He's really fine. The reason why I vomited blood just now, it was entirely because Yi Xian did not use his full strength. He just used Liang Dong to hone himself. Humph, boy, you are really tenacious. You took my blow and were only injured. But next time, I won't be so lucky, Liang Dong said in an icy voice. Liang Dong was also a little furious, because Yi Xian is like an indestructible cockroach. And whether it was sword or boxing that was used just now, they are all extremely mysterious. As Liang Dong finished speaking, Liang Dong took action again. This time, the power Liang Dong used was even more terrifying than the previous 2 times. I don't want to play with you anymore. Cloud Phantom. Yi Xian couldn't help but speak. After Yi Xian finished speaking, Yi Xian used the cloud shadow, and his figure disappeared from the spot. Bah! Just when Yi Xian's figure disappeared from the spot, that spear seemed to be able to pierce the sky. Then he came to Yi Xian, directly pierced Yi Xian's afterimage. Because Yi Xian's speed was too fast. It's Liang Dong. I didn't feel it either. Haha, kid. Even if you don't die this time, you will be crippled, Liang Dong said confidently. Yeah, suppress. Just after Liang Dong finished speaking, an indifferent voice suddenly came from behind Liang Dong. Not good. Liang Dong heard the voice. Liang Dong only felt his scalp tingling. But all this happened too fast. Liang Dong had no ability to react at all. Waiting for the reaction, Liang Dong only felt a darkness in front of him. And then the next moment, Liang Dong was directly suppressed in the 3-life bronze coffin, the natal magic weapon summoned by Yi Xian. Boy, what the hell is this? Let me go. Liang Dong couldn't help but shout anxiously after being suppressed by the bronze coffin of the 3rd generation. At this moment, Liang Dong tried his best to break the bronze coffin of 3 lives. But what made Liang Dong collapse was that this 3-life bronze coffin was like a solid wall of steel. No matter how hard he tried, it was of no use. Old thing, just accept the judgment of death, Yi Xian said coldly. As Yi Xian finished speaking, Yi Quan's Totsfurujit. It triggered the murderous intent in the bronze coffin of 3 generations. The reason why Yi Xian used the 3 generations bronze coffin to kill Liang Dong. The main reason was that Yi Xian discovered that if he used his life-saving magic weapon, the 3 lives bronze coffin, he would be able to kill cultivators who were much stronger than himself. The power of this 3-life bronze coffin will become even stronger. When the murderous intent is triggered, a shrill scream came from the bronze coffin of the 3rd generation. Not much time. The scream stopped abruptly. No matter how powerful and awesome you are, once you enter my 3 lives bronze coffin, you will eventually end up ashes, Yi Xian said coldly. Then open the bronze coffin of the 3rd generation. Scatter the ashes inside. As for the storage ring, Yi Xian took it out. There is a very strange phenomenon about this 3-generation bronze coffin. That is when you kill the enemy. It will not destroy the enemy's treasures or anything like that. Yi Xian thought this was very humane. Grandfather? When he saw his grandfather turned into ashes and was blown away by Yi Xian. At this moment, Liang Guanyong's eyes were about to burst out. Let out a heart-wrenching cry. Fuck you. Next, you go and die too, and accompany your grandfather. Zhao Mingli cursed directly. Then he attacked Liang Guanyong. At this moment, Yi Xian completely transformed into an eternal killing god, extremely terrifying and brave. The murderous intent is overwhelming. Chapter 82. Zhao Mingli becomes a little fangirl. Originally, Zhao Mingli was worried about Yi Xian. But now, Zhao Mingli will no longer have any worries. So Zhao Mingli took action. But it is very ferocious. Soon, Liang Guanyong fell to the ground with a single blow of his sword. Why? Why? Liang Guanyong let out an unwilling roar. Liang Guanyong felt that if he was given a little more time, as long as he completes dual cultivation with the women he captured this time, his strength will surely increase rapidly. But at this critical moment, these 2 little beasts who came from nowhere destroyed his practice. So much so that now he is going to die. To be honest, Liang Guanyong was extremely unwilling in his heart. Why else? You killed my 2 junior sisters. You deserve it, Zhao Mingli said in a cold voice. When Zhao Mingli thought about the tragic deaths of her 2 junior sisters, she became furious. So you were a cultivator from Liuli's sect? You know what? The effect of those 2 women is really good, but they refused to practice dual cultivation with me, so I killed them directly. Then complete the dual cultivation while the heat is on. Liang Guanyong sneered. Liang Guanyong knows. I can't escape death today. It would be better to make the other person feel a little uncomfortable when dying. Go to hell? Zhao Mingli was so angry that she almost vomited blood after hearing Liang Guanyong's words. Originally, Zhao Mingli was still wondering whether her two junior sisters might have suffered terrible torture before their death. The result was that after being killed, he was also tortured by the beast in front of him. This guy is worse than a beast. As Zhao Mingli finished speaking, Zhao Mingli stabbed Liang Guanyong in the chest with a sword. However, after Zhao Mingli stabbed the opponent's chest with a sword, a yuanying flew out from Liang Guanyong's body. Obviously, Liang Guanyong wanted to take this opportunity to escape. For nascent soul cultivators, as long as the nascent soul escapes, you can still be reborn. However, Yi Xian, who was standing not far away, had already seen Liang Guanyong's intention. At the moment when Liang Guanyong's nascent soul escaped, Yi Xian directly used 10,000 swords returned to the origin, pointed out with one finger. After Yi Xian gave this instruction, a sword energy shot out suddenly. Ah! Accompanied by a scream, Liang Guanyong's escaping nascent soul was directly pierced by the sword energy. It turned into a bloody rain. Thank you. After seeing Yi Xian kill Liang Guanyong's nascent soul, Zhao Mingli couldn't help but thank him. Remember, you need to be ruthless to the enemy and cut the Gordian knot quickly. Delay will lead to chaos, and the enemy will take advantage of you. Yi Xian said lightly. Remember. Zhao Mingli nodded. Zhao Mingli said this and prepared to leave. But at this moment, Yi Xian said, for the enemy, we must destroy the body and all traces, just in case. After Yi Xian's reminder, Zhao Mingli directly destroyed Liang Guanyong's body. After doing all this, Yi Xian and Zhao Mingli came into the room. At this moment, the captured women were still tied up. They were all frightened out of their wits. I can't even speak. Don't be afraid. We are good people, and we are here to save you, Yi Xian said comfortingly. As Yi Xian spoke, he and Zhao Mingli rescued these women. Thank you, Immortal, for saving our lives, the girls said gratefully. Hurry up and put on your clothes first, Yi Xian said. These girls are extremely beautiful. Moreover, Yi Xian is a man full of vigor and vitality. What you are doing is actually a test for the cadres. As for this thing, Yi Xian could not resist it the most. After hearing Yi Xian's words, the girls finally reacted. They were all still undressed, so they all became extremely shy. Put on your clothes quickly. And Zhao Mingli. He was also observing Yi Xian's reaction. Yi Xian was found facing these girls. Unlike other men, that look was not only extremely calm, but also extremely clear. There is no lustful look like those other stinky men. This made Zhao Mingli look at Yi Xian with a higher opinion, although Zhao Mingli and Yi Xian have not known each other for long. However, Yi Xian's performance made Zhao Mingli admire him immensely. After these girls put on their clothes, they came to Yi Xian and Zhao Mingli. He began to feel grateful to Yi Xian and Zhao Mingli in front of him. You guys should hurry home. Your parents must be looking for you everywhere. Take this money, Yi Xian said. As Yi Xian spoke, he gave each of the girls some spirit stones. Thank you, Immortal. These girls are truly extremely grateful. Let's go. Yi Xian waved his hand. After Yi Xian finished speaking, these girls left the Liang family mansion. After these girls left the Liang family mansion safely, Yi Xian took all the good things from the Liang family, such as spirit stones. It would be a waste if you don't take it. Zhao Mingli, on the other hand, held her two tragically dead sisters in her arms. Come, let me help you, Yi Xian said. As Yi Xian spoke, he hugged Zhao Mingli's two junior sisters. The two finally found a place. Zhao Mingli's two junior sisters were buried. My two junior sisters. I hope you can have a good life in your next life. Zhao Mingli couldn't help but pray. Don't worry, they have a kind and beautiful senior sister praying for them. They will definitely do it. Ye voin confortet. You haven't seen my real face? How do you know I'm pretty? I'm telling you the truth. I'm ugly. Zhao Mingli couldn't help but joked. Although I haven't seen your true face, everyone knows how beautiful Zhao Mingli, the most beautiful girl in Liuli's sect, is, Yi Xian said. You are such a smooth talker, Zhao Mingli said shyly after hearing Yi Xian's words. But at this moment, Zhao Mingli still took off her nightgown. The moment when Zhao Mingli took off her nightgown, Yi Xian's breathing almost stopped. At this moment, all I could see was Zhao Mingli, who was wearing a red rose-scented tight-fitting robe with long sleeves and an emerald green gauze skirt with scattered flowers. Her waist was tied with a big bow made of gold gauze, and her hair was drooping with a jade hairpin inserted diagonally, making her look slender, charming, and enchanting. The face is pure and beautiful, exuding a vibrant atmosphere. Stand there. Everything seems to be ashamed of itself. That pair of things that countless men dream of. About to come out. My clothes are about to burst. What's more, nothing in this world is false. They are all genuine. It's not like the world that Yi Xian lived in his previous life. It can be faked. Big, no, beautiful. Yi Xian couldn't help but murmur. Both eyes were staring straight ahead. Chapter 83, Invitation. Hey, you idiot! Why are you staring at me? Being stared at by Yi Xian, Xiao Mingli couldn't help but feel embarrassed. But Xiao Mingli was not angry, because Yi Xian's eyes in front of him were very clear. There was no disrespect towards her. I just simply admire her beauty. And the other men. Met her. It's the feeling that I want to eat her. That look made her hate it. Who made you so beautiful? You are so beautiful. Yi Xian couldn't help but praise. Yi Xian's words came from the bottom of his heart. Certainly, if we were to ask what the biggest characteristic of Xiao Mingli is, it would naturally be her size. Yi Xian, which sect are you from? Xiao Mingli asked curiously. Because Yi Xian's fighting ability is super strong. Last night, he killed an ancestor of the Liang family who was several realms higher than him. It's as simple as eating. I'm not from a sect. Yevuan ansvedet trutfulle. For Xiao Mingli, Yi Xian didn't hide anything. Because of the beauty in front of me, she will be Yi Xian's woman in the future. For his own woman, Yi Xian would not lie. Be sincere. Ah, you are not from the sect? I don't believe it, Xiao Mingli said in disbelief. Xiao Mingli originally thought that Yi Xian was a talented disciple from some major sect. But no one expected that Yi Xian was not even a disciple of a sect. It's really incredible. At this moment, when Xiao Mingli looked at Yi Xian, full of worship, girl, it's just so strange. When people don't hate you, you could do whatever you want. Even a sigh from you can arouse her curiosity and attention. But when she is not interested in you, even if you give her your heart, she won't take it to heart. Do you think I would lie to you? Yi Xian said with a faint smile. That smile, just like a spring breeze. As long as it's a woman, everyone will be completely fascinated by it. Okay, I believe you then, but you are really amazing. I've learned a lot from you. Was it your natal magic weapon that you sacrificed last night? Xiao Mingli continued to ask. This time, Xiao Mingli has a lot of problems. Talks a lot too. That's right. Yevuan nodded. It's amazing. Xiao Mingli couldn't help but praise it. Didn't I expect that the legendary ice beauty would actually talk so much? Yevuan voket. Ah, Yi Xian said this. Xiao Mingli became shy. I don't know what to do. Next, everyone fell silent. Yevuan understood. I want to make the goddess kneel down in front of my leg whip. There must be measure when speaking. Talking too much, it will disgust the goddess. Talk too little. Instead, it makes the goddess feel that the other party does not value her. Therefore, just the right amount is best. Yi Xian, what are your plans? After a moment's silence, Xiao Mingli couldn't help but break the silence and asked. I don't have any plans. I'll go wherever you go. Yi Xian said. Game boutique recommendation. Nonsense. People are asking you a serious question. Xiao Mingli couldn't help but glared at Yi Xian. Xiao Mingli discovered Yi Xian in front of him. He was a man she couldn't figure out. Sometimes it's really serious. Sometimes he is smiling frivolously. Not serious at all. But Yi Xian is more like this. The more Xiao Mingli became curious about Yi Xian. Instead, I find Yi Xian very interesting. I'm just speaking seriously. I'll go wherever you go. Yi Xian spread his hands. Then come explore a secret place with me next. I know a place that was once a sect from ancient times, but then it suddenly disappeared. I checked a lot of books, and it was said that the sect disappeared inexplicably, so I think there should be some good things there. Do you want to go? Xiao Mingli asked courageously. To be honest, this was the first time Xiao Mingli invited a man to travel with her. If this scene was seen by other cultivators, I will definitely shed tears of envy. Of course, Yi Xian answered without hesitation. If there is no special moment, then there will be no feelings, no emotions. That means you can't go any further. Only by sharing the hardships can he carry out the next plan more smoothly. Okay, let's set off now. Xiao Mingli couldn't help but nodded happily. In fact, Xiao Mingli had wanted to go to that place for a long time. But if a person encounters any trouble, that would be a bit of a loss. But now there is Yi Xian. Then we can go together. Yi Xian is definitely a man worthy of trust. Next, Yi Xian, and Xiao Mingli came towards the secret realm. A few hours later, Yi Xian and Xiao Mingli arrived at their destination. At a glance at this moment, there are only ruins here, and there are many disciples here. Obviously, these disciples are also looking for opportunities. But at this moment, Xiao Mingli had a veil on her face, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. Is it here? Yi Xian asked Xiao Mingli. Yes, according to ancient records, it is here, so we just need to look for it slowly next. Xiao Mingli nodded. Search slowly? That's undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack, Yi Xian said. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he began to look at what was in front of him, because Yi Xian has the maximum level of divination skills. Therefore, Yi Xian felt that he could do some divination. What? Do you know any strange escape techniques? Looking at Yi Xian looking around here. At this moment, Xiao Mingli couldn't help but be a little surprised. Not only can I, but my acupuncture point locating technique is extremely powerful. You will know it later. Yi Xian kept it a secret. Playing tricks. Xiao Mingli stuck out her tongue and said disapprovingly. It's right there. Yi Xian couldn't help but say after taking a look. Hearing Yi Xian say this, Xiao Mingli nodded, then followed behind Yi Xian. I don't know why anyway. Xiao Mingli feels that being with Yi Xian, there are many things that she doesn't need to worry about at all. It's enough for Yi Xian to do it. Soon, Yi Xian and Xiao Mingli came to the place Yi Xian said. Dig down from here, and you'll have to put in some effort next. Yi Xian said. Are you sure this is the place? Xiao Mingli confirmed again. Don't worry, we can't go wrong by digging a hole from here, Yi Xian said. Yi Xian was still somewhat confident in his own unique escape techniques. Okay. After seeing Yi Xian's confident expression, Xiao Mingli nodded. Xiao Mingli said this and took out the sword in her hand. He slashed down with his sword fiercely. As the sword flashed by, a sword energy slashed fiercely towards the ground. However, what happened next made Xiao Mingli and Yi Xian change their expressions. Chapter 84, Just Do It. At this moment, Xiao Mingli slashed here with a sword. The sword energy disappeared like a drop in the ocean. After seeing the scene in front of me, Xiao Mingli couldn't help but frown. Eyes widened. It's hard to believe this is true. Xiao Mingli naturally knew how powerful this move of hers was. But this sword energy disappeared for no reason? It's incredible. There's a formation here. It should be the sect's protective formation of the past. Although the sect is gone, the protective formation is still there, Yi Xian said. What should we do? We can't get in like this. What a bummer. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Xiao Mingli said helplessly. Xiao Mingli was still thinking about looking for some opportunities. However, he never expected that the disappeared ancient sect actually had a protective formation. There are always more solutions than problems. As long as there is a way, we can still get in. What's more, I am quite good at formations, Yi Xian said. As Yi Xian spoke, he released his spiritual sense. Begin to sense this formation. Soon, Yi Xian sensed the weakness of this protective formation. And Xiao Mingli stared at Yi Xian with her beautiful eyes. Do you really understand the formation? Xiao Mingli said in disbelief. Xiao Mingli discovered. The longer I spend with Yi Xian, the greater the shock the other party gave her. Not only does he know the art of escaping from the strange world, he also understands things like formations. It's really incredible. How is this done? You know, many practitioners, all your life, it is difficult to achieve perfection in one thing. And the Yi Xian in front of him, he is only in his 20s. I understand a little bit. I know where to enter, but this sect protection formation is an ancient killing formation, so we have to go in together later. If I have offended Miss Xiao, I hope she can forgive me, Yi Xian said frankly. Certainly, Yi Xian was telling a lie. In fact, this formation, it's already incomplete. But the murderous intent is still quite strong in some places. As long as you understand this formation, if you find the weak point, you can get in easily. But Yi Xian did this. There's a reason for that. That is, you can take advantage of this opportunity. If you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're a bastard. Not to mention, want to cultivate feelings. If you want the other person to give birth to your child, there must be a gradual process of physical contact. Hearing Yi Xian say this, Xiao Mingli bit her sexy little lips and didn't speak. Next, Yi Xian brought Xiao Mingli with him. Start going underground. After walking for some distance, sudden, a murderous intent arose. The murderous intent was extremely strong. At this moment, Yi Xian was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He directly took Xiao Mingli into his arms. Suddenly, a feeling of elastic softness enters my arms. Yi Xian just felt that his life had completely taken off. Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. The temptation of women to men is really too strong. At this moment, Xiao Mingli was in his arms. Xiao Mingli only felt a strange feeling. This was the first time in Xiao Mingli's life that she was so close to a man. I'm really shy, but this feeling made her look forward to it. It feels so good to be hugged by someone. My heartbeat quickened a bit. And Yi Xian, while enjoying the beauty of life. On the one hand, he walked forward slowly. Because of Yi Xian, he didn't dare to go too fast. Because of this wonderful moment, Yi Xian didn't want to miss it. In fact, the best thing in life is that you are about to get something, but the feeling of not being able to get it makes people both expectant and passionate. Not much time, Yi Xian completely entered into the formation. However, Yi Xian was not in a hurry to let go of Xiao Mingli, because Yi Xian felt that such moments were rare in life. You bad guy, let go! Xiao Mingli shouted at this moment. It's really embarrassing, okay? Sorry, Yi Xian said embarrassedly. Then he sent Xiao Mingli away. Plop! Xiao Mingli didn't have time to react and fell to the ground with a plop. At this moment, Xiao Mingli really felt like finding a hole in the ground to crawl into. Because Xiao Mingli didn't expect it. After Yi Xian hugged her, my whole body suddenly felt soft. There's no power at all. Sorry, Yi Xian quickly apologized. After talking about life with the Chaos Saint, Luochen Fairy, Jiang Qingyan, and others, Yi Xian's ability to control beautiful women has become extremely strong. I'm fine. Xiao Mingli quickly struggled to stand up. But at this moment, Xiao Mingli's face shyly turned into a red apple. Looks extremely tempting. That feeling of being almost cooked. It made Yi Xian want to take a bite. Next, Yi Xian and Xiao Mingli looked into the distance. At this moment, I saw an extremely magnificent palace standing in front of me. The temple is intact, and there are several eye-catching characters written above this hall. These big characters mean Hall of Opportunity. However, the other halls have collapsed, and it is obvious that there is nothing left. It seems that we have come to the right place. There should be an opportunity in this hall. Let's go and take a look, Yi Xian said. Okay, Xiao Mingli nodded. Then the two of them prepared to walk towards the Hall of Opportunity. But just at this moment, roar! A roar was heard. Immediately afterwards, an illusory figure appeared in front of Yi Xian and Xiao Mingli. Although this figure is just an illusory shadow, but the body looks extremely huge, and he is more than 10 meters tall. This is the remaining spiritual phantom of a spiritual beast. Be careful. Yi Xian couldn't help but speak after seeing this huge phantom. Then Yi Xian took direct action, because Yi Xian roughly guessed it. This phantom of the spirit beast. It should be the sex guardian spirit beast that disappeared before. It just took too long. The spirit beast is dead, leaving behind this afterimage. But despite that, Yi Xian didn't dare to underestimate him in the slightest. Yi Xian used the 10,000 swords returned to the origin. At the same time, the great shift of heaven and earth was running madly. See Yi Xian take action. Xiao Mingli also took action. Boom, boom, boom. In a split second, Yi Xian and Xiao Mingli's attacks collided with the phantom of the spirit beast. There was a deafening roar. Bang, bang. After a collision, Yi Xian and Xiao Mingli were no match for the phantom of the spirit beast. Then the two of them groaned. He was blasted away by a huge force. In the end, Yi Xian and Xiao Mingli fell heavily to the ground. Puff, puff. After Xiao Mingli and Yi Xian fell to the ground, both of them spat out blood. What a powerful spirit beast phantom. Even though we don't know how many years it has been dead, this remnant of its spirit is enough to fight against a cultivator at the 8th or 9th level of the nascent soul realm. Xiao Mingli couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. No matter how strong he is, we'll just kill him. Anyone who blocks us from finding opportunities is our biggest enemy. Miss Xiao, you take a rest and leave the fighting to me, Yi Xian said. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he rushed out. Chapter 85. Oh my God. The Dragon Transformation Realm? Run away. Soon, Yi Xian collided with the phantom of the spirit beast. This time, Yi Xian no longer had any reservations. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. The universe shifts, and the dragon and elephant prison power is exerted with full force. For a moment, the sword energy was waving. There were waves of dragon roars. The ancient elephant neighs. Yi Xian at this moment. He looks like a peerless god of war. Unstoppable. After seeing Yi Xian's powerful fighting ability, Xiao Mingli couldn't help but have a gleam in her beautiful eyes. Because of these years, Xiao Mingli has also seen countless talented disciples. Among them, there are many disciples pursuing her. But Xiao Mingli felt that those talented disciples were nothing compared to Yi Xian in front of him. It's worse than dog shit. Also, Xiao Mingli had an expectation in her heart. That is the hope that Yi Xian can hug her again. Because Xiao Mingli discovered it. I fell in love with the feeling of being hugged by Yi Xian. She liked the feeling of her huge breast rubbing against Yi Xian. The feeling cannot be described in words. Anyway, it's a feeling that makes people look forward to and enjoy. Bang! Just as Xiao Mingli's thoughts were racing. Sudden, a loud roar was heard. Xiao Mingli frowned, then looked towards the front of the battle. At this moment, the figure flying backwards was none other than him. It was Yi Xian. Yi Xian, are you okay? Xiao Mingli couldn't help but reveal a worried look. Fuck. This guy has reached the dragon transformation realm after unleashing full firepower. Yi Xian couldn't help but curse. The next moment, Yi Xian directly used the Cloud Phantom. He was next to Xiao Mingli in an instant. Then he hugged Xiao Mingli in his arms. He continued to use the Cloud Shadow and disappeared on the spot. Boom! Just when Yi Xian and Xiao Mingli's figures disappeared from the place. The attack of the Spirit Beast Phantom hit the place where Xiao Mingli was just now. After this attack hit here, the ground collapsed here. A huge deep pit appeared. Call! After seeing this scene, Xiao Mingli, who was in Yi Xian's arms, turned pale. Because Xiao Mingli never dreamed of it. This time, she led Yi Xian to a path of no return. So much time has passed. I didn't expect that there would be such a terrifying afterimage of a spirit beast here. Even an afterimage is so terrifying. Xiao Mingli really couldn't imagine how terrifying this spirit beast phantom was when it was alive. Yi Xian, it's my fault that I harmed you. If it weren't for me, we wouldn't be in trouble today. Xiao Mingli said guiltily. What did you say? I volunteered. If we all die today, we will be companions. Otherwise, you will be lonely on the road to the underworld. How can I bear to leave such a beautiful girl alone? Yi Xian couldn't help but say mischievously. Yi Xian. After Yi Xian said this, Xiao Mingli was deeply moved. Xiao Mingli couldn't help but shed tears. Because Xiao Mingli knew, people are born unfeeling. And how long has she known Yi Xian? As a result, Yi Xian never left her. He was still thinking about her safety even in the most dangerous moment. What virtue and ability does Xiao Mingli have? Don't cry, don't cry. There's nothing to cry about. We won't die. Seeing Xiao Mingli's tears falling, Yi Xian couldn't help but comfort her. Yi Xian, thank you, said Xiao Mingli. Roar! Just as Yi Xian and Xiao Mingli were talking like this, the shadow of the spirit beast at this moment, attack again, came directly towards Yi Xian and Xiao Mingli. Cloud Phantom. I saw the spirit beast phantom launching an attack again. Yi Xian didn't dare to be careless at all. Because Yi Xian knew, a strike from the dragon transformation realm. That would be absolutely terrifying. If it weren't for the fact that the skills he practiced were extremely terrifying, then he would have died long ago. Yi Xian directly performed the Cloud Phantom footwork. The figure disappeared on the spot. Certainly, during the escape, Yi Xian also used the Great Shift of the Universe. If you don't use the Great Shift of the Universe to remove some of the pressure from the dragon transformation realm, Yi Xian couldn't bear it at all. What a wonderful footwork! Seeing Yi Xian narrowly avoiding the attacks of the spirit beast phantom time and time again. At this moment, Xiao Mingli was extremely shocked. Xiao Mingli was confident that she came from a famous family. I have seen the movements of countless powerful men, but Xiao Mingli was sure that those body movements were definitely not as powerful as Yi Xian's. Yi Xian, who are you? I feel like you are definitely the best among your peers. Xiao Mingli thought secretly in her heart. Suddenly, the hand holding Yi Xian tightened. Let's go to the Hall of Opportunity. Yi Xian couldn't help but think at this moment. Then, 3 kinds of heavenly skills and 1 kind of footwork in his body began to run wildly. The figure disappeared from the spot. When Yi Xian appears again, Yi Xian has already arrived at the Opportunity Hall. When we arrived at the Hall of Opportunity, an unexpected scene happened. At this moment, only the shadow of the spirit beast was seen wandering around for a while. There was no pursuit anymore. It didn't chase us. It seems that there is something in the Opportunity Hall that makes it afraid. After seeing this scene, Xiao Mingli couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally safe. I feel relieved. Yi Xian slowly put Xiao Mingli on the ground. Plop! Puff! After putting Xiao Mingli on the ground, Yi Xian finally couldn't bear it anymore. accompanied by a mouthful of blood spurting out of the mouth. Then he fell to the ground. Yi Xian, after seeing Yi Xian suddenly fall to the ground, Xiao Mingli couldn't help but become anxious. And Xiao Mingli also reacted. Just now Yi Xian protected her from harm. He actually managed to withstand several attacks from the incarnation realm. Now my body finally can't take it anymore. Yi Xian, wake up quickly, are you okay? Xiao Mingli was really about to cry. When I thought of Yi Xian saving me, I almost lost my life. At this moment, Xiao Mingli was worried and anxious. At the same time, Xiao Mingli fed a healing pill into Yi Xian's mouth. After taking the pill, a rich true energy began to repair Yi Xian's injuries. Not much time, Yi Xian woke up slowly. Then open your eyes as wide as you can. The moment you open your eyes, at this moment, a beautiful face appeared in his eyes. Tears in the corners of eyes. I feel pity for him. Yi Xian, you finally woke up. Are you okay? Don't scare me. Xiao Mingli said worriedly. Yi Xian wanted to speak, but I couldn't say it at all. I'm very weak now. I need your help. Yi Xian couldn't help but say. Tell me quickly. How can I help you? Xiao Mingli asked. I want. Yi Xian said slowly. What do you want? Xiao Mingli asked anxiously. Xiao Mingli naturally didn't want anything to happen to Yi Xian. After all, the main reason why Yi Xian is like this now is to protect her. I want you to kiss me, Yi Xian said with all his strength. After Yi Xian said this, Xiao Mingli's face changed. Chapter 86 can't get out after coming in? Ouch! I can't hold it any longer. Seeing Xiao Mingli's hesitant expression, Yi Xian couldn't help but let out a painful sound. It hurts a lot, right? Then I'll give you another healing pill. Xiao Mingli said. Good. With your medicine, my injuries can be mostly recovered. Yi Xian couldn't help but say. Then Yi Xian sat up from where he was. You're such a bad guy. Xiao Mingli cursed. But Goddess Xiao really doesn't know how to curse. You're a big bad guy. For Xiao Mingli, this is the biggest insult. Okay, I was indeed seriously injured just now, but after taking the pill you gave me, my injuries are basically healed now. Yi Xian said. You're such a smooth talker. Yi Xian said so. Xiao Mingli really didn't know what to say. I'm telling the truth. Yi Xian added. I have never seen such a shameless person. Xiao Mingli cursed. Hey, you'll see it today? Okay, I won't bully you anymore. Next, let's make plans for the next step. There is a spirit beast phantom outside the chance hall now. We definitely can't go in. So there is only one thing we have to do next, which is to break through our cultivation to the spirit transformation realm. We have to make sure we can defeat the spirit beast phantom. Otherwise we will die if we go out. Yi Xian said. What Yi Xian said was also true. Although the phantom of this spirit beast is just a remnant. But the current strength is still enough to be comparable to the spirit transformation realm. Oh, it's all my fault? I'm the one who hurt you. Xiao Mingli couldn't help but feel uncomfortable after hearing Yi Xian's words. Xiao Mingli knew it very well in her heart. Want to break through to the incarnation realm? It's really not that easy. It will take at least several decades, or even hundreds of years. However, Xiao Mingli thought about what would happen if she really died here. At least Yi Xian is by my side. Xiao Mingli didn't feel too bad in her heart. Do you have so little confidence in yourself? You have to believe in my strength. With me here, there is nothing I can't do. Don't be too desperate. Isn't this hall called the Hall of Opportunity? Then let's go and seize the opportunities inside. Yi Xian said seriously. Are you so confident? Seeing that Yi Xian didn't seem to be lying, a light flashed in Xiao Mingli's eyes. Because along the way, Xiao Mingli did witness Yi Xian's abilities. Yi Xian is a good man who is trustworthy. Follow Yi Xian. She felt relieved. Let's go, let's get ready to climb up. Yi Xian said. Yeah, Xiao Mingli nodded, then followed behind Yi Xian. He began to climb towards the top floor of the Hall of Opportunity. This Opportunity Hall has a total of 10 floors. All the way up, there was no obstruction at all. Yi Xian also felt a little strange, because it didn't take long. Yi Xian and Xiao Mingli have already climbed to the 9th floor. Yi Xian, are there no more opportunities here? Xiao Mingli said with some doubt in her heart after she climbed to the 9th floor. Because Xiao Mingli knew, their hopes now rest on this palace of opportunity. If there is nothing in this opportunity hall, then they are basically useless, because I want to break through my cultivation out of thin air. That is really too difficult. No, since this is the palace of chance, there must be opportunities. The only possibility is that the opportunities from the first to the first 9 levels may be gone. Haven't we yet entered the 10th level? Yi Xian said. As Yi Xian spoke, he entered the gate of the 10th floor hall. After entering the door of the 10th floor hall, buzz! Sudden, an extremely powerful force surged. When this force comes, this hall is surrounded by a powerful band. Not good. Yi Xian couldn't help but frown. He hurriedly looked towards the entrance of the hall. Then at this moment, only a line of words appeared there. Stranger, welcome to the Hall of Opportunities. There are countless opportunities here, but the opportunities here are very special. Only those who are destined to receive it can obtain it. If you cannot obtain it, you will be trapped here for the rest of your life. What kind of crappy opportunity is this? Xiao Mingli frowned after seeing the words on it. I don't know what the opportunity here is, but this restriction is very powerful. If you want to break this restriction, your cultivation must break through to the dragon transformation realm. Yi Xian said. Yi Xian also discovered it. If his cultivation level doesn't break through to the dragon transformation realm this time, I guess it's almost scrapped. A huge pit. Xiao Mingli couldn't help but say helplessly. The truth is that it is easy to get in here, but difficult to get out. As for Yi Xian, he felt that it was nothing. Now that we are here, let's make the best of it. Don't worry, Yi Xian said carelessly. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he and Xiao Mingli looked into the hall. Then when I saw the contents in front of the hall, Yi Xian and Xiao Mingli were both stunned. At this moment, there are countless sculptures in front of me. Chapter 87. Are you crazy? You call this chance? There are a total of 48 sculptures of various shapes. What is this doing? Xiao Mingli couldn't help but mutter, because it is the first time I have seen this kind of sculpture, so it seems a bit confusing. And Yi Xian understood it instantly. This sculpture, this should be the inheritance here. But this kind of inheritance, Yi Xian said it was the first time they met. Then Yi Xian looked towards the wall of the hall. At this moment, all I could see were various mysterious pictures painted on the walls. Is this the opportunity here? Xiao Mingli said in disbelief. Xiao Mingli thought it was a bit too outrageous. I'm not sure, look where the words are. Yi Xian suddenly pointed to a wall. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Xiao Mingli looked towards the wall with the words on it. There are indeed lines of writing here. Xiao Mingli and Yi Xian began to identify them. Stranger, since you've come in, we're destined to be together. This is the extraordinary inheritance that I left behind. Please enlighten yourself, young people. It turns out that the opportunity here is this kind of martial arts. After reading the mantra of this martial arts, at this moment, Xiao Mingli only felt a sense of unreality. A lot of hardship. The opportunity one finally found was... Xiao Mingli had an indescribable feeling at this moment. Can't say whether it is lucky or unfortunate. This is indeed the opportunity here. I didn't think of it. Let's see if there are any other opportunities. Yi Xian suggested. Yi Xian knew. This kind of thing, have to take it slow. We need to give Xiao Mingli some time. To practice this kind of practice, you and I must be willing and our minds must be clear. Otherwise, it is easy to go astray. Next, Yi Xian and Xiao Mingli began to search from the main hall. I want to see if there are any other opportunities here. But I looked through the entire hall. In addition to finding a pile of spirit stones that can be used for cultivation. Nothing at all. This means that the only inheritance left in this palace of opportunity is the yin-yang method. And Yi Xian also knew it. This sect that disappeared into history is called the yin-yang dual cultivation sect. Later, the whole family was wiped out. However, this hall of opportunity has been preserved intact. At the moment, it seems that there is only one way to become stronger quickly, and that is to practice this technique. Otherwise, we will be trapped here to death. Xiao Mingli couldn't help but speak at this moment. Yeah, there is no other way. Yi Xian nodded. To be honest, if it were someone else, Xiao Mingli would definitely not be willing to do that. But Yi Xian in front of him, not only is he super handsome and very powerful, Xiao Mingli felt that it would be a good idea to practice with Yi Xian in front of her. It's not impossible. I heard that practicing this kind of martial arts would be very painful. Xiao Mingli asked bravely. That depends on who you practice with. If you practice with me, not only will it not be painful, but you will fall in love with this way of practice. Yi Xian said mischievously. Yi Xian, don't lie to me. It's clearly written in those books. I'm not illiterate. Xiao Mingli glared at Yi Xian. Those books are all lies. Yi Xian said. Humph, you are just a smooth-talking guy. Come here and prepare to practice. There is still hope if we practice. If we don't practice, we will only have one way to go, and that's death, said Xiao Mingli. Are you willing? Yi Xian couldn't help but said excitedly after hearing Xiao Mingli's words. You know, Yi Xian has been waiting for this day for a long time. The long-awaited day has finally arrived, and there is no one to disturb here. Just the two of them. You can practice and become stronger here with peace of mind. There's nothing we can do even if you don't want to. You bastard, you're getting a good deal. Xiao Mingli cursed. However, Xiao Mingli felt that there was nothing to resist. And the Yi Xian in front of him, it was exactly what she wanted. Next, Yi Xian guided Xiao Mingli and began to practice slowly according to the mantra of the technique. An hour later, Yi Xian and Xiao Mingli finally completed a cycle of training. After the cultivation is completed, Xiao Mingli's cultivation level directly broke through from the third level of the nascent soul realm to the fourth level of the nascent soul realm. And Yi Xian's cultivation, he also broke through from the second level of Yuanying to the third level of Yuanying. At this moment, Yi Xian already had 4 nascent souls. Yi Xian understood that he should have 1 more nascent soul every time he broke through a level. More importantly, after the breakthrough in cultivation, the voice of the system came into Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Reward the host with 1,000 years of cultivation. Ding! It is detected that Jiang Qingyan gave birth to a little princess with a natural spiritual root, and the host is rewarded with the heaven-level skill palm of the universe. Reward the host for reaching the maximum level of talent. After hearing the system's voice, Yi Xian couldn't help but be stunned. Because Yi Xian didn't expect that this time he would not only gain 1,000 years of cultivation, and Jiang Qingyan also gave birth to a little princess. It turns out that this little princess also has natural spiritual roots. Although Jiang Qingyan has no cultivation, she was able to give birth to a baby with spiritual roots. This means that Jiang Qingyan is very mysterious. More importantly, my divination skills cannot calculate Jiang Qingyan's fate. Jiang Qingyan may have a big secret. Yi Xian couldn't help but murmured. Yi Xian, this technique can really help people quickly break through their cultivation level. Let's continue practicing. Xiao Mingli spoke when Yi Xian's thoughts were racing. Chapter 88, Getting Stronger. 2 months passed. During these 2 months, Xiao Mingli's cultivation broke through to the 6th level of the nascent soul realm. But Yi Xian, it is still at the 6th level of the nascent soul realm. There are 7 yuanying in the body, but it is not easy to break through the cultivation level. What? Husband, are you going to break through to the dragon transformation realm? After hearing Yi Xian's words, Xiao Mingli had a feeling that it was not real, because Xiao Mingli could feel it. Yi Xian's current cultivation level is at the 6th level of the nascent soul realm. But Xiao Mingli knew. Yi Xian's nascent soul realm is the 6th level, which is much stronger than her. That's right, your husband is going to create a miracle this time, Yi Xian said solemnly. The results lasted for 2 months. No movement. Therefore, Yi Xian had to break through the dragon transformation realm first. Anyway, it's okay to go out and get pregnant. Yi Xian felt that it was no big deal to stay here all the time. Then my husband, keep going. I will protect you. Xiao Mingli nodded obediently. As Xiao Mingli nodded, looks incredibly charming. Ye Vuan nodded. Then Yi Xian sat down cross-legged. After some preparation, Yi Xian said to the system, System, integrate the 1,000 years of cultivation. Ding, receive, the system replied. As the system's words fell, the next moment, an extremely powerful ripple of energy surged into Yi Xian's body. Then Yi Xian began to control this vast and boundless energy ripples and began to enter a state of cultivation. Not much time. Yi Xian's cultivation began to break through. The 7th level of nascent soul realm, the 8th level of nascent soul realm, the 9th level of nascent soul realm. After his cultivation broke through to the 9th level of the nascent soul realm, Yi Xian saw it clearly with his spiritual sense. The number of nascent souls in your body. It actually reached 10. It seems that my idea is correct. My nascent soul is different from others. Every time I break through a level, there will be 1 more nascent soul in my body. Ye Vuan murmured. Yi Xian also checked Xiao Mingli's nascent soul. Yi Xian discovered Xiao Mingli doesn't have many nascent souls. Only 1. And Xiao Mingli's talent is also very strong. This made Yi Xian confirm that he should be an exception. This is also the reason why Yi Xian's fighting ability is so strong. He broke through 3 small realms in one go. My husband's ability is too strong, right? He is truly an eternal monster. After sensing that Yi Xian had broken through 3 small realms in one go, Xiao Mingli was so shocked that she didn't know what to say. This time he broke through to 3 small realms. For Xiao Mingli. I have never heard of it. No, Xiao Mingli feels that there is someone like Yi Xian, unique throughout the ages. Even the ancient books do not dare to describe it in this way. It seems that my choice is right. My husband not only has unparalleled strength, but also has one-of-a-kind talent. Xiao Mingli murmured in her heart. And Yi Xian, after his cultivation broke through to the 9th level of the nascent soul realm, he began to think. If you want to break through to the dragon transformation realm, your nascent soul must transform into a divine dragon. And I am hiding here to practice now. There are powerful formations and restrictions here to isolate me. Logically, there should be no thunder tribulation. Yi Xian couldn't help but mutter. Originally, Yi Xian could have taken Xiao Mingli away now. Now Yi Xian's combat power is enough to kill the phantom of the spirit beast. It's just that Yi Xian deliberately chose to break through here. Another important reason is to prevent the occurrence of thunderstorms. Next, we will break through and transform into a dragon in one fell swoop. Yi Xian couldn't help but reveal a fierce look on his face. As Yi Xian finished speaking, Yi Xian controlled the remaining energy and began to break through to the dragon transformation realm. Chapter 89. My husband is truly an eternal evildoer. When the surging and vast energy poured into the nascent soul, suddenly, these nascent souls began to change. Chant, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar. One of Yi Xian's nascent souls turned into a mini dragon. There were bursts of dragon roars. Ah, my husband has broken through to the nascent soul stage? No, although my husband's aura has reached the nascent soul stage, I feel that it is still getting stronger. What's going on? Xiao Mingli couldn't help but murmured after looking at the mini dragon shadow floating above Yi Xian's head. You can say that. Yi Xian's breakthrough today. The shock to Xiao Mingli was really too great. Xiao Mingli discovered. The longer I spend with Yi Xian, the more shocked she was by Yi Xian. Yi Xian is like a huge treasure. She's a baby from head to toe. The more you explore, the more it shocks you. When Xiao Mingli was in shock, at this moment, only Yi Xian's head could be seen. A second dragon shadow appeared. 2 divine dragons? Could it be that my husband has 2 Yuanings? Xiao Mingli said in disbelief. Because according to Xiao Mingli's understanding, ordinary practitioners, when you are in the nascent soul stage, you have a nascent soul. But there have been some extremely evil people in history. There will be 2 Yuaning in the body. Such a monstrous evildoer. The future will be extremely amazing. Xiao Mingli really never expected that Yi Xian would be such a miraculous person. But there was no time for Xiao Mingli to recover from the shock. The next moment, 3 phantoms of divine dragons appeared above Yi Xian's head. Next comes the 4th one. Article 5, Article 6, Article 7, Article 10. Yi Xian's breakthrough only stopped when the 10th dragon phantom appeared above his head. Xiao Mingli had a feeling that it was not real at the moment. The cherry mouth opened. Xiao Mingli felt that no matter how many words she used, they would not be able to describe her feelings at this moment. There are 10 dragon symbols in the dragon transformation realm. This means that Yi Xian's talent is unparalleled in the world. It's so evil. But Xiao Mingli felt that she was very lucky. I actually walked with such a monster. Let Yi Xian see the light of day. She has no regrets. And on Yi Xian's side, after his cultivation broke through to the 1st level of the dragon transformation realm, Yi Xian restrained his aura. Then he opened his eyes. After opening your eyes, at this moment, he only saw Xiao Mingli staring at him infatuatedly. Staring intently. Are there stars on your husband's body? Yi Xian couldn't help but joked. Husband, you are so awesome, aren't you? Xiao Mingli couldn't help but recover from her shock and praised. Of course. If I'm not capable, how can I be worthy of Goddess Xiao? Yi Xian rolled his eyes at Xiao Mingli. I love to hear that, husband. Since you have broken through to the dragon transformation realm, we have to celebrate, said Xiao Mingli. Then how do you want to celebrate for your husband? Yi Xian said with a sly smile. Then how do you want to celebrate, my husband? I'm fine with anything, said Xiao Mingli. Okay, then kneel down, and I'll play something exciting with you, Yi Xian said. Next, Yi Xian and Xiao Mingli celebrated this breakthrough. Time just passes by like this. 2 months passed again. Yi Xian's cultivation level broke through from the 1st level of the dragon transformation realm to the 2nd level of the dragon transformation realm. At the same time, Yi Xian cultivated the dragon elephant prison power to the 3rd level. He also cultivated the universe in his palm to perfection. As for Xiao Mingli, after 2 months of dual cultivation with Yi Xian, Xiao Mingli's cultivation level directly broke through to the 8th level of the nascent soul realm. But this morning, Xiao Mingli was a little dissatisfied and said, "Husband, I haven't had enough fun yet, and I'm pregnant. You are so mean." Mingli, don't worry. Our spiritual roots are so strong, so our children will definitely be great. When you have children, you don't need to practice. The children will also give feedback on your practice. Yi Xian couldn't help but comfort her. Yeah, I'm just talking. I won't blame my husband. What's more, this is the best gift my husband has given me. I will definitely treat the child well. Xiao Mingli nodded. We have been practicing here for 4 months, so let's get ready to go out. Yi Xian said. Okay. Xiao Mingli nodded. Next, Yi Xian waved his fist. Just punch hard on the restriction. When this punch hit the restriction, this restriction could not withstand Yi Xian's punch at all. It's just tearing directly, turned into nothingness. After the restriction is torn. Crack, crack. These sculptures in the Hall of Opportunity. It turned directly into powder. Husband, it turns out that this opportunity is a one-time thing. Now that we have it, it's destroyed, Xiao Mingli said in surprise. Indeed, Ye Vuan nodded. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he came outside with Xiao Mingli. Roar! When Yi Xian and Xiao Mingli just arrived outside the Opportunity Hall, the shadow of the spirit beast waiting outside let out a roar. Then he came towards Yi Xian. After seeing this scene, Xiao Mingli also wanted to take action. However, Yi Xian intercepted her from behind and said, Mingli, let your husband handle the fighting. All you have to do now is to nurture the fetus well. After Yi Xian finished speaking, jump out directly. Then the dragon elephant prison suppressing power was unleashed. A punch was thrown. At the same time, his cultivation level at the dragon transformation realm was released without reservation. Chant! For a moment, there are bursts of dragon roars here. Yi Xian's whole body. His eyes are bright and dazzling. It was as if he had turned into an eternal god of death. Moreover, Yi Xian's punch carried an extremely terrifying power. Like an abyss or a prison. It was as if one punch could break through eternity. Boom! In a split second, Yi Quan's punch. It collided with the phantom of the spirit beast. Two forces collide. A deafening roar was heard. It was like the collision of two ancient mountains. The terrible aftermath rolled. When the Hall of Opportunity touched this power, it collapsed directly. It can be seen how terrifying these two forces are. Bah! After a violent collision, the phantom of the spirit beast flew backwards. After the spirit beast shadow flew backwards. Just prepare to escape. Humph. You want to escape? No way. The universe in the palm. After seeing the afterimage of the spirit beast, Yi Xian directly used the universe in the palm. After the palm of your hand is used, an incomparably huge space spread out. This space. Nature is created by true essence. In a split second, the remaining image of the spirit beast was trapped in the world in his palm. Then Yi Xian pinched it with his hand. Puff! The next moment, this is the afterimage of the spirit beast that Yi Xian was so afraid of a few months ago. Yi Xian crushed him directly, turned into nothingness. All of a sudden, there was nothing. When Xiao Mingli witnessed this scene, I couldn't help but say, my husband's fighting ability is too strong. Chapter 90. Encountering a group of blind people. After destroying the spirit beast phantom, Yi Xian was very surprised. Because Yi Xian really didn't expect that the skills rewarded by the system were so powerful. But when I think about the fact that they are all heavenly level techniques, Yi Xian felt relieved. Then Yi Xian came to Xiao Mingli. Husband, you are awesome. Do you want us to celebrate? Xiao Mingli said. She exudes infinite charm. I have to say, once a peerless beauty becomes a woman, that temperament, it will go to the next level. This is also the reason why there are so many Xiao thieves. Silly, you can't do that now, otherwise it will harm the baby in your belly. Yi Xian refused. Yi Xian was telling the truth. I am within 3 months of becoming pregnant. You absolutely cannot waste it. Otherwise, it is easy to miscarry the child. And children are very important to Yi Xian. Husband, I was wrong. Xiao Mingli apologized. Silly boy, you did nothing wrong. You don't have to apologize to me. Let's go out. Yi Xian said. As Yi Xian spoke, he took Xiao Mingli outside. Soon, then I came outside. When Yi Xian and Xiao Mingli reappeared outside, Yi Xian suddenly felt relaxed and happy. A long-lost feeling came over me. This time, I lived underground for more than 4 months. Now I see the sun again and breathe the outside air. Yi Xian felt very comfortable. However, Not long after Yi Xian and Zhao Mingli came outside. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The next moment, more than a dozen figures appeared beside Yi Xian, surrounded Yi Xian and Zhao Mingli. Huh, what do you want to do? Yi Xian frowned when he saw these cultivators surrounding him. Boy, can we go in here? The leading cultivator said coldly. This cultivator's cultivation level is at the 6th level of the nascent soul realm. However, now Yi Xian and Zhao Mingli are deliberately hiding part of their cultivation. His cultivation was suppressed to the 2nd level of nascent soul realm. Therefore, after these cultivators sense the cultivation level of Yi Xian and Zhao Mingli, they did not show any fear at all. Instead, it seems very overbearing. Moreover, Yi Xian and Zhao Mingli suddenly emerged from underground. This attracted the attention of these cultivators. As the cultivator spoke, he headed in here, but these practitioners discovered there is a huge force below. They just want to get in. There's no way in. This made these cultivators even more curious about how Yi Xian and Zhao Mingli could enter freely. You can try it yourself and find out if you can get in. Mingli, let's go. Yi Xian said speechlessly. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he prepared to take Zhao Mingli away. But just at this moment, a cultivator stopped Yi Xian and Zhao Mingli and asked, "Are you in such a hurry to leave? Tell us the secret of how to get here, and leave your treasures with us. This beautiful lady should also stay and play with us. Otherwise," and the other cultivators present, after seeing the situation here, these cultivators couldn't help but show a touch of sympathy towards Yi Xian and Zhao Mingli. Because of the dozen or so cultivators who surrounded Yi Xian and Zhao Mingli. He is a cultivator from a small sect nearby. This territory, it was completely occupied by these cultivators. As long as you find something good here, they must all be handed over to these practitioners for a look. If it's good stuff, then the other party will buy it at the lowest price. If you don't want to, then they'll take it away. It might even kill you. And the Zhao Mingli in front of me is so beautiful. Then these cultivators saw it. Of course, I'm a little greedy. Hand over the treasures we have? Who do you think you are? I don't want to kill anyone now. If you know what's good for you, disappear within 3 breaths. Otherwise, I can only send you on your way. Yi Xian said coldly. Zhao Mingli is pregnant now. Yi Xian didn't want Zhao Mingli to see any bloody scenes. But if this group of people in front of me insist on seeking death, then Yi Xian had no choice but to oblige the other party. Ha, boy, you're so big, poof. After hearing Yi Xian's words, these practitioners couldn't help but burst into laughter. But the laughter wasn't over yet. These cultivators turned into blood, mist one after another. Soon, a dozen cultivators. It directly turned into a bloody rain. Yi Xian had already given the other party a chance to survive. But these practitioners not only don't grasp it. Instead, you laugh at me? Where does the courage come from? For Yi Xian, who is in the dragon transformation realm, a powerful Yuanying, one thought can kill. After killing these cultivators, Yi Xian took Zhao Mingli away from here. And the cultivators who witnessed this scene, one by one, they fell to their knees. Support yourself with your hands. Look pale. These practitioners are very lucky. Fortunately, they did not mess with this handsome and beautiful man and woman. Otherwise, that would be their fate. Too strong. Killing a Yuanying realm cultivator is like drinking water. Huff, huff. These cultivators couldn't help but exclaimed in shock. And Yi Xian and Zhao Mingli. Wait until the figure reappears. Already arrived at another place. As for what just happened, it was just a small episode. Mingli, I'm going back to my family. What are your plans? Do you want to go back with me? Yi Xian said. Food and beverage recommendations. Husband, I've been out of the sect for a long time. If I don't go back, my master will definitely be worried, so I have to go back to my family. After I settle the sect's affairs, I will come to Confronting to find you, okay? Zhao Mingli said. The family that Yi Xian belongs to. Zhao Mingli already knew. Right in Confronting. That's fine. I'll wait for you. Yivwan nodded. Then my husband, I'm going back, said Zhao Mingli. He looked a little reluctant, because when I was in the Hall of Opportunity, Zhao Mingli has become accustomed to practicing with Yi Xian. Zhao Mingli felt that was what life was all about. A person's life. Just have a great time. Be unrestrained for once. I have to say, after Zhao Mingli figured it out in the Opportunity Hall, she was very happy. He is also very courageous. Yi Xian was also surprised by his courage. Wait a minute. Seeing Zhao Mingli was about to go back, Yi Xian called out, My husband, do you have any other instructions? Zhao Mingli stopped and asked, Take these elixirs. Yi Xian said. As Yi Xian spoke, he took out a bunch of elixirs and gave them to Zhao Mingli. Thank you, husband. Xiao Mingli nodded without refusing. Took these elixirs. Then she kissed Yi Xian. The figure turned into a shadow. Disappeared on the spot. And Yi Xian, after watching Xiao Mingli leave completely, Yi Xian then said contentedly, "The 3 years are finally over. It's time to go home and take a look." After Yi Xian finished speaking, he headed towards Guiyun City where Lin Wanbai was. At the same time, under a peach tree in Hualuo Palace. At this moment, a young female cultivator with stunning appearance appeared. Looking into the distance, he showed a silly look and said, "Yi Xian, if you calculate the time, you should be returning to the family soon, right?" The girl who was speaking was naturally Hua Sherman. Hua Sherman has been back to Hualuo Palace ever since, although the practice has not been neglected. But Hua Sherman felt heavy-hearted. This concern is exactly the intersection with Yi Xian. Ever since the friction with Yi Xian, whenever it was late at night and everyone was asleep, Hua Sherman would always recall every little detail of her and Yi Xian. But just when Hua Sherman was thinking so, sudden, a figure appeared behind Hua Sherman. Chapter 91, Disciple, what's going on? This figure is naturally Hua Shimon's master Hua Shiren. Hua Sherman was preoccupied with her own affairs. So I didn't notice it at all. Disciple, what are you thinking about? Hua Shiren couldn't help but ask, because Hua Sherman discovered it. My own disciple. Ever since I went to the Tianyuan ruins, the whole person has changed, although his cultivation was much stronger when he came. And after coming here, he also practiced hard. But Hua Sherman always felt that her disciple had some concerns. He seems to be worried every day, as if he had lost his soul. Master, master! Hua Sherman was shocked when she heard the master calling her. Turn around quickly. At this moment, I saw my master standing beside me. The master was looking at him. This made Hua Sherman very scared. Suddenly, Hua Shimon's perfect face turned red. Disciple, what's going on? I noticed that you have been absent-minded recently. Did something happen in the Tianyuan ruins? Come, tell me what's going on? Your cultivation is so strong, but you didn't even notice my arrival. Hua Shiren asked, although Hua Shiren was not quite sure what the matter was. But Hua Shiren was sure. My apprentice must be hiding something from me. She has watched Hua Chi-man grow up since she was a child. I understand it very well. Master, nothing happened. I just wanted to see the scenery and take a walk, Hua Sherman said. Then Hua Sherman quickly looked towards the peach blossoms in full bloom in front of her. He didn't dare to confront his master at all. My disciple, do you think your little tricks are invisible to me? I have walked more roads and blown more winds than you have eaten. Tell me what is going on. Disciple, if you have anything to say, you must say it. Do you think that I will be happy if I keep seeing you with a worried look on your face? Hua Shiren glared at her disciple. Master, Hua Sherman didn't know what to say. Disciple, tell me your story. Disciple, where is your uterine blood? Suddenly, Hua Shiren couldn't help but frowned. He saw that the toad blood on his disciple's arm had disappeared. At first, Hua Shiren didn't quite believe it was true. But soon, Hua Shiren discovered it after repeated confirmation. The toad blood of his disciple was really gone. Master, Hua Sherman lowered her head as the master saw through her. I don't know what to say at all, because the master has always been very strict with them in this regard. It is said that the toad sand must not be lost. Otherwise, it will easily become old and dark. This truth has always been in Hua Shimon's mind. A scene at the Tianyuan ruins spiritual medicine garden. It was still echoing in Hua Shimon's mind. Can't forget. I really can't forget it at all. She likes the masculine aura of Yi Xian. She likes to be happy and happy with Yi Xian. Hua Sherman felt that was life. And after Hua Sherman came back, she observed him every day. I found that it was not as Master said. Plop! Master! At this moment, Hua Sherman knelt directly on the ground. Keep your head down. Cold sweat broke out on his body. You traitor, you actually did that with a man, right? Hua Shiren was angry as she looked at Hua Sherman kneeling in front of her. You know, when Hua Sherman went to the Tianyuan ruins, she repeatedly reminded her apprentice, be sure to stay away from men. What a result. My beloved disciple turned a deaf ear to my advice. Instead, when I went there, the toad's blood was gone. This means that his apprentice was bullied by the man. This is unacceptable to Hua Shiren. Master, Hua Sherman really didn't know what to say at this moment. Traitor, come on, go to my room and talk. If you don't explain yourself clearly today, I will chop you into pieces, Hua Shiren said angrily. As Hua Shiren finished speaking, Hua Shiren simply dragged her apprentice. Then he came to his room. Not much time. Hua Shiren brought her apprentice into the room. At this moment, Hua Shiren was still kneeling on the ground. Master, I was wrong. Hua Shiren was now prostrating herself on the ground with her head down. He didn't even dare to raise his face. Lift your head up and tell me, did you have sex with any man when you went out? Hua Shiren couldn't help but ask. Yes. Hua Shiren said in a voice as low as a mosquito. Who is he? Tell me in detail. I will chop him into pieces. Hua Shiren said angrily. Hua Shiren was really angry. Doesn't the other party even consider the identity of his disciple? He actually deceived the disciples of Hualuo Palace. He is also one of Hua Shiren's 3 most outstanding disciples. Master, it's not his fault. It's my problem. If you want to punish him, just punish me, Hua Shiren said anxiously. What Hua Shiren said is also true. What happened in the spiritual medicine garden? She took the initiative. In fact, Yi Xian didn't have any bad intentions towards her at the beginning. Yi Xian had no intention of deceiving her. Instead, that trip to the Tianyuan ruins, it was Yi Xian who saved her. Otherwise, she would have been yelled at long ago. Huh? Or was it you who took the initiative? You slut. How are we, Hualuo Palace, going to survive in the world in the future? After hearing her apprentice's words, Hua Shiren became even angrier. Hua Shiren is not only proactive, and she was protecting that man. This was something Hua Shiren could not accept. Master, it's like this. Hua Shiren knew that she could not deceive her master anymore. So Hua Shiren told her everything about her outing. Since she met Li Wuji, the young master of the ghost sect, and Yi Xian rescued her. Finally, in the spiritual medicine garden, she was the one who was exposed to the love poison, and then she was forced to complete a training session with Yi Xian. This Yi Xian doesn't sound that bad. And he even saved you? It seems that your master has wronged you. Stand up and tell me. Hua Shiren couldn't help but say lightly after listening to her apprentice's story. I dare not. Hua Shiren couldn't help but say. Just get up if your master tells you to. Hua Shiren said with a heavier tone. Thank you, master. Hua Shiren could only stand up. Disciple, your master orders you to tell me your true feelings from now on. Hua Shiren asked, suddenly changing her tone. Ah! Hua Shiren was stunned when the master said this. Chapter 92, I don't care if it's a classic or not, I just like this one. Maybe I'm wrong. I always thought girls should keep their original intentions and stay away from men, but I can see it from your expression. You must really like being with Yi Xian. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so absent-minded after coming back. Hua Shiren couldn't help but murmur. Master, Hua Shiren lowered her head, not knowing what to do. Disciple, I may have been too strict with you in the past. I suddenly have some other ideas. How about this? You practice well, and after a while, I will go with you to see Yi Xian. Master, I want to see if Yi Xian is worthy of being my disciple. Hua Shiren said with a thoughtful look. Yes, master. Then when are we going? Hua Shiren said with some anticipation. It should be soon. Didn't you say that Yi Xian is going back to the family now? Then after he has been back for a while, I will go to the Yi family in Xuanqing with you. Hua Shiren said. Thank you, master. Then your disciple will go to practice. Hua Shiren said excitedly. After Hua Shiren finished speaking, just go and practice. Looking at Hua Shiren's departing back, Hua Shiren couldn't help but murmur. Is a man's charm so great? Can it bring such a big change to my disciple? I want to see, Yi Xian, what are you capable of? After Hua Shiren finished speaking, so he started practicing. Since I'm going out, then we must never bring shame to Hualuo Palace. After all, she is the face of Hualuo Palace. At the same time, in front of a mansion in Duelling City. At this moment, a group of figures formed a standoff. If Yi Xian were here, you will recognize it. This party of personnel. It is a young woman with a big belly and a sculpture. These 2 people and 1 sculpture. If Yi Xian were here, they would recognize that they were Lin Wanbai, Yao Yi, and Ying Diao. On the other side, the leader was a young man. His cultivation has already reached the 8th level of nascent soul realm. The young man is quite handsome, but his eyes were full of lust. When a pair of eyes looked at Lin Wanbai in front of them, there was a hint of obsession in his expression. This young man. It was Lu Guiyun, the son of the lord of Duelling City. Lu Guiyun's cultivation is also very powerful. But Lu Guiyun has a hobby that is different from ordinary people. That's the young girl who likes to get pregnant. This is not. Not long ago, Lu Guiyun was out inspecting the streets of Duelling City. I happened to meet Lin Wanbai, who was buying breakfast on the street. When I saw Lin Wanbai was as beautiful as a flower. And after getting a big belly, Lu Guiyun was completely captured. From then on, Lu Guiyun began to think about marrying Lin Wanbai. After this thought came up, Lu Guiyun came to the mansion where Lin Wanbai lived many times to pursue Lin Wanbai. This is a strange pursuit. Naturally, Lin Wanbai rejected it. What a joke. She is already Yi Xian's person, and she is pregnant with Yi Xian's child. How could she marry another man? Isn't this just embarrassing? What a result. The more Lin Wanbai refused, the more Lu Guiyun wanted to do it, the more he couldn't stop, and made harsh remarks. Today is the last day. If Lin Wanbai disagrees, then I had to marry her by force. Mr. Lu, please go back. Your father is a good city lord. I hope you won't do anything radical. Miss Lin is our master's Taoist partner. I hope you can take care of yourself. Otherwise, if our young master finds out, you'll be in big trouble, Yao Yi said at this moment. What Yao Yi said is also true. How terrifying is my own son? Yao Yi naturally knew it. Moreover, my young master is very concerned about the people he cares about. If anyone dares to set his sights on his wife, Yi Xian will definitely not let the other party go. Your young master is called Yi Xian, right? What do you think is good about him? Is he as talented as me? Is his family as powerful as mine? You have to agree today, whether you agree or not. Who made me fall in love with you? She is so beautiful, and she is pregnant. I don't care whether it is classic or not. I just like this one, Lu Guiyun said, when a pair of eyes looked at Lin Wanbai. I wish I could take Lin Wanbai for myself right now. You pervert, Lin Wanbai cursed. It's so moving when a beautiful woman scolds people. I like it, Lu Guiyun said disapprovingly. For Lu Guiyun, in Guiyun City, he's the most handsome guy. Moreover, his father is a powerful person at the dragon transformation realm. He is the only son of the city lord. It's not too much to do something radical. And Lu Guiyun feels that this is his hobby. It's okay. If you want to marry Miss Lin, you have to do it over our dead bodies, Yao Yi said with a determination to die. The eagle also nodded. You don't know your place. This young master can suppress you with just one hand. Lu Guiyun snorted coldly. As Lu Guiyun finished speaking, Lu Guiyun took action and directly suppressed Yao Yi and Ingdiao. Then Lu Guiyun approached Lin Wanbai. Lin Wanbai's face also changed drastically at this moment. Retreat again and again. But in the next moment, a cold snort came from the distant sky. Chapter 93, Get Out. Have you lived enough? How dare you lay hands on my woman, Yi Xian? The sound was like thunder. The entire void was shaken. As these words fell, the next moment, a figure appeared in front of Lu Guiyun like a ghost. He stopped Lin Wanbai behind him. After seeing this figure, Lu Guiyun couldn't help but frown. He looked at the figure in front of him. This figure looks extremely young and handsome. Excellent temperament. The green dress moves without wind. Stand here. It gives people the feeling of a banished immortal descending to earth. Husband, Lin Wanbai said excitedly after seeing this figure. Lin Wanbai really never dreamed that Yi Xian would actually arrive. Young master, after seeing Yi Xian, Yao Yi couldn't help but reveal a hint of excitement. To be honest, just now, Yao Yi and Ingdiao were really worried. Now seeing Yi Xian coming, Yao Yi no longer had any worries. Because Yao Yi knew, Yi Xian's strength is quite terrifying. Haven't seen you for a while. Yao Yi felt that Yi Xian's strength must be much stronger than before he left. Are you her husband? Lu Guiyun said with a hint of disapproval on his lips. Lu Guiyun also sensed it when Yi Xian came just now. Yi Xian's cultivation level is now at the second level of the nascent soul realm. This level of cultivation is not enough for Lu Guiyun, who is at the 8th level of the nascent soul realm. There is no pressure at all. Wanbai, what's going on? At this moment, Yi Xian completely ignored Lu Guiyun's words and asked Lin Wanbai in a gentle tone. My husband, this guy has lost his mind. He insisted on marrying me. I refused. And then he beat up old Yao and the eagle. Lin Wanbai said, Yi Xian. Yi Xian was speechless after hearing this. Marry a pregnant woman? What the fuck does this taste like? Doesn't he know that you already have a husband? Yi Xian frowned. Husband, I told him, but he just wouldn't listen. Lin Wanbai said bitterly. It sounds like there's something wrong with his brain. Yi Xian couldn't help but say coldly. Then Yi Xian suddenly looked at Lu Guiyun in front of him. Boy, I asked you a question. Are you deaf? Seeing that his question just now was directly ignored by Yi Xian, Lu Guiyun said with a cold expression at this moment. Lu Guiyun is the beloved son of the Lord of Guiyun City. But I'm used to being arrogant. But the Yi Xian in front of him seemed to not take him, the son of the city lord, seriously. This is for Lu Guiyun. Is unacceptable. Are you really that brave? Now apologize to Wan Bai and Lao Yao and the others. Otherwise, you will probably suffer some physical pain today. Yi Xian said coldly. What? You want me to apologize to them? You are so funny. I just want to tell you now that I like Miss Wan Bai. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Lu Guiyun couldn't help but sneered. Lu Guiyun really couldn't figure it out. Where does Yi Xian get the courage from? Talking to him like that. Don't you even know his identity? You deserve a beating. Bang! After seeing Lu Guiyun's annoying look, Yi Xian got angry. Yi Xian was angry. The consequences would naturally be quite serious. As Yi Xian finished speaking, Yi Xian slapped him. The speed of the slap was really too fast. It was so fast that even Lu Guiyun, who was at the 8th level of the nascent soul realm, didn't react. The next moment, Yi Xian's slap hit Lu Guiyun's right cheek hard. Then, when Lu Guiyun reacted, Lu Guiyun's cheeks were swollen. Ah, you dare to hit me? I'm going to kill you. Lu Guiyun couldn't help but shout at the top of his lungs. From childhood to adulthood, his father never scolded him, not to mention fighting. And now, he was actually beaten? The key point is that he clearly sensed that his cultivation was much stronger than the other party. Little did they know, Yi Xian deliberately retained his cultivation. Otherwise, Yi Xian could kill Lu Guiyun in front of him with just one finger. Yi Xian also calculated it when he first came. This is Lu Guiyun's father, still a good city lord. So today Yi Xian did not come and kill Lu Guiyun. Otherwise, it would only be based on the fact that Lu Guiyun wanted to force his woman to marry him. Lu Guiyun has died countless times. As Lu Guiyun finished speaking, Lu Guiyun took action directly. The cultivation level of the 8th level of nascent soul realm. Released directly. Then he punched Yi Xian. You overestimate your own abilities. Game feature recommendation looked at Lu Guiyun attacking him. Yi Xian frowned. Directly suppress it with one palm. Bang! After Yi Xian suppressed it with his palm, Lu Guiyun's attack was like a paper tiger. Directly collapsed. Then, Lu Guiyun was pinned to the ground by Yi Xian's palm. Puff! After Lu Guiyun was pinned to the ground, blood spurted out of his mouth, although the force used by Yi Xian in his palm was not super strong. But Yi Xian himself is a powerful person in the dragon transformation realm. Therefore, the power of this palm is still extremely huge. How is this possible? I lost. At this moment, when Lu Guiyun fell to the ground, I was completely confused. It's hard to even believe this is true, because Lu Guiyun felt it very clearly. The other party's cultivation is obviously not as strong as mine. But why were they suppressed? Lu Guiyun really couldn't figure it out. And Yaoi, after seeing Yi Xian pinning Lu Guiyun to the ground with one palm, shocked to the extreme, isn't the young master's strength too strong? He suppressed Lu Guiyun easily with just one palm. It's really terrifying. Yao, he couldn't help but said in surprise. Eagle sculpture on the side. There was also a hint of shock in his eyes. Boy, you are dead. I am the young master of Guiyun City. Lu Guiyun couldn't help but threaten. You haven't discovered your situation yet. I'll cut off one of your arms first, Yi Xian said in an icy voice. If it weren't for the fact that the other party's father is still a good city lord, Yi Xian had already destroyed the other party. But this guy turned out to be different. You still dare to threaten him? Yi Xian really didn't know where his confidence came from. As Yi Xian finished speaking, Yi Xian pointed directly, following Yi Xian's instruction. The next moment, a sword energy transformed from true essence shot out directly, coming towards Lu Guiyun. You dare? Seeing that Yi Xian was really going to cripple one of his arms, Lu Guiyun's face changed. But the next moment, Lu Guiyun screamed. Then one of his arms was crippled by Yi Xian. Ah! After seeing one of my arms being disabled like this, Lu Guiyun let out a deafening howl. Soon, Lu Guiyun fainted. Carry him and get out, Yi Xian said coldly. Yes, yes, yes. These lackeys around Lu Guiyun were crawling on the ground at this moment. Came to the unconscious Lu Guiyun. Then he carried Lu Guiyun and disappeared here. Chapter 94 Lessons. After Lu Guiyun left, Yi Xian came to Yao Yi and Ing Jiao and couldn't help asking, Old Yao, brother Jiao, are you okay? I'm fine, just slightly injured. Yao, he shook his head. The eagle also shook his head, indicating that he was not in serious trouble. Thank you for your hard work. Take some healing medicine. Yi Xian patted Yao Yi and Ing Jiao. As Yi Xian spoke, he gave Ing Jiao and Yao Yi elixirs to heal their wounds. Next, Yi Xian and others came into the house. Lin Wanbai is now more than 5 months pregnant. It looks like the belly is a little bit bigger, but it's not very obvious yet. Looking at Lin Wanbai in front of him, Yi Xian couldn't help but nodded slightly. I have to say, a pregnant woman looks particularly charming. No wonder Lu Guiyun is so obsessed with her. Wanbai, thank you for your hard work these days. I will take you back to the family next time. Yi Xian couldn't help but hold Lin Wanbai's slender hand and said, Husband, I'm not tired, but you are. Do you want to celebrate? Lin Wanbai said, you still want it even though you're pregnant? Yi Xian said helplessly. Doesn't the book say that? It says it's not allowed in the first 3 months, but it's allowed later. Lin Wanbai couldn't help but say with some anticipation, Wanbai, I think we'd better not do this. This is not good for the child. How about I accompany you every day after you give birth to our child? Yi Xian comforted. Yes, okay. I'll listen to you, my husband. But my husband, since we have provoked Lu Guiyun this time, I'm afraid the city lord will not let us go, right? Lin Wanbai said with a little concern. When talking about the city lord, Lin Wanbai couldn't help but feel a little worried. Because Lin Wanbai already knew it. This city lord has quite a high level of cultivation. It seems that he has broken through to the dragon transformation realm. Wanbai, don't worry. I'll take care of everything. If the city lord knows how high the heaven is and how deep the earth is, I can forgive him. After all, this Lu Qian is indeed a good city lord, and he still loves the people very much. Otherwise his son would have died today. Yi Xian said. Yi Xian is now also a powerful man in the dragon transformation realm. Therefore, for the city lord Lu Qian, Yi Xian had nothing to worry about. Husband, aren't you afraid of the strong men in the dragon transformation realm? Lin Wanbai couldn't help but ask when she saw Yi Xian's expression of not caring at all. Your husband has also broken through and transformed into a dragon, Yi Xian said. As Yi Xian spoke, he released some of his cultivation. My husband, you are so awesome. Lin Wanbai was extremely shocked when she sensed the aura of cultivation displayed by Yi Xian. Lin Wanbai discovered at this moment, I can be Yi Xian's Taoist partner. It is truly a blessing she has earned over several lifetimes. He, of course, come on, let's go out and bask in the sun and wait for him to come, Yi Xian said. Yi Xian said as he and Lin Wanbai came outside, moved a recliner, and asked the servants to prepare some melon seeds. Then Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai cracked melon seeds. While waiting, I began, at the same time, the city lord's mansion. It's become a mess, because the young master had one of his arms broken. In the end, Lu Guiyun woke up, but this arm was permanently disabled. Husband, you have to make the decision for your son. We only have one son. You said that Guier has lost one of his arms. How am I going to live in the future? Game Boutique recommendation, wow. At this moment, in a hall of the city lord's mansion, a beautiful woman couldn't help crying and shouting with snot and tears. He looked extremely sad. This beautiful woman. Naturally, it is Lu Guiyun's mother. Next to him was a tall, slightly thin man with a mustache. It was Lu Guiyun's father. He is also the current lord of Guiyun City, Lu Qian. It's all your fault. I made you spoil him every day, and now something bad has happened, right? Lu Qian couldn't help but scold. What? My son's arm was broken, and you blame me? I don't want to live anymore. After hearing Lu Qian's words, the lady was so angry that she almost fainted. Not to mention that his son had one arm broken. In the end, her husband blamed him. We can't live like this anymore. Stop making trouble, and let me ask you what's going on first. Lu Qian said uncomfortably. In fact, I saw that my son had lost one of his arms. Lu Qian also felt extremely uncomfortable. But Lu Qian is not that brainless city lord. Always act impartially. As Lu Qian spoke, he called over one of Lu Guiyun's followers. After this follower arrived, he knelt down and said, My humble servant greets you, sir. Tell me what happened today. I want you to tell me the whole story. If you dare to hide anything, I will have to kill you, Lu Qian said in a deep voice. Yes, sir. The follower nodded quickly. There is nothing to hide. He told him exactly what had happened. After listening to the whole process, Lu Qian's face turned dark. What a rebellious son. Lu Qian couldn't help but curse. How did Ger behave like a disobedient son? Didn't he just like a pregnant woman? Is there anything wrong with that? Mrs. Lu Qian couldn't help but argue. Shut up. There's nothing wrong with liking pregnant women. Lu Qian was really about to faint. I am a rebellious son, and I am good at everything about him. Lu Qian really couldn't understand it. Why do you like pregnant women? This is fucking outrageous. as the young master. Whatever woman you want, you can't get her. Then is it true that the other party did nothing wrong in breaking your arm? Have you cultivated to the body of a dog? You are the softest coward I have ever seen. Mrs. Lu Qian scolded. Stop talking nonsense, I'll go take a look, Lu Qian said. After Lu Qian finished speaking, he came towards the mansion where Yi Xian was. Not much time. A cultivator wearing a conical hat appeared in the mansion where Yi Xian was. And Yi Xian at this moment, he was lying on a recliner with Lin Wanbai, eating melon seeds and basking in the sun. Now that you're here, come over and eat some melon seeds with me, Yi Xian said lightly. You actually discovered me? Lu Qian said uncomfortably after hearing Yi Xian's words. As Lu Qian spoke, he came to a place not far from Yi Xian. He looked towards Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian looked very young, handsome, and unparalleled. If there is a sentence to describe it, the young master is unparalleled in the world, and he is as beautiful as jade. Lu Qian said, I have never seen such a handsome person in my life. Obviously, you can tell at first glance that he is no ordinary person. In the other party's cultivation, it gives people a feeling of being unfathomable, make him unable to see through. As for the woman next to Yi Xian, she is quite beautiful. Lu Qian finally understood why his son insisted on marrying her. This beauty is quite perfect. It was you who broke my son's arm? Lu Qian said calmly. At the same time, the pressure of the dragon transformation realm emanated from his body. Chapter 95. Patriarch, look, isn't that Xianu? That's right. It was this young master who ruined it. Your son has set his sights on my woman. He deserves to be punished. You should be thankful. If it weren't for the fact that you are a good city lord, your son might not have lost an arm. It's a corpse, Yi Xian said lightly. At the same time, the pressure from Yi Xian also spread out. The moment Yi Xian's pressure spread, above Yi Xian's head, 10 shadows of divine dragons emerged. There were bursts of dragon roars. The sound of the dragon's roar seemed to be able to break the sky. It looked very extraordinary. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar. The pressure from the dragon transformation realm released by Yi Xian and Lu Qian collided with each other. There was a deafening roar. After a collision, these two terrifying pressures caused destruction. Then, Lu Qian stepped back several steps. At the same time, the qi and blood in the body are churning. I almost vomited blood, but Lu Qian swallowed it hard. This moment, Lu Qian was horrified. When he looked at Yi Xian lying in front of him, he became awed, because the terrifying pressure released from Yi Xian was really too terrifying. It was as if the sky was pressing down on us, especially the 10 dragon shadows that appeared above Yi Xian's head just now. It's so terrifying. Lu Qian is confident that he is also a strong man. But there is a terrifying existence like Yi Xian in front of him. Lu Qian said this was the first time he had seen it. Thank you for showing mercy, senior. It's my fault for not teaching me well. If you want to punish me, please punish me. At this moment, Lu Qian apologized directly. Lu Qian knew it very well. This time, my son got into a terrible disaster. In fact, the main reason is that he did not educate his son well. If Yi Xian insisted on pursuing responsibility, he would be doomed to die. City Lord Lu, I will not pursue this matter because you are a good city lord, but I have to make a harsh statement here. I will go back and teach my good-for-nothing son a lesson. If you do this again, don't blame me for being rude. Also, I hope you can continue to be a good city lord, Yi Xian said. Thank you, senior. I will definitely be a good city lord. Lu Qian quickly nodded and agreed. At this moment, Lu Qian's whole body was covered with cold sweat. Because Lu Qian knew, if Yi Xian wanted to kill him, he probably has no idea how many times he has died. Xiao was standing in the distance and witnessed this scene. I was so shocked at the moment that I didn't know what to say. My lord, you are too domineering. And he broke through to the dragon transformation realm so quickly. Young master is truly so terrifying. Xiao couldn't help but mutter. Xiao felt that being able to witness the rise of a genius was definitely the luckiest thing in his life. In 3 years, he broke through from the foundation establishment stage to the dragon transformation stage. If this were known by the cultivators from outside, you will definitely be so shocked that your jaw will drop. No, if those cultivators knew about this, you will definitely not believe it. After all, this speed of cultivation would be unimaginable if Xiao hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes. Xiao didn't believe it either. Xiao at this moment believed it more and more. He was able to follow Yi Xian. It was the wisest thing he had ever done in his life. Then, senior, I will take my leave. Lu Qian said. Go. Yi Xian waved his hand. Then he started eating the melon seeds that Lin Wanbai was peeling for him. After Lu Qian finished speaking, it disappeared on the spot. After Yao Yi left, Yi Xian couldn't help but mutter. It's fun to show off for a while. It's fun to show off every day. Old Yao, pack up. We're going back to the family, Yi Xian said to Yao Yi. Yes, sir. Yao Yi nodded. Then I cleaned up. After everything is cleaned up, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai were riding on the back of the eagle, then headed toward Xuanqing. At the same time, the Yi family, one of the three major families in Xuanqing. At this moment, the head of the Yi family, Yi Batian, and all the elders. They were all waiting anxiously in the hall. Everyone looked very serious, because everyone knows. Today is the day when the Yi family's 3-year disciples return from their training. But according to past practice, disciples who went out to gain experience, there are always some things that can't be brought back. Meet the patriarch and the elders. Meet the patriarch elder. The disciples who returned all bowed to the elders and Yi Batian. Well, I'm glad you're back. Yi Batian nodded. But Yi Batian still felt empty inside, because one of the most important disciples has not returned yet. This disciple was naturally Yi Batian's son Yi Xian. Master, don't worry. Xianer is kind-hearted and will definitely come back safe and sound. Yeah, it's just that he might come back late. Seeing the patriarch looking worried, several elders couldn't help but comfort him. In fact, several elders are quite concerned about Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian is the son of the head of the family, but Yi Xian usually doesn't put on airs at all. Easy to get along with in the family. Be nice to everyone. Therefore, several teachers did not want Yi Xian to get into trouble at all. Yes, great elder. How many of our disciples have returned this time? Yi Batian asked. Master, more than 80 people have returned, replied the great elder. Yeah, that's good. Yi Batian nodded. Yi Batian knew. The world out there is dangerous. Most of these disciples were able to return safely. It can be said to be quite good. After Yi Batian finished speaking, continue looking into the distance. A hint of anticipation appeared on his face. Cracking, just as the head of the family looked into the distance. The sky above the Yi family mansion at this moment. Suddenly, an eagle's cry pierced the sky. Hear the eagle's cry. Yi Batian and several elders looked towards the void at the same time. At this moment, I can only see the void. An extremely huge eagle appeared in the sky above the Yi family mansion. Oh my God, what a big eagle. What does he want to do? Tool recommendation, be alert. When they saw the big eagle in the void, everyone's face changed drastically. Even Yi Batian gave the order directly. This made the people of the Yi family alert, because Yi Batian knew such a terrifying eagle suddenly appeared. Behind that, there are definitely more terrifying existences. This kind of eagle is a large monster, very scary, able to subdue this big eagle. Its strength is quite terrifying. And the other people in the Yi family, they all showed a solemn look. Even many disciples couldn't help but speculate. Did the disciple who went out for training provoke someone he shouldn't have? Then the other party comes to take revenge, right? But just when everyone was on full alert, suddenly, an elder saw the person on the eagle sculpture. He couldn't help but exclaimed, Master, look, isn't that Shiena? Chapter 96, this kid has some filial piety, but not much. Hear the words of this elder. Yi Batian was originally on full alert. His eyes looked towards the eagle's back. At this moment, a very handsome young man with bright eyes and white teeth was seen sitting on the eagle. And next to this young man, there was a very beautiful young girl. Yi Batian naturally recognized him at a glance. This handsome young man was none other than his son, Xianer. Ha, Xianer, brother Yi Xian. At this moment, after seeing Yi Xian, everyone was excited. When everyone is excited, the next moment, the eagle landed on the ground. Then Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai leaped to the ground. Yao Yi also appeared behind Yi Xian. Father, Yi Xian couldn't help but said excitedly. Although Yi Xian was not from this world in his previous life, but Yi Xian grew up from a tadpole. Therefore, in Yi Xian's heart, these people in front of me, but they're all my relatives. Wanbai Lao Yao, this is my father, this is the first elder, the second elder. Father, this is my follower Yao Yi, and this is my Taoist partner Lin Wanbai. Yi Xian introduced them to each other. Hello, uncle. Hello, elders. Lin Wanbai bowed to them one by one. Yao Yi also met each other one by one. And at this moment, Yi Batian, after hearing Yi Xian's introduction, I couldn't help but reveal a look of relief. Because Lin Wanbai in front of him looked very beautiful. It was like the 9 mysterious goddess descended to earth. Good boy, you're doing great. This time you're almost reaching the nascent soul stage, and you've even found a Taoist partner. Yi Batian patted Yi Xian on the shoulder and praised. He, Yivwan similit naivete. Yi Xian really couldn't believe it. If in the future all my fellow Taoists gathered together, and several grandchildren gathered together, what expression did my father have again? Yi Xian didn't dare to imagine it at all. Of course, Yi Xian deliberately concealed his cultivation level. Otherwise, Yi Xian would release all his skills. I guess my father and others would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. After all, Yi Xian's current true cultivation level is even more terrifying and amazing than Yi Batian and others. Even the ancestor is no less capable. Okay, let's all go back to the room and talk, Yi Batian said happily when I saw Yi Xian coming back. Yi Batian is extremely excited now. Wah! Yi Xian and others nodded. Then he returned to the living room. Everyone started to exchange pleasantries. When everyone knew that Yi Xian's Taoist partner Lin Wanbai had been pregnant for several months, Yi Batian was so excited that he almost started singing. Ha! Good boy, I haven't seen you for 3 years and you gave me such a big surprise when you came. I will have a little grandson to hug soon. Ouch! Yi Batian was really about to lose his composure. This son is so awesome. Father, I want to go see my ancestor. I miss him a little bit. Wanbai, let her rest for a while. Yi Xian couldn't help but say. Okay, come here, serve Wanbai well. If you make any mistakes, you will be punished according to the family rules. Yi Batian ordered. Yes, master. A group of servants nodded. Then he took Lin Wanbai and went there. And Yi Xian. Then he came towards a mountain behind the family. Because Yi Xian had promised the ancestor. After I finish my training, I will come to see the ancestor. The ancestor likes Yi Xian very much. He took good care of Yi Xian when he was a child, even though he wasn't very talented at that time. But the family never looked at Yi Xian differently. Therefore, Yi Xian is still very grateful and likes this family. Yi Xian didn't feel that kind of bullying when he was a child, nor did they shout out, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, don't look down on the young and poor. Not much time. Yi Xian came to where the ancestor was. The ancestor is here. There is a special place for retreat, because the ancestor is old. So the ancestor has been in seclusion here. Usually it won't come out, unless there is something important happening in the family that requires the ancestor's participation. After Yi Xian arrived at the place where the ancestor was in seclusion, he called out softly, Grandfather, your great-grandson Yi Xian is here to see you. Hey, Xuania, come in quickly. The old ancestor couldn't help but say happily after hearing Yi Xian's voice. And then the next moment, the door to retreat is now open. After the door opens, Yi Xian entered the place where the ancestor was in seclusion. Although this is a place for cultivation, but it was brightly lit inside, as small as it was outside, and deep in the bright lights. A figure sat cross-legged on the ground. His beards are all white. Close your eyes. Sit there. It has a kind of immortal feeling. This old man is naturally the ancestor of the Yi family, Yiwen. It is also the guardian stone of the Yi family. If it weren't for this old ancestor in charge, the Yi family probably no longer existed in Xuanqing. After sensing Yi Xian coming in, Yiwen opened his eyes. After opening my eyes, there was a terrifying gleam in Yi Wen's eyes. This caused the void to fluctuate violently. Hello, little boy. Yi Xian couldn't help but salute. You little brat, I haven't seen you for 3 years. You've grown so tall? Come, let me touch you. Yiwen said, Ancestor, I'm already this big, and you still want to touch me? No, you are not allowed to touch me. Yi Xian refused directly. Yi Xian remembered the past. The old man likes to hold him and touch his little Gigi the most. But now Yi Xian is 21 years old. Yi Xian would definitely refuse. That would be so embarrassing. Yeah, I'm already in my 20s and I'm still. Oh boy, you're getting more and more handsome, and you have some of the old man style. Come, sit down and let the ancestor sense your cultivation. Yiwen asked curiously. Okay, Yivwan nodded. Then release your own cultivation. When Yi Xian released his cultivation, Yiwen couldn't help but be stunned. What? Your cultivation has broken through to the dragon level. After sensing Yi Xian's true cultivation level, Yiwen suddenly stood up from where he was. His face was full of disbelief. The white beard fluttered. Ancestor, it took you 3 years to break through from the foundation building stage to the dragon transformation stage. It's too slow. Yi Xian fan said on the track. Fuck you, you want to send the ancestor away? After hearing Yi Xian's Versailles words, Yiwen almost vomited blood. In 3 years, he broke through from the foundation establishment stage to the dragon transformation stage. Yiwen said that he had never heard of such a thing in his 1,000 years of life. This is unprecedented and will never be repeated. But what Yi Xian said just now seems like there is some dissatisfaction. This is so infuriating. Thinking back to the past, it took him more than 980 years to break through from the nascent soul stage to the dragon transformation stage. This kid really wants to send him away by saying this. Ancestor, that's not what I meant. Please don't misunderstand me. Ancestor, please take action. I want to see who is stronger between you and me. Yi Xian couldn't help but ask curiously. Chapter 97. Boy, you must have a Taoist companion in your life. If it were before, Yi Xian had no idea what the ancestor's specific cultivation level was. But now, Yi Xian was naturally able to sense the ancestor's cultivation level. That means the ancestor's cultivation is at the 4th level of the dragon transformation realm. It's a good opportunity to use the ancestor to test how strong I am. Good boy. After 3 years of not seeing you, you're still trying to compete with your ancestor. Then I'll grant your wish. After confirming that Yi Xian's cultivation level was indeed the 2nd level of the dragon transformation realm, Yuan was extremely excited at this moment. After all, with the addition of a dragon transforming cultivator, the Yi family strength would have an extra layer of protection. As Yuan finished speaking, Yuan's cultivation level at the dragon transformation realm burst out. Boy, do you want the ancestor to suppress his cultivation to be the same as yours? Yuan couldn't help but ask. No need, ancestor. Just go for it with all your strength. Yi Xian said. Very good. You are brave and can compete with me, your ancestor. Also, you are very handsome. You look like me. After hearing Yi Xian say this, Yuan couldn't help but say happily. As Yuan finished speaking, Yuan took action. A tremendous pressure emanated from his body. Throw a punch, coming towards Yi Xian. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying fist light, accompanied by a terrifying dragon roar, coming towards Yi Xian. Break it for me. Face this punch. The sound of dragon roars also rang out around Yi Xian. 2 shadows of divine dragons appeared above his head. Yi Xian deliberately retained some of his strength. Only 2 dragon phantoms were released to prevent the ancestor's spiritual heart from collapsing. The world in the palm of your hand. After the dragon's shadow was released, Yi Xian directly used the palm of the universe. After this palm strike, an incomparably huge spatial pressure permeated. This space seems to be able to accommodate everything. Boom! In a split second, the universe in the palm of his hand collided with the fist light thrown out by the ancestor. There was a deafening roar. After a collision, the world in Yi Xian's palm collapsed instantly. Certainly, the fist light thrown by the ancestor was also destroyed. Then, Yi Xian stepped back a few steps. Ancestor, you are so strong. I am defeated. The 4th level of the dragon transformation realm is indeed worthy of its reputation. Yi Xian said after he stood firm. You little bastard, I'll die if you don't let me. In fact, the ancestor just lost. I didn't expect that after 3 years, you are stronger than me. Don't worry, the ancestor's heart of Tao is not that bad. The stronger you are, the happier the ancestor will be. Yuan said with a smile. Yuan could naturally see it. The little movement that Yi Xian made backwards just now, it was just to give him face. He could still see through this little bit of thought. Otherwise, these 1,000 years have been lived in vain. To be honest, the ancestor has seen more people in the past 1,000 years than Yi Xian has walked. Ancestor, you have seen it all. It seems that the old ones are still the best. Yi Xian couldn't help but scratched his head in embarrassment. Okay, come sit down and have a good chat with us, said the old ancestor. Yes, ancestor. Yevwan noted. Then he sat down face to face with the ancestor. The ancestor is happy today. He directly took out a piece of Wudao tea that he had treasured for 1,000 years. This piece of enlightenment tea was found by Yi when in an ancient cave. At that time, Yuan regarded this piece of tea as a treasure and was reluctant to drink it, because Wudao tea is extremely precious. That's it. They're already priceless treasures. Ancestor, you can't do this. This is your most precious thing. After Yi Xian saw the ancestor take out his treasured treasure, Yi Xian became anxious. After all, Yi Xian had also heard about the preciousness of this enlightenment tea. The benefits of this enlightenment tea are extremely huge. 1 sip can enhance your power of enlightenment. You little brat, remember, we are all grown men. Don't be so fussy. The ancestor is happy today, so it's not too much to share this piece of enlightenment tea with you, the ancestor scolded. Then he started to brew some Wu Dao tea next to him. Not much time. 2 cups of tea emitting ancient music appeared in front of Yixian. Boy, drink it, the old ancestor said to Yixian. Thank you, ancestor. I'll be welcome then. Yevuan nodded. Let's do it, the old ancestor also said with great pride. Then he and Yixian both drank the cup of enlightenment tea. After drinking a cup of Wu Dao tea, suddenly, Yixian just felt refreshed. All the physical fatigue was swept away. Full of energy. If the Chaos Saint was here, he can come for a day and a night. Boy, I don't care what kind of opportunity you encounter outside. It has nothing to do with the ancestor. Now that you have broken through to the dragon transformation realm, you will be the leader of my Yi family in the future. Even if I die one day, I will have no regrets, Yuan said happily. The ancestor at this moment. Yixian felt as if he had suddenly become hundreds of years younger. His face was flushed. It's like rejuvenation. Certainly. The main reason is because of happiness, and another reason is because of drinking enlightenment tea. Old ancestor, you won't die. I can't bear to see you die. You will surely live long and long, Yixian said. Ha, you little brat just talk sweetly. I like you. Hearing Yixian say this, the old ancestor laughed happily. His beard trembled. Boy, but the ancestor has something sincere to say to you. That is, the speed of your breakthrough is too fast. You can't show your full abilities outside. You have to learn how to hide them. After all, this world is extremely dangerous. Although your cultivation is very powerful in Xuanqing, you are still too weak in the entire universe. So we must be careful. The ancestor is very confident in our family, but once other big families find out, it will definitely bring trouble. Do you understand? Yuan said earnestly. I understand, ancestor. Don't worry. I will protect myself. Yevuan nodded. The ancestor said this. That's really a powerful statement. This is also the biggest reason why Yixian likes the ancestor. Don't look at this old man, as he is usually very bad. But Yixian is really good to him. Something is really going on. So this is also the main reason why Yixian did not hide his cultivation at all when he arrived. Boy, you have been practicing hard for the past 3 years. You shouldn't have had any experience with women, right? Let me tell you, if a cultivator keeps practicing and doesn't even have fun with a woman, then the joy of your cultivation will be greatly reduced. Back then, when I was your age, I had already slept with the little girl next door. Tell me quickly which girl do you like, and I'll go and propose marriage for you, the old ancestor suddenly said in a frivolous manner. Ah, as soon as the old ancestor said this, Yixian was stunned. Hey, don't be shy. It's normal for a man to sleep with a woman. Without a woman, you'll be exhausted every day, and your pants will be worn out. Tell me quickly, what kind of woman do you like? Asked the old ancestor. Chapter 98, The Ghost Sex Plan. Ancestor, Yixian was really shocked. Yixian never dreamed that beneath the old ancestor's honest appearance, there was a young and restless heart. Ancestor, I already have a Taoist partner, and I brought her home, Yixian said. Boy or girl? Is she pregnant? Boy, if she's not pregnant, just work hard. As long as you don't get tired, the land won't be damaged by tilling. But if she is, be careful. Otherwise it will hurt her body. Yuan couldn't help but said excitedly after hearing this. Puff! When Yixian heard the ancestor asking about men and women, he almost spit out blood. Pregnant! Yevuan nodded. Wow, ha, so cool. I didn't expect you to be so capable. Let's go. I, the ancestor, am going out for a while this time, Yuan said. Yuan was really excited at this moment. Because Yuan didn't expect his great-grandson. It's so awesome. He is worthy of being the descendant of Yuan. Their Yi family has such a descendant. It's hard not to be powerful. Ah, ancestor, are you going out? Yixian couldn't help but be surprised after hearing the ancestor's words. Well, you kid are so powerful, the ancestor has to go out and tinker with it. Financial industry boutique recommendation, hey, let's go. Yuan said. Yuan said this and walked outside. At the same time, in the living room of the Yang family, one of the 3 most famous families in Xuanqing along with the Yi family, Yang Xiao, the head of the Yang family, and all the elders were sitting together. While eating melon seeds, at the same time, they couldn't help but start discussing. Have you heard? How was the training result of the Yi family's disciples who went out this time? Yang Xiao couldn't help but ask. I've heard about some of them, and they seem to be okay. More than 30 people died outside, and now more than 80 have returned. Yixian, the son of Yi Batian, is back too, said an elder. That kid won't pose any threat to us because his talent has always been weak. What a pity that the old guy from the Yi family is still alive. If he were dead, our Yang family could annex them. Yang Xiao said somewhat uncomfortably. In fact, the reason why the Yi family has remained standing. In fact, the biggest reason is because of Yuan. This old guy is not only a bit stupid, and he has a lot of bad intentions. The Yang family suffered losses at the hands of Yi Wen several times. Therefore, when the Yang family talked about Yi family's ancestor Yuan, but there was nothing nice to say, and he was even gritting his teeth in anger. Yes, that old man is still very strong. According to a girl in the brothel, the ancestor of the Yi family still goes there to have fun from time to time. It's been a long time, but I don't look old at all. He moves like a young man of 20. This damn old thing is so disrespectful to his elders. He really brings shame to the Yi family. Alas, this is not a solution. If we don't defeat the Yi family, I'm afraid our Yang family and Chen family will be in trouble. After all, the Yi family has many descendants, and we can't compare. Yang Xiao, the head of the Yang family, and a group of elders all said this. Speaking of Yi family ancestor Yi Wen, everybody was furious, because this guy is not only powerful, and the man is also very powerful, so that they gave birth to many offspring. Yang Xiao really couldn't figure it out. A thing that is more than 1,000 years old. Why is he even more awesome than him? Buzz! Just as Yang Xiao was talking to several elders, sudden, the space in the living room shook violently. Yang Xiao and the others all changed their expressions. Look alert. And then the next moment, a black-robed figure appeared in the living room. The black-robed figure was emitting a black aura, wrapped in a black robe. I can't see its specific appearance at all. The moment the pressure from his body spread out, Yang Xiao and others all felt suffocated. Dragon transformation realm? After sensing this pressure at this moment, Yang Xiao couldn't help but reveal a hint of vigilance on his face. At the same time, Yang Xiao clenched a communication talisman in his hand. This communication talisman is used to summon the ancestor, because Yang Xiao knew it very well. Facing a strong man in the dragon transformation realm, I guess they wouldn't be able to take even one move together. Only the ancestor can deal with it. Who are you? Yang Xiao asked in an almost trembling voice. I will naturally tell you who I am. There is no need to be so alert. I have no ill intentions, otherwise you would have died long ago, the man in black robe said in a deep voice. The words. It sounds very cold. Then why did you come to our Yang family? Yang Xiao asked brafeli. Cooperate with you, the man in black robe said lightly. Cooperate with us? Yang Xiao was confused and bewildered, because Yang Xiao really couldn't think of it. What can the other party cooperate with them for? After all, that's where the other party's cultivation is. Much taller than them. That's right. I want to take a person's life, but if I only want his life, it would be too easy for them. So I will wipe out their entire family, the black-robed man said in an icy voice. When he said this, a terrifying aura of oppression emanated from the man in black robe. This pressure made Yang Xiao and the elders feel extremely uncomfortable. There is a feeling of suffocation. Senior, do you want to destroy that family? Yang Xiao asked. I want you to destroy the Yi family. The son of the head of the Yi family killed my son, so I will let the entire Yi family be buried with him, said the man in black robe in a cold voice. This man in black robe was originally the leader of the ghost sect. Son Li Wuji. Li Wuji went out once before the Tianyuan ruins were opened. As a result, he never came back. The leader of the Li Gui sect searched most of the place. Finally, I used the Huiguang mirror to find some clues. That's the son. Died at the hands of a man named Yi Xian. I found out after asking and inquiring many times. This Yi Xian, he is the son of the head of the Yi family, one of the 3 major families in Xuanqing. That's why the leader of the ghost sect found this place. Yivwan, Senior can just slap him to death. Why does he still want to cooperate with us? Yang Xiao asked so mohat puzlet. It would be too easy to kill him with just a slap. I must make him suffer. Let him watch his family annihilate with his own eyes. And after he has been in immense pain, I will extract his soul and use it to refine my magic weapon, said the leader of the evil ghost sect. Senior, which sect are you from? Yang Xiao asked. The Li Gui sect. The leader of the Li Gui sect replied. After hearing the words of the leader of the ghost sect, Yang Xiao couldn't help but tremble violently, because the strength of the ghost sect is really strong. Don't worry, our ghost sect has been able to grow and develop until now. At least we still have some credibility. After the Yi family is destroyed, the land will be yours, and the souls of their family members will belong to our ghost sect. This is reasonable, isn't it? And our ghost sect's ancestor will arrive by then. So the Yi family will not have any room for resistance, said the leader of the Li Gui sect indifferently. Chapter 99, Ancestor. No need to compare. Yi Xian is the young master. Okay, we can cooperate, but what about the Chen family? Yang Xiao couldn't help but ponder. The Chen family is also willing to agree to cooperate with your Yang family. From now on, Xuanchen will belong to your Yang family and the Chen family. The leader of the Li Gui sect said grimly. Okay, Yang Xiao nodded. For the Yi family. In fact, the Yang family has long been fed up with it. Especially that old immortal Yi one. That's too stupid. Yang Xiao had originally planned to wait until that old man Yi Wen died before annexing the Yi family. But the years passed. Old man Yi Wen is getting younger and younger. Even the women in the brothel couldn't stop praising this old man Yi Wen. No, they couldn't stop praising him. Praise Yi Wen, the old man, for his good skills and experience. After hearing what these women said, to be honest, Yang Xiao felt a little broken inside. Because although he is young now, he can't even compare to an old guy. Every time I see a woman looking down on me, Yang Xiao felt heartbroken. Yang Xiao really couldn't figure it out. What the hell do these guys from the Yi family have? How come he is so strong? It's true that comparing yourself with others will make you angry. Okay, then it's a deal. I have something to do and need to go back to the sect. You guys should work hard with the Chen family recently. When we come back, it will be the time for the Yi family to be destroyed, said the leader of the Li Gui sect. No problem. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Yang Xiao nodded. After Yang Xiao finished speaking, the leader of the ghost sect disappeared on the spot. Watching the leader of the ghost sect disappear, Yang Xiao couldn't help but say to the elders, notify them to let Inger come back from the sect and let his master come with him. I am not too confident about cooperating with the evil ghost sect, but as long as Inger's master is here, the evil ghost sect will not do anything bad to us. Game featured recommendations. Yang Ying is the most talented disciple of the Yang family. He is also the most powerful among the younger generation. Now his cultivation has reached the 9th level of the nascent soul realm, and he is the core disciple of Tianqian sect. Yang Ying's fighting ability is extremely strong. This is also another trump card of the Yang family. At the same time, the location of the Yi family mansion. Chu. When Yi Wen and Yi Xian had just walked out of the ancestors' retreat, Yi Xian couldn't help but sneeze. Who was talking about me? Could it be Luo Ningxue and the others? But come to think of it, it's possible. And sure, man, she's the only girl I've slept with who didn't get pregnant. Next time we meet, I must make her pregnant. Yi Xian couldn't help but think secretly. In fact, girls are like this. Before I figured it out, I was very reserved. But once they try to get through, their madness will leave you dumbfounded. Just when I was thinking like this, ancestors Yi Wen and Yi Xian came to where Lin Wanbai was. At this moment, Lin Wanbai was basking in the sun leisurely, because the child has better spiritual roots. Now Lin Wanbai doesn't need to practice at all. The baby in the belly will automatically absorb spiritual energy, then give back to Lin Wanbai. It can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Absolutely perfect. Wanbai, this is our ancestor. Come and meet him. Yi Xian introduced. Wanbai pays homage to the ancestor. Lin Wanbai quickly saluted. Don't be so polite. You're pregnant, Yuan said. Then Yuan carefully looked at Lin Wanbai in front of him. I discovered that Lin Wanbai is not only fair-skinned and beautiful. More importantly, he possesses a peerless sword body. You're not bad, little brat. You're even better than I was back then. Brat, come on, let's go find your father and the others, Yuan said. After Yuan finished speaking, he brought Yi Xian to the family living room. Looking at Yi Wen's departing back, Lin Wanbai couldn't help scratching his head. Some people said with amusement, this old man looks good, not arrogant at all. The Yi family are all very nice. At the same time, in the Yi family's living room, Yi Batian and the elders, discussing the next family meeting. The theme of this family meeting is naturally a competition among the disciples who have returned from training. Then the next clan leader will be elected. The patriarch of the Yi family was not inherited. But who is stronger? Who will be the patriarch then? Just when Yi Batian was discussing with the elders, sudden, 2 figures outside the door appeared in the living room. These 2 figures are naturally Yi Xian and Yi family ancestor Yuan. Ancestor, you are out of seclusion. We are waiting to see the ancestor. After seeing the figure of the ancestor in front of him, Yi Batian and the elders quickly saluted. Okay, don't be so polite. Yuan shook his head. Yes, ancestor. Yi Batian and others nodded. Then he stood there quietly. Let's talk about the entire Yi family. Who has the most prestige? That is naturally the ancestor of the Yi family. Moreover, the ancestor's words are of great importance. Batian, gather all the disciples of the family. I have something to announce. Let's meet at the Yi family ancestral hall. Yuan said slowly. Yes, ancestor. Yi Batian nodded. As for what happened, Yi Batian didn't ask. Anyway, listen to the tone of the ancestor. It seems very important. Because of the usual things, we won't meet at the Yi family ancestral hall. Not much time. Everyone in the Yi family came to the ancestral hall. Then he waited quietly. At this time, Yuan appeared. When I saw the ancestor appear, everyone couldn't help but kneel down and bow, saying, We greet the ancestor. Get up. Yuan waved his hand. Thank you, ancestor. All the Yi family members stood up and said. After getting up, the ancestral hall became quiet. Some disciples even didn't dare to raise their heads. After all, the ancestor's prestige is there. The ancestor didn't speak. They didn't even dare to breathe. After a moment of silence, Yuan said to Yi Xian, Xianer, come up here. Yes, ancestor. Yi Xian nodded. Then he came before the ancestor. Next, I have an important announcement to make. That is, there is no need to hold this family meeting, because the candidate for the young master has been decided, and this young clan leader is Yi Xian. Yuan's words floated over the entire family. But after a moment of silence, the entire Yi family below, they all couldn't help but make a loud noise. Because this news is undoubtedly too shocking. This has never happened in the Yi family before. After all, he was the former patriarch. It's all achieved through strength. And this time, the ancestor actually directly made Yi Xian the young patriarch. This is really incredible. Yi Xian was also shocked by the old ancestor's words. Silence. Suddenly, the ancestor spoke. After hearing the words of the ancestor, the noise suddenly stopped. However, everyone could clearly feel that many young disciples were very unhappy. After all, they didn't even make a move, and the next young patriarch was decided. What good did they gain from those 3 years of experience? I just said to let Xianer be the young clan leader. I didn't say you can't challenge him. If you can defeat him in strength, the young clan leader will be yours. Yuan said. Chapter 100. You all come together. After hearing what the ancestor said, Yi Xian looked helpless. What the old man did was too mean. This is putting yourself directly in front of everyone. Hee. I knew that the ancestor would not let people down. It doesn't matter if there are fewer clan leaders. I'd just like to have a fight with brother Yi Xian. Many disciples are eager to try. After all, everyone knows it very well. Once you become the young patriarch, you will be the helmsman of the family in the future. An existence that is second only to one person and above 10,000 people. Who wouldn't want to be that kind of person? And there were many young disciples present. During these 3 years of training, I gained a lot of opportunities. There's been a lot of breakthroughs in cultivation. Therefore, everyone hopes to perform well in front of their elders. If the performance is excellent, then in the future women and power will be easily obtainable. If you want to challenge me, come here, Yi Xian said lightly. Yi Xian knew. This challenge is definitely indispensable. So Yi Xian still helped these disciples who were eager to try. Brother Xian, I just want to compete with you. I hope you don't mind. Me too. Many disciples came to Yi Xian and said, It doesn't matter. You guys can go together. Yi Xian said lightly. Brother Xian, you look down on us too much. Yes, Brother Xian, you are bullying us. After hearing Yi Xian's words, all the Yi family members present were somewhat angry. This Yi Xian is really going too far. This sentence shows that they are not taken to heart at all. Little did they know, with Yi Xian's current cultivation level, he really doesn't take these disciples of the family seriously. Because among these disciples, the highest level of cultivation is only the 4th level of the nascent soul realm. Perhaps this kind of cultivation, in the secular world, he is definitely a master. But in Yi Xian's eyes, still too weak. Brother Xian, I'm here to challenge you. At this moment, a disciple named Yi who walked out and said, This disciple's cultivation level is at the 2nd level of the nascent soul realm. He has a big and strong body. But Yi Xian knew. Don't judge the Yi family by appearances. After all, it was a life and death battle. 3 years. Everyone encountered a lot of battles. Therefore, the combat experience must be extremely amazing. Although the Yi family is very harmonious, but everyone respects the strong. And Yi Xian, I didn't perform very well in the family before. Brother Xian, I'm sorry. Yihu said. Go ahead. Yi Xian said lightly. A hungry tiger pounces on its prey. Yihu shouted. As Yihu shouted loudly, Yihu took action. His hands turned into tiger claws. Then he came towards Yi Xian. It looks vigorous and powerful. Watching this scene, Yi Xian shook his head and said, It's very good, but it's still weak in front of me. The game recommendations came as Yi Xian finished speaking. Yi Xian pointed directly. Puff! After Yi Xian made the suggestion. Suddenly, the phantom of the tiger attacked Yi Xian. It's like an egg hitting a stone. It collapsed in an instant. Bang! After the tiger's shadow disappears. Yihu couldn't help but groan. Then the whole person flew backwards. After seeing this scene, the Yi family members present, there's a feeling that it's not real. You know, although Yihu's strength is not the strongest among the Yi family's disciples, but it is not as good as the best, but better than the worst. But I didn't expect it. When facing Yi Xian, he was directly blown away by a finger. When everyone looked at Yi Xian, everyone has changed. Because everyone always feels that Yi Xian is no longer the amiable Yi Xian of the past. Instead, he was like a peerless killing god. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. It is very confusing. You all come together. After this, I have something else to do. You all come together. If you can defeat Yi Xian, the candidate for the young clan leader will be redetermined. Otherwise, it will be decided happily like this. The old ancestor said lightly when everyone was quiet. Okay, since the ancestor has spoken, let's go together. Brother Xian, be careful. After receiving the order from the ancestor, these disciples, they swarmed towards Yi Xian. Each of them displayed their own magical powers. All kinds of treasures were taken away without any reservation. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, in the entire ancestral hall, it caused quite a stir. Ancestor, will Xianer be okay? Seeing so many disciples rushing towards Yi Xian, Yi Batian couldn't help but feel a little worried at this moment. After all, Yi Batian only has this one son, and it was only after Yi Batian had worked hard for a long time that he got it. Yi Batian doesn't want anything to happen to Yi Xian. Yi Batian was not very clear about Yi Xian's specific cultivation level, because Yi Xian did not tell Yi Xian the truth. Don't worry, Yiwen said with a smile. Bang! Just as Yiwen was having this conversation with Yi Batian, this is where the competition and battle are taking place at the moment. One after another, figures flew backwards. Not much time. All the young men of the Yi family fell to the ground. On the other hand, Yi Xian, it looked so easy. The whole person stood there. The green dress moves without wind. The temperament is extraordinary, like a banished immortal. Is there anyone else who doesn't accept it? Yi Xian said calmly. Yi Xian's words floated throughout the space. All the young men of the Yi family kept their mouths shut. Who would dare to disobey? Yi Xian's strength is simply too strong. No one expected that the Yi family was so powerful. Since everyone is convinced, why don't you pay your respects to the young master? Yuan said coldly. We pay our respects to the young master. All the disciples of the Yi family knelt down and bowed. Everyone, hurry up and get up. Stop being so polite. I, Yi Xian, swear here that as long as I, Yi Xian, am here, I will never allow anyone or any force to bully my Yi family. Also, I will lead our Yi family to become the greatest family of all time, Yi Xian said loudly. Yi Xian's words floated over the entire Yi family. It sounds incredibly exciting. Okay. After hearing Yi Xian's words, all the cultivators of the Yi family present, everyone felt very excited. Because of these children, I felt the heroism and momentum from Yi Xian. Batian, you gave birth to a good child for our Yi family. I believe he can do it. Yuan also smiled at this moment. As for Yi Batian, was dumbfounded, because Yi Batian clearly remembered that his son's strength was mediocre before. But after 3 years out, is the strength suddenly so strong? What's more important is that when he came back, he brought back a beautiful Taoist partner. It really makes his father proud. But just at this moment, sudden, a servant of the Yi family rushed in and shouted, Master, something bad has happened. Seeing the servant looking so flustered, Yi Xian, Yi Batian, and others couldn't help but frown.